Chapter 177. The Emperor's demise. Tinghe found himself unable to decline. He cast a glance back at the Qianqing Palace, sighed softly, and said, "Please lead the way." "Master Lao." "I, Minister Tinghe, pay my respects to Her Majesty the Empress Dowager." "Please rise, Lord Yang," Zhang replied, feigning support. "Did the Emperor say anything?" "Your Majesty refers to." Zhang's face flushed, and after a moment of hesitation, she waved her hand, signaling those present to withdraw. Zhang's demeanor turned serious. In the past, when Emperor Xuan passed away prematurely, it would have been a tremendous blessing had the situation turned for the better under my son. If the ancestral legacy of our forebears were to be preserved. Your Majesty. Tinghe's tone grew slightly more emphatic. Zhang paused, her expression faltering, and she retorted, "Lord Yang, you misunderstand. I harbor no intentions of meddling in governance. I merely express concern for the continuity of the imperial line." Tinghe remained silent, though his heart seethed with frustration. The emperor detested interference from the harem, and indeed, the ministers shared this sentiment. Matters of the state resided with the sovereign and his ministers, not with the empress dowagers. Historically, ministers have been wary of the influence of consort families. Take Wu Zetian of the Tang dynasty, for instance. In this era, she is not regarded as a virtuous figure, and her association even tainted Emperor Gaozong's temple name. Of course, it was Emperor Gaozong of the Song dynasty who truly sullied that name. Fortune favors the worthy, and there is no need for Her Majesty to be overly concerned, Tinghe subtly reminded her, recalling how Empress Zhang, in her time, had received a clear edict from Emperor Xuan. Sharing the same surname and title, Zhang could not help but entertain certain thoughts. As a seasoned player in the political arena, Tinghe was well aware of this. Zhang found herself momentarily speechless. After a while, her indignation flared. "Lord Yang, how dare you think such thoughts? To maliciously speculate about the Empress Dowager is truly audacious. My son has yet to do anything, and already you wish to undermine the imperial family?" Faced with such an accusation, Tinghe dared not retaliate and quickly knelt, bowing his head. "How could I? I have merely judged with the mind of a petty person." Zhang's frustration lingered, yet she refrained from escalating the matter further. She calmed herself and asked gently, "I simply wish to know if the emperor has made any decisions." "I do not know," Tinghe replied, shaking his head. Unable to suppress her anger, Zhang swept her sleeve and commanded, "You may withdraw." "Yes." Tinghe rose, his heart heavy. After taking a few steps, he suddenly halted, a thought striking him. Tentatively, he inquired, "Whom does Your Majesty prefer as the successor?" Zhang stiffened, realizing Tinghe was not jesting. Hesitantly, she responded, "I believe the eldest son of the Prince of Xingxian is more suitable. Indeed, considering the ties of kinship, the son of the Prince of Xingxian is closest to the Emperor's lineage, and Zhu Hozong is of the same generation as the Emperor. Should he ascend to the throne, the Empress Dowager would remain in her position with minimal impact on her own interests. Might this be an avenue for exploitation?" Tinghe's heart raced. He was in desperate need of authority and a greater voice to stabilize the already precarious state of affairs that had been further destabilized by recent events. Although consort families were generally frowned upon, if utilized wisely, they could transform decay into vitality. In an instant, Tinghe made his decision. With newfound resolve, his demeanor softened considerably as he said, "Your Majesty, I am deeply troubled by the Emperor's condition. My earlier behavior was disrespectful. I ask for your forgiveness." Zhang stood in a daze, then generously remarked, "The loyalty of Qing to the throne is evident to heaven and earth. Alas, this empress is deeply saddened and would never blame Qing." After a pause, she tentatively inquired, "Is that the implication of Qing's words?" Tinghe, ever cautious, sighed. "Your Majesty is well aware of the emperor's temperament. Even if it comes to that, he may not choose the lineage of the Xing Wang. According to the line of succession, the eldest grandson of the Yi Wang holds greater potential for competition. Selecting him would ensure the continuation of the imperial line." The mention of the Yi Wang's eldest grandson sent a shiver through Zhang. Setting aside the fact that the Yi Wang's grandson is distantly removed, the numerous elders pressing down on her would be greatly disadvantageous. Zhang slowly replied, "If I recall correctly, the Yi Wang's grandson is but 5 years old, is he not?" "Indeed, Your Majesty," Tinghe nodded. "How can a mere child govern the realm?" Zhang frowned. "Qing, you are a pillar of the state. The emperor, along with the late emperor, harbors great expectations of you. At such a critical juncture, you must counsel the emperor, The stability of the realm cannot be treated lightly. Though she was the Empress Dowager, she could not speak out on this matter. Yang Tinghe found himself in a predicament. I implore you, Yang Qing, to consider the greater good. Zhang assured him. This empress has no intention of meddling in politics. I am solely devoted to the welfare of the Ming. If we truly arrive at a point where action is imperative, I will prioritize Yang Qing. Yang Tinghe had been waiting for such an affirmation. He took a deep breath, adopting a resolute demeanor, and respectfully declared, for the sake of our ancestors and the realm, I shall spare no effort. Seeing this, Zhang finally relaxed, reiterating her promise. This empress speaks with sincerity. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. Yang Tinghe bowed and took his leave. As he exited the palace, a faint smile appeared on his lips. This time, he had truly pulled off a masterstroke. However, that smile quickly faded as reality loomed large. A sense of impending doom weighed heavily on him. He could only wish for a smooth passage through these turbulent times. For both personal and public reasons, everyone desired the Ming to thrive and prosper. And Yang Tinghe was no exception. Just a few days later, Zhu Hozhao had succumbed to a grave illness, nearing his last breaths, often drifting into unconsciousness. 2 days later, Zhu Hozhao summoned the 6 ministries and 9 ministers, intermittently stating the contents of his will, according to the ancestral edicts of the Ming. Upon the demise of an elder brother, the younger brother shall succeed. The eldest son of the Xing Xianwang, grandson of Emperor Xianzong and the late emperor's nephew, is known for his intelligence and loyalty and shall inherit the throne. As his words fell, his head sagged, and he fainted. Chaos erupted in the Qianqing Palace. Li Qing, standing nearby, swiftly grasped Zhu Hozhao's wrist, ostensibly to take his pulse, but in truth, he was desperately channeling energy to ensure he could endure the critical moment. After a while, with a pained expression, he announced, "The emperor has passed." With a heart-wrenching cry, the hall filled with wailing, the sound rising and falling like the tides, each wave more powerful than the last. Was Emperor Zhang truly gone? Most found it psychologically challenging to accept, yet the harsh reality was undeniable. Amidst their grief, thoughts turned to the political future. Li Qing, unable to leave, joined in the lamentation, fortunate that he had prepared ginger beforehand, allowing for a semblance of authenticity. They wept until noon, entering a brief respite, as ministers returned to don mourning garments, preparing for the subsequent rites of mourning. However, Yang Tinghe was an exception. He did not return. Instead, he swiftly dispatched people to the territory of the newly appointed Prince Xing, preparing for the prince's entrance to the capital to ascend the throne. Simultaneously, he made arrangements for the forthcoming circumstances. Time was of the essence. The emperor's demise could neither be concealed nor ignored. The implementation of the Zhonglu Yongyi had been recent, and the various feudal lords still harbored resentment. At such a critical juncture, should any prince attempt a repeat of the Ningguang incident, it would certainly spiral out of control. In the absence of an emperor, the situation could easily become unmanageable. In an instant, the city gates were sealed, the capital garrison was put on high alert, and all 3 guards mobilized, with the palace gates opening only for ministers entering and exiting in mourning. Yang Tinghe issued a series of commands, his demeanor both anxious and composed. Li Qing, too, observed the situation with a calm disposition. Although there was little to worry about, he could not help but feel tense at this critical juncture. Fortunately, apart from the initial days when the ministers appeared at a loss, things gradually returned to normal thereafter. Witnessing this, Li Qing could not help but sigh, affirming the old adage, the earth continues to turn regardless of who departs. As he watched the late Emperor Zhengde being cleansed, adorned in a fresh dragon robe, and laid into the coffin, Li Qing knew the scene was a facade, yet it still caused a tightness in his chest. The imperial coffin had been prepared well in advance, and Li Qing had discreetly taken measures to ensure Zhu Hozhao would not suffer from a lack of oxygen. Later, under the cover of night, he opened the coffin to provide some sustenance. Zhu Hozhao found this charade quite unbearable. Feigning death was no simple task, and despite his exceptional acting skills, he was bound to falter. The only reason he did not reveal any signs of life was due to Li Qing's interventions. During the first 7 days, Zhu Hozhao was little different from a true corpse. Though conscious, he could not speak or control his body. Fortunately, having secretly feasted beforehand, his consumption in this state was minimal. Otherwise, he would have truly met his end. Even so, when Zhu Hozhao finally regained his faculties, he felt utterly miserable. That night, when Li Qing returned to provide sustenance, Zhu Hozhao could no longer contain himself and softly pleaded, "Take me away. This darkness is driving me mad." "Not yet." Li Qing gently shook his head. "We must wait a few more days until the coffin is sealed. A missing weight will go unnoticed. But I am suffocating in here, unable to eat, drink, or even sleep. I will truly go insane." Zhu Hozhao implored. "Be quiet. Do not disturb the mourners," Li Qing admonished softly. "Just endure a few more days. Envision the carefree life that awaits. Should any abnormality be detected now, all our efforts would be in vain, and the conclusion would be dire." "I must lie back down," Li Qing whispered. "I will hasten Qianqing. It will only be 2 days at most." "Very well." Zhu Hozhao gritted his teeth. "But you must be quick. Just 2 days." "Indeed." Li Qing pressed him back down, gently closing the coffin lid before silently retreating. Long after he had departed, the servants guarding the emperor's coffin gradually awoke, their astonishment giving way to a cold sweat. Fortunately, they had passed the initial phase, and the empresses no longer kept vigil late into the night. Had they been discovered, their lives would surely be forfeit. The following morning, Li Qing sought out Qianqing, suggesting, if possible, we should seal the coffin soon. The weather is beginning to warm, and delaying further might lead to complications, as you well understand. Qianqing was momentarily taken aback, repeatedly nodding his head. "Ah, the officials in Japan have indeed been exceedingly busy. But wait, how do you know this?" Li Qing replied nonchalantly. "I overheard discussions while retrieving the medical texts left behind in the palace yesterday." "How utterly outrageous!" Qianqing exclaimed in fury. "Which servant is responsible for this? I am quite unable to recognize faces. We must address the issue at hand." Li Qing offered a slight bow, adding, "Thank you, Master Yang, for your forthrightness." Qianqing shook his head with a wry smile. "You are not even a physician. How could this be laid at your feet? As for those physicians, demoting them is one thing, but execution seems excessively harsh." Li Qing nodded slightly. "I shall take my leave now." Chapter 178, Freedom Night. Approaching March. The evening breeze carried a chill. Inhaling deeply, one could taste the essence of freedom. Zhu Hozhao gazed up at the resplendent galaxy, his spirit trembling with excitement. From this day forth, he was truly free. Henceforth, the vast seas beckoned to fish, and the lofty skies invited birds to soar. What a delightful sensation! An exhilarating feeling surged from within Zhu Hozhao, leaving him feeling weightless. "Li Qing, where shall we go now?" Li Qing wrinkled his nose, unable to hide his disdain. "First, we must go to Lianjiaten. You cannot venture anywhere in that state of uncleanliness." "Ah, indeed." Zhu Hozhao nodded sheepishly. "Then let us proceed." He led the way without looking back. After preparing a large pot of hot water and igniting a charcoal brazier, Zhu Hozhao relished a hot bath, feeling utterly relaxed and floating on a cloud of bliss. "Ah, what a delightful experience." Zhu Hozhao hummed contentedly. "Be quiet." "How rude." He shot a glance at Li Qing, indulging in his own reverie. After a moment, he asked, "When shall we depart?" "Tomorrow I will seek out Zhang Yong." "Perhaps tomorrow evening," Li Qing replied. "Excellent." Zhu Hozhao sat up eagerly. "And then what?" Li Qing pondered briefly before continuing. "You have 2 choices. Either take your wife with you to Jiaoji, or leave her in Jinling and go alone." Pausing for emphasis, he added, "I personally suggest traveling together. It is prudent to avoid potential risks associated with the Yongqing Marquisate. Importing goods for domestic trade is the safest approach." Zhu Hozhao nodded enthusiastically. "All right, I shall follow your advice." Li Qing cast him a sidelong glance, remarking, "You have endured enough hardships lately. It would be wise to rest. Let us converse." "I cannot sleep," Zhu Hozhao replied, brimming with excitement. "Tell me more about Jiaoji, as I will be residing there for at least 2 years. I wish to prepare in advance." "There is not much to prepare for. Many there speak Han dialect, and the cuisine is not vastly different from that of the Ming," Li Qing stated. Zhu Hozhao pondered for a moment, inquiring, "Shall I stay at the Han Wangfu?" "You are, after all, an outsider. It would be unwise to find a random place to stay. Residing at the Han Wangfu ensures your safety," Li Qing replied coldly. "I cannot expend too much energy on your affairs." "Ah, understood." Zhu Hozhao chuckled awkwardly. "But my identity cannot be revealed to the Han Wang, can it?" "Certainly not." Li Qing contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "Let us present you as my friend. My previous acquaintance, Tang Bohu, has resided at the Han Wangfu before. There is precedent, and thus it is entirely appropriate." Zhu Hozhao expressed concern, "But my surname is Zhu." The surname Zhu has become quite common, particularly during the Ming dynasty. making it difficult to use the name Zhu Hozhao. Li Qing remarked that the emperor's name was hardly a secret, widely known by the populace, and suggested a change. How about Zhu Shou? He proposed, to which Li Qing frowned slightly, recalling that this name had been used previously, albeit informally during a trip to the frontier. It's not a formal decree, so it's of little consequence, Zhu Hozhao replied. Moreover, it's not an unusual name. I quite like it. Very well, Li Qing conceded. Nodding slowly, he mused that after 2 years in Jiaoji, wandering the streets of the capital, it was unlikely anyone would recognize him. Zhu Hozhao, pleased with Li Qing's agreement, mischievously suggested, for safety's sake, let my son forego the generational name and simply be called Zhu Wei or Zhu Wu. What do you think? That works, Li Qing acknowledged. While continuing to use the naming conventions of the royal lineage posed certain risks and could be seen as disrespectful, Zhu Hozhao felt it was a small matter compared to the abandonment of imperial succession. Li Qing retorted, having a son like you is a blessing for your father. Zhu Jianshun had not suffered. The imperial lineage remained intact, merely shifting to a grandson. However, Zhu Yozong had lost out, as future emperors of the Ming would no longer be his descendants. Zhu Hozhao lamented, in truth, my father did not yearn for power, deep down. He never wished to be emperor. He simply had no choice. He has grandsons. It's just that none choose to ascend the throne, so there is no true extinction of lineage. Li Qing scoffed, shaking his head. You seem to have a rather relaxed outlook. Indeed, I am the great Qianqing king, the enlightened Buddha of the West. Zhu Hozhao proclaimed with a grin, clearing his throat before continuing. All conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, shadows. They are as fleeting as dew and lightning. Thus, one should contemplate accordingly. Life is but a play, yet beings, in their ignorance, pursue fame and profit, unaware that they are merely guests in a dream. Zhu Hozhao waxed lyrical. Li Qing, unenthused by discussions of Buddhism, had little patience for such discourse, and thus retaliated with 2 swift punches. Zhu Hozhao promptly fell asleep. At last, peace restored, Li Qing stepped out into the courtyard. The sky was turning a pale blue as the stars gradually faded, leaving only scattered remnants. With the eastern morning star shining most brightly, Li Qing exhaled a warm breath and reassured himself, perhaps it will not be Jiajing. Yang Tinghe and others have proposed the era named Shaoji, which is also quite commendable. The Hongji era was somewhat conservative, yet the current Zhengde is rather radical. Perhaps a balance would not be amiss. Shao implies continuity and inheritance. Shaoji conveys the intention of prolonging Hongji, which is also the hope of Yang Tinghe and the court officials. For Li Qing, this was a situation he was willing to accept. The Changhua era had already been tumultuous enough. Fortunately, it coincided with a time of moderation under Hongji. Now, with Zhengde's chaotic approach, the Ming dynasty indeed required a more stable emperor. It was unsustainable to indulge endlessly, nor could there be constant upheaval. Alternating between a radical and a stable ruler would be most advantageous. Under the oppressive reigns of Hongwu and Yongle, many had nearly succumbed to mental collapse. And it was only thanks to the benevolence of Renzong that systemic risks were avoided. The water in this place cannot possibly be clear, nor can it ever be. This truth has long been understood by Li Qing, who merely wishes to accomplish his tasks while maintaining a semblance of clarity. In recent years, nearly everything has gone smoothly. Perhaps a reward for the hardships he endured for so long. With a lighter heart, he reflects on Zhu Hozhao, whose actions, though often excessively radical, have indeed yielded substantial results. Overall, Li Qing finds himself quite satisfied. The princes paying taxes, the perpetual stability of the state, and the pacification of the north are achievements that resonate through time, leaving a profound impact on the Ming dynasty. Glancing toward the side chamber, he mutters to himself, let this be a reward for him. Though Zhu Hozhao often brings him no small amount of worry, it is difficult to harbor any true disdain for him. Despite his perpetually sour expression, there is something endearing about him. As the sun climbed high in the sky, Zhu Hozhao awoke languidly, having enjoyed a warm bath and a refreshing slumber that restored his vitality. At just 30, he is in the prime of his life. The thought of no longer needing to worry about this or that, living freely and unrestrained, fills him with joy. Li Qing, he called out a few times, but received no reply, prompting him to rise. After a quick wash, he felt invigorated, but soon his stomach began to rumble, hunger gnawing at him. Rushing to the eastern kitchen, he discovered only the remnants of a roast chicken left by Li Qing. The legs and wings were nowhere to be found, leaving only some cold, hard scraps, flavorless yet too precious to discard. Zhu Hozhao clicked his tongue in dismay, but with his stomach demanding satisfaction. He resigned himself to the unseemly act of consuming the leftovers. The taste was surprisingly delightful. He paid little heed to the fact that it was Li Qing's remnants. Even the chicken leg, which had not been thoroughly devoured, he gnawed on once more. Yet, he still found himself hungry. After rummaging through the cabinets for a while, he could find nothing else to eat. This scoundrel is truly lazy. He can cook, but refuses to prepare a meal, Zhu Hozhao grumbled. Approaching the courtyard door, he found it locked from the outside, and with a resigned sigh, he returned to the guest hall. By midday, Li Qing returned, having satisfied his own hunger. Zhang Yong has made preparations. We shall leave the capital tonight. Zhu Hozhao nodded, saying, I'm famished. Go and fetch something to eat. There's half a roast chicken left in the eastern kitchen. You can nibble on that. That one tea suffice, Zhu Hozhao replied with a grimace, trying to appease him. How about you cook me a proper meal instead? If not, just buy something ready-made from an inn. You 1 tea starve for missing 1 meal, Li Qing retorted. But I'm feeling quite anxious from hunger. Just wait, Li Qing sighed in resignation. Stay put and don't move. I'll be back shortly. Zhu Hozhao nodded vigorously. All right. In less than 15 minutes, Li Qing returned, pulling 2 flatbreads from his sleeve. Here, eat. Is this it? Zhu Hozhao grumbled. You expect me to eat this? Even without the dragon robe, you are still an emperor. Li Qing mocked. Aren't you envious of the common folk's life? Now you can experience it firsthand. Am I supposed to eat this? There's nothing else. Zhu Hozhao reluctantly took the flatbreads, biting into one and finding it tough. He fetched a bowl of warm water to soften it. The bread was quite dense, and after consuming 2, he finally felt a sense of fullness. Curious, Zhu Hozhao asked. Is this all the common folk can eat? Not quite, Li Qing replied. Li Qing remarked that the quality of life for the common folk had improved significantly during festivals. They could enjoy meat, and on ordinary days, they were able to eat their fill, with seasonal vegetables readily available. Yet, that was the extent of it. Zhu Hozhao sighed, lamenting that the court was plagued with too many parasites, and in this grand era, the people could only partake in meager sustenance. Li Qing pondered for a moment and replied, that perspective is not entirely accurate. It is not solely the officials. Landlords and wealthy gentry also siphon off a great deal. Coupled with the vast population of commoners, the path to universal prosperity remains long and arduous. Zhu Hozhao nodded slowly, acknowledging the burden of this realization. Li Qing's expression darkened. Do you not recognize how infuriating that statement is? Zhu Hozhao chuckled awkwardly. You may dismiss my troublesome words as mere folly. After all, you are a treasured heirloom. Are you not? Chapter 179. The Smoke of Humanity. Here comes Zhu Hozhao that night, at the stroke of 3. The two departed from Lianjiaten, heading towards Zhongguan village. Zhongguan village was virtually a retirement haven for the eunuchs of the Ming dynasty. Any eunuch who made a name for himself would choose to build a residence there. Consequently, the architecture in this area was notably superior. The lantern hanging at the entrance of Zhang Yong's residence was still aglow, and Li Qing approached, knocking 5 times. Just as he withdrew his hand, Zhang Yong emerged. After several days, seeing the emperor again brought tears to Zhang Yong's eyes. Shoo! Zhu Hozhao gestured for silence. I am no longer the emperor. Where are the ladies? Zhang Yong sniffled and replied, I have brought the ladies to my home. They are in the back courtyard. He gently closed the door and added, let us go around and enter through the back door. The carriage and valuables are all prepared. Very well, Zhu Hozhao said, patting Zhang Yong's shoulder reassuringly. Do not be overly concerned. You share a good rapport with the son of the Prince of Xingxian. He will not treat you harshly. As long as you remain loyal to the emperor, there will be no issues. Yes, I understand, Zhang Yong nodded solemnly. Zhu Hozhao smiled. Let us be on our way. In the carriage, there were 1 adult and 2 children. The 2 little ones were soundly asleep, their rosy cheeks reminiscent of Zhu Hozhao in his youth. Perhaps due to their slumber, they appeared exceedingly well-behaved, far more endearing than Zhu Hozhao himself. A lady, however, seemed quite agitated. Master, where are you taking your concubine? She asked nervously. Zhu Hozhao smiled and replied, to roam freely across the world. The lady clearly did not comprehend, and her delicate face was filled with panic. Is it that your family has discovered the truth and cast you out? Well, sort of. Zhu Hozhao, unsure of how to fabricate a convincing story, quickly seized the opportunity to explain, I took some money from home, enough for us to live comfortably. We shall escape far away. What if your family reports you to the authorities? She inquired anxiously. Fear not. We shall hide beyond the borders of the Ming for a couple of years until the storm passes, and then return, Zhu Hozhao hastily reassured her. We must leave quickly while we still can. It would be detrimental for you, me, and the children if we delay. Upon hearing the potential harm to the children, the lady set aside her worries and eagerly nodded. All right, I shall follow your lead, master. Zhang Yong removed the threshold, and Li Qing led the horse-drawn carriage out of the courtyard, creating a moment of solitude for the master and servant. After a full quarter of an hour, Zhu Hozhao hurriedly followed, leaping into the carriage and urging, "Drive the horse." Are you still pretending? Li Qing was at a loss for words. Had it not been for the fear of waking the child, he would have relished giving Zhu Hozhao a thorough reprimand. As they approached the city gate, the day had already dawned. Li Qing purchased breakfast for Zhu Hozhao's family of 4, settling in the front of the carriage, waiting to be among the first to enter and exit the city. Indeed, the capital was beneath the emperor's feet. However, aside from the court officials, few recognized the Emperor Zhang, including the soldiers guarding the city. After a routine inspection, they were allowed to pass. Li Qing drove the carriage at a leisurely pace, distancing himself from the capital. At their parting, Zhu Hozhao lifted the curtain of the sedan chair for one last glimpse of the city, then lowered it without a trace of nostalgia, his lips curling into an uncontrollable smile. The bustling world, Zhu Hozhao, have arrived, perhaps due to the long absence. His son had become estranged, and under the playful antics of their boundaryless father, the brothers cried out loudly. Li Qing found it amusing. With women and children in tow, their journey was inevitably slow, and as they meandered along, Li Qing's patience was tested, yet he could not abandon them. How could he trust Zhu Hozhao to take his wife to Jiaoji alone? Sighing, he mused that he had truly regressed, becoming a mere sedan bearer. In stark contrast to his own frustrations, Zhu Hozhao was in high spirits, smiling broadly, exuding an air that was almost insufferable. The children were unpredictable. After a prolonged ride in the carriage, they began to fuss and wail. Reluctantly, they stopped at an inn to rest, ordering food and drink to satisfy their hunger. Li Qing lay down, preparing to steal a few moments of sleep. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, Zhu Hozhao burst in, one child cradled in each arm. Li Qing, I need a favor. What is it? Zhu Hozhao fidgeted awkwardly and sheepishly replied. Could you watch the children for a bit? I have something to attend to. I'll come back later to take them. Li Qing's lips twitched, and after a moment's hesitation, he could not restrain himself and delivered a playful slap to Zhu Hozhao's face. Look at how you frightened the child. Zhu Hozhao shot a glare at Li Qing before turning back to the children. Don't be scared, my little ones. Your Uncle Li is not a bad man. Who is Uncle Li? Li Qing nearly lost his composure. The familial hierarchy was indeed chaotic, but this was utterly absurd. In urgent circumstances, he had no choice but to comply. Zhu Hozhao tossed out a quick remark before darting away, leaving behind 2 innocent children, gazing up at Li Qing with large, pure black eyes, soft and adorable in their pinkish cheeks. It must be said, quiet and untroublesome children were indeed a rarity. Xing Wangfu. As time passed, the somber atmosphere following the death of King Xingxian had completely faded, returning to its original state. Zhu Hohong also emerged from the shadows of paternal loss. Today, with the weather being just right, he sought out his childhood friend, intending to partake in a game of kuju to relieve some restlessness. However, just as they were setting up, a servant hurriedly approached, reporting, Your Highness, an imperial envoy has arrived. Zhu Hohong was slightly perplexed, yet he dared not delay. He quickly quelled his playful spirit, declaring, I shall attend to it at once. Zhu Hozong hastily arrived at the royal residence. Upon entering the courtyard, he was struck by the sight of the imperial envoy's entourage and quickened his pace to pay his respects. I, Zhu Hozong, humbly wish for the emperor's well-being. However, the eunuch in charge of the imperial decree took a couple of steps aside, disregarding his gesture of reverence, and began to read the edict aloud. Zhu Hozong listened intently, adopting an expression of respect and trepidation, until he heard the proclamation, on the grand occasion of the 16th year of the Zhengde reign. A nation cannot be without its sovereign for even a day. The late emperor has issued a decree, the grandson of Emperor Xianzong, the cousin of Emperor Xiaozong, the eldest son of Prince Xingxian, and my cousin, Zhu Hozong, is wise, benevolent, and filial. He is to be established as the heir to the throne. At that moment, Zhu Hozong's mind exploded with the realization of the implications. The emperor had passed away, and the throne was to be passed to him. What to do? What to do? In that instant, this 14-year-old youth was engulfed in panic. Fortunately, his mother arrived in time and overheard the crucial part. Seeing her son frozen in shock, she urgently prompted, Hotsong, respond to the decree. The eunuch presented the edict with both hands. Am I to become emperor? Am I to become emperor? Zhu Hotsong regained his composure, though his heart raced, and his mind was no longer blank. In an instant, myriad thoughts flooded his mind. Since this was an imperial decree, he had no choice but to accept it. However, would it be too eager to accept it so readily, lacking the necessary decorum? Should he decline it 3 times first? Yet, the weight of this being a last will and testament loomed large. As Zhu Hotsong's thoughts swirled, Zhang, his mother, grew impatient and admonished. This is the emperor's last decree. Do you intend to defy it? Startled, Zhu Hotsong's hesitation evaporated, for his mother had given him an undeniable reason to comply. I will accept the decree. Zhu Hotsong raised his hands to receive the edict, the soft silk feeling as heavy as a mountain, trembling his arms under its weight. Your Highness, please rise quickly. The eunuch's demeanor shifted to one of sycophancy. The late emperor's decree and the Empress Dowager's command require your Highness to hasten to the capital and ascend the throne, supported by attendants. Zhu Hotsong felt as though he were in a dream. He discreetly pinched himself. That hurts. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Hotsong said, Eunuch, please wait. Allow me a moment to prepare. The eunuch readily agreed. Of course, but I implore your Highness to be swift. Time is of the essence. I understand, Zhu Hotsong replied, still somewhat dazed. Bring the esteemed envoys to rest for a while. In the rear courtyard of the palace, Zhu Hotsong turned to his mother. Is it true that I am to become emperor? Zhang shared his disbelief but understood the gravity of such matters. They were no trifling matter. Taking a breath, she nodded. Indeed, it is true. However, we must not be careless. Those in the capital are not to be underestimated. We must be vigilant. Zhu Hotsong furrowed his brow, hesitating. Are you suggesting they will make things difficult for me? It is hard to say, but it is quite possible, Zhang replied gravely. Our subjects in the Ming dynasty have seen emperors replaced before. Zhu Hotsong was taken aback, exclaiming, Then should we not go? But the decree has been accepted. We must go, for it is the emperor's will. Zhang remarked, It is worth noting that the Empress Dowager of Hongji was not of Han descent. Logically, the throne should rightfully pass to your father. However, Emperor Xuan, constrained by the principles of primogeniture, has decided that since you are to inherit the throne, it must be the will of heaven. I fear, my child, that you may not even be able to become a prince. Zhu Hotsong expressed anxiously. Zhang chuckled. When I mentioned that our Ming subjects have replaced emperors, it was not to suggest that you would be supplanted, but rather to remind you that those individuals are not to be underestimated. As for whether you can be replaced, that is another matter altogether, Zhang asserted firmly. In the past, it was due to the dire circumstances surrounding Emperor Xuan, and ultimately it was through the decree of the Empress Dowager. Now, Hotsong, you stand as a peer to Emperor Zhengde, regardless of your close blood ties. Once you ascend the throne, Zhang the Empress Dowager will remain who she is, and she will not issue such decrees. Upon hearing this, Zhu Hotsong felt somewhat reassured. After all, at just 14 years old and faced with such a significant event, how could he remain completely composed? If that is the case, shall we not hasten to pack our belongings, mother? Zhang laughed. My foolish child. Realizing the inappropriateness of her words, she quickly amended. Hotsong, you are about to become emperor. What need is there to pack? The palace is 1,000 times more splendid than our humble residence. Chapter 1. The display of authority. Zhu Hotsong commenced his bathing and changing of attire, donning the ceremonial garments and practicing his demeanor before the bronze mirror. After a short while, Zhu Hotsong re-emerged. Clad in a pristine dragon robe and adorned with a new crown, the royal regalia significantly compensated for his lack of stature. He strolled gracefully, striving to project an air of composure. Your Highness truly resembles a celestial being. A eunuch dispatched to convey imperial edicts immediately lavished praise, before tentatively inquiring, Your Highness, are you prepared? Zhu Hotsong modestly nodded in affirmation. In that case, shall we hasten to the capital? The eunuch explained, a nation cannot survive a day without its sovereign. It is likely that news of the late emperor's passing has already begun to circulate, therefore prompt action is advisable. Very well, Zhu Hotsong replied, relinquishing pleasantries as he nodded. You may proceed with preparations. I shall summon my mother. The consort should not be a priority. It is imperative that your highness first takes the throne in the capital, the eunuch said awkwardly, hastily adding, of course, once the political situation stabilizes. Your highness may welcome the consort into the palace. What? Zhu Hozhong exclaimed, a mix of surprise and anger flooding his expression. The eunuch, forcing a smile, replied, such is the decree, we are merely executing orders. At this moment, Zhu Hozhong could no longer maintain his composure. Stripped of his father and now to be separated from his mother, the young prince felt a surge of anxiety, sensing the undercurrents of conspiracy. Yet, the allure of relinquishing this opportunity was too great to resist. The title of emperor, sovereign of all, ruler over the four seas, and the grandeur of the Golden Luan Hall filled Zhu Hozhong's mind with irresistible temptations, making it difficult to forsake the greatest opportunity in the realm. It seemed this was the will of the Empress Dowager. Taking a deep breath, he declared, please wait a moment. With that, he strode away. Not allowed to go? Zhang was initially taken aback, then filled with indignation. What does this mean? My son is to become emperor, yet I am to remain in the fiefdom? How can this be justified? The Ming dynasty governs with filial piety. How dare they act thus? Zhang was furious, and she had every reason to be. Zhu Hochong expressed that he had not definitively rejected the idea, merely suggesting that his mother should wait until the court situation stabilized before making her journey. Hesitantly, he asked, Mother, what if I do not go? Upon hearing this, Zhang Shi immediately set aside her irritation, or rather, she was too preoccupied to feel anger, and quickly replied, Ho-er, do not act impulsively, why not go? Zhengde is the grandson of Emperor Xuan, and so are you. If he can ascend to the throne, surely you can as well. You must go. Yet, Zhu Hochong found himself troubled, thinking, but my words do not hold weight. Zhang Shi was momentarily taken aback, pondering deeply before sneering, There is no need to dwell on the immediate moment. I am not anxious about this timing. Once you secure your position, you can come to fetch me. After a brief pause, she added, do you understand why they are acting this way? Zhu Hochong contemplated for a moment and replied, it is for their own power, seeking to exert soft control over me to gain, or rather, to vie for maximum benefits. You comprehend well, Zhang Shi remarked. Feeling a sense of pride, realizing that her son's fondness for learning was indeed a virtue, preventing him from being easily deceived. With a sigh, she continued, the emperor's demise cannot be concealed for long. It is likely already circulating. There is no time to lose. You must head to the capital now. The imperial envoy had indeed conveyed the same urgency. Zhu Hochong displayed reluctance, as he was unwilling to part from his mother. Zhang Shi smiled gently, reassuring him. It is merely a temporary separation. You will not be unable to see me again. The matters at hand are of great importance, so off you go. Zhu Hochong nodded slightly, promising, I will bring you to the capital as soon as possible. I believe you will accomplish this swiftly. Zhang Shi replied with a sense of contentment, rising to say, time waits for no one. Let us be on our way. I shall see you off. Ultimately, Zhu Hochong took only his devoted attendant, Huang Jin, as he embarked on his journey to the capital. As the carriage wheels turned, Zhu Hochong felt an uncontrollable excitement within him, yet he also felt a twinge of sorrow for the home he had lived in for over a decade. He lifted the curtain of the sedan chair, looking back at his mother, sister, and younger sibling, who were still gazing at him from the gates of the Wang residence. He could faintly hear his little sister saying, Wang brother, may you have a safe journey. Zhu Hochong silently vowed, I will bring you all to the capital soon. Throughout the journey, his emotions fluctuated, his brow furrowing and relaxing in a complex array of feelings. In truth, he was not alone in this. Even Huang Jin, who usually seemed carefree, felt his heart racing. Unlike Zhu Hochong, he did not feel much joy. Instead, he was more anxious. Noticing Huang Jin's heightened tension, Zhu Hochong could not help but chuckle. What is it? Do you not wish to accompany me to the capital? It is not that, my lord. I am merely a little nervous, Huang Jin quickly replied, shaking his head and then forcing a smile, expressing his concerns. My lord, once we arrive in the capital, will we have to part ways? Why would we part? Zhu Hochong inquired. I am merely a servant. You will become emperor, mingling with powerful eunuchs and high-ranking officials. I will be of no assistance to you, Huang Jin lamented. Zhu Hochong laughed, saying, I will ensure you have a role among the inner officials. No, I am too simple-minded for such positions. Huang Jin scratched his head. If I could continue to serve by your side as I do here in the Wang residence, I would be content. I have heard that the eunuchs in the palace are constantly embroiled in intrigue. Zhu Hocheng chuckled. Who have you heard that from? Huang Jin felt a touch of embarrassment as she tended to the books in the prince's residence. Occasionally, she would steal glances at them. Upon hearing her words, Zhu Hocheng, who had been feeling rather gloomy, became intrigued. So, you truly enjoy reading? He inquired. Not particularly, Huang Jin replied candidly. It is your highness who has a fondness for literature. I merely read some of the books you favor, hoping to please you. Otherwise, you might not wish to converse with me. However, I often find them difficult to comprehend. Oh, ha. Zhu Hocheng, despite his melancholic disposition, couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought? You seem rather simple-minded, yet possess a cleverness of sorts. Huang Jin scratched her head sheepishly and smiled. I am merely well-meaning. Zhu Hocheng found amusement in her response, but a hint of guilt accompanied his laughter. He spoke softly. Life in the capital will undoubtedly be less relaxed than here in the prince's residence. Once there, you need not worry. I shall ensure you stay out of trouble. I promise, I will not bring any misfortune upon you, Huang Jin assured him. Am I to be concerned about you causing me trouble now that I am to become emperor? Zhu Hocheng chuckled and shook his head. Yet the thought of lacking any solid foundation weighed heavily on him. He sighed. The capital is rife with rules. Adhering to them may be wise. Understood, Huang Jin replied. Nodding slowly, Zhu Hocheng lifted the curtain of the palanquin and gazed out the window, his eyes unfocused as he pondered the daunting situation that awaited him. He felt uncertain, yet he recognized the challenge ahead would be formidable, as evidenced by his mother's absence from the journey to the capital. Zhu Hocheng knew he was about to engage in a silent war, a game of high-stakes politics. Most likely, they would seek to establish their dominance over him. How can I avoid falling behind? He mused, his thoughts drifting into a realm of worry. Suddenly, a figure crossed his mind, Emperor Xuan of Han. He recalled the journey of Emperor Xuan from a feudal prince to the throne. Gradually, his trepidation began to dissipate, and he felt a surge of confidence. Is it so that a minor prince entering the realm of the great will be bullied? After all, our own Emperor Taizong started as a minor prince too. He encouraged himself silently. Your Highness, we have arrived, came the announcement. Upon hearing this, Zhu Hocheng lifted the curtain of the palanquin, revealing a look of astonishment. Where have we arrived? We are merely at the outskirts of the capital. He then noticed a group approaching leisurely, though their faces were indistinct. It was evident that the leading members were of considerable age. These were undoubtedly high-ranking officials come to welcome him. Zhu Hocheng calculated in his mind, realizing that this was a reception from the court. However, he felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. He was not being awaited by the officials, but rather, he was the one waiting for them. Though he had only been delayed a moment, it spoke volumes. Has the second round of intimidation begun so swiftly? Zhu Hocheng inhaled deeply and stepped down from the imperial palanquin, treading upon Huang Jin's back as he did so. He paused, gazing intently, his expression calm. The distance was not great. He could see them, and they could see him. Yet, even so, they remained leisurely in their approach. It was a full quarter of an hour before they finally arrived before him. We pay our respects to your highness. May you live for 1,000 years, they exclaimed. As he had yet to ascend the throne, they could not proclaim him as emperor. The officials bowed and performed their greetings, then raised their heads to scrutinize this new sovereign. Zhu Hocheng clenched his fist tightly within the folds of his grand sleeves, then feigned an air of innocence, hurrying forward to personally assist the man at the forefront, engaging in polite pleasantries. I presume you are the esteemed Minister Yang? Zhu Hocheng remarked warmly. Indeed. The reality surpasses mere reputation. I, in my isolation, have remained oblivious to court affairs, yet your name resounds like thunder in my ears. As he spoke, he bent slightly to dust off the hem of Tinghe's robe, which had gathered dirt. Despite having navigated the treacherous waters of court politics for decades, Tinghe was taken aback by Zhu Hocheng's gesture, promptly bending down in return. Your Highness, you flatter this old minister excessively. Such actions are unwarranted. Oh, but Minister Yang, your dedication to the nation warrants such respect, Zhu Hocheng replied, lightly patting the robe a couple more times before straightening up. He then gestured apologetically. Please, everyone, rise. I have long admired Minister Yang, and it was a momentary lapse on my part. Thank you, Your Highness, the assembled ministers chorused, rising to their feet and brushing off their official robes. In that instant, a cloud of dust wafted through the air. Zhu Hocheng merely wrinkled his nose slightly, yet maintained a cheerful demeanor. Tinghe couldn't help but cast a more scrutinizing glance at Zhu Hochong, realizing that this son of the Duke of Qing exhibited some depth, albeit limited. Tinghe smiled gently and clasped his hands, saying, "Your Highness, the Eastern Gate is prepared. Please follow me." The mention of Eastern Gate took Zhu Hochong by surprise, quickly igniting an uncontrollable fury within him. At that moment, he could no longer mask his emotions, for he understood the implications. Chapter 2. The initial confrontation. Zhu Hochong steeled himself for the impending struggle. However, he did not anticipate that the conflict would arrive so swiftly, so directly, and with such audacity. The Eastern Gate was the entrance for the Crown Prince during his ascension, yet he was not the Crown Prince. In an instant, Zhu Hochong comprehended that this was an attempt to position him as the heir apparent. To put it bluntly, it was akin to being relegated to the role of someone else's son. It was no wonder that Empress Zhang forbade his mother from entering the capital. This now made sense. Yet, he could not discern whether Tinghe and his cohorts were merely external ministers allying with the harem or if they shared a common goal. In that moment, Zhu Hochong had no time to ponder which scenario it was. The situation at hand was akin to a decisive first battle. Zhu Hochong could not falter, nor could he compromise. Yielding would spell disaster. Not only would he fail to retrieve his mother, but he would also risk losing his very identity. Zhu Hochong said coolly, "There is a matter I find perplexing, and I hope Minister Yang can enlighten me." "Your Highness, please proceed," Tinghe replied. "Is it true that the late Emperor's edict originated from his hand?" "That is indeed the case." Tinghe nodded. "It was personally inscribed by Emperor Wu." Zhu Hochong slowly nodded. "That is reassuring. The late Emperor's edict permits me to ascend to the throne. Yet it does not stipulate that I must enter the palace as the Crown Prince." Tinghe replied, "If one does not succeed in becoming an heir, how can one ascend the throne? As the grandson of Emperor Xuan, why should I not?" Zhu Hochong's tone turned sharp. "The late Emperor designated me to succeed him. Yet you treat it so lightly. Is this truly the will of the Empress Dowager, or merely your own counsel?" This was a challenging question to answer. To claim it was the Empress Dowager would imply her interference in politics, while to assert it was their own idea would suggest disloyalty. Nonetheless, Tinghe opted for silence. "I kindly urge you, Your Highness, to enter the palace and assume the throne." Tinghe stated, "I kindly urge you, Your Highness, to enter the palace and assume the throne." The ministers echoed in apparent deference, yet a hint of mockery lingered in their expressions. The zenith of the civil officials was imminent, destined to surpass even the early reign of the Yingzong. Do you truly believe that without having ascended the throne, you can dictate terms? Even upon formally becoming emperor, one cannot act with impunity, can one? Zhu Hochong clenched his teeth and inquired, "Do you acknowledge the late emperor's edict?" "Your Highness, on what grounds do you pose such a question? If we do not recognize the late emperor's edict, why would we have ventured out of the city to welcome you?" Tinghe retorted, "As long as you acknowledge it." Zhu Hochong replied coldly, "The edict explicitly states that the throne is to be passed to me, which signifies that from the moment I received the late emperor's edict, I have been the emperor of the Ming." He declared sternly, "Are you plotting rebellion?" Silence ensued, as they gazed at him in disbelief, none intimidated. "Young man, the realm of political power is not governed by reason. As a mere country bumpkin, do you truly believe you can ascend the heights so effortlessly? Even the legitimate crown prince, upon his ascendance, abides by decorum and respect. How can one presume to act as a master from the outset? I must assert myself. I cannot yield, for a step back would lead to a total collapse." Zhu Hochong exclaimed in anger, "Have I spoken falsely?" Still, no one responded, and impatience began to show among them. A man destined to be a vassal prince, by mere chance, now claims the throne. Revel in your fortune, but why the fuss? Moreover, we do not genuinely intend to oppose the Ming. We simply wish to avoid the emergence of another Jingde, and we acknowledge you as emperor. The ministers too felt disgruntled, perceiving the eldest son of the Qing family as overly self-important. They genuinely wished to avoid a second Jingde while aspiring to recreate the splendor of the Hongzhi era, not intending to humiliate Zhu Hochong. However, Zhu Hochong perceived the situation differently. He felt deeply humiliated. He realized that relying solely on the late emperor's edict was insufficient to sway them, and he discerned that these individuals were not swayed by reason, but rather by power. They had him at their mercy. Being young, Zhu Hochong could scarcely endure such indignity. He abruptly flicked his sleeve and declared, "Huangjin, we shall depart, return." Resolute, he turned away, determined in his decision. Zhu Hozong didn't hesitate for a moment. He even chose to walk back to his fief rather than use the royal sedan chair. However, after just a few steps, he regretted his choice. An emperor, the supreme sovereign. They would obstruct my path. I am the most qualified to inherit the throne. Whether from the standpoint of the Empress Dowager or their perspective, I am the most suitable. Beneath the Qing family lies the Yi family, whose lineage thrives. While the Qing family now comprises only orphans and widows. With heavy steps, Zhu Hozong contemplated. He was gambling. Surely he would halt. After all, he was the emperor. And he could not believe that he would remain unmoved. The ministers too were engaged in their own gamble. Only Huang Jin was genuinely pleased. Finding life in the Qing family residence delightful, free from scheming, spending each day reading and playing games with His Highness, enjoying ample food and drink. Without a care in the world. Your Highness, here. He produced a piece of pastry from his pocket and offered it. Zhu Hozong, angered, raised his hand and swatted it away, quickening his pace. I cannot believe it. Do they truly dare to brazenly compel me to return to the fief? Completely disregarding the dignity of the court? Zhu Hozong is indeed out of options, resorting to such unscrupulous methods to take a gamble. The high-ranking officials steeped in the court are far more formidable than he had anticipated, and beyond this, he has no superior alternatives. In the end, Zhu Hozong emerged victorious in his gamble. As he traversed half a mile, he was intercepted by someone pursuing him. Zhu Hozong's thoughts were astute. To the ministers, he was indeed the most suitable heir to the throne. Although the Prince of Yi was younger, with so many elders alive, he was not so easily manageable. In contrast, Zhu Hozong was an only son, bereft of a father, making him far easier to manipulate. Zhu Hozong halted in his tracks. After a prolonged silence, Yang Tinghe approached slowly. Your Highness must not act impulsively in matters of state. Yang Tinghe did not utter any words of submission, but stated, it is indeed permissible to walk through the Ming gate. However, he shifted his tone. Your Highness must not be overly suspicious. It is not that we lack respect. Rather, it was the late Emperor Xiaozong who referred to Empress Xianzong as Mother Empress. This is the custom. His assertion held no fault, even in common households. A son born of a concubine must refer to the legitimate wife as mother. Empress Zhang's husband is the emperor, and her son is also an emperor. Her position as the primary consort is unassailable. Furthermore, while an emperor may depose an empress, he cannot dismiss a grand empress dowager. With Empress Zhang as the primary consort, there is no possibility of her being deposed. Thus Zhu Hozong had no choice but to refer to her as Mother Empress. However, although both are addressed as Mother Empress, the former signifies recognition of lineage, while the latter is merely a formality, fundamentally different in essence. Moreover, my mother is still my mother. Zhu Hozong scoffed lightly. Of course, I understand these formalities. Yang Tinghe nodded slowly and added, Your Highness is the grandson of Emperor Xianzong, with the blood of the founding emperor coursing through your veins. How could you disregard the legacy of your ancestors and the stability of the realm? This statement was a blatant reproach, simultaneously compelling him to account for his impulsiveness. Zhu Hozong's face flushed crimson, yet he found himself at a loss for words, unwilling to act on impulse any longer, for he did not wish to forfeit his throne. Yang Tinghe continued, Your Highness acted out of momentary impulse. This was merely a misunderstanding, and I shall explain it to them. The meaning behind this assertion was unequivocal. Acknowledging the error now meant admitting fault solely to me. Yang Tinghe, should you miss this opportunity, it would amount to an admission of guilt to all. This also served as a display of Yang Tinghe's authority. During this period following the untimely demise of Emperor Zhengde, Yang Tinghe effectively wielded the power of the emperor. Throughout this vast empire, Yang Tinghe was the de facto ruler. Since the establishment of the Ming dynasty, no other minister has reached the pinnacle of power that Yang Tinghe has achieved. Unprecedented and unparalleled, Yang Tinghe possessed this capital. Zhu Hozong took a deep breath and declared, I was momentarily impulsive and misunderstood Master Yang. I was indeed in the wrong. If it is merely a misunderstanding, then once clarified, there is no issue. Yang Tinghe chuckled lightly, gesturing for him to proceed. Your Highness, please. Zhu Hozong nodded sullenly and retraced his steps. Huang Jin remarked, Oh, can it really be like this? Yang Tinghe honored his promise and did not further press Zhu Hozong. Under his guidance, the earlier unpleasantness seemed to dissipate as they continued with the unfinished proceedings. This experience made Zhu Hozong acutely aware of the formidable nature of Yang Tinghe. For the very first time in his life, he felt a sense of trepidation, even fear, towards an elderly man. Simultaneously, Zhu Hozong came to a profound realization. The emperor is not omnipotent, and the ministers are not as loyal as they profess to be. Reflecting upon his mother's words, "Our Ming dynasty officials have indeed changed emperors," Zhu Hozong felt the weight of immense pressure. Nevertheless, he remained resolute, unwilling to relinquish his aspirations. He comforted himself with the thought, "What Han Wendi accomplished, I too can achieve." He silently vowed that this state of affairs would be temporary. One day, he would reclaim the dignity of the emperor, holding the mandate of heaven, and all would submit to him. As he approached the palace, Zhu Hozong gazed upon the majestic edifice, his blood surging with excitement. It was truly magnificent. This was to be his future residence, the place where he would issue edicts, govern the realm, and receive the homage of his ministers. The previous discontent faded away, and the closer he drew to it, the more fervently he yearned for the throne. It was utterly captivating, an irresistible allure. Thereafter, no further unpleasantness arose. Yang Tinghe sought an audience, and Empress Dowager Zhang reluctantly acquiesced. Zhu Hozong entered the Ming gate and proceeded into the palace, subsequently visiting the ancestral temple for offerings, returning to pay respects to Empress Dowager Zhang, and greeting his sister-in-law. After completing this entire process, it was already late in the evening. Although Zhu Hozong had yet to officially ascend the throne, he was assigned to temporarily reside in the Wenhua Hall. This entire procedure was orchestrated by Yang Tinghe, who directed the operations and issued commands. Zhu Hozong felt like a marionette, obediently following each instruction. The young man felt deeply uncomfortable, yet he understood that he had no foundation here and could only endure. In the evening, the imperial kitchen presented a sumptuous feast, a table laden with delicacies. Zhu Hozong was exceedingly cautious. After the eunuchs sampled the dishes, he asked Huang Jin to taste them as well. Huang Jin, quite enjoying himself, indulged in each dish until he was stuffed. Only after Huang Jin finished did Zhu Hozong begin to eat. After just a couple of bites, he noticed an elderly woman being assisted into the room, who trembled as she spoke, "Grandson, my grandson." Chapter 3. The insecure Zhu Hozong stared blankly at the elderly woman before him, and after a moment, he recalled who she was, Empress Dowager Xiao, the beloved consort of Emperor Xuan, his own grandmother. He quickly rose and hurried to her side, bowing. "Grandson Zhu Hozong pays his respects to grandmother." "Oh, my dear Zhu," Empress Dowager Xiao exclaimed, her emotions surging as she reached out her frail hands to feel around. Zhang Yong promptly explained, "Your Highness, please rise. The Empress Dowager has suffered from an eye ailment and cannot see." Zhu Hozong was taken aback, but quickly stood up, gently holding her hand and calling out, "Grandmother." With her hands finding support, Empress Dowager Xiao roughly cupped his face, trembling as she caressed his features, murmuring, "Yes, yes. My grandson, my grandson." Observing the somewhat neurotic demeanor of the Empress Dowager, Zhu Hozong felt neither fear nor displeasure. He understood that within this grand palace, only this elderly woman would genuinely care for him and wish him well. He had never met his grandmother before, having only gleaned fragmented information from his father. Yet he never expected that their eventual meeting would unfold in such a manner. She had aged, very much so, her eyesight had faded, and her mind had become somewhat unsteady. Yet, she still remembered her grandson, whom she had never met. Zhu Hozong felt as though his heart had been sharply tugged. A wave of sorrow washing over him, and before he knew it, tears welled in his eyes. "Grandmother." The youth could no longer suppress the grievances he had endured. His emotions began to unravel. Zhang Yongji, perceptive as always, swiftly gestured for everyone to withdraw. After a respectful bow, he stepped outside. Huang Jin scratched his head and followed suit. Zhu Hozong guided Xiao Shi to a table and gently inquired, "Grandmother, how do you fare?" Well, I am well," Xiao Shi replied with a cheerful smile, murmuring, "My grandson is to become an emperor. Emperor Xuan once favored your father and considered passing the throne to him." This is indeed true. Her aged visage bore a hint of pride, as if she were boasting. She recalled Emperor Xuan's words, "Jian, the character embodies beauty and signifies broad-mindedness. A tall tree deserves to be named Jian, hoping he can thrive. Do you know my grandson?" Xiao Shi emphasized, "Your father was the nominal crown prince." She spoke without restraint, asserting that Emperor Xiaozong was a bastard, raised outside the palace by Emperor Xuanzong, not of pure Han blood. This revelation caused Zhu Hozong's heart to leap into his throat. He hastily changed the subject. redirecting the conversation towards her health. With ears everywhere within the grand palace, filled with countless servants, such words could lead to dire consequences, even if they bore the truth. Xiao Shi, in her confusion, remained blissfully unaware of the potential repercussions. Fortunately, her ignorance shielded her from drawing suspicion. Even with her grandson on the verge of becoming emperor, no one deemed it significant. Of course, the most pressing matter was that her time was limited. After only a few exchanges, Xiao Shi shifted her focus to Zhu Hozhong's father, her son, her emotions oscillating from excitement to sorrow. My Jian, why is your fate so cruel? Children are uncontrollable, and the elderly are no different, particularly those who are advanced in age and suffer from mental decline. As Zhu Hozhong felt a sense of trepidation, he could not help but feel a deep melancholy for his beloved grandmother. It seemed clear that she had endured a difficult life over the years. Inevitably, Xiao Shi's advanced age led to emotional fluctuations as she rambled on, gradually growing weary and drowsy. Yet, she clutched her grandson's hand tightly, fearful that if she let go, she would never again feel his presence. Zhu Hozhong offered words of comfort, eventually mentioning that he was to ascend the throne the following day, which persuaded her to release her grip. As he assisted her out of the hall, he found Zhang Yong waiting at the entrance, causing Zhu Hozhong to become alert. Have you been waiting here all along? Your Highness, I have merely been here to serve. Zhang Yong replied with a servile smile. From this day forth, I shall be your sole servant, and I would never dare to be negligent. Feeling somewhat reassured by this, Zhu Hozhong reflected on the power of the Ministry of Rites and offered a gentle smile, nodding slightly. Then, adopting a conciliatory tone, he suggested, Grandmother, let Zhang Yong escort you back to your quarters for some rest. After the grand ceremony tomorrow, I shall come to pay my respects. Zhang Yong, ever adept at navigating social situations, quickly added, Your Highness, there is no need to rush. Tomorrow is a momentous occasion indeed. Indeed, significant matters are at hand. Tomorrow marks a momentous occasion for my grandson, Xiao, who has incessantly chattered about it, as if after decades of restraint, he is finally poised to revel in his glory. Zhu Hozhong cast a grateful glance at Zhang Yong and said, Do come back shortly. Yes, Your Highness, Zhang Yong replied, stepping forward to assist Xiao, while the maidservants took their leave. Very well, you may go, Zhu Hozhong nodded. Watching Zhang Yong support his grandmother as they departed, Zhu Hozhong exhaled slowly, releasing a burden of melancholy. He turned his gaze once more to the vast imperial palace, which, even as dusk fell, failed to conceal its grandeur. Before night fully enveloped the sky, lanterns began to illuminate the surroundings, their glow enhancing the opulence of the scene. The young Zhu Hozhong, hailing from a modest background, found himself utterly astonished. It was as though a rustic had ventured into the metropolis, and he was overwhelmed. This was the epicenter of power, the magnificent palace, and the bustling capital. Although he was merely on his first day here and had yet to grasp its entirety, this mere glimpse was sufficient to leave him awestruck. Even before officially ascending the throne, he had already fallen in love with this place. Suddenly, a pang of inferiority gripped him. Firstly, the staggering disparity between Anlu Prefecture and the capital. Secondly, the fact that his father was not an emperor and he was not born a prince, but merely a son of a feudal lord. His education had not been overseen by high-ranking officials, and he had mostly interacted with eunuchs. Unlike his cousin Zhu Hozhao, who had entered this world as the emperor's legitimate firstborn, designated crown prince from a tender age, and accustomed to the reverence of officials, Zhu Hozhong lacked the inherent nobility and authoritative presence that accompanied such status, at least for now. Zhu Hozhong felt a deep sense of insecurity, vulnerability, and sensitivity. He was acutely aware that, deep down, many regarded him with disdain. Your Highness, Your Highness. Huang Jin came running from a distance. What troubles you? Nothing of concern. Zhu Hozhong replied with a forced smile. I am merely fatigued. Huang Jin, oblivious to his distress, chuckled. Then you must eat first. How can one sleep soundly on an empty stomach? Let us dine inside the palace. Zhu Hozhong playfully tapped him, chiding, all you think about is food. Look at you. You've grown as round as a ball. With Huang Jin's jest, Zhu Hozhong felt his spirits lift slightly and teased. Have you eaten enough? If not, have some more. Do not let your appetite suffer in the capital. Hee hee, I am quite full, Huang Jin replied, patting his plump belly with a silly grin. To be honest, tasting dishes is quite a delightful job. Perhaps in the future, Your Highness could assign me this task permanently? What a lack of ambition. Zhu Hozhong shot him a look of disapproval. You should be ashamed of your naive demeanor. Yet, Your Highness, you appear equally starry-eyed, Huang Jin muttered under his breath. What did you say? Zhu Hozhong exclaimed, as if someone had stepped on his tail, nearly jumping up in indignation. You scoundrel. Huang Jin, startled, quickly realized that times had changed and he could no longer behave as casually as in the royal manner. He hastily knelt and slapped his own face. I am at fault. I am at fault. Enough. Enough, Zhu Hozhong said gloomily. Get up. Just be more mindful in the future. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Your Highness. Huang Jin breathed a sigh of relief, his chubby face now adorned with respect, and he dared not act as casually as before. Once inside the palace, Huang Jin hurried to light the lamps. Zhu Hozhong took his seat at the table, but found his appetite had vanished. The sumptuous delicacies felt tasteless, as his mind was consumed with thoughts of the coronation ceremony awaiting him on the morrow. Would they once again assert their dominance over me? In what manner might they bring me humiliation? How should I respond? Zhu Hozhong felt a pang of anxiety. During this initial confrontation, he appeared to withstand the pressure with a facade of strength, yet his methods were rather crude and utterly unsustainable. The tenacity of these individuals genuinely exceeded his expectations, particularly that of young Tinghe. At this moment, the voice of Zhang Yong resonated from outside. Your Highness, it is your servant Zhang Yong. Come in, please, Zhu Hozhong responded, attempting to employ several phrases, only to feel they were inadequate, ultimately adding, do come in. Zhang Yong entered with a measured pace, displaying no sign of awkwardness despite Zhu Hozhong's verbal flurry. He bowed respectfully. Your servant greets Your Highness. No need for formalities, Zhu Hozhong replied, regaining his composure. He cleared his throat, striving to exude both warmth and dignity, balancing restraint with authority, and gestured toward the chairs across the table. Please, take a seat. How could a mere servant dare to sit at the same table as Your Highness? Zhang Yong quickly shook his head. Your Highness, please give your commands. I shall exert my utmost effort. Zhang Yong's deference was greatly appreciated by Zhu Hozhong, as it allowed him a fleeting glimpse of regal authority. Zhu Hozhong smiled faintly, refraining from imposing his will, and cautiously inquired, who holds the keys to the inner treasury? Your Highness, came the reply. The keys to the inner treasury are managed by the female officials, and the head of the Internal Affairs Office also possesses a key for regular account verifications. After a brief pause, Zhang Yong added, in all the land, there is no territory that does not belong to the Emperor, and thus, His Majesty also possesses a key, which is currently in my possession. As he spoke, Zhang Yong produced the gleaming key, presenting it with both hands, yet he remarked, once the coronation ceremony is completed tomorrow, I shall transfer it to Your Highness. Zhu Hozhong gazed at the shimmering key, instinctively reaching out to take it, only to suddenly recall his earlier reprimand of Huang Jin. Chastising himself internally, what a failure. In that case, please take it back for now. Present it to me tomorrow, he stated, deliberately turning his gaze elsewhere. Though he could not resist stealing glances, much like a child from a poor family who, upon seeing others enjoy a feast, cannot help but stare. After a series of tentative exchanges, Zhu Hozhong's perception of Zhang Yong improved markedly, not only because Zhang Yong granted him a semblance of the dignity befitting a ruler, but more significantly due to Zhang Yong's openness and respectful candor. Following their discourse, Zhu Hozhong felt an increased confidence regarding the upcoming coronation. That night, Zhu Hozhong tossed and turned, unable to find slumber, while the unfamiliarity of his surroundings contributed to his restlessness. It was primarily the impending reality of becoming the emperor of the Ming dynasty that stirred a tumult of emotions within him: excitement, trepidation, joy, and an unsettling sense of vulnerability. Chapter 4. Judging on this night, Zhu Hozhong scarcely slept at all. Early dawn approached. To be precise, before the sun had risen, he was roused from his slumber. Your Highness, it is time. Many servants await you outside. Huang Jin, clearly well rested from the previous night, had bright, sparkling eyes. The time had come to don the dragon robe and crown for the coronation ceremony. Overwhelmed with fatigue, Zhu Hozhong quickly gathered himself, hastily rising from bed and taking several deep breaths. Everyone, please come in, he said. The palace doors swung open, and a throng of young eunuchs entered, carrying toiletries and the imperial attire, filing in one after another. They assisted him in cleansing his face, donning the dragon robe, and placing the imperial crown upon his head. Zhu Hozhong felt like a mere puppet, allowing others to orchestrate his preparations. With everything in order, the sky began to brighten ever so slightly. Zhu Hochong gazed into the mirror, inexplicably infused with a newfound confidence. This attire bestowed upon him a sense of security. It was a garb uniquely befitting an emperor. Yet, as he lowered his gaze to the glaring five-clawed golden dragon emblazoned upon his robe, unease crept back into his heart. The dragon robe was oversized and ill-fitting, and his slight frame struggled to fill it, causing it to hang loosely, its hem trailing on the ground. In that moment, Zhu Hocheng felt both sensitive and vulnerable. Was this a calculated intimidation? How could they so brazenly belittle him? Did they dare to mock his perceived weakness so openly? Anger simmered within him, yet he refrained from expressing it. After the coronation ceremony, he would truly become the emperor of the Ming dynasty. Regardless of his fury, he was reluctant to act out at such a pivotal moment. After a simple breakfast of porridge, Zhu Hocheng was escorted out of the palace. The dragon carriage set forth from the city to pay homage to heaven and earth before returning to the imperial palace. Along this journey, he was once again struck by the opulence of the capital, gaining a deeper understanding of the palace's grandeur. For a mere 14-year-old youth who had rarely ventured beyond his confines, the splendor and majesty of the capital were undeniably overwhelming. The multitude of officials, far exceeding a mere 100, was astounding, with thousands of courtiers convening daily, especially on this momentous occasion when all were summoned. The throngs of admirers and the grandiose music were enough to unsettle him. Despite his repeated self-encouragement to maintain composure and exhibit the demeanor befitting an emperor, his upbringing in the palace and lack of experience as a crown prince rendered him vulnerable, betraying his trepidation. Throughout the proceedings, Zhu Hocheng appeared exceedingly obedient, unable to master his expressions, which compelled him to keep his head lowered, fixated on the voluminous dragon robe. Each step during the rites was taken with utmost caution. Fearful of stumbling, while offering incense, he trembled, nearly dropping the sleeves of his robe before revealing his hands. He felt a profound sense of humiliation. Yet he dared not show his displeasure, not even in subtlety. The splendor of the capital, the magnificence of the palace, and the sheer magnitude of the official retinue both astonished and intimidated him. Zhu Hocheng perceived himself as lacking in stature. By the time he returned to the Fengtian Hall, nearing the conclusion of the coronation ceremony, his head remained bowed, fixated on the oversized dragon robe, his heart increasingly sensitive and fragile. In truth, he was merely overthinking the matter. The coronation was the highest ceremony of the court. Who would seek to undermine him at such a critical juncture? It was a matter of great significance for the dignity of the court, and the ministers would not stoop so low. Alas, the dragon robe was not something that could be fashioned in a mere few days. Upon learning of the ascension of the crown prince of the Qingshan Wang to the throne, work had commenced tirelessly. There was no time to send someone to measure his dimensions accurately. Thus they had to rely on estimation, which resulted in the robe being excessively large. Young Tinghe had long sensed the emperor's discomfort, but had not found the opportunity to remedy it until arriving at the Fengtian Hall. With a respectful gesture, young Tinghe proclaimed, "Your Majesty, with your raiment, the world is governed. It encompasses all within heaven and earth." Following this, he lifted his robe and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "We humbly pay our respects to our emperor. Long live his majesty." A resounding chorus echoed, "Long live our emperor," with over 1,000 voices unified in reverence, shaking the very rafters of the hall. In this moment, Zhu Hocheng truly began to feel the essence of being an emperor. He inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "All ministers, rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The officials gradually stood, aligning themselves in an orderly fashion, eyes fixed on the nose on the mouth, and mouth on the heart. At that moment, Zhang Yong, the chief eunuch of the palace council, approached, respectfully presenting the enthronement edict for his perusal. Zhu Hocheng accepted it and began his review. He was aware that the edict had been drafted long ago, leaving him no room for alteration, yet he dared not disregard it. Nor could he show any signs of weakness. The general decree of amnesty, the reduction of taxes, and the rewards for ministers were all customary procedures. Zhu Hocheng had heard Zhang Yong's explanations and felt no opposition towards them. The offenders were strangers to him, and he was oblivious to their transgressions. Whether he pardoned them or not bore no consequence to him, and was hardly worth his concern. The tax reductions could indeed win the hearts of the people, a fact he could not deny. As for the rewards to the officials, let them be granted, provided they ceased their aggressive demeanor. As he continued to read, he quietly calculated until his eyes fell upon his era name, Shaoji. Shao implies inheritance and continuity, and the meaning of adopting Xiaoji as an era name was unmistakable. It signified the continuation of the achievements and governance philosophies of Emperor Hongzhi's. Moreover, it also implied the succession of Emperor Hongzhi's lineage. This was evident from the earlier suggestion by Yang Tinghe and others for him to exit through the Eastern Gate. Zhu Hozong could neither tolerate nor accept this. This dynasty was distinct from others, since Emperor Taizu established the era name Hongwu and never changed it throughout his life. No Ming emperor could alter the era name during their reign. Ordinarily, an era name accompanies an emperor throughout his life. Should the enthronement edict be issued as is, it would be akin to spilling water that cannot be retrieved. It was true that he inherited the throne of the Hongzhi lineage, but tracing back further, Emperor Xianzong was his grandfather, Emperor Yingzong his great-grandfather, all the way back to Taizu, making him no different from his cousin. Why should he be deemed unworthy of succession? Zhu Hozong's breath quickened, his face flushed with indignation. The hardships he had endured along this journey and the humiliation of the past 2 days surged forth, instilling him with the courage to resist. He laid the edict upon the imperial desk, dipped his brush in ink, and erased the characters Xiaoji. After a moment of contemplation, he penned 2 new characters, Jiajing. Jia signifies beauty, Jing denotes peace. Jiajing, beautiful and tranquil. It symbolizes a prosperous and harmonious Ming dynasty. Zhu Hozong gently set down the brush, gazing at the 2 characters with a slight smile curving his lips. How splendid was this era name! He felt immense satisfaction with Jiajing. The ministers observed him amend the edict, their brows involuntarily twitching, including Yang Tinghe. They had anticipated that the enthronement ceremony would sufficiently impress this inexperienced youth, yet at this critical juncture, he executed such a maneuver. Fortunately, he had only altered a minor detail. Though they were unaware of the specifics, it seemed unlikely to have a significant impact. Having worked diligently until now, the enthronement ceremony finally approached its conclusion, and Yang Tinghe preferred to avoid further complications. Now, Zhu Hozong had indeed become emperor. This was, after all, the first edict of an emperor, and it warranted a degree of respect. Yang Tinghe remained silent, and the others, too, dared not speak out. As Zhu Hozong perceived no opposition, his spirits lifted further, and he nodded towards Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong bowed respectfully and stepped forward to take the enthronement edict. Reciting it aloud, the ministers listened in silence. Many prominent figures had already perused the document, and while they were not entirely verbatim, they were well acquainted with its contents. To their astonishment, there were no signs of alteration until they reached the part where the era name was changed to Jiajing, at which point they belatedly realized what the emperor had altered. The era name. How could this young emperor dare to change the era name? In our dynasty, aside from the founding Emperor Taizu, has any emperor ever chosen their own era name? Even Emperor Taizong, who subdued the realm, did not create his own era name. This young emperor shows a remarkable lack of respect. Yang Tinghe furrowed his brow slightly. The essence of this edict lay in the words Xiaoji, while the rest followed the normal procedures without favoritism. Yet, the most vital part had been altered by the emperor. Yang Tinghe was caught off guard and found himself uncertain whether to voice his dissent. After all, this was the emperor's first edict, and having already established his authority, the incident involving the dragon robe, though unintentional, had certainly provoked him. If he were to oppose the first edict so vehemently, the youth might very well resign from his duties. Ultimately, he was merely a 14-year-old boy, and Yang Tinghe hesitated to press too hard. With a quiet sigh, he respectfully declared, "Your Majesty is wise." The ministers felt a deep-seated dissatisfaction, but, under Yang Tinghe's lead, begrudgingly acquiesced. What of Jiajing? Did he believe that changing the era name would resolve all issues? Absurd. When has power politics ever been so effortless? While simmering with discontent, the ministers also began to plot their next move. Alas, the officials of the Ming dynasty had endured great hardship since the Hongwu reign through to the Jingde era. When had they ever enjoyed a period of peace? The founding emperor would execute without hesitation. The Zhangwen reign was fleeting, and Taizong was a veritable butcher. The reigns of Run and Xian were notably better, yet they collectively lasted barely over a decade. They had hoped that the Zhengtong era would herald a new dawn, only to be blindsided by another tyrant akin to Hongwu's Li Qing. The Jingtai era offered some respite, but not much. For that fellow Yu Qian was excessively fond of overstepping. The Changhua era was an even greater source of frustration. As for the Zhengde emperor, he truly was a tyrant. Reflecting upon the Ming dynasty's long history, spanning numerous emperors, Only the Rin and Qian eras, along with the Xiaozong period, provided a semblance of prosperity. Yet, combined, these periods scarcely totaled 30 years. The remainder was marked by turmoil or the anticipation of it. Your Majesty is wise. The ministers displayed their insincerity upon their faces. Zhu Hozong noticed their discontent and sensed the palpable tension in the air. Forcing a smile, he remarked, "You ministers have worked exceptionally hard today. Please take your leave and rest. I shall attend to the memorials now." Pausing, he added, "Mr. Yang, accompany me." Without waiting for the ministers to bid their farewells, he swiftly departed. The ministers exchanged glances, filled with both indignation and disdain. A child is still a child, while one may evade the initial challenges. Can one truly escape them all? Chapter 5. Zhu Hozhao. Quite remarkable indeed. Children are utterly unappealing. Li Qing lamented. So uncontrollable. Were it not for this family in tow, he would have long indulged in the delights of Jiaoji. Yet here he is, just now crossing the borders of the Ming dynasty. Fortunately, after changing to the waterways, the situation has improved slightly. Zhu Hozhao, brimming with energy, shows no signs of fatigue from the journey. He radiates vitality. Li Qing, how long until we reach Jiaoji? Perhaps another month, Li Qing replied lazily. Once we arrive, remember to be modest and prudent. If trouble arises, I cannot assist you immediately, and frankly, you are not worth the expenditure of my energy at this moment. You speak as if you are an outsider, Zhu Hozhao retorted with a chuckle. Have you really deluded yourself into thinking you are indispensable? Li Qing scoffed coldly. Do you truly think so highly of yourself? Zhu Hozhao choked momentarily and muttered. Are you really going to leave us behind? I will be staying for a while, Li Qing stated. Do not flatter yourself. My presence here is for Zhu Qijin, not for you. Zhu Hozhao laughed heartily. Regardless of the reason, it is good that you aren't in a rush to depart. Previously, our interactions revolved solely around state affairs. But now we can finally relax and enjoy ourselves. I've already made plans. Li Qing, uninterested in his ramblings and irritated by his early retirement, interrupted. I have plans too. I will arrange for Zhu Qijin to provide you with a few acres of land to cultivate, allowing your family to live well, which is far better than anything else. At least my journey here won't be in vain. Zhu Hozhao was speechless. Are you jesting? I traveled all this way to Jiaoji merely to farm? Did you not express envy for the life of common folk? Li Qing replied with a cold smirk. To rise with the sun and rest with the dusk. With men plowing and women weaving, living off one's own labor, what joy that brings. Well, I have wealth. Why would I need to farm? Zhu Hozhao blushed. Life is fleeting. Now that I have reached maturity, I should seize the moment to enjoy it. Why would I want to farm? He pondered momentarily. Do you think piracy is a viable endeavor? His eyes sparkled with excitement. Li Qing's lips twitched. Do you believe you could withstand the might of a grand general's cannon? Of course, I would never raid our own merchant ships. Zhu Hozhao said with a straight face, then added with renewed enthusiasm, seriously, what do you think? Are you being earnest? Absolutely. Zhu Hozhao brimmed with confidence. You know me. I am destined to thrive. Li Qing shouted in exasperation. I genuinely wish to throttle you. At that moment, Li Qing truly contemplated kicking Zhu Hozhao into the sea to feed the fish. You would do well to behave, stay in Jiaoji for 2 years, and I shall escort you back to the Ming, Li Qing said coldly. If you cause any more trouble, you will see what I am capable of. After delivering his warning, Li Qing sighed and added with a wry smile, just give me a break. I am already weary enough without any further disturbances. Zhu Hozhao begrudgingly nodded. Fine, I shall refrain from causing any more trouble. Thank you. Li Qing acknowledged with a grunt and turned to gaze out at the endless sea. The sleeves of his robe billowing gently in the wind. A wave of regret surged within Zhu Hozhao. He stepped forward to walk alongside Li Qing and said, barring unexpected circumstances, the Prince of Xian has likely ascended to the throne by now. In truth, there is little to be concerned about, no matter who occupies that position. They would not act recklessly, nor would they wish to see the demise of our Ming dynasty. Li Qing sighed gently, acknowledging that while the reasoning was sound, the outcome might be otherwise. If one were to speak candidly, even the officials you despise never truly wished for the fall of the Ming dynasty. They, too, aspired for its prosperity and flourishing. However, when their own interests come into play, most individuals become short-sighted, if not outright foolish. The Emperor is no exception. Zhu Hozhao inquired. Am I included in that? You have already thrown in the towel. What do you think? Li Qing retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Zhu Hozhao listened as Li Qing continued. Sometimes, good intentions can lead to disastrous outcomes. There are moments when policies deemed beneficial turn out to be detrimental. Aspiring to be a good emperor and actually being one are not synonymous. Zhu Hozhao nodded slowly, tentatively asking, "And what about you? Do you truly believe that everything you do is right?" After a moment of silence, Li Qing replied, "I cannot claim to be entirely correct, but at the very least, it is far better than doing nothing at all." "What happens when capital expands?" Zhu Hozhao questioned. "Have you considered the upheaval that simplifying texts and promoting education might cause? For millennia, dynasties have adhered to policies of ignorance. To enlighten the populace," he continued, "I must admit, even I, a reckless emperor, find such notions quite far-fetched." Zhu Hozhao sighed. "Though I cannot see it, I have a strong premonition." "What is it?" "The Ming dynasty is likely to face a rise and fall," Zhu Hozhao stated solemnly, "to flourish to the utmost, only to perish." Li Qing was at a loss for words, and after a long pause, he asked, "Do you believe such an outcome is acceptable? Does it matter whether I accept it?" Zhu Hozhao chuckled, shaking his head. "The momentum is already established. Even if you wish to intervene, it would merely be like an ant trying to stop a chariot." Li Qing nodded slightly. "Indeed, as it continues to thrive, my influence dwindles." Zhu Hozhao exhaled, smiling. "Do you believe you can steer the course of the future?" "That depends on how distant that future is," Li Qing pondered. "In a century or two, perhaps that is manageable. Even longer may not be out of the question. Yet," he added, "by then, it should no longer require my guidance." Zhu Hozhao refrained from commenting. Shifting the conversation, "I must remind you, even if the Ming rises or falls, it will inevitably bring about great turmoil. There is no such thing as a smooth transition. I am aware, but there is still time. I trust one can devise a solution." Li Qing smiled, nodding. "One thing I can assure you, even if the Ming were to fall, it would do so with dignity." Zhu Hozhao mused. "Such words could only come from you. A different emperor would have you executed for such heresy. Truly audacious." "You are no longer the emperor," Li Qing replied. "Indeed," Zhu Hozhao acknowledged. "Will you truly continue to live day by day in this manner? What else is there?" Li Qing chuckled. "I cannot very well resort to suicide, can I?" Zhu Hozhao hesitated, finally saying, "If you truly feel weary, indulging yourself a little is not a bad thing. In fact, you could live quite freely and leisurely, as long as you remain unfeeling." "Are you now teaching me?" Li Qing shot back. "And unfeeling? If I were unfeeling, could you simply abandon your responsibilities?" He playfully tapped Zhu Hozhao on the head, adding, "Your primary concern should be enjoying the life you cherish. Do not trouble me further. And that would be the greatest return." Zhu Hozhao nodded in agreement. "I promise you, this time I will not stir trouble. I shall enjoy the remainder of my life without causing anyone any distress." "That is for the best," Li Qing affirmed, as the young child wailed. The two concluded their conversation and made their way into the cabin. The vessel belonged to the Li family, with even the crew being their own. The journey was smooth yet swift, surpassing Li Qing's expectations. By early May, they arrived at Jiaoji. Disembarking the ship, Li Qing led Zhu Hozhao's family directly to the Han Wangfu. While Zhu Hozhao remained composed, his wife Lu appeared increasingly anxious, incessantly inquiring about their return before they even reached the Han Wangfu. In this era, from the emperor to the common folk, there existed a pronounced sense of superiority. "All are uncivilized except for me." The mere thought of living in Jiaoji for 2 years, or even longer, filled Lu with trepidation. "My lord, perhaps we should return. Taking a courtesan as a wife is quite inappropriate. A concubine would suffice," Lu implored, her voice laden with concern. "What parent does not cherish their child? If you admit your mistake, they will surely not hold it against you. As long as you and the children fare well, it matters not if I endure some hardship." Zhu Hozhao retorted, "Ask him if I can return now." Lu turned to Li Qing. With no other option, Li Qing resorted to intimidation. "If you return now, you won't even be able to have a concubine. Your son will no longer be your son. And when he grows up, he won't even know you as his mother. Other women will torment your son." After a series of persuasive arguments, Lu ceased her pleas to return. The 2 young children, however, were quite cheerful, merrily embracing their surroundings as they arrived at an opulent residence not far from the Han Wangfu. Li Qing forcefully unlocked the door and declared, "Everything you need is inside. Tidy up while I visit the Han Wangfu. Make haste and return quickly, and don't forget to bring food," Zhu Hozhao urged. Li Qing rolled his eyes and departed for the Han Wangfu. "Ah, this fellow truly thrives wherever he goes," Zhu Hozhao remarked, stretching and playfully pinching the cheeks of his 2 sons. Well, this shall be our home from now on. Lu softly reminded him, My lord, is this not that Mr. Li's house? He, what is his is also mine, Zhu Hozhao shamelessly replied, then softened his tone. From now on, do not call me my lord. Address me as husband instead. Lu's heart fluttered with sweetness as she affectionately called out, Husband. Zhu Hozhao relished this moment, eager to pull her into the house, yet two little ones trailed behind them. Despite the slight disappointment, Zhu Hozhao felt warmth in his heart, even contemplating the prospect of cultivating a small plot of land and enjoying a pastoral lifestyle. Indeed, this courtyard is quite spacious. A vegetable garden could be established, he mused, feeling elated. Soon, he could officially embark on his own little life, complete with a lovely wife, children, a villa, wealth, and connections. How delightful to contemplate. Ah, this is the life I yearn for, Zhu Hozhao thought, growing increasingly joyful and reflecting. Dear cousin, do not blame me. He held no concern for the ancestral realm, nor did he fret about his cousin becoming a tyrant, for Li Qing was present. With this esteemed individual around, even the emperor could not afford to be negligent. After all, when this gentleman was incensed, he paid no heed to the emperor. Oh, how splendid, truly splendid. Chapter 6. Harmonious Generations at the Han Wangfu. Zhu Qijin was pleasantly surprised by Li Qing's early arrival. Why have you come so much earlier this time? It is not that I am concerned for you, Li Qing said with a smile. Zhu Qijin, though somewhat simple-minded, was not blind to Li Qing's ulterior motives and inquired suspiciously, Is there something you need me to do? Li Qing was slightly taken aback. You figured it out? Zhu Qijin, feeling slightly displeased, replied frankly, If it is within my capability, I will certainly not decline. Truly, you are as straightforward as your grandfather, Li Qing nodded. It is not a significant matter. A friend of mine has gotten into a bit of trouble in the Ming dynasty, and I am bringing him here to evade the storm. Zhu Qijin's expression turned peculiar. With your capabilities, did he rebel? It was understandable for him to think so. Given Li Qing's influence and the current strength of the Li family, what crime could not be absolved? Besides rebellion, Zhu Qijin could think of no other reason for someone to flee the Ming dynasty. Li Qing did not elaborate, but simply stated, to explain in detail would take time. Just tell me if you can manage it. It is nothing major. I will take care of it, Zhu Qijin readily agreed. Where is he? At the residence you had built for me. He will reside there from now on, Li Qing replied. Please pay attention. I will come to retrieve him in a couple of years. Not a problem, Zhu Qijin said, rising with the support of his cane. Let us go take a look and familiarize ourselves. Li Qing appreciated Zhu Qijin's straightforward nature and immediately infused him with a bit of true energy, chuckling. We have just arrived and have yet to eat. Zhu Qijin paused for a moment, then laughed heartily. Steward, prepare some food and wine, and select a few maidservants to send to the gentleman's residence later. He added, Since you are here, help me with my recuperation before you leave. Alas, I feel I may not have much time left. Do not think too much of it. Li Qing nodded. With Zhu Qijin being so generous, he certainly would not neglect him and promised, I will make a point to visit more often in the future. Indeed, the two leisurely strolled out of the royal residence, engaging in casual conversation. The land reclamation is still ongoing, I presume? Zhu Qijin replied, Indeed, but it is not as efficient as before. Li Qing, with a hint of a sigh, remarked, The Ming dynasty does have high-yield crops like Yongla rice and Xuan potatoes. Is there still a grain shortage? The climate here is not as favorable as it is in our lands, Li Qing replied with a light chuckle. The population of the Ming dynasty is vast. It is prudent to stockpile grains. Currently, the treasury is abundant, and doing what is beneficial for the state is surely necessary. Even common folk know to prepare for famine in prosperous years, let alone a nation. Zhu Qijin mused, perhaps the excess of silver flowing in has caused inflation, which is why they come to Jiaoji for cheaper grain. Li Qing laughed heartily. You are overthinking it. There is no grain shortage in the Ming dynasty. At least not at present, and the prices are comparable to those in Jiaoji. Pausing, he added, Since I came here in haste, I will bring you a grand gift next time. What is it? A fertilizer formula developed by the Li family, capable of increasing yields by 20% or even more. Li Qing believed that, given Jiaoji's climate, a 30% increase would not be out of reach. Fertilizers are not high-value products. Shipping them by sea would not cover the freight costs. It would be better to simply provide the formula to Zhu Qijin. Is that true? How much will it cost? Zhu Qijin inquired. It will cost nothing. I shall give it to you for free. Free? Zhu Qijin exclaimed. If what you say is true, Its value is immeasurable. Are you truly giving it away? Is there any need for me to deceive you? Li Qing chuckled, regardless of our relationship with the Ming dynasty. Simply for the sake of your grandfather, I would never trick you. Zhu Qijin nodded slowly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Twofold. If this is widely implemented, just imagine how much the total grain yield will increase over the course of a year. For Li Qing, the rise in grain production in Jiaoji brought only benefits, with no downsides. Firstly, it would allow for a slight reduction in prices. Secondly, as a granary, the more grains, the better. Should there come a day when the climate severely diminishes the harvest, the Ming dynasty would have a safety net. By the way, you could sell the formula to Manchuria. Li Qing suggested. Whatever silver you earn will be yours. Indeed, Zhu Qijin responded with an excited nod, but then hesitated. Why have you suddenly become so generous? I find it a bit disconcerting. Am I truly so unworthy? Li Qing retorted. In any case, it's not particularly flattering, Zhu Qijin replied candidly. As they arrived at a modest courtyard, which was nearly as expansive as half of the Yongqing market residence, it lacked the exquisite craftsmanship of the latter, not due to Zhu Qijin's reluctance to spend, but rather the limitations of the artisans available. Zhu Shou, Li Qing called out twice. After a brief moment, a distant voice responded, coming. Zhu Hozhao dashed over, and upon seeing the elderly man beside Li Qing, paused momentarily before realizing, you must be the Prince of Han? Indeed, Zhu Qijin acknowledged with a slight nod, though he felt a twinge of irritation at the young man's impertinence. Where's the impertinence in that? Zhu Hozhao replied with a grin. Zhu Qijin chuckled softly, shaking his head. Sir, your friend truly possesses a unique character. Li Qing laughed. Indeed, quite distinctive. He shot a fierce glare at Zhu Hozhao, stating, let me formally introduce you. Zhu Shou, a fugitive from the Ming dynasty, Zhu Qijin, the king of Jiaoji. Zhu Hozhao cast a disgruntled glance at him and clasped his hands in greeting. I am honored. Zhu Qijin replied, as a friend of the esteemed sir, I shall ensure your family is well cared for in Jiaoji. No one dares to bully you here. Thank you very much, Zhu Hozhao chuckled, unfazed by Zhu Qijin's bravado. After all, he was no longer an emperor, and in terms of seniority, he was contemporaneous with the Yingzong, deserving of the title great-grandfather. Naturally sociable, Zhu Hozhao smiled. Prince of Han, you are quite magnanimous. Might you provide some trustworthy maidservants? It would be even better if they spoke the Han language. You are remarkably forward, Zhu Qijin mused, having rarely encountered someone with such audacity. Well, I am a friend of Li Qing, and you are an acquaintance of Li Qing. In other words, we are friends, Zhu Hozhao replied cheerfully. Between friends, there is no need for formality. By the way, Prince of Han, are there any interesting places in Jiaoji? Do take me out for some fun when you have the chance. Zhu Qijin's lips curled slightly as he glanced at Li Qing. I believe I now understand why he could not remain in the Ming. Zhu Shou, could you please exhibit a modicum of decorum? Oh dear. Upon first seeing the Prince of Han, it felt like reuniting with family. I simply lost my composure. Zhu Hozhao chuckled awkwardly. You don't mind this, do you? Prince of Han. Zhu Qijin was genuinely amused and replied heartily. You are quite the character, young man. Well, Zhu Shou added, I shall inform my subordinates shortly, and you are welcome to visit the royal residence often. As for taking you out for entertainment, I may lack the energy, but I can certainly arrange for a guide. For reasons unknown, Zhu Qijin felt a profound sense of familiarity with the young lad. Although the youth exhibited a certain rudeness, Zhu found him endearing rather than disagreeable. Sensing a delightful compatibility, Li Qing shot Zhu Hozhao an exasperated glance and remarked, this fellow is indeed irksome. You need not indulge him excessively. Come, let us retreat indoors to converse. In the parlor, the trio engaged in casual chatter, predominantly led by Zhu Hozhao as he inquired about various matters. Zhu Qijin displayed remarkable patience, providing answers to most of his questions. During their exchange, Lu arrived with her son, who paid his respects to Zhu Qijin. Perhaps due to age or some ineffable reason, Zhu Qijin held a particular fondness for the two young children, generously bestowing each with a handful of gold beans. Li Qing observed this scene with a mix of gratification and amusement, noting the endearing peculiarity of the Zhu family, who always seemed to have gold beans at hand. After a while, the steward of the manor arrived with refreshments, accompanied by maidservants. With a wave of Zhu Qijin's hand, the offerings were promptly presented to Zhu Hozhao. The presence of 15 maids, laundresses, cooks, and various attendants, Serving the 4 members of Zhu Hozhao's family underscored their immense wealth. Even Zhu Hozhao, known for his thick skin, felt a tinge of embarrassment, recognizing the opulence of being the grandson of a benevolent ruler. As the dishes were served and the wine poured, Zhu Hozhao raised multiple toasts, continuing until Li Qing finally intervened to put a halt to the festivities. Although Zhu Qijin was left wanting for more, he refrained from overindulging and mused, "Young man, had I been of your age, I could easily consume 3 times what you do. Is that truly so?" Zhu Hozhao replied, oblivious to the potential danger in his words. "I believe it. One glance at Prince Han reveals his remarkable capacity for drink." One cannot deny the passage of time," Zhu Qijin remarked enviously. "I envy your youth. The freedom to drink, to ride, to revel at will." Zhu Hozhao sighed. "Every family has its burdens. My ability to indulge comes only after much hardship. I am not truly untouched by the sorrows of youth." He then cast a grateful glance at Li Qing and murmured, "I owe you far too much. I fear I shall never repay you. From now on, I shall strive to live well." As Li Qing poured more wine, his gaze lowered, he replied, "I never expected repayment from you. If we speak of debts, yours is but one among many." Zhu Qijin paused, reflecting, and added, "Indeed, our lineage of Prince Han also owes you a great debt." He poured himself another glass, stating, "For this final toast, let me raise a glass on behalf of my grandfather." "Then I cannot refuse," Li Qing smiled, clinking his glass against Zhu Qijin's and consuming its contents in one go. Zhu Hozhao, eager to keep pace, quickly filled his own glass, proclaiming, "This toast is in honor of my ancestors, 8 generations worth." Zhu Qijin quipped, "Is this young lad a tiger? How did you come to befriend him, sir?" Li Qing chuckled at the absurdity of the question, realizing it held a kernel of truth. With a clink of their glasses, Li Qing drank deeply, observing the harmonious interaction between the elder and the youth, and despite the swift passage of time, he could not help but feel a sense of joy. Indeed, it was quite delightful. Chapter 7. The new monarch and minister's conflict. Zhu Hozhao felt exceedingly content, satisfied with the architecture of the residence, the attentive maidservants, and the customs of Prince Han. The local culture intrigued him, evoking a sense of novelty rather than aversion. Many individuals converse in the Han language, and the culinary distinctions from the Ming dynasty are scarcely notable. However, one drawback persists: the heat is unbearable. Even in early May, temperatures have surpassed those of the hottest days in the Ming era. Not only in the capital, but even in the Qianqing region, the climate is oppressive. Fortunately, the Han prince is quite considerate, sending ice blocks to alleviate the sweltering heat, rendering the summer somewhat more tolerable. After a few days of tranquility, Zhu Hozhao grew restless and began to wander aimlessly in the vicinity. Li Qing, however, chose to ignore him, believing that the oppressive heat would impart some humility onto Zhu Hozhao. Indeed, after just 2 days of wandering, Zhu Hozhao settled down, for the reason was none other than heatstroke. Upon returning from the Han prince's residence, Li Qing found him languishing in bed, groaning and appearing quite miserable. "Li Qing, where is your vital energy? Hurry and bring me some," Zhu Hozhao lamented. "You deserve it." Li Qing crossed his arms and observed coldly, "I advise you to remain composed. It will only get hotter, to the point where you may question your existence." Zhu Hozhao, perplexed, asked, "Why is it so hot here?" "The land nurtures its people. That is how it is in Jiaoji," Li Qing replied, unwilling to delve into the geographical factors influencing the climate. "A higher temperature is not entirely disadvantageous. It greatly benefits agricultural yields. With the same crops and cultivation methods, the grain output per mu here surpasses that of the Ming dynasty significantly. In many areas, rice can be harvested thrice a year." Zhu Hozhao slowly remarked, "So, does that mean winters here are not too cold?" "Indeed," Li Qing nodded. "Even in the depths of winter, ice is a rare occurrence here. It is considerably warmer than the Ming." Zhu Hozhao mused, "So, in the future, I can come here to spend the winter." He then added, "By the way, can the steam engine be installed on ships?" "Not at the moment. The development of steam engines has a long way to go," Li Qing replied thoughtfully. "However, you are still young. You may very well witness that day." Pausing, he continued, "After I have completed the Han prince's recuperation, I will depart and not return for another 2 years." Zhu Hozhao, discerning the underlying message, smiled and said, "Rest assured, I will not squander your efforts any longer. At most, I shall meander about Jiaoji and go nowhere else. I shall wait for you to be less occupied." Li Qing chuckled and shook his head. "I fear I may not have such leisure." How could that be possible? Zhu Hozhao teased. Even I, a source of your worries, could not keep you tethered to the capital. Who else could manage that? Li Qing gestured with his thumb against his pinky, indicating, in my presence. You are but this small. When will you leave specifically? Zhu Hozhao inquired. Soon, Li Qing replied. He has no serious ailments. Merely age has caught up with him. A bit of recuperation and some medicinal prescriptions, and I shall take my leave. Isn't that rather hasty? Zhu Hozhao questioned. I am uneasy about matters in the capital. Li Qing sighed. The transition of imperial power is no trivial matter. Moreover, it is not a hereditary succession. Zhu Zhong, a 14-year-old boy from humble beginnings, stands little chance against a council of seasoned ministers. Do you wish to see the fruits of your decade-long toil squandered by an outsider? Zhu Hozhao fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. It is indeed better to return early. Well, do not dwell solely on amusement. If you find yourself excessively idle, you might consider imparting some knowledge to your son, Li Qing remarked lightly. Let not such fine genes go to waste. What are genes? Zhu Hozhao inquired. It refers to lineage, Li Qing replied. Li Qing remarked, although they were far removed from imperial authority, it did not necessitate a descent into apathy as you have. It is essential to consider that in the distant future, they too will have sons and grandsons. They cannot afford to squander their heritage. Indeed, Zhu Hozhao nodded in agreement, realizing that he must thoughtfully plan for his son's future. Observing this, Li Qing felt a slight sense of relief. This fellow was excessively energetic. If left without an occupation, he would undoubtedly create trouble. Furthermore, it was imperative that they remain oblivious to the underlying truths, including your wife. Li Qing stated seriously, ignorance brings contentment, and once they know, it would lead to complications. Zhu Hozhao affirmed, I naturally understand the implications. That is reassuring. Li Qing sighed. Now that you have embarked on the life you have long desired, it is crucial to cherish it. Yes, I understand. Li Qing nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Over the decades, Li Qing had invested more energy into Zhu Qijin than any emperor of the Ming dynasty, and given his innate advantages, he had not encountered systemic health risks. He was simply growing old. Regarding this, Li Qing felt powerless, only able to endeavor to extend his life as much as possible. As for how many years he could live, Li Qing could not guarantee, yet fulfilling his initial promise should not pose a problem. After lingering in Jiaoji for over a month, Li Qing announced his departure. Zhu Qijin expressed concern, stating, this visit feels rather brief. That is because I arrived earlier than planned. Do not worry, I shall return in 2 years. Li Qing smiled. I will bring the fertilizer formula then. Zhu Qijin pondered. Should the next Han Prince be informed of your affairs? For now, that need not be disclosed. We will address it later. Very well. Zhu Qijin sighed, wishing him a safe journey. Upon leaving the Han Prince's residence, Li Qing proceeded to the villa, briefly informing Zhu Hozhao, and without partaking in farewell drinks, he set off on the journey back to the Ming dynasty in mid-July. In Jinling, Li Qing hesitated for a moment before visiting the Yongqing Marquis' residence to convey his regards, then returned to his small courtyard. The new emperor had already ascended the throne, and it was certainly common knowledge. He could first gather insights from the periphery before making further plans. The following afternoon, the couple arrived. It had been nearly a year since their last departure. When he previously took Zhu Hozhao to Jiaoji, he had been in a hurry and only briefly informed Xiao Shui before rushing off. After such a long separation, they appeared visibly older, especially Li Hong. Perhaps due to his concern, Li Qing thought he looked older than even the dull-witted, despite their similar ages. Godfather, Uncle Li, come in, let us speak inside. Once seated in the parlor, Li Qing inquired, how has your health fared during my absence? Fairly well, Li Hong replied, moving slightly. He clearly could not compare to his former self, yet he felt no discomfort. And you, Wanqing? I am even better, Zhu Wanqing smiled. After all, I am still relatively young. Her hair had nearly turned completely white, hardly indicative of youth. Nevertheless, in comparison to Li Hong, this assertion held some truth. Li Qing could only smile wryly, his underlying sadness somewhat alleviated. Are you aware of the recent developments in court? I knew you would be concerned about this, so I had Honggu inquire about it. Zhu Wanqing stated, there are indeed conflicts between the sovereign and his ministers. However, it is not as serious as during the Jingde era. She paused, then continued, Li Shu, it's just me and Honggu here. Speak honestly. Is that little rascal truly gone? Although he was rather unlikable, he is, after all, my elder brother's grandson and your great-grandson. Please give me a definitive answer. We will keep it confidential. Li Qing remained silent for a moment before sighing. During the Zhengde reign, the relationship between the sovereign and his ministers reached a freezing point. After the sudden campaign in Jiangnan, it was no longer suitable for him to remain emperor. Li Hong exclaimed in astonishment. Godfather, did you kill him? Li Qing shot Zhu Wanqing a glance, reproaching, Are you using a pig's brain? He, Li Hong replied, somewhat disgruntled. I have a brain like Li. You are Zhu Wanqing, she retorted, her expression momentarily dazed before she quickly comprehended the situation, instantly ceasing her objections. Stop, Li Qing interjected, halting the conversation. At your age, still so mischievous. No, he is alive and well. I knew it, Zhu Wanqing exclaimed. He is in Jiaoji? Indeed. Li Qing replied with a wry smile. Can we now discuss serious matters? Feeling reassured, Zhu Wanqing returned to the topic. The minister's wish for the new emperor to continue the governance philosophy of Hongji. Li Qing was not surprised and nodded. What is the young emperor's reaction? What reaction could he possibly have? Zhu Wanqing shook her head. At 14, as a prince, how could he stand firm against the formidable ministers in this unfamiliar territory? Moreover, there is also the Empress Dowager Zhang to consider. She paused before adding. Not only is there the governance philosophy to consider, but also the issue of succession. Li Qing furrowed his brow. What do you mean by the issue of succession? Li Hong interjected. According to the rites, the new emperor must recognize his uncle Hongji as his father and acknowledge his biological father as his uncle. What? Li Qing exclaimed. Astonished, it can be done this way? Actually, it's not without precedent, Zhu Wanqing explained. For instance, Emperor Ai of Han also transitioned from a minor lineage to a major one, inheriting the throne under the identity of a descendant of Emperor Xiaozhao. What the ministers propose may seem excessive, yet in reality, it is not entirely unreasonable. Li Hong nodded in agreement. The major lineage must not be severed. Li Qing frowned. Forcing someone to change their paternal recognition is not excessive? He was not targeting Hongji specifically, but believed such a practice contradicted propriety. If the young emperor had been raised by Hongji, it might have been acceptable. However, the truth was that Hongji had never nurtured him. While his biological parents had indeed raised him, and he was their only son, such an action, from Li Qing's perspective, was quite objectionable. And the outcome? Li Qing inquired. Li Hong replied. This time, the young emperor held his ground, although not entirely. Oh, how so? In simple terms, he reverted to recognizing his biological parents. Yet he maintained the titles of uncle and aunt for them. Zhu Wanqing interjected. In truth, he still did not fully resist, strictly speaking. He has still been adopted by Emperor Xiaozong. Li Qing frowned slightly and asked, Has this situation impacted the operation of the court? Not at all, Li Hong explained. The young emperor is highly motivated and diligent in governance. The ministers, led by young Tinghe, are also proactive. Although there are tensions, both sides exercise restraint and do not allow their emotions to interfere with state affairs. Upon hearing this, Li Qing gradually relaxed. By the way, is the era name changing to Xiaoji next year? No. Zhu Wanqing shook her head. It will be Jiajing. Li Qing suddenly rose, his expression shifting dramatically. Chapter 8, A Grim Outlook. Why could it be Jiajing? How could it possibly be Jiajing? Li Qing felt a surge of uncontrolled emotion. He was psychologically prepared for the possibility of the young emperor being Jiajing, but the notion that it could arbitrarily transform into Jiajing was utterly unacceptable to him. The proposed era name was clearly Xiaoji. How could it have turned into Jiajing? Was it conceivable that an omnipotent deity was orchestrating chaos and restoring order? If that were the case, did it not imply that all his efforts were in vain, destined to revert one day? Li Shu, what troubles you? Li Qing inhaled deeply, pondering whether the new emperor was the son of the Prince of Xingxian or perhaps a scion from another princely house, such as the grandson of the Prince of Yi. Li Qing was eager to ascertain this detail. If he were indeed the son of the Prince of Xingxian, that would be acceptable. However, if not, it might suggest the interference of some indescribable force. It is indeed the son of the Prince of Xingxian, Zhu Wanqing remarked, puzzled. Wasn't he the one chosen by that little rascal? Yes, it was his selection, Li Qing replied, feeling slightly relieved to realize his apprehensions were unfounded, and that there was no inscrutable deity at play. Yet, he still struggled to comprehend how it had come to be Jiajing. I distinctly recall the proposed era name being Xiaoji. Zhu Wanqing chuckled lightly. That era name was determined by the young emperor himself. Determined by himself? Li Qing's irritation flared. Which emperor in our dynasty, aside from Taizu, has ever designated their own heir a name. Even the fourth prince had it named by someone else, despite its historical accuracy. It was not his own decision. This little one has certainly taken liberties, Li Qing thought, calming himself as he suddenly found less desire to travel to the capital. A sense of worry enveloped him, fearing that history might repeat itself prematurely. At present, the Ming dynasty had yet to reach the conditions necessary for reform. Indeed, it required a diligent emperor to govern effectively. Newly ascending to the throne, he should be brimming with vigor, a sentiment perfectly illustrated from Zhu Di to Zhu Hozhao. When Zhu Qizhen ascended at the tender age of 8, he yearned to achieve greatness. It was even more so for Zhu Hozong, who was already 14. Even Zhu Qizhen's personal military campaigns were motivated by a desire for the betterment of the Ming. Li Qing was uncertain when Jiajing began to falter. But he was certain that Jiajing would not descend into depravity from the outset. That would defy logic. If his actions were to inadvertently catalyze Jiajing's premature descent into immortality, it would directly oppose his own principles. Li Qing's thoughts raced as he slowly took his seat, inquiring, "Has the court issued any grand national policies? Which aspects do you refer to?" Li Shu asked. "For instance, abolishing the conscription system, closing the military academies in the capital, and eliminating the perpetual allocation of noble titles." Li Qing articulated the most critical points. Zhu Wanqing shook her head. "None of those." "That is a relief," Li Qing nodded, feeling a significant alleviation of his tumultuous emotions. Li Hong, curious, asked, "Godfather, what was that about just now?" Zhu Wanqing, with a hint of realization, commented, "But this Emperor Jiajing was more debauched than Zhengde. Or perhaps he became even worse in his later years." "Indeed," Li Qing sighed. "This fellow is pursuing immortality." Li Qing's knowledge of Ming history was quite limited. Yet he had heard claims that the dynasty fell during the reigns of Jiajing and Wanli. Conversely, despite Zhengde's life of indulgence and love for freedom, no one had ever attributed the dynasty's downfall to him. Immortality? Li Hong paused, then chuckled. "Isn't that quite fitting?" Li Qing's face darkened. Had it been Zhu Hozhao, he would have slapped him across the face. "Are you quite adept at making clever remarks?" Li Hong, momentarily taken aback, sheepishly replied, "Godfather, what I meant was that if he were to pursue immortality, you could indirectly control the court by leveraging the identity of an immortal, which might not necessarily be a bad thing." Zhu Wanqing nodded in agreement, saying, "Hong Ji's words are indeed not without merit." Li Qing sighed and replied with a wry smile, "Of course, I understand this point. However, if that were the case, I would truly be confined to the capital indefinitely. Furthermore, I do harbor intentions of revealing my true identity to the world one day, but that is certainly not now, at least not during the reign of Jiajing." Zhu Wanqing pondered for a moment and suggested, "In that case, perhaps you should refrain from going to the capital. It would be wise to enjoy your life at home. If history were to repeat itself prematurely, it would be a grave error." This proposal was well received by Li Hong, who wholeheartedly agreed, "Godfather, you should relish your time in Jinling. The young emperor is currently brimming with vigor and does not require your encouragement." Li Qing replied, "I am well aware of that, but I still wish to take a look. At the very least, I must observe from the shadows. Having enthusiasm does not guarantee effective governance." The name Jiajing did little to ease his mind. Very well, Li Hong understood his godfather's temperament and refrained from further persuasion, merely letting out a sigh. Zhu Wanqing echoed his sentiment, suggesting, "How about you wait until after the Mid-Autumn Festival to go? It is only a month away, and given the time that has elapsed without proper care for the two of you, I believe it would be prudent." Li Qing acquiesced, acknowledging that even his godson and niece deserved to enjoy the same treatment as Zhu Qijin. "I will prepare shortly. You two should come over early tomorrow. Uncle Li is cooking again." Li Qing chuckled, "You only think of food. I am heading out to procure medicinal herbs. This time, I will be away for a while, and I intend to properly care for your health. As we age, we must ensure we are well maintained. Come now, extend your wrists so I can take your pulse and make the necessary preparations. Uncle Li, you need not fuss so much. Just have the household staff procure the herbs." Li Qing replied with a self-satisfied smile. "You do not understand. Even the same medicinal herbs can vary greatly in quality and efficacy, depending on their age and condition. It is imperative that I oversee this personally." Zhu Wanqing pouted but did not insist further. After a thorough examination, Li Qing's brow furrowed slightly. The situation was not looking favorable. Zhu Wanqing appeared to be in relatively good health, but it was Li Hong who bore the brunt of years spent in military service. leaving his body significantly weakened compared to Zhu Qijin. What is it? Zhu Wanqing, perceptive and anxious, masked her concern with a forced smile. During your nearly year-long absence, we have been active and attentive to our health. Li Qing suppressed his unusual expression and jested. I was contemplating what dishes to prepare for tomorrow's lunch. You two are fine, but those two little ones have discerning palates. I cannot afford to let my reputation as a chef falter. Li Hong laughed heartily. Godfather, your dishes are never unpalatable. Ever since the court began trading with the West, that rascal has been rather relaxed. I will have him come over early tomorrow to assist you. Agreed. Li Qing nodded, then rose. You both should head back now. I am going out for a stroll. Li Hong teased. Are you off to the pleasure house again? What? Do you want to join? Li Hong, in a state of resignation, remarked, given my condition, it would be futile to go. Let us just call it a day. Li Qing waved them off. Your godfather will see you tomorrow. The couple ambled away, while Zhu Wanqing turned back several times, only to catch a glimpse of Li Qing's retreating figure. Once they departed, Li Qing ventured onto the streets, determined to scour the various apothecaries. After all these years, he still found it somewhat disconcerting. Though his adopted son had yet to reach a point of utter despair, his heart was already in turmoil. Furthermore, his elder niece, Zhu Wanqing, appeared to be in relatively good health, even better than Zhu Qijin. This could be attributed to her youth and the fact that she had been sheltered from hardship, leading to a longer span of time ahead. Yet, if something were to happen to Li Hong, what would become of her? This thought was one Li Qing dared not dwell on. He recalled her once saying, if Hong Ge lives to 80, then I shall live to 73. Li Qing had a profound understanding of his niece when it came to intellect. She surpassed not just women, but even many men, with perhaps less than 0.5% being her equal. However, matters of the heart were not easily comprehended, even by the sharpest of minds. I wonder if there is something unique about my longevity, Li Qing murmured to himself. That night, Li Qing tossed and turned, finding sleep elusive. The following morning, he was abruptly roused from a light slumber by a loud knocking at the door. Without needing to inquire, he knew it was Li Hao. Naturally, Li Shui'er accompanied him, but she generally incited her brother to act while refraining from direct involvement. With a yawn, Li Qing opened the door to admit the siblings, grumbling, it's barely dawn. Qingge, has something happened? Li Hao's expression was grave. Li Shui'er's face mirrored his concern. What trouble are you speaking of? It's about my father. Li Hao hesitated before continuing. Last night at dinner, my mother's eyes were red. Does that mean my father is nearing death? What nonsense are you spouting? Li Qing replied, incensed. Have you lost your mind? Isn't that a relief, then? Li Hao quickly backtracked, forcing a smile. Let us go to the market. If there's nothing wrong, that's a relief indeed. You nearly scared me to death. Li Qing, however, was suddenly devoid of his earlier spirit. He turned away, saying, you go ahead. I'm going back to bed for a while. I'll join you, Li Hao said, realizing his misstep. Little sister, will you accompany me? I refuse. She retorted. Don't forget, I am the party, eh? Li Hao reminded her. Li Shui'er scoffed. Your wager with me hasn't reached its deadline yet. Don't use your position to intimidate me. Behave yourself, or I'll toss both of you out. Li Qing called back, without looking. Li Hao, exasperated, shot a fierce glare at his sister before departing. Li Shui'er hesitated for a moment before following Li Qing into the parlor. Do you have something to discuss? Did my brother speak the truth? She inquired, her gaze fixed on him, unblinking. Li Qing, agitated, responded, your father is perfectly fine. It's nothing serious. A few doses of medicine will suffice. Stop pestering me. Your irritability suggests the situation is far from optimistic. I merely had a poor night's rest. It's just morning grumpiness. Li Shui'er shook her head bitterly. That is not it. Li Qing's temper flared. Do you dare to challenge me? After a brief silence, Li Shui'er said, I merely wish to express that if it were truly dire, do not conceal it from us. We would gladly set aside our affairs to spend quality time with him. Li Qing remained silent for a while before saying, trust in my medical skills. Your father has not reached that point yet. Chapter 9. You are my greatest concern. Li Qing did not take a nap, but instead sat down at the tea table, frowning in deep contemplation. Li Shui'er, sitting across from him, understood the gravity of the moment and refrained from interrupting, though her own heart was not at ease. After a long while, Li Qing suddenly rose and walked directly to the adjacent study. Moments later, he emerged carrying a wooden box. What is this? Silver needles for acupuncture, he replied as he resumed his seat, opening the needle case and extracting a cotton cloth to wipe them clean. Li Shui'er hesitantly inquired, Acupuncture can yield excellent results, right? Li Qing did not respond. Instead, he swiftly drew a silver needle and pricked the tip of his index finger. Soon, a vibrant droplet of blood began to form, glistening with a deep crimson hue. Li Shuer was taken aback, exclaiming, "You intend to use your own blood? My blood holds no miraculous properties." Li Qing gently shook his head, his expression tinged with melancholy, for he had attempted this long ago. With a complex mix of emotions, Li Shuer bit her lip and asked, "Then what is your intention?" "After all these years, I have made progress. I wish to try," she said. As the droplet of blood began to roll and then levitate, hovering 3 inches above his fingertip, gently rising and falling, creating ripples beneath it, Li Shuer gazed in awe at the scene before her, and suddenly, an epiphany struck her. "Are you attempting to use your own blood to bind your vital energy, transforming it from a depleting resource into a permanent essence?" Li Qing nodded slightly. Li Shuer was about to speak further, but, noticing his focused demeanor, she quickly fell silent, fearing she might disrupt the experiment. As the vital energy surged, the blood droplet began to boil and swell. With a sudden pop, it exceeded its limits and burst into a wisp of crimson mist, vanishing without a trace. "Was that a failure?" Li Shuer asked, bewildered. Li Qing remained silent, his brow furrowing deeper. Tentatively, Li Shuer suggested, "You wish for my father to become a person with vital energy, just like you, do you not? This is the only way I can think of to significantly extend his life." Li Qing sighed and looked at her. "Do you have a plan?" Li Shuer hesitated, shaking her head in frustration. After pondering for a moment, she asked, "Since vital energy can be transmitted, what about its source? You consider yourself a practitioner, yet you pose such a foolish question. Do you not understand that the source of vital energy is the essence of the individual? How could it be transferred?" Li Qing sighed softly. He had once believed he could freely project his vital energy, using his own blood as a medium to bind it, allowing Li Hong, a non-practitioner, to embody vital energy. Now, he realized how naive he had been. Some things simply cannot be bestowed. Reflecting on it, he thought that if it were possible to give, then that old man would surely have found a way to pass down his vital energy to him, regardless of his own desires. "Alas," Li Shuer lamented, "I thought you were exceptional. But I am not." Li Qing sighed deeply. In truth, his medical skills were not particularly extraordinary, apart from his courage and meticulousness. The only truly commendable aspect he possessed was his vital energy, primarily relied upon to extend lives. While his vital energy indeed had remarkable effects, it was limited in scope. He yearned to break free from his shackles, yet found himself unable to do so, despite having surpassed his former self in countless ways. The chains of his limitations remained unyielding. The atmosphere grew heavy with melancholy. Li Qing felt a profound sorrow, while Li Shuer bore a heart laden with grief. After a moment of silence, Li Qing rose to retrieve the prepared medicine, stating, "A ladle of water, bring it to a boil over high heat, then simmer gently." "All right," Li Shuer replied, accepting the concoction and setting off to brew the medicine. Li Qing, however, slumped despondently in his chair, his heart filled with desolation. How utterly relentless the river of time is. As the hour approached noon, Li Hao returned from the market, burdened with 2 large bags filled with cattle, sheep, fish, meat, vegetables, fruits, rice, flour, oil, and an assortment of spices. "Set it down here. And here's your extra reward," Li Hao said, producing a small piece of silver to send off the vendor. He then called out, "Qing Yi, it's your time to shine." After several calls, Li Qing finally emerged. Li Hao chuckled, "Let us begin. I suspect my parents will arrive shortly." "Indeed," Li Qing replied, gathering his composure, tying on an apron, and heading towards the eastern kitchen. As the ingredients sizzled in the pot, he immersed himself in the art of culinary creation, momentarily dispelling his melancholy. Approximately half an hour later, the elderly couple arrived in a small carriage. As Li Hong entered the room, his daughter presented him with the brewed medicine, saying, "Father, this is the tonic prepared by Grandpa Li for your health. It's not hot anymore." Li Hong took it and downed it in one go, wiping his mouth afterward and exclaiming, "How bitter!" Despite the weight of her worries, Li Shuer couldn't help but chuckle at her father's antics. "Such is the nature of good medicine," she remarked. "Where's your mother?" Li Hong inquired. "Well, I prioritized you first," Li Shuer replied with a playful smile. "In my eyes, you hold greater significance." "Oh," Li Hong laughed heartily, casting a teasing glance at his wife. Zhu Wanqing replied with an eye roll, but chose not to retaliate. Li Qing seized a moment to visit the sitting room for a brief chat before returning to the kitchen, repeating this process thrice until the meal was ready. Today's lunch was unusually early. They were seated well before noon. The spread was modest yet delightful, featuring 4 meat dishes, 4 vegetarian dishes, and 2 soups. All aesthetically pleasing and flavorful. Li Qing picked up his chopsticks and smiled. Don't just sit there. Eat while it's hot. As he began to eat, the family followed suit. This is truly delightful, just as it was before, Li Hong remarked. If this had been during my time as the water commander, I could have easily devoured 3 large bowls of rice. Li Hao chuckled. Fear not. Any rice you cannot finish, your son will gladly consume. You rascal, Li Hong exclaimed, half amused and half annoyed. In recent years, due to the court's interference, you've been quite idle. One should always be wary in times of peace. Li Hao sat in stunned silence. While it was common for his father to scold him, the elder's usual reticence was unusual, especially today. After a long pause, Li Hong inquired, Did you hear what I said? Yes, I heard. Li Hao nodded sheepishly, then grinned. Father, I never expected you to utter such profound words. I see you're itching for a reprimand. Li Hong glared. Li Hao, however, remained unperturbed, thinking to himself that with his mother and Li Qing present, his father was unlikely to act on his irritation. I'm only praising you, father. He laughed, raising his cup. Here's to you, a toast as an apology. Remember this. Li Hong grumbled, lifting his cup to clink with his son's before downing the contents in one gulp. Li Qing could not help but remind him. At your age, it is better to drink less. Today is a joyous occasion. I usually refrain from alcohol. Li Hong replied with a smile as he poured himself a glass. Godfather, I raise a toast to you. Li Qing chuckled wryly, nodding in acknowledgement as he raised his glass to drink with him. Let us eat, Li Hong urged, picking up his chopsticks. We cannot let this splendid array of dishes go to waste. Eat, eat, eat. Li Hao eagerly echoed, having put in considerable effort for this feast. From buying ingredients to tending the fire, he would not let his labor go in vain. The 2 men dined heartily, while the 2 women lacked appetite. Although they sampled every dish, their tasting was merely superficial. However, the clever ladies concealed their discomfort, not wanting to disrupt the atmosphere or cause Li Hong to suspect anything. After lunch, Li Xuer prepared a pot of tea and served it to everyone, before joining her mother and watching the 2 men play chess. Bored, Li Hao concocted an excuse to step out and indulge in some leisure at a brothel. Li Hong enjoyed playing chess with his godfather. He had mastered the art of resurrection in the game, finding it particularly exhilarating to engage in battle. After competing in over 10 rounds, with each having their victories, Li Hong relished the experience. Stretching lazily, he said, Wanqing, you and Xiao Xuer should head back first. I will keep Godfather company for a while. All right, Zhu Wanqing nodded, adding, don't stay too late. If it gets late, I'll just stay here, Li Hong chuckled. Li Qing smiled and jested with Zhu Wanqing. What? You don't feel secure here? Zhu Wanqing forced a smile. Then you keep Uncle Li company, and tomorrow Xiao Xuer and I will come back. Yes, go ahead. Li Hong leaned back in his chair, savoring his tea. Once the 2 women exited the courtyard, he set down his teacup and sighed deeply. What is it? Li Qing asked. Godfather, I already know everything, Li Hong replied calmly. Li Qing forced a smile and said, Are you imagining things again? Haha, how could I not know my own body? Li Hong sighed, his demeanor turning somber. To be honest, I am quite afraid. I have faced life-and-death battles against the barbarians in Hatao, fought against pirates, and dealt with smuggler convoys without fear. Yet now, I genuinely feel a sense of dread. Li Qing took his hand in his palm, gently patting it while speaking in a soothing tone. Do not be afraid. It is not as dire as you think. Don't frighten yourself. Well, it's not exactly fear. It's more that I am reluctant to leave, Li Hong murmured. I often hear that the longer one lives, the more one fears death. Now I believe it. I truly wish to live longer, to spend more time with you all. Pausing, he continued, I also worry about Wanqing. She is so intelligent that she probably knows everything by now. I fear that if I were to leave, she might not cope well. Godfather, you must help counsel her. She is 7 years younger than I, and is quite healthy. As he spoke, Li Hong's eyes began to glisten with tears. What should I do? Godfather, I truly do not wish to die. Li Qing tightened his grip on his hand, reassuring him, do not fear. I am here. If the King of Hell comes, I will send him back. Upon hearing this, Li Hong could not help but smile, though he also felt a bit embarrassed. I really am not worthy. Why say such things? Li Qing gently shook his head, speaking softly. In the face of life and death, how many can remain composed? Haha, have you forgotten? Your godfather is no ordinary person. Li Hong nodded and then shook his head, saying, at my age, should I pass away now? It would be regarded as a long life. You need not worry excessively, my dear godfather. We must prioritize the significant matters at hand. Li Qing lowered his eyelids, gently caressing the back of his aged hand, and replied, you are my significant matter. Chapter 10. The burden of loss beneath the persimmon tree. The father and son reminisced about the past. It was a splendid autumn day, the air crisp and refreshing, and as they conversed and sipped tea, their somber moods began to dissipate. Li Hong, regaining his composure, softly remarked, upon reflection, given my age, there exists little for me to feel discontented about. My dear godfather, do not dwell in sorrow. Life, aging, illness, and death are natural occurrences beyond human control. Li Qing, though feeling a pang of bitterness, forced a light-hearted smile and replied, maintain a tranquil mindset and trust in your godfather. There is no need for you to worry about anything else. What can I truly concern myself with? Li Hong responded with a wry smile and a shake of his head. Having retired, I can no longer contribute to our family's affairs. The younger generations are quite capable. Upon reflection, there seems little to fret over, save for Wanqing. With a deep sigh, Li Hong continued, do not be misled by her strength and intelligence. She is, in fact, quite fragile. It is her well-being that I ponder most. On that day, you must keep a watchful eye. Li Qing silently nodded, understood. Feeling a sense of relief, Li Hong decided to change the subject, wishing to avoid the heavy topics that had been weighing on them. Let us speak of happier things. How about you tell me a story? I am quite adept at that. What would you like to hear? Li Qing inquired softly. I have perused the tales of the Three Kingdoms and Water Margin. Do you have anything new? Li Qing pondered for a moment and suggested. Then let us explore Journey to the West. Among the 4 great classical novels, both romance of the Three Kingdoms and Water Margin originated during the Hanwu era, if not earlier. After such a lengthy passage of time, complemented by the storytelling tradition in tea houses, they have become familiar tales. While Dream of the Red Chamber is also a classic, it is evidently not suitable for Li Hong. Journey to the West serves as an excellent choice. Journey to the West? Li Hong inquired with curiosity. Is that not the story of the Tang dynasty monk Xuanzang's pilgrimage? At this time, Journey to the West had yet to be compiled into a single volume. However, it should be noted that the tales within were not entirely original. The characters depicted had existed long before, and the narrative of the monk accompanied by the Monkey King, Pigsy, and Sandy had already taken shape, albeit differing from the final text. Li Qing surmised that the author of Journey to the West likely drew inspiration from the circulated mythological tales, adding his own creative flair. Speaking on this topic would be comprehensible to Li Hong, and Li Qing felt no moral burden regarding copyright infringement. Li Qing nodded and smiled. This story is rather lengthy. Let us begin from the very start. Take your time, my godfather. I will listen intently, Li Hong said with a smile, resting his chin in his hand as he prepared to listen as he did in his childhood. Very well. Li Qing cleared his throat, adopting the tone of a storyteller. In the beginning, there was Pangu, who opened the heavens. Li Qing had read the original text more than once. Yet, many years had passed, and the specific details had become hazy. Fortunately, the existence of television adaptations supplemented his memory, and with his own creative retelling, the story unfolded vividly and engagingly. Time seemed to reverse back to Li Hong's childhood. The young man's eloquence captivated the child, who listened with rapt attention. Youth remains youthful, yet childhood has faded, losing its innocence and gaining the weight of experience as dusk approaches. Li Shuer, carrying a food box, happened upon the uproar of the Monkey King in the underworld, where he struck Yama and tore the book of life and death, prompting Yama to report back to the heavenly court. She decided to linger, eager to hear the unfolding tale. Later, Li Qing glanced at her and said, fetch a pot of tea. You all eat first. I'll join you shortly. Li Shuer replied hurriedly before departing. Li Hong chuckled, just wait for her. Li Qing nodded, opened the food box, and retrieved the dishes and delicacies, saying, it's still early before nightfall. It wouldn't hurt to indulge a bit more. He poured a glass of wine for Li Hong, adding, you've already had several cups at noon. This one is just to whet your appetite, no more than this. All right, Li Hong conceded with a sigh. At my age, sleep is scarce, uncle. Please regale us with more of the story. Certainly, Li Qing replied, lifting the wine jug and downing it in one go. leaving Li Hong momentarily speechless. After the meal, Li Qing resumed his storytelling, now with an additional listener. Following the Monkey King's raucous antics, he returned to the mortal realm, where the heavenly soldiers besieged Flower Fruit Mountain. After a prolonged stalemate, the Star of Venus suggested a truce. The father and daughter listened, entranced and unmoving, until the Monkey King accepted the peace and took the post of the stable master. Li Shuer finally spoke out for the Monkey King. Isn't this a bit demeaning? Indeed, it is rather inappropriate, Li Hong agreed. Setting aside the rank, the title of stable master is quite undignified. Li Qing nodded in agreement. He recalled watching the television series when the monsters called the Monkey King the stable master, and he assumed the title was too trivial. Only upon arriving in the Ming dynasty did he grasp its true connotation. Stable master implies assistance, and phonetically resembles to avoid. Master relates to pestilence. The title, while sounding respectable, essentially designates a veterinarian. There are even folk remedies suggesting that mixing the urine of monkeys with fodder can prevent horses from contracting diseases, specifically the urine of female monkeys. Such a profound humiliation could only incite the Monkey King's rebellion in the heavens. And then what happened? Li Shuer inquired. Then, Li Qing chuckled. He resigned and caused an uproar in the heavenly palace. The third Prince Neza, the heavenly King Li, and Erling Shun, all figures woven into mythology, came vividly to life in Li Qing's narration, joining the Monkey King in his battle, causing chaos in the celestial realm. The father and daughter, indignant on behalf of the Monkey King, were thoroughly engaged. As the tale of the heavenly uproar concluded, night had fully descended. Li Qing stood and announced, "Let us pause here for today. After speaking for so long, you may not be tired, but I certainly am. Rest early, and if you wish to hear more, we shall continue tomorrow." After a moment, he added, "Honger, come here for a moment. I will help you organize your thoughts. We must actively nurture ourselves and face challenges head-on." "Yes, all right," Li Hong nodded. "Shuer, you should return now." Li Shuer, appearing reluctant to leave, giggled. "It's not as if there aren't spare rooms here, and it's quite late. Would it be all right for me to stay the night? I wouldn't want to miss such a captivating story." "You little rascal," Li Hong exclaimed. "Weren't you just wagering with your brother? You can't be idle all day. The steam engine is of tremendous benefit to the nation and its people. We must prioritize our duties." "Father, the intricate development and manufacturing processes are largely the domain of skilled artisans. In many respects, I am merely aware of the existence of these processes, yet lack a comprehensive understanding. It is not imperative to constantly observe every detail." Li Shuer, with her sweet tongue, merely wishes to spend more time with you. "What is there for me to accompany you with?" Li Hong responded gloomily, "There's work to be done." Li Shuer glanced at Li Qing with exasperation. She is correct. The steam engine is exceedingly complex, and my presence neither adds nor detracts from its intricacies. Li Qing remarked to Li Shuer, "Staying over comes with conditions. You must rise early tomorrow to fetch breakfast." Li Shuer retorted, "What can be compared to the comforts of home? Your father prefers the fare from outside," Li Qing replied. What is wrong with that?" Li Hong shot a glance at his daughter. "Do you have an objection?" "No." Daughter obeys, Li Shuer curtsied. Her spirits lifted as she departed. "This little girl has grown lazy like her brother, indulging in comfort," sighed Li Hong repeatedly. Li Qing chuckled softly. "It's all about balance. She merely wishes to spend time with you and fulfill her filial duties. Why must everything be taken so seriously?" After a pause, he continued, "Now, let us clarify some concepts. I will only explain to you for the time being." "Ah, very well." The silvery moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the wooden floor, enhancing the serene atmosphere. The night breeze was cool and refreshing, illuminating the space before the bed, where father and son engaged in storytelling, one narrating while the other listened, a warm and heartening exchange that rekindled the joys of their youth. Li Hong eventually succumbed to slumber, his snores resonating softly. Li Qing's deep, aged eyes held a tender kindness, tinged with sorrow. Does time pass slowly? Not at all. It darts by like an arrow, slipping away unnoticed. Over the span of more than 60 years, that spirited little lad has transformed, his hair now gray, his once cherubic face etched with the lines of time, no longer bearing the vitality of his youth. The moonlight grew more ethereal, and the autumn breeze turned even chillier. Li Qing gently closed the window and approached the persimmon tree, laden with abundant fruit, its branches bowing under the weight, almost within reach. Soon, he would be able to prepare dried persimmons. The moon shone brightly, the persimmons plump, some already tinged with crimson. Over the years, he has made significant strides. His snowmen are more lifelike, he can cook well, and he has learned to pick persimmons at the right moment to ripen apples. Also mastering the art of making dried persimmons. Yet, despite these accomplishments, a profound emptiness enveloped him, an unsettling discomfort. Time, it seems, always plays tricks, claiming what rightfully belonged to him. He is nearing the point of despair. Tragically, he finds himself unable to overturn the table. This gamble is coercive, an inevitable loss. Are you well? A distant, faint voice called out. Li Qing's deep-set eyes flickered with renewed vitality as he replied, "Why are you still awake?" "I dozed off for a bit, then woke up and couldn't fall back asleep," Li Shui replied, stepping closer to sit opposite him. "What were you thinking about?" Li Qing remained silent. "You were thinking of old friends, weren't you?" Li Shui inquired. Another silence fell between them, and Li Qing gave a wry smile and nodded. "How could I not? Would you like some wine?" "It won't ease your longing," Li Qing murmured. "It cannot numb me." "You're quite impressive," then, Li Shui remarked. A rather unremarkable comment, regrettably uttered too late. "Indeed, quite impressive." Li Qing took a deep breath and smiled, suggesting that it was time to rest. In the morning, purchase tea eggs, meat porridge, and fried xinhui, as well as salted duck eggs. Your father enjoys using chopsticks to scoop out the egg whites and yolks, mixing them into the meat porridge. Shui'er nodded in acknowledgement. Li Shui'er softly advised, "New clothes are not as good as old ones. People should cherish the present." "Of course we must cherish it. I do value it greatly," replied Li Qing. "Then, do you notice any changes in me?" "You?" Li Qing scrutinized her closely. Momentarily taken aback. "How is it that you have white hair?" "Only a few strands, hardly noticeable unless one pays close attention, though they are quite apparent in the moonlight at this moment." She sighed. "I am nearing the age of understanding fate." Rolling her eyes, Li Shui'er continued. "It's not just me. My elder brother has even more than I do. What I mean to say is, there is no time for melancholy. We siblings are growing older." In Chapter 11, "I believe in Uncle Li," Li Qing felt a pang in his heart and retorted, "Your elder brother is barely at the age of understanding fate and still has the energy to frequent brothels and keep women. To label him as middle-aged seems a stretch, yet it is somewhat accurate. As for you, you are different. You have less to worry about than him, and with your vital energy. Do not dwell on a few white hairs." This was not mere optimism on Li Qing's part. The siblings had long been nurtured by Li Qing's pure vital energy, supplemented with elixirs from Longhu Mountain. Unlike Li Hong, who had endured decades of military life, Li Hao could reasonably be expected to live to 80, if not more. With her vital energy, Li Shui'er could even live to 90, having been raised in comfort, free from genetic diseases, and without overexertion. She had only traversed a little more than half of life's journey. How could she be considered old? Li Qing scoffed. "Shall I help you pluck out those white hairs?" "Look at you. I was merely trying to enlighten you," Li Shui'er replied bashfully. "You might as well think that we are nearing the end, only for you to heal us and extend our lives by several decades. Wouldn't that be delightful? I would feel like punching you." Li Qing glared. "Stop with your clever remarks." Li Shui'er thought to herself that being angry was certainly better than being melancholic. She then suggested, "It is futile to dwell on the past. Instead, let us accumulate more joyful memories. When you finally find yourself with nothing to do, you can reflect on them, and that would be quite pleasant, wouldn't it?" Li Qing responded coolly, "Your counsel is indeed effective, but please refrain from offering it next time." "Why not?" "Because I am on the verge of losing my patience." Li Shui'er lamented. "Indeed, a bad mood does not vanish, it merely shifts." She changed the subject, asking, "After the Mid-Autumn Festival, you will visit the capital, correct?" "Yes, just to take a glance. I shall return within a month at most." "It won't impede your father's recuperation," Li Qing sighed lightly. "It is merely for my own peace of mind." "But will it truly bring you peace?" Li Shui'er furrowed her brow. "Perhaps it would be best not to go, to avoid unnecessary distress. Out of sight, out of mind. That is avoidance." Li Qing countered. "I fear you might become so engrossed that you cannot extricate yourself." Li Shui'er replied, "I understand you regard this matter with great importance. But your father's significance cannot be underestimated. He would not simply vanish. Moreover, the current situation has already taken shape. In the short term, it is unlikely to affect the overall circumstances. Even if I wished to apply the brakes, it would not be an overnight endeavor. Yet, with no time to rectify the chaos, why bother? If time is scarce, one should at least prepare. Being prepared and unprepared are two entirely different matters." Li Qing sighed softly, remarking that after all these years, the ministers have evolved to a point where they are difficult to manage. It is not just I who have progressed. Without resorting to drastic measures, it requires considerable effort for me to stand against the multitude. Drastic measures? Li Shuai inquired, curious about what such measures entailed. Eliminate them, Li Qing replied, his tone calm, yet imbued with a palpable sense of menace. Li Shuai was taken aback, stating, such actions would have dire repercussions and would not address the fundamental issues. You understand this truth as well as I do, Li Qing responded. If I can avoid drastic measures, I certainly will. However, if it comes down to a critical juncture, I would bury them all. Have you ever done something like that? Li Shuai felt a sense of familiarity with the notion. Li Qing did not deny it. Let us not dwell on the distant past, even during your grandfather's reign. I have taken the lives of officials. Li Shuai pressed on. And what happened afterward? What afterward? Once they are dead, what more is there to discuss? I make you, having killed officials, how could my grandfather still protect you? Li Qing replied, they trespassed into private residences first. My actions were in self-defense. And I was in the right. To kill, and yet claim righteousness? Li Shuai found herself at a loss for words, hesitantly asking, what if you were not in the right? In such cases, one must resort to covert actions, completing the task, and then burying the evidence, Li Qing stated. The court has its own system, and I have my own standards. Isn't that a bit extreme? Li Shuai said weakly, I find your approach rather radical. Sometimes, there are no alternatives, Li Qing sighed. However, I have rarely resorted to such measures. Most of the time, I adhere to reason and respect the rules. I truly had not perceived that. Li Shuai offered a faint smile, noticing he had shaken off his melancholy. She then added, during the month you were away, may I use my true energy to help father with his meridians? Your father does not require it at the moment. Treatment is also a matter of course. An excess in any endeavor can be counterproductive. Li Qing gently shook his head. While it is commendable to wish to spend more time with your father, one must also afford him space. He has a world beyond just you, his daughter. Yes, I understand. Li Shuai hesitated before saying, my mother is already aware. Should we inform Li Hao of this? The thought of that scoundrel infuriated her. Both she and her mother were heartbroken, while he seemed to revel in his frivolities. Li Qing pondered a moment before nodding. He is entitled to know. Li Shuai nodded in agreement, then glanced up at the moon, stating, I shall retire now. You should also rest early. Indeed. Li Qing nodded but did not move. He plucked an unripe persimmon, wiped it on his clothing, and took a bite. The taste was less than delightful. Nonetheless, Li Shuai's interruption had alleviated his earlier sense of emptiness. The next day, as dawn broke, Li Shuai stepped out, procuring everything Li Qing had mentioned. By the time Li Hong awoke, breakfast was already laid out on the table. Meanwhile, the eldest daughter presented towels, a toothbrush, and warm water for her father to wash up. Your sudden display of filial piety is quite unexpected, he remarked, receiving the teacup to rinse his mouth before using the salt-dipped toothbrush, mumbling incoherently, as if he owed his very existence to her kindness. Do not speak nonsense so early in the morning, Li Shuai exclaimed, her eyes narrowing. Hurry up, she scolded him, a boldness in her tone. Li Hong could only chuckle at the situation, complying with his daughter's demands. After they finished their morning routines, the trio took their seats. And before they could begin their meal, Zhu Wanqing arrived, shortly followed by Li Hao. He did not come from home. His eyes were bleary, reflecting a night of revelry. Fortunately, I had prepared ample food, so we all gathered together. Li Shuai assisted her mother in taking a seat, then cast a glance at her older brother, insisting, you should join us too. Li Hao, yawning, replied dismissively, you all eat. I'm going to catch up on sleep. I'm utterly exhausted. Li Hao? Li Shuai erupted. Startled, he retorted, what now? Do you think our parents still regard you as their eldest son? Li Hao preemptively countered. They say the eldest brother is like a father. How absurd. Enough, enough. My ears are about to fall off. Li Hong sighed, observing the children's antics with a wry smile. He noticed his wife watching him intently, her hands halting in the process of peeling salted duck eggs. Wanqing, you are aware, aren't you? Li Hong inquired. I trust Uncle Li, Zhu Wanqing affirmed. With a bittersweet smile, Li Hong responded. Why put your godfather in a difficult position? Life, illness, and death are all part of the human experience. What difficulty is this? Li Qing, having stirred the meat porridge mixed with salted duck egg, gently interjected, maintain a calm mindset. Let us face this positively and nurture well for the time ahead. Zhu Wanqing nodded earnestly. Yes, Uncle Li, I believe in you. Trusting me is wise, Li Qing cheerfully encouraged. Let us eat. Indulging in delicacies is delightful, but enjoying simple fare is equally beneficial. Zhu Wanqing nodded, reaching for a tea egg to peel for her husband. At that moment, the siblings re-entered, and Li Hao's expression had shifted from anger to seriousness, shedding his usual nonchalance. Father, you really are ill? Without waiting for a response, he turned to Li Qing. You must think of a solution. We cannot have anything happen to our father. Sit down and eat properly. Li Qing reassured him, there will be no issues. That's a relief, Li Hao half believed, sensing his father's ailment was somewhat concerning. However, with Li Qing's capabilities, he was confident in a remedy, especially since Li Qing was the exclusive physician of the Empress of the Ming dynasty. All will be well. Yet, I still harbor some worry. I've decided to refrain from visiting the brothels or my concubines for a while, intending to spend quality time with my father. Though he often chastises me, he is still my father. Supporting one's parents in their old age is paramount. Taking a bite of his bun, Li Hao suggested, Father, shall we play a couple of rounds later? I would never play a game with you, a hopeless strategist. There is no challenge in it. Li Hong firmly declined. Seeing that his father still had the spirit to tease him, Li Hao felt a wave of relief, returning to his previous demeanor. Sometimes, being a bit naive can be quite advantageous, much like Li Hao, who, in his blissful ignorance, spares his father from additional emotional burdens while also serving as a source of joy and liveliness in the atmosphere. Although Li Shuer disapproves of her brother's demeanor, she refrains from revealing the harsh truths to him, merely encouraging him to indulge less in frivolities and to spend more time with their father. Upon receiving her brother's enthusiastic agreement, she softens her demeanor. After dinner, the family engages in light-hearted conversation and a game of chess. In the midst of this, Li Qing recounts tales from Journey to the West. Gradually, the weight of their worries dissipates amidst laughter and chatter, and a sense of cheerfulness envelopes them all, including Li Hong, who becomes noticeably more relaxed and joyful, a significant boon for his health, akin to the benefits of qi therapy, further enhanced by acupuncture. Li Qing, Zhu Wanqing, and Li Shuer regard Li Hao as a model of contentment, for he genuinely believes that their father is well, often taking him and Qingyi to the Pear Garden for operatic performances and to tea houses to listen to stories. Chapter 12. The yearning of youth. As night descends upon the imperial palace, lanterns illuminate the surroundings in vibrant hues of red. Months have passed, and Zhu Hozhong has grown accustomed to the grandeur of the inner court, the novelty and awe having faded into an emptiness tinged with longing. As the mid-autumn festival approaches, his yearning for family, his mother, siblings, intensifies. Your Majesty, the weather is turning cooler, Huang Jin remarks, retrieving a bright yellow cloak from the cabinet and draping it over him. Are you feeling homesick? Indeed, Zhu Hozhong replies with a slight nod. Do you miss home? Huang Jin inquires. Since childhood, I have been in the Prince of Xing's residence, and I can hardly remember what my home was like, she admits, scratching her head. Zhu Hozhong sighs, bitterness lacing his words. I fear that one day, I too shall be as lost as you. Unsure how to respond, Huang Jin lowers her head, remaining silent. After a moment, Zhu Hozhong, concerned about the chill, suggests they return inside. Huang Jin bends to smooth the folds of the cloak, stating, it's not even mid-autumn yet, and the nights are already growing chilly. I cannot fathom how cold it will be in the depths of winter. With your ample figure, you hardly need to fear the cold, Zhu Hozhong chuckles, unable to contain his amusement. Seeing him smile brightens Huang Jin's spirits. Her already small eyes seem to shrink further as she giggles. I am merely plump in appearance. Zhu Hozhong shakes his head in jest, casting a glance at the moon that has only just risen before turning to walk back into the palace, with Huang Jin hurrying to keep pace. Seated upon the imperial throne, Zhu Hozhong gazes vacantly at the documents on the table, his eyes unfocused. Cautiously, Huang Jin queries, Your Majesty, did you not finish reviewing the documents? I am not daunted by official matters. Zhu Hozhong shakes his head, murmuring to himself. It seems that being an emperor is not as glorious as it appears. Huang Jin dares not respond, opting instead to bring up cheerful topics. With mid-autumn nearing, the new year is not far off. After the new year, it will be the first year of the Jiajing era, and you shall be wed then. Zhu Hozhong lacks the inclination to entertain such notions, retorting in annoyance. Rather than the first year of Jiajing, it is more accurately the first year of Hongji. You are being overly sensitive, Your Majesty, Huang Jin reassures him. In this vast world, the emperor reigns supreme. Who would dare to rebel? Do you truly believe in their unwavering loyalty? Zhu Hoxiong scoffed, gradually leaning back against the chair, tilting his head with a sigh. They do not kneel before the emperor, but rather before power. Loyalty to the sovereign is merely their slogan, while the sage is their weapon. Ultimately, it all boils down to two words: authority and profit. Everything else is but an illusion, nothing but empty rhetoric. Huang Jin chuckled softly, falling silent once again. Ever since his master ascended the throne, he no longer dared to act as casually as before. Why the silence? Zhu Hoxiong leaned forward, displeased. Are you also becoming estranged from me? Huang Jin was startled, hastily dropping to the ground and shaking his head furiously, at a loss for words to defend himself. Zhu Hoxiong fixed his gaze upon him, and after a moment, he suddenly smiled, playfully chiding, still as foolish as ever. Get up. With trepidation, Huang Jin rose to his feet. Bring a chair over. Oh, sit. Huh. Sit. Yes. Huang Jin trembled as he took a seat. Zhu Hoxiong's expression softened, and he spoke gently, just like at the Xinguang mansion. Keep me company and chat. Do not regard me as the emperor. Huang Jin nodded awkwardly. All right. Zhu Hoxiong reclined back again. Speak your mind. You may discuss anything, and I shall grant you clemency. Huang Jin nodded, yet he was uncertain of what to say. After a considerable pause, he ventured. If your majesty misses the consort of the Qianqing, you could invite her to the capital. And what of the princesses, the eldest princess? Now that you are the emperor, surely the officials would not oppose bringing family to the capital? Zhu Hoxiong forced a bitter smile. Do you believe this to be an easy task? Is it difficult? Huang Jin questioned, recalling that the imperial envoy had mentioned previously that the emperor could invite the consort of the Qianqing to the capital after his ascension. Zhu Hoxiong opened his mouth, but fell into contemplation. He knew well that bringing his mother to the capital was not an insurmountable challenge. What troubled him was the identity she would assume upon her arrival. Ideally, he wished for her to enter as the Empress Dowager, yet would Empress Zhang consent? Would the ministers, led by Tinghe, agree? Unlikely. However, to bring her in as the consort of the Qianqing was something Zhu Hoxiong simply could not accept. This was the very reason why he had hesitated to summon his mother and sisters to the palace for so long. But to prolong this any further? The Mid-Autumn Festival was fast approaching. The young man, though endowed with exceptional intelligence, was merely 14 years old. He was not a mama's boy, yet he possessed a profound emotional dependency. Especially with malice surrounding him, his emotional needs grew ever more pressing. In this vast imperial palace, truly wishing him well and hoping for his happiness, aside from the blind old grandmother, there likely remained only this loyal companion before him. Yet, their ability to provide emotional support was limited, and they offered no sense of security. Zhang was different. Emotionally, she was Zhu Hoxiong's birth mother. For a boy, particularly one who had lost his father, a mother was the only person he could rely on wholeheartedly. Factually, she was the emperor's mother, which could serve as a foundation to indirectly assist her son in breaking the rigid hierarchy of the harem. Moreover, Zhu Hoxiong could invoke filial piety to counter the pressures from all directions. The Ming dynasty governed through filial piety, and its influence should not be underestimated. Given all this, Zhu Hoxiong yearned desperately to bring his mother into the palace. However, there exists a prerequisite. The Empress Dowager must enter the palace not as the consort of the King of Xiang, but in her capacity as the Empress Dowager. The mere thought of Empress Dowager Zhang and Tinghe fills him with an innate trepidation. Zhang, needless to say, wields immense influence. Her husband is the emperor. Her son is likewise the emperor, and now she stands as his nominal mother. He finds himself utterly powerless. As for Tinghe, Zhu Hoxiong dares not underestimate him either. This is no mere schemer of political machinations. His comprehension of politics, insight, and formidable political acumen instill in Zhu Hoxiong not only a sense of apprehension and fear, but also admiration and reluctance. Through their interactions over time, Zhu Hoxiong has gradually come to appreciate Tinghe. He is an idealistic, ambitious, capable, and resourceful statesman. To be fair, he is not entirely undesirable and does not withhold knowledge regarding governance from him. The various policies of the Zhengde era, such as the regulation of military academies, the recruitment system, are thoroughly elucidated, along with their advantages and disadvantages, thereby facilitating Zhu Hoxiong's understanding of the state affairs. Gradually, Zhu Hoxiong's feelings towards Tinghe have become intricate. No longer does he harbor unrelenting disdain. Instead, he acknowledges and even appreciates his talents. Regrettably, Yang Tinghe represents a conservative faction dedicated to restoring the collaborative governance reminiscent of the Hongji era. Yet Zhu Hozhong understands that this so-called joint rule is merely a manifestation of diminished imperial authority, and he is acutely aware of the extent to which subjects might overstep their bounds should the emperor lose his supreme power. Yang Tinghe is well aware of this as well. However, he believes that the model of the Hongji era is healthier compared to that of the Zhengde era. Zhu Hozhong vehemently disagrees, yet he finds himself unable to sway Yang Tinghe. With a sigh, Zhu Hozhong exhaled a breath of melancholy and smiled, saying, "You are right." Huang Jin beamed with delight, her eyes narrowing further, and promptly rose to exit. "Where are you going?" Huang Jin paused, her tone lighthearted as she replied, "To prepare footbath water. Soaking my feet will relieve fatigue, ensuring a restful night. The emperor, burdened with state affairs, must not become exhausted." Zhu Hozhong chuckled softly, his tone equally buoyant. "Very well, off you go." With a slight bend, Huang Jin turned and departed. The smile on Zhu Hozhong's face lingered for quite some time before it gradually faded. Leaning back in his chair, he murmured to himself, "It is indeed time to bring Mother and the others into the palace. As Huang Jin mentioned, the change of era is not far off, and I must make early preparations." During the Mid-Autumn Festival, persimmons were soft and sweet, and pomegranates glowed red. Li Qing gathered several large baskets, but knowing he could not consume them all, he instructed Li Shuer to take the bulk back to the Yongqing Marquisate and distribute them among the younger generation, ensuring nothing goes to waste. This year, he lacked the enthusiasm to make dried persimmons. Li Hong's health remained robust, his spirits high, aided by Li Qing's medicinal cuisine, vital energy, and acupuncture treatments, ensuring his vitality would likely endure until the new year. At noon, they gathered for a meal and shared mooncakes. Li Qing then utilized his vital energy to conduct a thorough check, observing, smelling, inquiring, and cutting to confirm there would be no discrepancies. Only then did he declare, "I must travel to the capital and expect to return within a month. Little Shuer, you are to supervise your father and ensure he refrains from indulging in alcohol." "All right." Li Shuer nodded, casting a mischievous smile at her father. "Father, you heard him. Don't blame me later." Li Hong chuckled. "Your father intends to live a few more days, so rest assured." To this day, Li Hao has realized something is amiss, and with concern he inquired, "Qingyi, is there truly no hope for my father's recovery?" Li Hong replied, "Your father is not severely ill, he is simply aging. There is no question of recovery. Aging, illness, and death are inevitable. In truth, they are not so dreadful. Everyone must eventually face this stage." Zhu Wanqing fell silent for a moment, then gently nodded. "What you say is true. Every person will reach this point. Once one comes to terms with it, there is little to fear. Wanqing, you must keep your word." Li Hong interjected, seizing the opportunity. "In front of your godfather, make a promise." Zhu Wanqing furrowed her brow. "What kind of promise?" "To live well in the future." Li Hong stated. Zhu Wanqing scoffed. "What? Are you so eager for me to become a widow?" "That is not my intention," he replied. "Then what do you mean?" All right, Li Qing interjected, exasperated. "Why are we arguing? There's plenty of time ahead. Let's not dwell on this." After a brief pause, they finished their meal, enjoyed mooncakes, and prepared to return home. "Tonight, we shall admire the moon, set off some fireworks, and celebrate. The most important thing is to be joyful." "And what about you?" Li Shuer asked. "Will you not join us?" "I do not enjoy crowds," he replied. "In truth, there is nothing wrong. You need not worry," Li Shuer said softly. "Overly cautious. Tomorrow we shall travel. I must rest well, so I will not go to the Ho residence." The typically carefree Li Hao suddenly appeared melancholic, remarking, "Qingyi, that is your home." Li Qing smiled. "It is now your home." Chapter 13. Seeking reward early in the morning, Li Qing arose and washed up, preparing his disguise before the mirror. Over the years, his makeup skills had greatly improved. In just a quarter of an hour, he transformed into a middle-aged man beyond the age of understanding destiny. After scrutinizing his reflection and confirming that no flaws could be detected, he finally stepped outside. Upon opening the door, he found Li Shuer waiting for him with breakfast in hand. "When did you arrive?" he asked, nearly failing to recognize her due to her unflattering appearance. Li Shuer, internally critiquing her look, lifted the food box. "I've been here for quite a while. Let's eat something before you depart. With your skills, climbing over a wall would be effortless. Why wait at the door? I did not wish to disturb your rest." Li Shuer smiled, adding, "Of course, I was primarily concerned that you might strike me." Li Qing chuckled and nodded. "Very well, Let us eat before we set off. At the stone table beneath the persimmon tree, Li Shuer opened the food box and laid out the dishes, saying, "You eat first. The Ho residence has excellent horses, and I shall fetch one for you." "No need," Li Qing replied. "It would be a shame to tire it out. It is merely a beast. If it dies, so be it. There is nothing to mourn," Li Shuer remarked. "Wait a moment. I will return shortly. Do not trouble yourself, if I need it." "I would not be polite." Li Qing gestured for her to sit. "Have you eaten?" "Not yet." "Then let us share a meal." As Li Qing ate and drank, he asked, "Has there been any progress in the steel smelting?" "Not particularly significant breakthroughs for now. We shall see how it develops," Li Shuer replied, sipping fish soup. "Oh, I have been so focused on my father lately that I forgot to update you on the fertilizer situation. Has there been a breakthrough in fertilizer?" Li Qing inquired, surprised. "No." Li Shuer shook her head and remarked that the current fertilizers had reached their limit in terms of effectiveness. However, there was still good news. Over the years, their fertilizers had gained recognition in several provinces of Jiangnan, and even the northern regions had begun to take notice. It was estimated that by next year, they could bid farewell to operating at a loss and might even achieve modest profits. Li Qing nodded slowly, acknowledging that this was indeed encouraging news. After a brief pause, he expressed concern about the transportation costs, noting that if the distances were too great, prices might inevitably rise. "Perhaps we should establish branch factories in distant locations," Li Shuer suggested with a smile. "This product is indispensable year after year. We will surely recoup our costs. The patent has already been approved, so there is no fear of losing business. My brother has calculated that within 3 years at the latest, we will recover our initial investments and enter a phase of profitability." Li Qing furrowed his brow slightly. Understanding his thoughts, Li Shuer continued. "Once the 20-year patent protection period expires, the information will become public. Besides, our pricing is quite reasonable. Only by making a profit can we expand and allow more people to utilize fertilizers that enhance yield per acre. As you would say, this is the correct way to engage with capital, is it not?" "Very well," Li Qing acquiesced with a gentle nod. "Is Xiaohao also involved in your business affairs now?" "Not exactly managing," Li Shuer clarified. "He is the investor, possessing the right to inspect and inquire. However, I am responsible for the developmental trajectory and long-term planning, and he has no authority to interfere. Nonetheless, if the expected outcomes are not met, the entire industry would suffer losses on his behalf." Li Qing was taken aback, then chuckled. "You two truly are siblings, calculating to the core. You know him well," Li Shuer replied. "Though he may not be cruel in his wealth, he is exceedingly profit-driven. It is feasible to request small sums from him, but for larger amounts, well, it feels akin to asking for his very life. Furthermore, whether it pertains to the steam engine itself or the myriad related industries, they all necessitate significant human and material resources, requiring substantial financial investment. Thus, I can only approach him for funds in this manner." As she spoke, she found amusement in her own words. To put it plainly, it's all money from the Li family. It's merely a transfer from one hand to the other. If it were to fail, even he, as a trade-focused businessman, would find himself at a loss and would need to hire me for management. Li Qing nodded with a smile. "Indeed, that makes sense. You are doing exceptionally well. Since I am performing admirably, shouldn't there be a reward?" she inquired. "I am not exactly wealthy," Li Qing replied with a frown. "Not money," Li Shuer insisted. Li Qing raised an eyebrow. "Just say it. I cannot guarantee I will comply." Li Shuer thought for a moment and asked, "May I inquire as to how old Zhang Xianren is?" Li Qing held up 2 fingers. "Is that true?" Li Shuer exclaimed in astonishment. "Do you think I could achieve that?" "You?" Li Qing laughed. "Let me put it this way. Even at my current state, I fall far short of that old man. He excels in every aspect, except for the gift of eternal life, of course. Indeed, he is exceedingly beyond the standard. If he were still around, he could easily overpower me with one hand, leaving me utterly defenseless." After a pause, he asked, "Do you aspire to become the second Zhang Xianren?" "Yes," she replied eagerly. "Don't get your hopes up," Li Qing said, exasperated. "If you were to join me?" Li Shuer sighed. "Time truly flies. In the blink of an eye, I am no longer young and have lost some of my beauty. I am already 47, nearing 48, and approaching 49. Enough." Li Qing rolled his eyes and remarked, "At this rate, you'll be older than your father. Very well, upon my return, I shall not only assist in your father's recuperation, but also aid you in cultivating your vital energy." "What level can I achieve?" Li Shuer inquired with anticipation. Can I be as formidable as Zhang Xianren? Absolutely not. Li Qing replied firmly. At present, I possess only half of his prowess. Then will I live to be 100? Put in some effort, and it might just be feasible, though I cannot make any guarantees, Li Qing reassured. Your journey is still long. Do not let your father's constant worries weigh you down. It's not merely for that reason, Li Schwetter said. I wish to invent and create more things. Furthermore, if you sever ties with the Li family in the future, and I were to leave early, who would truly understand me? Li Qing chuckled. Since you aspire to improve yourself, I shall not hold back. However, be warned, the path of cultivation can be quite monotonous. I can endure it. Very well, I must take my leave, Li Qing declared, rising to his feet. It's getting chilly. Do remind your father to dress warmly. In the capital, as September approached, the chill grew increasingly palpable. With time still on his side, Li Qing indulged in a hearty meal at an inn before returning to his modest abode in Lianjiaten. Due to the implications of the Jiajing era, he wished to remain inconspicuous, preferably avoiding any encounter with Zhu Hozong. After all, they had met previously, and it was conceivable that this rascal might still remember him, discreetly observing him from the shadows. Following Zhu Jianda and Zhu Hozhao, the small courtyard had reverted to its neglected state, with grass beginning to sprout. Upon opening the door to the guest room, a cloud of dust enveloped him, causing Li Qing to cough incessantly. After a brief tidying up, the place was barely habitable, and he collapsed onto the bed, seeking respite from his arduous journey. That night, Li Qing stealthily made his way to the palace, first visiting Qianqing Palace. Hearing no commotion, he proceeded to the imperial study. In the study, Zhu Hozong had finished reviewing the memorials early and, feeling bored, summoned Huang Jin for a casual chat. Li Qing listened intently for a while, but gleaned no useful information. He only learned that Zhu Hozong's mother was coming to the capital, which delighted the young boy. Moreover, it seemed that Zhu Hozong had achieved a significant milestone. He no longer needed to address her as mother, but could call her aunt. And she had even been bestowed the title of Empress Dowager, formerly known as the Holy Mother Zhang, Sheng Empress Dowager. To be frank, Jiajing had suffered a setback. Legally speaking, the emperor's biological mother, even if not his primary wife, was still regarded as the Holy Mother Empress Dowager. Naturally, in terms of status, the Holy Mother Empress Dowager remained inferior to the Empress Dowager. However, the addition of biological undoubtedly lowered the title's rank further. Nevertheless, Zhu Hozong was quite satisfied with the outcome, having bribed several ministers to achieve this goal. Li Qing remained patient, listening for a while longer, but it was merely repetitive chatter, prompting him to recline on the glazed tiles and catch up on his sleep. As the clock chimed, Li Qing groggily awakened. The night sky was still adorned with stars, yet it was already time for the morning court assembly. It must be said, attending court is indeed no easy task. One must rise before dawn, especially during the winter months. For the elderly ministers, this can be quite the ordeal. Li Qing stretched his limbs and, taking advantage of the moment when the palace gates were just opening and the ministers had yet to enter, stealthily made his way to the Feng Tian Hall under the cover of darkness, aspiring to be a silent observer. Long live our emperor, long live for eternity. The synchronized cheer resonated from below, prompting Li Qing to adopt a more serious demeanor. He channeled his vital energy, resting his ear upon the cool, glazed tiles, attentively listening to the exchanges between sovereign and subjects. All ministers, please rise. A somewhat youthful voice rang out, followed by the customary formalities. Though Li Qing could not see, he could easily envision the scene. After all, he was a veteran of 10 dynasties, fully aware of the positions of each official within the hall. Soon, a familiar voice emerged. Your Majesty, next month, the Holy Mother of the Zhang dynasty, Empress Dowager Zhang, will arrive in the capital. Shouldn't the Ministry of Rites begin preparations? Indeed, Minister Yang, your foresight is commendable, Zhu Hozong replied with delight. Let preparations commence. May I inquire, Your Majesty, what manner of reception shall we accord to the Holy Mother of the Zhang dynasty? Zhu Hozong, without hesitation, declared, naturally. It shall be in accordance with the rank of the Empress Dowager. That may not suffice. Yang Tinghe interjected, providing clarification. There is but one Empress Dowager. Your words elude my understanding, Minister Yang, Zhu Hozong retorted, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. I am the emperor. Why should my mother not be honored with the same respect afforded to the Empress Dowager? Your Majesty, your mother is Empress Zhang, a voice from the ranks reminded. Furious yet unable to refute the truth, Zhu Hozong begrudgingly conceded, but Empress Dowager Zhang is also my mother. That is indeed correct, Yang Tinghe acknowledged. Yet there exists a distinction between Empress Dowager Zhang and the Empress Dowager. From his vantage point atop Fengtian Hall, Li Qing shook his head at Yang Tinghe's audacity. Chapter 14. The first encounter with Yang Xuan. The ensuing discourse revolved entirely around the reception of the Holy Mother of the Zhang dynasty, with both sovereign and ministers passionately debating, leading to an impasse. Li Qing felt a tinge of disappointment at not hearing discussions concerning state affairs. However, it was evident that Zhu Hozong would likely have to make concessions. Objectively speaking, on this matter, Yang Tinghe and his colleagues were indeed overstepping their bounds. In a small courtyard, Li Qing lay on his bed, allowing his thoughts to wander as he analyzed the pros and cons of the situation. Undoubtedly, the young emperor found himself significantly constrained, yet this was not entirely detrimental. Without having undergone the education of a crown prince, a discontented young prince under 15 could potentially wreak greater havoc if left unchecked. However, an overly assertive ministerial body is problematic as well. Not only could their dominance lead to the erosion of imperial authority, but excessive power could also breed immense corruption. If matters continued as such, the situation would undoubtedly worsen beyond that of the Hongzhi era. Though Hongzhi was lenient and indulgent towards his ministers, he still held the reins of power firmly in hand. The ministers maintained a sense of reverence, reluctant to overstep their bounds. Despite their greed, there remained a measure of restraint, and their fear of imperial authority compelled them to fulfill their duties diligently. But Zhu Hozong was different. Having never been a crown prince, he had failed to instill in others the perception of a legitimate ruler. Once constraints were lifted, the malignancies of the human heart could flourish unchecked, leading to dire consequences. It cannot continue like this. Otherwise, Zhu Hozhao's reckless attempts to rectify the situation will ultimately prove futile, perhaps even more severe than during the early reign of the Zhengtong Emperor and the governance of the Three Yangs. Ultimately, the Ming dynasty remains entrenched in the feudal era, and imperial authority must not be excessively weakened. At least, now is not the time to diminish imperial power, Li Qing softly remarked. It seems we must focus on Yang Tinghe. Regarding Yang Tinghe, Li Qing did not harbor intense disdain. While he was indeed authoritarian, he was also competent and willing to take action. Not only Li Qing, but also Zhu Hozhao and Yang Yiqing held similar views of him. Given the current situation, the Ming dynasty requires Yang Tinghe and cannot do without him. Despite Zhu Hozhao being the emperor, the vast operations of this empire largely depend on Yang Tinghe's mediation. Contemplating this, Li Qing could not help but sigh. Did the old Zhu consider the consequences when he abolished the chancellor system? In terms of status and rank, the cabinet scholars could not compare to the chancellors. Yet in terms of actual power, the cabinet scholars were not significantly lesser. While this alone might be acceptable, the problem arose after the abolition of the chancellor system, where the relationship between the sovereign and subjects became adversarial. Previously, the powers of the monarch and the chancellor appeared to balance each other, yet in reality, they formed a united front, so to speak, sharing the same trousers. However, since the chancellor's power was abolished, the harmony between the sovereign and subjects was irreparably shattered. If a strong-willed emperor were in power, all would be well. If a weak emperor ruled, it would have been far more harmonious to retain the chancellor's authority. Alas, the relentless tide of history marches forward, rendering even the great Hongwu emperor insignificant in its wake. Li Qing dusted off his robes, checked his reflection in the mirror, and set off for the Yang residence. "Whom do you seek?" asked the servant. "Yang Tinghe, the esteemed scholar," Li Qing replied. The servant glanced at Li Qing, cautiously inquiring, "Are you not a dignitary from the court?" Li Qing smiled gently and nodded. "Indeed, please announce my arrival." "My master is not at home," the servant said. Li Qing was taken aback, but resignedly produced a silver ingot to offer. The servant accepted it and deftly tucked it away, saying, "I apologize, but my master is truly not at home." Li Qing retorted, "Is he truly not at home?" "He is not," the servant affirmed. "How can you take silver if he is not at home?" Li Qing exclaimed in frustration. At that moment, a young man emerged from the courtyard, prompting the servant to say, "Young master, this gentleman seeks your father." "Are you Yang Xuan?" Li Qing asked, encountering the famed prodigy for the first time. He had heard much about Yang Xuan since the Changhua era, but had never formally met him. "I am Yang Xuan," he said, cupping his hands. "Are you seeking my father?" "Yes, I have matters to discuss with him," Li Qing confirmed. At this hour, He should be finished with his work, correct? Usually, he would be at home by now, but today is somewhat special. Yang Shun was aware that his father had been retained by the emperor, but it was not appropriate to divulge this to a stranger. Upon hearing this, Li Qing realized the situation, glanced skyward, and noted the approach of noon. "Will you not invite me in for a moment?" he inquired. Please come in," Yang Shun responded, somewhat astonished by the man's audacity but reluctant to dismiss him, as it would be impolite. Thus, Li Qing was granted entry into the Yang residence. In the front hall, the two sat opposite each other, with Li Qing savoring his tea, remarkably composed and at ease. Yang Shun found himself somewhat perplexed and inquired, "Might I ask if you are acquainted with my father?" This was not entirely inaccurate, as he was indeed a Hamlin at that time. Li Qing set down his teacup and replied. Yang Shun, taken aback, asked, "May I know who you are?" "Li Qianqing, former Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince," came the response. This was the only identity Li Qing could reveal at present. Yang Shun murmured the name Li Qianqing, suddenly recalling this esteemed individual, remembering how his father had held the legendary physician in high regard for an extended period. From the reign of Emperor Xuan to that of Emperor Wuzong, 3 emperors had been cured by this man, making him a figure of great renown. Surprised by his youth, Yang Shun hastily set down his teacup and rose to offer a bow, exclaiming, "So it is the revered physician before me. I apologize for my rudeness." "Oh, no need for such formality," Li Qing chuckled, saying, "I hardly deserve the title of a divine doctor. Were I truly one, the circumstances would be quite different." Yang Shun, momentarily at a loss for words, returned to his seat with a sigh and shifted the topic. "Might I inquire if you seek my father for a matter of discretion? I have recently heard some troubling news and wish to consult him." Li Qing responded, "I was once a part of the court myself, though I have since stepped down. My heart remains with the dynasty. The late emperor's untimely demise has left me concerned for the state. Thus I resolved to come to the capital, only to hear indeed of some disquieting matters." Yang Shun nodded slowly, saying, "Are you referring to the issue of the imperial heir?" "Indeed," Li Qing affirmed. "What is your perspective on this?" "The imperial lineage must not be severed," Yang Shun asserted gravely. "There are precedents for this, and it is a matter of legal principle. How could we allow the line of Emperor Xuan to perish?" Li Qing chuckled. "By that logic, why not select from the nephews of Emperor Wuzong? Is he not also a member of the lineage? If we cannot allow Emperor Xiaozong's line to end, can we then permit that of Wuzong to do so?" Yang Shun sighed. "The lineage of the Prince of Yi is flourishing. His eldest grandson is but 5 years old, and with so many elders above him, it is inevitable that the princes will wield great power. This was also a concern of the late emperor, which is why he chose the eldest son of the Prince of Xinxian, our current emperor." After a pause, he asked, "Do you find this arrangement unsatisfactory?" "What do you think?" Li Qing countered. Yang Shun pondered for a moment and replied, "From a moral standpoint, it seems somewhat inappropriate. However, the succession of the throne is a matter of legal principle. During the Han dynasty, Emperor Ai was similarly succeeded. The smaller lineage must merge into the greater, and thus the imperial heirs of the greater line must be continued. There is no disputing that." Li Qing remarked, "Our Ming dynasty governs through filial piety. Does it not hold legal merit even if one does not acknowledge their biological father?" Yang Shun paused, then stated, "If we are to speak of the emperor's throne, it is inherited from Emperor Xiaozong and Emperor Wuzong, not from his father. That position was not contended for by the Prince of Xinxian, but rather entrusted to him by Emperor Xiaozong and Emperor Wuzong. If you wish to speak of moral reasoning, then let us do so." Yang Shun posed. "In the common folk, if a family patriarch has no heir and adopts a child to inherit the family estate, yet that child does not recognize the patriarch as his father, does that align with moral reasoning? He enjoys the benefits of the inheritance while simultaneously disregarding his biological parents, reaping all the rewards without acknowledging his progenitors." In conclusion, Yang Shun added a disclaimer. "Of course, this is merely a metaphor." For a moment, Li Qing found himself at a loss for words. According to the prevailing views of the time, it was difficult to argue against Yang Shun's position. After a lengthy silence, Li Qing finally spoke. "Let us not forget, he is also a grandson of Emperor Xianzong. The throne cannot be inherited from the Emperor Xian. Such reasoning is flawed." Yang Shun shook his head, asserting that if we were to follow the gentleman's logic, then the numerous princes and royal family members, all descendants of the great ancestor, would imply that the countless descendants of the great ancestor hold the right to ascend the throne. How can one justify the principle of a son succeeding his deceased father or a brother succeeding his elder sibling. It is naturally to distinguish the closeness of kinship. Yang Shen remarked that the late emperor's choice of successor through this principle was also a matter of filial piety, a means to continue the lineage of his father. Truly, the top scholar is worthy of his title, as both Wang Hua and Yang Shen exchanged bittersweet smiles. Upon reflection, it seemed that Zhu Hozhao harbored similar sentiments. From Yang Shen's perspective, his father's actions were entirely justified and commendable. However, Li Qing understood that even if Yang Shen's assertions held some truth, Yang Tinghe certainly possessed considerable self-interest. Li Qing sighed and said, "Now the emperor acknowledges Emperor Xiaozong as his father and Empress Dowager Zhang as his mother. Why then is he so harsh towards his biological mother? Because there can only be one Empress Dowager, and the hierarchy must be clearly defined," Yang Shen blurted out, only to realize immediately that he had misspoken. This was a conflict that had only emerged during today's South Morning Court. How could he be aware of it? Yang Shen looked at Li Qing with suspicion, asking, "How do you know of these matters?" Li Qing found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly confess. "I overheard it from the summit of the Feng Tian Hall." Just as he was grappling with this dilemma, Yang Tinghe approached with measured steps. Li Qing promptly distanced himself from Yang Shen, rising to greet him. "Scholar Yang, it has been a long time." Yang Tinghe expressed his surprise. "It is you?" He had heard from the servant that there were guests, but he did not expect it to be the renowned Dr. Li, who had fled the moment the late emperor passed away. "Father," Yang Shen greeted respectfully. Yang Tinghe nodded and replied, "You may leave. I will entertain Mr. Li." "As you wish." Yang Shen bowed once more, clasping his hands towards Li Qing before turning to exit. "Please take a seat, esteemed gentleman." Yang Tinghe gestured for him to sit, proceeding to take the seat of honor. Li Qing did not mind. After all, Yang Tinghe was now the foremost official, and a certain level of stature was to be expected. "What brings you to my humble abode, esteemed gentleman?" "Political affairs." Yang Tinghe raised an eyebrow slightly. "Oh, I recall that you are no longer an official in the court." Chapter 15. Li Qing's proposal. Li Qing remained silent for a considerable time, draining his cup of tea before inquiring, "What is it like to wield absolute power?" "What do you mean by that?" Yang Tinghe responded with displeasure. Previously, he had held Li Qing in high regard, but times had changed. Now, he viewed matters of state with a broader perspective and was naturally different from before. "It means nothing," Li Qing smiled lightly, stating, "There are far too many clever individuals in this world. There were those who surpassed you before, and there will be those who do so after. Today may be as it is, but do you not fear repercussions in the future?" Yang Tinghe rose abruptly. Yet for some reason, he hesitated to express his anger, feeling an inexplicable sense of danger emanating from the man before him. Li Qing raised his hand, gesturing for him to sit. Yang Tinghe, his brow furrowed, slowly complied. "You are no longer an official of the court. You lack the authority to discuss state affairs," Yang Tinghe stated, only to feel a chill at the nape of his neck, hastily adding, "However, you have indeed received the grace of the state. Your concern is ultimately commendable. What particular matters do you wish to discuss? Since the emperor has already compromised, why persist in clinging to the past?" Yang Tinghe remained silent for a moment before sighing. "The Ming dynasty cannot afford to witness the emergence of a second Zhengde. Your current standing and achievements are largely indebted to Emperor Zhengde. To speak otherwise would be to exhibit ingratitude. As an official of the Ming, it is my duty to be accountable for the realm and its people," Yang Tinghe asserted firmly, then continued, "Moreover, if I were truly ungrateful, would I exert myself tirelessly to uphold the policies of the Zhengde era? Take, for instance, the military recruitment system and the capital's martial academies. These two vital national strategies would have crumbled without my relentless advocacy. I trust that, with your acumen, you can foresee this." Li Qing nodded, his expression softening considerably as he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you now in a situation from which you cannot retreat?" Startled, Yang Tinghe replied, "How did you come to know this?" "It is not difficult to understand. When power reaches a certain magnitude, one becomes ensnared." Li Qing casually waved his hand and stated, "I only ask, is there a possibility for you to turn back now?" "What do you mean by turning back?" Yang Tinghe asked. "To ease the discord between ruler and subjects, to focus efforts on the pressing matters at hand, and to cease internal strife," Li Qing explained. Yang Tinghe shook his head slightly. "It is no longer possible to turn back. Is it that you cannot, or that you simply do not wish to?" Li Qing pressed. "It is not a matter of will. It is a matter of inability," Yang Tinghe sighed. "While I do indeed hold considerable power, It is precisely because many rely on me to wield it. Admittedly, I have a passion for power. Yet I must confess that I now harbor a certain dread concerning my authority. Yang Tinghe remarked, this is not merely my concern, but rather a consequence of the intense oppression during the Zhengde reign that has now turned against us. Even if I were to retire to my homeland at this moment, it would not resolve the issues at hand, unless— He paused before adding, unless a catastrophic and far-reaching calamity were to occur. It would be nearly impossible to alter the existing order. What are your thoughts on the matter now? Persevere, Yang Tinghe declared. Can you withstand it? Even if I cannot, I must endure, he asserted. If I were to leave now, another Yang Tinghe would immediately take my place, and the successor may not possess my strengths. For the nation and its people, the situation would not improve, but rather worsen, and I dare not leave. You fear retribution if you depart, do you not? Li Qing queried. Indeed, Yang Tinghe replied bitterly. I once had Huoguang at my side. Who shall stand with me afterward? It is foreseeable that the next chapter will not be favorable. I have already begun to plan my exit, rest assured. I will withdraw when I can no longer fulfill my duties. That is the true dead end. However, Yang Tinghe continued, the emperor must first stabilize his authority and establish his own cadre before I can consider stepping back. Ah, you truly are a wise minister. Li Qing laughed. I dare not accept such praise. I am merely a power holder. Yet, not all who wield power are tyrants. Even Huoguang during the Han was a man of action. And strictly speaking, he cannot be deemed wholly wicked. Yang Tinghe replied with a calm demeanor. I cannot claim to be particularly noble. Yet I strive to honor this power entrusted to me, were it not for my efforts. Do you believe the discord between ruler and subjects would not be on the brink of chaos? Li Qing chuckled. Are you comparing yourself to Cao Cao now? Yang Tinghe felt a flush of heat on his cheeks and retorted, I dare not. I merely wish to stabilize the court. Given the current circumstances, neither you nor I can afford to falter, for this is not an isolated incident. As I have stated, only a significant event could potentially turn the tide, though the cost would undoubtedly be immense. Yang Tinghe sighed despondently. What appears to be a conflict ignited by the transition of imperial power is, in truth, the root of calamity sown by the late emperor. Even if he were still alive, such tensions would inevitably have erupted. How could such a crude reform be expected to proceed smoothly? Has there ever been a significant reform that unfolded without turbulence? The recruitment system reformed the military. The martial practices of the capital undermined the imperial examinations, and the perpetual grants offended the vassal kings and royal family. The late emperor was indeed reckless. His actions will be remembered by posterity as wise and valiant, yet in this moment, it is rather laughable. Yang Tinghe continued, after the reigns of the Taizu and Taizong, Emperor Xianzong is considered a capable ruler, yet he did not resort to such brutality, nor did he possess such boldness. You are correct. The late emperor bestowed upon me great grace, yet my current actions serve to honor his nurturing. Regardless of your thoughts, I remain at peace with my conscience. Upon concluding, Yang Tinghe ceased to speak further, awaiting Li Qing's response. Under normal circumstances, as the Grand Chancellor, he should have extended a measure of respect towards Li Qing. Such words ought not to have crossed his lips. However, he felt an overwhelming urgency, as if failing to provide Li Qing with a satisfactory answer might lead to his literal demise. This sensation was inexplicable, yet profoundly intense. Moreover, considering Li Qing's audacity to treat 3 successive emperors, it was evident he possessed no shortage of courage. After a prolonged silence, Li Qing finally spoke. Excessive coercion will inevitably provoke resistance. Thus, the outcomes of such actions are fraught with uncertainty. Yet, the current situation transcends mere conspiracy. No amount of overt maneuvering can alter this reality. Yang Tinghe replied, even if we were to consider a hypothetical retreat, could a youth of less than 15 years, who has yet to receive the education befitting a crown prince, truly govern the realm? Yang Tinghe continued, the present emperor does not fear inaction, but rather fears an overzealous desire to achieve, to manifest his ambitions. The late emperor stands as a testament to this. If the new emperor mirrors the late emperor, do you believe the Ming dynasty could withstand another upheaval of that magnitude? Li Qing was rendered speechless. I, Yang Tinghe, achieved my first scholarly success at 12, became a jinshi at 19, and have traversed the tumultuous seas of court politics for decades. I dare say my insight and understanding of political landscapes are not inferior to anyone. Yang Tinghe declared with pride. Indeed, you are possessed of remarkable talent. Yet do not underestimate others. Li Qing conceded. Very well, I admit my perspective of you may be biased. Let us establish a gentleman's agreement. What do you propose? Yang Tinghe inquired. Firstly, do not exert undue pressure on the emperor. For instance, show respect to his birth mother. Secondly, ensure that you manage affairs effectively while maintaining stability in the realm and fostering national development. Li Qing elaborated. The first is to secure a favorable outcome for you, while the latter aligns with your political aspirations, which should not be overly challenging, correct? This indeed does not seem overly difficult, Yang Tinghe mused. Yet he remained a figure entrenched at the pinnacle of power. To be directed by another was inherently discomforting. Yang Tinghe furrowed his brow and remarked, On what grounds should I accept your counsel? With a chuckle, Li Qing replied, I can be quite reasonable at times, yet I can also be a rogue, even a merciless villain. Accept my terms, and I shall ensure your son remains unharmed. Refuse, and I shall bring about your demise. In the presence of the emperor. How dare you speak so? Yang Tinghe exclaimed in fury. You are driven by selfish motives, far from the noble ideals you profess. Li Qing smiled, rising to declare, I am not merely suggesting, I am issuing an ultimatum. Of course, you may attempt to challenge me, and see if I dare. You are audacious. Yang Tinghe retorted angrily. I shall witness how you intend to bring about my demise. Li Qing stretched languidly, raised 3 fingers, and proclaimed, I grant you 3 days to contemplate. I shall return after this period, and I advise you to consider your position carefully and avoid self-deception. Are you threatening me? Yang Tinghe inquired. To which Li Qing responded with a serious nod. Indeed, I am, and I shall follow through on my words. With that, Li Qing gracefully exited the hall, leaving Yang Tinghe seething with impotent rage. How outrageous! How utterly preposterous! Yang Tinghe trembled with indignation, feeling that his scholarly dignity had been besmirched. Yet, inexplicably, he was convinced that Li Qing was not jesting. At that moment, Yang Shen approached, and, upon witnessing his father's distress, hurriedly stepped forward, placing one hand on his father's chest and the other on his back, expressing concern. Father, what troubles you? Nothing, nothing. Yang Tinghe waved his hand dismissively. I was merely bitten by a dog. A dog? Yang Shen was momentarily taken aback, then quickly grasped the implication. Is it that Li Qianqing? Truly a vicious canine. Yang Tinghe gritted his teeth in frustration. Yang Shen was astounded. In his memory, his father had always been refined and composed, even when disagreeing with officials. Yet today, he was uncharacteristically vitriolic, prompting Yang Shen's curiosity to delve deeper. However, wishing to spare his father further agitation, he chose to remain silent and continued to offer comfort. After a considerable time, Yang Tinghe's anger began to subside, and he sat down with his son's support, starting to ponder Li Qing's proposition. At his age, it mattered little whether he served a few more years or not, but his son was still young. What would happen when he retired and returned home? Could that Li Qianqing truly safeguard his son? If he possessed such capability, then agreeing to the proposal would not be a significant concern. Yang Tinghe's thoughts raced. Yet, a sense of reluctance lingered. The fate of Huoguang weighed heavily on his mind. Although his power could not compare to Huoguang's, it was highly probable that he would not descend to such depths. Nevertheless, he could not guarantee that his son would be spared from imperial retribution. Ultimately, Yang Tinghe felt apprehensive, yet he held reservations about Li Qing's reliability. Could he truly succeed? Chapter 16. Securing Yang Tinghe currently. Li Qing could neither enter the court nor participate in state affairs, largely due to his adoptive son and the influence of Zhang. The phrase cultivating immortality reverberated in Li Qing's mind, an inescapable thought, as he feared becoming the catalyst for turmoil. Indeed, even if Zhang were genuinely pursuing immortality, Li Qing was confident in his ability to maintain stability, but that required him to be stationed in the capital, focused entirely on comprehensive monitoring, deployment, and control. Yet, at present, he could not concentrate all his efforts. This was not only due to his adoptive son, but also encompassed his niece Zhu Wanqing, Zhu Qijin from Jiaoji, and the subsequent arrangements for Zhu Hozhao. Li Qing found himself stretched thin. In light of this, Yang Tinghe's role became apparent. He possessed personal motives. Yet he also harbored political ambitions. Yang Tinghe was not entirely mistaken. Should one of him depart, another would promptly rise to take their place, and the fundamental issues would remain unaddressed. Could they all be eliminated? Certainly, but the prerequisite was that he must bear the ultimate responsibility. After enduring the trials of many years, Li Qing remains unperturbed by worries or toil. However, He finds himself unable to take the reins at this moment. Sigh. Let us observe how old Yang chooses to proceed. Li Qing reclined languidly on his bed, gazing at the ceiling, his eyes devoid of focus. Despite possessing ample time, he often feels constrained, which fills him with a sense of helplessness. In the blink of an eye, the 3-day deadline had arrived, prompting Li Qing to visit the Yang residence once more. On this day, Yang Tinghe had returned home early and had arranged for food and drink. When Li Qing arrived, he had already been waiting for some time. Please, have a seat, Yang Tinghe gestured invitingly. Li Qing settled into a chair opposite him. Have you considered the matter? Why should I trust you? Yang Tinghe cut straight to the chase. What proof do you have that you can protect my son? In the face of Yang Tinghe's domineering demeanor, Li Qing felt no anger. Rather, he found amusement in the exchange. So, does this imply you are inclined to agree? First, answer my question. Yang Tinghe replied coolly. Li Qing nodded. The conditions were set by him, thus it was only fitting that he provide proof. Although Li Qing possessed a rogue spirit, he was not entirely unreasonable. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, what do you believe is necessary to safeguard your son? Power. And what is the essence of power? Yang Tinghe repeated the question, falling into thought, then retorted with anger, now it is I who is asking you. See, you are impatient, Li Qing lamented, pouring wine. Here, have a drink to steady your nerves. Yang Tinghe lifted his cup, swallowing a mouthful of wine, and said, speak plainly. Spare me the circumlocution. I have no time to waste on petty arguments. After a brief pause, Li Qing ventured. If I were to assert that the essence of power is violence, would the chief minister agree? Yang Tinghe was taken aback by this assertion, yet upon further reflection, could not dismiss it entirely. He murmured, are you suggesting that you possess extreme violence? Indeed, Li Qing affirmed. Yang Tinghe chuckled derisively. Do you command an army? Or are you a deity? The ultimate violence resides within the court. What do you have? Li Qing smiled and replied, firstly, my safeguarding your son does not mean I intend to wage war against the Ming army. Secondly, extreme violence naturally draws admiration. I can leverage this to operate clandestinely. Thirdly, I possess far more than mere extreme violence. Such grandiloquence, yet not a word that inspires confidence, Yang Tinghe scoffed. What I seek are evidences, facts, not your eloquent rhetoric. If you desire proof, I can provide it. Li Qing nodded, moving to close the door. Allow me to demonstrate. Yang Tinghe furrowed his brow. What do you mean? What? Are you afraid I might harm you in your own home? Li Qing chuckled. Do you understand what a secret is? Yang Tinghe was momentarily at a loss, muttering. I am curious to see what you can conjure. With that, he stepped outside to issue a few commands before closing the door again. Now, may I see your secret? Li Qing smiled and gestured, come, sit. Yang Tinghe moved closer and settled down, awaiting Li Qing's performance. Li Qing began to subtly remove nearly imperceptible adornments from his face. Yang Tinghe, initially bewildered, soon sensed something amiss. Just as he was about to voice his astonishment, he was suddenly overcome with a numbing sensation, rendering him unable to utter a sound or even move. Rest assured, I mean you no harm. If I truly intended to act, I would not require such elaborate measures. Li Qing spoke as he continued his actions, and before long, he had completely shed his disguise, even removing the silk scarf. His youthful visage, adorned with thick, lustrous black hair and striking features, radiated a celestial elegance. His skin was smooth and fair, with the only discordant note being the slight stubble on his chin. From any angle, he appeared far younger than one who had reached the age of destiny. Yang Tinghe's eyes widened in shock. It was impossible. He could not possibly be this young. Yang Tinghe had known Li Qing for many years, dating back to the reign of Emperor Xuan. So many years had passed since then, when the young Emperor Zhang was but a child. Yet, the man before him seemed even younger than the late Zhang. How could this be? Yang Tinghe's worldview shattered. This is my secret, Li Qing smiled, removing the Zhang from his name, revealing simply, Li Qing. Yang Tinghe mouthed the two syllables in disbelief. You. Li Qing offered no explanation, merely gazing at him with a gentle smile. After what felt like an eternity, Yang Tinghe gradually emerged from his state of shock, still incredulous but regaining a semblance of reason. Li Qing raised his hand, restoring Yang's freedom. Now do you believe? Yang Tinghe opened his mouth, realizing he could speak and move once more. You really are the eternal youth Marquis Li Qing? He paused, astonished. The Li Qing from the Zhangtong era is also you? Li Qing nodded. It has always been me. Is it truly you? Yang Tinghe inquired again. Indeed. Yang Tinghe's chest heaved as he struggled to comprehend, his stubble bristling, breaths coming heavy. After a long moment, he finally spoke again. Could it be that you are truly an immortal? Your interpretation is not incorrect, Li Qing replied with a slight nod. Do you believe it? Yang Tinghe suppressed the tumult within him and inquired, May I have the honor of witnessing your celestial abilities? Li Qing casually gestured, and with a resounding crash, a beautiful porcelain vase shattered in the distance. My exquisite blue and white porcelain. Yang Tinghe winced at the loss, his heart filled with astonishment. He exhaled deeply, clasping his hands in respect. May I ask what instructions the Eternal Youth Marquis has? By addressing him as the Eternal Youth Marquis, he acknowledged Li Qing's authority in political affairs. There are no specific instructions. It remains as previously agreed. You shall follow my guidance, and I will ensure your son's safety, Li Qing stated. In fact, you possess one advantage over Huoguang. You do not have self-destructive family members. In the future, retirement will likely spare you from reckoning. I trust that with your political acumen, you will not walk that perilous path. However, your son may not be exempt from scrutiny. What is your view, Minister Yang? Yang Tinghe pondered silently. There is another question. Speak. Is anyone in the Eternal Youth Marquis's household aware of this? Yes. Upon hearing this, Yang Tinghe felt a wave of relief wash over him. He knew that Li Qing would not expose the secret, but if it remained concealed, his greatest advantage could not be utilized, making it exceedingly difficult to safeguard his son. However, if Li Qing could harness the power of the Eternal Youth Marquis's estate, then the issue would be surmountable. Yang Tinghe understood all too well the immense influence wielded by the Eternal Youth Marquis's lineage, aside from the princely houses. They were undoubtedly the foremost family in the Ming dynasty, with dukes needing to step aside. Moreover, without the royal family's illustrious aura, even the princes paled in comparison to the Eternal Youth Marquis. With the introduction of the Patent Act, the formidable power of the Yongqing Ho lineage is destined to escalate. Yang Tinghe no longer doubts Li Qing's capabilities, but harbors considerable trepidation. After all these years, what have you been scheming? Li Qing retorted, For all this time, my actions are well documented. What does Yang Shofu believe I am plotting? Yang Tinghe found himself at a loss for words. As a preeminent statesman, he understood all too well that if Li Qing had any ambitions, he had ample opportunities over the past century to ascend to a status that eclipsed even the emperor, a deity revered by the masses. This would have been no challenge for Li Qing. Yet, he refrained, choosing instead to conceal his true strengths, operating discreetly to restore order without revealing his greatest advantages. Reflecting on the trajectory of the Ming dynasty since its founding, Yang Tinghe was struck with an eerie realization of how it had diverged from history. After a pause, he sighed softly, With your abilities and methods, why do you not maintain a position at the center of power? Sometimes it is better to be in the wilderness than in the court, Li Qing replied. Moreover, throughout history, emperors who sought immortality have often been foolish. I do not wish for the Ming dynasty to be burdened with a multitude of emperors chasing the elusive path of transcendence due to my influence. Yang Tinghe was momentarily taken aback, nodding gently in agreement. The law should not be shared with the unworthy. Rest assured, today's matters are secure in your hands. Li Qing smiled softly, appreciating the ease of dealing with an astute individual. Regardless of your past, from this day forth, please adhere to your generous words from 3 days ago. You fulfill your promises, and I shall not falter. Otherwise, among the officials I have privately dealt with, there are many ministers and vice-ministers, and I would not mind adding one more cabinet minister to that list. After a brief pause, he added, Should you excel, I shall ensure you receive special favor. In the future, your name shall be indelibly etched in history. Li Qing made an additional promise. Agreed. Yang Tinghe acquiesced. He had no choice but to comply, as Li Qing had left him with no alternative. Likewise, Li Qing found himself in a position where he had no option. The current Ming court could not do without Yang Tinghe. Losing him would not improve the situation but rather exacerbate it, and with no means to enter the fray, he had to navigate through this transitional phase. Yang Tinghe, a prodigy who had spent decades immersed in the intricacies of governance, had evolved into an ultimate being. Attempting to deceive him with conventional tactics was nearly impossible. To achieve efficiency and total compliance, the only way was to reveal secrets. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Chapter 17. The character of the new Emperor Yang Tinghe's emotions were complex, exceedingly complex. He had believed himself invincible beneath the emperor, that even the sovereign must regard him with some reverence. Yet unexpectedly, a figure who should have long faded into the annals of history emerged, casting him down from his pinnacle. The psychological disparity was immense and challenging to accept, even after decades of navigating the treacherous waters of court politics. The once unflappable Yang Tinghe felt an indescribable profound loss. Yet it was not solely despair. There was also a sense of relief, even a hint of joy. The dual-edged sword of power was too sharp, too conspicuous, rendering it unmanageable and adversely affecting his state of mind. With the immense weight of power upon him, Yang Tinghe inevitably developed a degree of self-interest. This self-interest, however, was not malevolent nor rebellious. It simply marked a departure from his original convictions. Though compelled by circumstances, returning to one's original aspirations is, after all, a commendable endeavor. Undoubtedly, the emergence of Li Qing has dealt a significant blow to Yang Tinghe, presenting an insurmountable peak that looms before him, demanding reverence from afar. However, the presence of this formidable summit has also awakened Yang Tinghe, who has long been steeped in power. Upon reflection, he realizes that he has achieved both fame and fortune, reaching the pinnacle attainable by a civil servant. What more could he desire? Even in retirement, he would lead a leisurely life akin to that of a wealthy gentleman, while his son remains unscathed by the tumult. In a century's time, he might even secure a place in the annals of history. In that moment, Yang Tinghe's spirit unexpectedly deflated, not from a mindset of resignation, but rather from a lack of motivation, for he comprehends that no amount of effort on his part could surpass that individual who has stood at the zenith all along. Independent and transcendent, beyond human reach. So be it, Yang Tinghe muttered with a wry smile to himself. A few more years of service, followed by a dignified retirement back home, would suffice. In a small courtyard, Li Qing felt an unexpected lightness. Yang Tinghe possesses the capability to maintain stability, provided his mindset is rightly aligned, and currently, there is no need for him to intervene. As for the matter of Emperor Jiajing's pursuit of immortality, it remains a puzzling concern for Li Qing. Primarily, he wishes not to be tethered to the capital. He hopes that Zhu Hozong can become a wise and formidable emperor, one who does not require his presence. Yang Tinghe's transformation will greatly alleviate his burdens. May this contribute positively to his development, Li Qing mused softly. That night, upon learning that Zhang Yong had returned to the residence in Zhongwan village, Li Qing stealthily entered. Zhang Yong, initially taken aback by Li Qing's unexpected visit, soon expressed his delight. "Sir, how fares the emperor, the late emperor?" "He is well," Li Qing replied, "but it would be best for you to assume he has passed. Otherwise, it would be detrimental for all involved." "That we understand," Zhang Yong nodded. "As long as the emperor is unharmed, we shall not inquire further." "Indeed," Li Qing acknowledged, pleased with Zhang Yong's astuteness and loyalty. His tone softened. "I have come to inquire about certain matters." "Please, sir, speak freely." As one privy to Li Qing's secrets, Zhang Yong dared not show any sign of negligence. "What is your current relationship with the new emperor?" "Thanks to the late emperor's grace, our rapport with the new emperor is harmonious." Li Qing pondered. "Having coexisted for some time, you must have some understanding of what kind of person the emperor is." "The new emperor is quite intelligent, demonstrating restraint and diligence. He is very industrious, personally reviewing almost all memorials, regardless of their significance," Zhang Yong informed him. "He often reviews memorials late into the night." "Is that so?" Li Qing expressed mild surprise, not having expected such diligence from Jiajing, who had not attended court for over 20 years. "How could I deceive you, sir?" "It is indeed true," Zhang Yong replied earnestly. "Since the coronation ceremony, he has not missed a single day of court, frequently asking how the late emperor managed state affairs and interacted with the officials, always eager to learn." Upon hearing this, Li Qing felt a surge of joy. Simultaneously, he was less inclined to reveal his identity. If Jiajing could maintain such dedication, there would be no need for him to always oversee the grand scheme. "That is excellent. My affairs must remain confidential, or else you would be the end of me," Zhang Yong interjected eagerly. Li Qing chuckled softly. "It's good that you understand. Rest assured, the late emperor is doing quite well, so there's no need to worry about him. Just focus on your duties as the grand eunuch of the imperial sacrificial ceremonies. In the years to come, you will find this life far more fulfilling than that of Lu Jin. You should be content." Zhang Yong nodded, sighing. "Our family harbors no great ambitions. And indeed we are content, yet we shall never see the late emperor again. Do not dwell on him. Just know that he is thriving," Li Qing concluded, turning to leave. He did not return to the small courtyard, but instead made his way directly to Jinling. For now, there is no need for concern. One must care for their own household. Although they had agreed upon a month, it actually took only 20 days for Li Qing to complete his round trip. When he returned to the small courtyard in Jinling, it was still not yet mid-September. As was customary, he informed the Yongqing Marquis' residence of his return before heading to the small courtyard to rest. After a brief slumber, he awoke revitalized, his spirit fully restored. Early in the morning, Li Shuer brought breakfast, peeling salted duck eggs as she inquired, "You managed to accomplish everything in just 20 days?" There was nothing particularly concerning. A single decisive action resolved it all, Li Qing replied, sipping his meat porridge and taking a bite of the peeled salted egg. "Your father has not encountered any unfortunate circumstances, has he? He's doing well. Under the influence of my elder brother, he spends his days watching plays and listening to music. Always in good spirits," Li Shuer responded. "That's good to hear." Although Li Qing was certain there would be no mishaps, he still felt a sense of joy and asked, "Have you been busy lately?" "Not at all. I've actually been quite free. The detailed tasks are handled by those below me, and I mostly serve as a supervisor and motivator," Li Shuer explained. "Of course, I am not a heartless gentry. My motivation is genuine and substantial, not exploitative." "That's the best approach," Li Qing nodded. "Talents must be treated with kindness and respect. As the patent law unfolds, the gentry will come to value talent, even competing for it, as research personnel represent wealth." He spoke at length, and Li Shuer, understanding the implications, listened with a cheerful demeanor. Once he finished, she asked, "Are you inquiring about my busyness to help me cultivate my true energy?" "Yes," Li Qing affirmed. "Since you wish to pursue this path, I will certainly share my knowledge. However, be prepared. Cultivation can be quite tedious." Li Shuer nodded eagerly. "When shall we begin?" "Tomorrow. Today, I will first review your father's condition and devise a treatment plan." Li Qing paused. "By the way, how is your mother? Has she exhibited any unusual behavior?" "Sorrow is inevitable, though she always appears cheerful." "I know," Li Shuer sighed. "If that day comes, my brother and I will likely be unable to persuade her. We will need your help." "I understand," Li Qing replied solemnly. "I have finished my meal. Please tidy up and bring them back." "All right," Li Shuer said, clearing the table and taking the food box as she stepped outside. Meanwhile, Li Qing retreated to his study, perusing the medical texts he had read countless times. In truth, over the years, his medical skills had indeed improved, and significantly so. Firstly, he has accumulated a wealth of experience, and secondly, during the process of treating the Empress, he has gleaned a multitude of insights from the Imperial Medical Bureau. Alas, he remains unable to defy fate. Even with over a century's worth of vital energy at his disposal, he cannot transcend the constraints of the human body. At a certain stage, decline is inevitable. As the hour of Chun approached, Li Hong and Zhu Wanqing arrived. Li Qing administered acupuncture to them, and subsequently conducted an examination on Zhu Wanqing. Her health was satisfactory. Optimistically, she could easily live for another decade. However, considering additional factors regarding her condition, Li Qing prescribed a remedy as well. "Uncle Li, do I also have ailments?" Zhu Wanqing inquired. "What is that expression? Are you pleased?" Li Qing shot her a disapproving glance and retorted, "When there is illness, treat it. When there is none, prevention is prudent. Stop indulging in fanciful thoughts. The willow branches have long been prepared. Am I not old enough for this? You still dare to treat me?" Zhu Wanqing rolled her eyes. Li Qing replied calmly, "It depends on your performance." "Uft." Zhu Wanqing scoffed. "Do you think I'm still a child? If you have the courage, do it now." Li Hong frowned. "Wanqing, do not be disrespectful. I'm just joking with Uncle Li. He isn't upset. So why are you?" Zhu Wanqing teased. Li Hong, feeling helpless and distressed, softened his tone and said, "It's cold below. Let me warm the blankets for you before you come, all right? I can help warm them." "It'll be quicker that way," Zhu Wanqing suggested. "Now I'm genuinely angry. Do you two even consider my feelings?" Li Qing admonished. "Don't forget about me." Li Shuer huffed. "I'm angry too." The couple exchanged glances, slightly furrowing their brows in displeasure. "What are you angry about? Do you even think of us? You're so engrossed in each other that you neglect your children?" Li Shuer exclaimed. "Am I just an afterthought? You both have no love for us, do you?" Zhu Wanqing, flustered and annoyed, protested. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "Enough." Li Qing interjected impatiently. "We haven't even begun to discuss life and death, and you're already speaking of such elements." In a rare moment of defiance, Li Hong replied, "Since we're discussing it, let us be forthright and set the tone. Before Li Qing could react in anger, Li Hong continued, Wanqing, even if I were to pass on, I would not be lonely. You remain in this world as well, with a foster father, Xue, Xiao Hao, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. Li Hong smiled wryly. This is not the harmonious partnership it should be. What say you, foster father? Li Qing paused for a moment, then sighed. The notion of a woman following her husband to the grave is merely a shackle imposed by men. If your love is genuine, it should not be expected. Chapter 18. Enlightening Zhu Wanqing. In this era, a woman's loyalty to her husband in death is regarded as a virtue. However, such matters are situational and not obligatory. Nurturing children and honoring parents-in-law are equally commendable traits in women. Of course, such devotion is rare. Remarriage is the norm, and the court does not oppose nor punish a woman for remarrying. These principles, however, do not apply to Zhu Wanqing. Given her status, age, and understanding, she should not harbor such thoughts, yet her affections run deep. This couple, childhood sweethearts, had been intertwined in each other's lives since Zhu Wanqing's youth, having known and loved one another for many years. Thus, she found it exceedingly difficult to accept the prospect of separation. Yet Li Hong could not accept it. His wife still had many years ahead of her, yet she chose to end her life to accompany him. How could he find solace in that? Li Hong spoke solemnly. Wanqing, in the presence of your godfather today, I ask you to make a promise. What promise? She inquired. After I am gone, you must live well and not demean yourself, Li Hong stated. Imagine if our roles were reversed. Could you accept my fate as you have accepted yours? Zhu Wanqing choked back her tears, her eyes reddening. Honggu, I fear my world without you, I fear. Do not be afraid, Li Hong hurriedly reassured her, gently wiping her tears away. Li Qing quietly exited the parlor, followed closely by Li Shuer, who softly closed the door behind them. Father and mother are so touching. Li Shuer sniffled, her eyes shimmering with tears. Such love truly makes one envy neither the Mandarin ducks nor the immortals. Li Qing remained silent. After a while, Li Shuer composed herself and asked, After this, will my mother no longer harbor such thoughts? Your mother is not a foolish woman. While she deeply loves your father, she is not devoid of understanding. Li Qing comforted her. Do not worry, as long as I am here. How could she act foolishly in the future? Li Shuer nodded, a mixture of sorrow and joy in her heart. At that moment, Li Hao burst through the door, and upon seeing Li Qing, he immediately beamed. Oh, look who's back. You returned quite swiftly, didn't you? What happened to my little sister? Did Qing Yi give you a beating? Li Shuer wished to strike him, casting a fierce glare and pointing towards the parlor. Li Hao, intrigued, stepped forward and exclaimed, Let me see what's going on. Ah, father, how can you still possess such strength? Ouch, please stop. That cane is a rare treasure. Do not break it. Li Hao danced around as he exited. In truth, having an eccentric in the household was quite beneficial, as was evident in this moment. With Li Hao's antics, the previously somber atmosphere dissipated entirely, and the sight of the elder couple chastising their rebellious son was quite entertaining. After a while, Li Qing wisely intervened. Xiao Hao, I did not prepare anything today. Please head to the restaurant and arrange for a table with food and drinks. Let us share a few drinks at noon. Understood. Li Hao eagerly replied. Father, this is your father's command, so do not blame your son. With that, he hurried off, leaving the others both amused and exasperated. Once back in the parlor, Li Qing continued the conversation. Wanqing, everyone will eventually face death. Even I will one day. Though it may seem premature to discuss, since we are on the subject, let us delve into it. There are 3 stages of death. The first is the cessation of breath and heartbeat. The second is when those who love them also pass away. The third is when no one remembers them. Li Qing spoke at length, while Zhu Wanqing listened quietly. After a long pause, she said softly, Uncle Li, I understand what you are saying, but knowing is easy, yet acting is difficult. I cannot bear the thought of Honggu leaving me. Li Qing sighed. I too have experienced the pain of losing a beloved, yet I have not sought death. I have attachments. Do you not have attachments as well? His voice was gentle. Xiao Hao, Xiao Shuer. Your grandchildren and great-grandchildren are the legacy you and Hong'er will leave behind. Once again, he offered words of solace. Wanqing, what your godfather has said is true. I too wish for you to see more of this world and accompany the younger generation as they grow. Li Hong spoke tenderly. Zhu Wanqing expressed her trepidation, saying, But I fear I may not be able to accomplish it. Li Hong glanced at Li Qing, who reassured her, with Uncle Li here, there is no need to be afraid. There is also Shuer, as well as your elder brother, your grandson, and your great-grandson. Li Shuer chimed in. Zhu Wanqing remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Observing this, Li Hong smiled, his laughter light and joyful, yet it was a mirth only he could muster. As the noon hour approached, Li Hao entered with the tavern staff. A series of dishes were presented at the table, and the waiter, after arranging the plates, offered a few auspicious words before departing with the food box. Li Hao cheerfully remarked, "Father, I have specifically procured some gentle wine this time. You must indulge in a couple of glasses to satisfy your cravings. Your father cannot drink excessively, nor can you." Li Qing interjected with a frown. "Come now, Master Qing. Just have a taste," Li Hao urged, pouring a glass and offering it to him. Li Qing, somewhat skeptical, accepted the glass and took a sip, only to be left speechless. Rather than wine, it resembled water, merely infused with a hint of alcohol. Li Qing chuckled, shaking his head at the folly of his son. Though Li Hao was somewhat frivolous, he was not careless. He often displayed a keen attention to detail. For such a vast family estate could not be managed by the inattentive. "Father, today you must drink this wine," Li Hao insisted, pouring for his father. Seeing that his godfather did not object, Li Hong felt a surge of happiness, accepting the drink and taking a hearty gulp, only to furrow his brow. "Is this what you call wine? Just say whether you will drink it or not." Li Hao appeared confident in his stance. "You rascal," Li Hong replied, both exasperated and resigned, promptly seizing the wine jug for himself. "No one is competing with you," Li Hao laughed, explaining to his mother and sister. "This is not wine diluted with water. It is water laced with wine. It merely satisfies the palate and cannot intoxicate." Zhu Wanqing retorted at last. "Your brain has been applied to something of substance." Following a cozy lunch, it was not long before the tavern staff returned, clearing away the cups, bowls, and leftover food, while also tidying up the premises with exceptional service. Li Qing administered acupuncture to Li Hong, subsequently employing his vital energy to nourish the acupuncture points. Li Hong, overtaken by drowsiness, succumbed to sleep even before the treatment was complete. In the courtyard, the four of them gathered, with three of them playfully besieging Zhu Wanqing, employing various tactics until she finally acquiesced. Witnessing this, Li Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him. After some light-hearted conversation, he began to guide Li Shuer in cultivating her vital energy. Li Hao, finding the atmosphere rather dull, decided to take his leave for the workshop, while Zhu Wanqing made her way to the chamber where Li Hong was resting. "The aim is to harmonize, or rather, to regulate my external vital energy with my own," Li Qing explained. Li Shuer, puzzled, inquired, "Did you not say it cannot be bestowed?" "It cannot, but this is not a bestowal. It will still dissipate. Yet during this process, it will stimulate the growth of your own vital energy," Li Qing elucidated, likening it to fertilizer for the soil. Li Shuer nodded, torn between laughter and tears, and asked, "Does this have any impact on you?" "None at all. I merely expend energy, not lose it." "That is reassuring." Li Shuer felt a sense of relief. As she sensed the vibrant flow of vital energy coursing through her meridians, she felt an overwhelming strength, truly formidable. She was engulfed by an intense illusion that she could shatter a stone table with a single slap. This method of cultivation, how many days can it replace in a single day? Li Shuer inquired. "Perhaps 2 or 3 days, Li Qing replied. "Your current state is merely an illusion. After a while, you must return to reality. Do not mistake a fleeting moment for eternity." Li Shuer paused, then sighed. "Indeed, beauty is always ephemeral. Fireworks extinguish so swiftly." With a playful slap on her head, Li Qing admonished, "I have exerted considerable effort to assist you in your cultivation, not for you to linger in contemplation. Focus on guiding your extra vital energy." Li Shuer pouted slightly and closed her eyes to direct her energy, while Li Qing retreated to the study, retrieving a medical tome. He reclined in a chair beneath the eaves and began to peruse the pages. As autumn approached and winter loomed, the sun, now less fierce, ushered in a gentle chill. Li Qing slowly closed the medical book, sighing, "Alas, when will the extremes give way to balance?" He firmly believed that the extremes would eventually yield to harmony, for his era did not face such dire issues. Instead, it grappled with the headaches of global warming. The cold climate would undoubtedly warm, but when exactly that improvement would occur remained a mystery to him. As the hour drew late, Li Hong awakened from a deep slumber, invigorated and noticeably healthier. Both mother and daughter were delighted, reassured that the situation might not be as dire as they had feared. After exchanging greetings with his adoptive father, Li Hong was warmly escorted home by his wife and daughter. Li Qing lingered for a moment before venturing into the streets to procure some wine and meat. He lit the large lantern under the eaves, seated himself at the stone table beneath the tree, and prepared to indulge when a knock resonated at the courtyard door. "Is the master at home?" "It is I, Tang Bohu." Recognizing the voice, Li Qing hastily rose to open the door. Indeed, it was Tang Bohu. This journey had transformed him significantly. His face was darkened, deeply wrinkled, and his skin parched, complemented by a head of white hair, rendering him nearly indistinguishable from an old man. Li Qing almost failed to recognize him. The current Tang Bohu had lost the charming elegance of his youth. Bearing little resemblance to the renowned figure, he once was among the 4 talents of Jiangnan. "What has brought about this change?" Li Qing asked. Tang Bohu chuckled. "With age comes such transformations." He sniffed the air and inquired, "Are you drinking?" Li Qing smiled. "Your timing is impeccable. I have yet to begin my meal. And you return just in time. Come in." He stepped aside to let Tang Bohu enter, secured the door, and fetched wine cups from the eastern kitchen. "Where all did you travel?" Li Qing seated himself across from Tang Bohu and poured him a glass. Tang Bohu took a hearty sip, revealing a look of satisfaction, exclaiming, "Now, this is worthy of conversation." Chapter 19. Contentment. Tang Bohu spoke at length, while Li Qing listened with a tinge of envy. After a considerable time, he asked, "Are you not departing?" "I shall not leave." Tang Bohu sighed. "I can hardly move anymore." "What are your plans for the future?" "If you do not mind." "I would like to reside here." Tang Bohu chuckled. "You do not find me bothersome, do you?" "How could that be?" Li Qing laughed, shaking his head. "If you wish to stay, then do so. But will you truly not return to Wuxian?" Tang Bohu sighed softly. "I no longer feel at home there." "Then stay." Li Qing insisted. "Very well." After finishing their meal and emptying the wine, Tang Bohu, content, retired to the guest room for a deep slumber. The next morning dawned. Li Shuer, as customary, brought breakfast in a food box, awakening Tang Bohu with the enticing aroma. Being old acquaintances, Tang Bohu felt no need for formality. He hastily freshened up and indulged in the meal. "Miss Li, it has been a while. You remain as youthful and beautiful as ever," he complimented during their repast, providing a substantial emotional uplift. Li Shuer rolled her eyes, secretly enjoying the flattery. "I will bring an extra portion tomorrow." "That would be splendid," Tang Bohu chuckled, feeling a tad embarrassed. "If only I could borrow a bit more money, that would be even better." Li Shuer responded with a bemused silence, while Li Qing remarked, "You didn't squander all your funds before returning, did you?" "Ah, that might be the case," Tang Bohu replied helplessly. "A single coin can thwart a hero." Li Shuer inquired with curiosity, "With your renown, could you truly be short of funds? Any single painting of yours is worth a fortune. How could you find yourself without a penny?" "Alas, it is not a matter of pride," Tang Bohu lamented. "Once my identity is revealed, I lose my freedom, and the joy of wandering is extinguished. In my current predicament, I am easily manipulated, and my legs are not swift enough to make an escape." "You seem quite cautious," Li Shuer teased. "Indeed," he replied, "when one is out in the world, one must be wary of others." Tang Bohu, unashamed, added, "I have not yet lived enough. I cherish my life." Li Shuer could not suppress a chuckle. "I will fund your painting. You shall create one." "No problem." Tang Bohu readily agreed. "When shall we commence?" "You may visit my residence another day," Li Shuer said, producing a silver note. "This is an advance payment." "Thank you." Tang Bohu accepted it graciously, then jovially declared, "Sir, let us go. Today, I shall treat you to a delightful outing." Li Qing interjected, "He has no time. You must go on your own." Li Shuer, slightly exasperated, muttered, "How shameless. Just be careful not to find yourself ensnared by a woman one day." "Ha ha ha. That is called being charming." Tang Bohu suddenly realized that such remarks towards women were rather impolite. He ceased his banter and said, "Since you are busy, I shall not impose. I will take a stroll outside." In this era, entertainment was scarce. Aside from listening to books and plays, there was little left to enjoy. They all aged prematurely. Li Shuer scoffed at Tang Bohu's retreating figure. Li Qing, caught between laughter and exasperation, rose and said, "Let us begin." "Very well." Li Qing channeled his true energy into Li Shuer, igniting her vitality, akin to acupuncture stimulating vital points to awaken life. This method of cultivation was remarkably efficient for the growth of true energy, almost akin to a form of clever cheating. However, not everyone could accomplish this. While the recipient fared well, the one transmitting true energy had to meet high standards. Only Li Qing could manage it. Another might not succeed, and even if they could, the results would not be as favorable. Li Shui'er possessed talent, though it was not extraordinary. At best, she was merely above average. Yet, with Li Qing's assistance, she might still aspire to become a master in the future. However, even masters could not transcend the human realm, nor could they compare to the old sage. After a quarter of an hour, Li Qing instructed, "Go to the study and meditate, truly contemplate to solidify your understanding." Li Shui'er asked, "What do you think my future capabilities will reach in comparison to yours?" "In terms of true energy, perhaps 2/10," he replied. Li Qing pondered and remarked, "In terms of fighting, achieving a mere 50% is the most one can hope for. Your combat prowess is rather lacking. However, as a young lady, there is no need for you to engage in such violence. What you possess is sufficient." "All right," Li Shui'er replied, somewhat discontented. "It's not as if I engage in battles or care about combat prowess. But is my inner energy truly only at 20%? 20% is already considerable. Leaving aside other matters, living to 100 years is no mere hyperbole," Li Qing stated. "Of course, whether you can achieve this depends on your dedication. Will you continue to assist me?" Li Shui'er asked with hope. "As long as I have the time, I shall," Li Qing nodded. "For my own kin, I have never been stingy," Li Shui'er murmured. "In truth, one can always carve out time. It merely depends on your willingness. Do not push your luck." Li Qing retorted sharply. "Hurry up. If you dawdle, I shall cease my assistance." "Stingy old man," Li Shui'er grumbled, but upon seeing Li Qing's glare, she swiftly departed. In the morning, Li Hong did not come, instead accompanying his son to a tea house to listen to stories and watch performances. After some deliberation about visiting a brothel, he ultimately decided against it, realizing that he would only be able to listen to music and could do little else. The father and son entertained themselves for half the day before returning in the afternoon. Li Qing did not comment much and proceeded with his customary acupuncture, supplemented by inner energy and herbal nourishment. Finally, he advised, "As the weather turns cold, you must take care to keep warm. A little heat is acceptable, but you must not allow yourself to get chilled. Look at how thinly you are dressed." "Godfather, I am wearing a blue velvet robe. It appears thin. Yet it is quite warm," Li Hong replied. "Add another layer," Li Qing insisted. "Very well." As the father and son exited the small courtyard, Li Hao jested, "Father, it seems that Qing Yi is becoming increasingly like a stubborn old man." Li Hong shot his son a glare and sighed. After such a long passage of time, how could one not become worn? In truth, he has aged long ago. Decades have passed since he was truly young. Only his appearance remains unchanged. But his heart is already riddled with wounds. Li Hao nodded, an unusual seriousness overtaking his typically carefree demeanor. "At times, I find myself quite envious of Qing Yi, even feeling a twinge of jealousy. It is truly a joyous thought. Yet, at other moments, I feel deep pity for him. He is so unfortunate, so helpless, unable to be rescued, merely a spectator to his own tragic fate." Li Hao sighed repeatedly and inquired, "Father, do you think Qing Yi will continue to cycle through this existence indefinitely?" Li Hong paused before responding, "Not necessarily. He has mentioned that upon returning to his own era, he might find normalcy. Let us hope so. It would not bode well for him to continue in this manner." "What are you rambling about?" Li Hong exclaimed, raising his cane, yet this time he did not strike down. In truth, he harbored similar thoughts. Lowering his cane, Li Hong sighed, "Xiao Hao, you must be a bit more astute than I. Once I am gone, you must uphold this family. Your mother may be strong-willed, but she is also quite fragile. My time is limited, but you appear to be in good health." Li Hao protested, alarmed. Li Hong forced a smile. "This is due to your Qing Yi's acupuncture and inner energy. However, even the finest medical skills and treatments have their limits. Once they cease to be effective, I shall inevitably falter. Truth be told, my age has already reached its peak. I should have collapsed long ago, yet it is merely your Qing Yi who supports me. But, father, you seemed fine before. Why this sudden change?" Li Hao could not accept it, his eyes reddening. Li Hong chuckled and chided. "Should I have been acceptable while constantly ailing? To be able to walk and move, to eat and drink, is it not a greater blessing?" After a pause, "It is often said that a person may live for a century, yet how many truly reach that age? It is rare for one to live to 70. My father is nearing 80. At such an age, his passing would be a joyful farewell, devoid of sorrow. Moreover, to maintain dignity in the twilight years is a commendable fortune. After all, he has not spent his days bedridden, requiring the assistance of others for the most basic needs." Li Hong kindly remarked, "Do not be disheartened. How many military generals, who have devoted decades to their service, reach the age of your father? How many live with such dignity? Li Hao remained silent. Li Hong sighed. Your grandfather has exerted every effort and has long begun nurturing your father. This is the result we see today. Li Hao was contemplative. Father, forgive my filial impiety, but how much longer do you believe you have? Li Hong understood that his son wished to prepare in advance, hoping to ensure a dignified departure. He smiled and said, Indeed, the Li family possesses wealth and influence. Yet we must not indulge in extravagance or ostentation. We shall adhere to the customs befitting an ordinary affluent family, without unnecessary embellishments. Li Hao countered, Money is meant to be spent. I can always earn more. Li Hong's smile faded, and his expression turned serious. Li Hao, you must comprehend that the family fortune does not belong to you, nor to the descendants. I understand. It is your grandfather's. But how could he ever treat you unjustly? Li Hong smiled wryly and shook his head. In truth, it does not solely belong to him. What do you mean? This wealth is of the Ming dynasty. Li Hong explained. We may spend liberally, but it must be for righteous causes. Take your sister's research project, for instance. It has required significant funding over the years. Yet it is a worthy investment. For the Li family, for the common people, for the nation, it serves the present and benefits future generations. Such expenditures are invaluable. However, to squander vast sums on funeral arrangements would be true recklessness, buried in the depths of darkness, rotting away with time. Who would behold such waste? Li Hao pondered. But as a son, how can I allow my father to be wronged? In what way is he wronged? We shall procure the finest casket, a few accompanying items, perhaps a couple of performances, and create a lively atmosphere. Is that not splendid? But that hardly befits your status. Li Hao felt uneasy. What status do I possess? Li Hong chuckled. I merely enjoyed good fortune, born into a prominent family, and recognized by your grandfather. Otherwise, I would be nothing more than a humble casket. One must learn to be content. I have ventured through life, experienced glory, and do not regret this journey. I am quite satisfied. Chapter 20. The New Monarch Versus. The old minister Zhu Hozong was in high spirits recently. His family was coming, and the old monster Yang Tinghe had also tempered his demeanor, no longer targeting him so fiercely. The subtle change in this formidable minister brought him immense joy. Before ascending to the throne, he believed that the emperor's word was absolute. A singular authority, how delightful it seemed. However, once he became emperor, he realized that the court was not merely a reflection of the emperor's will. With formidable ministers outside and a powerful Empress Dowager within, he found himself in a state of despair. At last, the situation began to turn in his favor. After reviewing the memorials, Zhu Hozong felt even more uplifted, to the point of considering a game of kuju, allowing himself a moment of indulgence. However, recalling his cousin's reputation, he restrained himself, for he did not wish to be tarnished with the label of a playful scoundrel. As an emperor not born of direct succession, he could not help but feel a twinge of insecurity, especially with fierce ministers in the outer court, all keenly observing him for faults. The burden of being an emperor was anything but pleasant, and Zhu Hohong sighed bitterly. Huang Jin, he called. Present, replied the servant Huang Jin, stepping forward. Go. Summon Grand Scholar Yang to meet me. Yes. Huang Jin bowed, and, with his short legs, hurried away. Zhu Hohong thought to himself, it is imperative that my mother be brought to the capital with the honors befitting a Grand Empress Dowager, lest I tarnish the revered title of my biological mother, Empress Zhang. Otherwise, Empress Zhang would inevitably become more assertive, and my mother's identity as the emperor's biological mother would be entirely overshadowed. Despite Zhu Hohong's outward display of strength and his reputation as formidable, he had still acknowledged his parents, venerating Xiaozong as his father and Empress Zhang as his mother. While he maintained the formal address for his biological mother, he could only tenuously preserve that title, unable to alter the reality of her diminished status. Such an outcome, whether viewed through the lens of filial piety or self-interest, was unacceptable to Zhu Hohong. He sought change and a breakthrough, yet he understood that this would not be accomplished overnight. He must navigate the expressions of those around him, particularly Yang Tinghe's countenance. Regrettably, the current Zhu Hohong found even the act of overturning the table beyond his reach. Of course, the main reason was his reluctance to relinquish the throne. Though discontented and constrained, he remained an emperor, and being young, he had ample time ahead. While Empress Zhang, Yang Tinghe, and others were advancing in age, if he could not outmaneuver them, could he not simply outlast them? with a promising future ahead. Zhu Hohong was determined not to concede easily. Your Majesty, Grand Scholar Yang has arrived. Admit him. Yang Tinghe entered alongside Huang Jin, bowing. I humbly pay my respects. Your Majesty. Zhu Hohong hurried forward, jesting. I have already stated that you need not perform such grand gestures in private. Do you not take my words to heart? I dare not, Yang Tinghe replied, clasping his hands. At my advanced age, I sometimes forget. Upon hearing this, Zhu Hohong's heart fluttered, but quickly fell into despondency. Setting aside whether Yang Tinghe truly harbored intentions of retirement, he knew he could not part ways with him, at least not at present. His feelings toward Yang Tinghe were always complex. He loathed him, yet felt dependent on him. Currently, Zhu Hohong could not navigate the court without Yang Tinghe's guidance. To disregard the stability of the realm was inconceivable, as this empire had been passed down by his forefathers and was to be entrusted to his descendants. Zhu Hohong could neither afford nor dare to risk such a loss. Consequently, he could only project an image of strength while simultaneously bestowing favors, ensuring that both ministers and those in the harem were content with their current benefits, thus preventing any rash actions on their part. It was precisely for this reason that the court had not plunged into chaos amidst the shifting tides of imperial power. Conflicts existed, yet they did not escalate into fierce confrontations. Zhu Hohong smiled gently, saying, Zhang Shang was 80 and still capable of aiding the state. You, esteemed sir, are in the prime of your life. Why speak such words? Huang Jin bowed, and, moving aside, fetched a chair. Grand Scholar Yang, please take a seat. Yang Tinghe hesitated for a moment, clasped his hands, and said, Your Majesty, if you have any instructions, please feel free to express them. Why do you treat me with such coldness? With no choice, Yang Tinghe took his seat, waiting for further discourse. Indeed, before he could settle comfortably, a report arrived. The horseman conveyed that the Empress Dowager would soon arrive in the capital. Are you referring to the Holy Mother, Empress Dowager Zhang? Yang Tinghe inquired. Zhu Hohong's lips twitched slightly as he replied in a subdued tone, Indeed. That is splendid news, Yang Tinghe remarked. In that case, the cabinet and the Ministry of Rites must expedite preparations. Do not rush, Yang Qing, Zhu Hohong interrupted. I have a question I wish to pose to you. Your Majesty is too courteous. I shall speak freely, Yang Tinghe replied. Zhu Hohong asked, Is the Holy Mother, Empress Dowager Zhang, indeed the Empress Dowager? Yang Tinghe was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, Yes. If she is the Empress Dowager, we must accord her the respect befitting her status. Zhu Hohong declared, Our great Ming dynasty governs through filial piety. As a son, how can I treat my mother with less than the utmost respect? If I were to disregard the gratitude for her nurturing, what face would I have to occupy this throne? I fear that the people would look down upon me as their emperor. Yang Tinghe, feeling helpless, replied, Your Majesty, the protocol for her welcome has already been established. According to the rites for the princess consort of Xingxian, you have agreed to it. A sovereign's word should not be taken lightly. He paused and added, Moreover, this is not solely my decision to make. Zhu Hohong smiled and said, setting aside other matters, Do you believe that it is wrong for me to repay my mother's kindness? Naturally, it is not, Yang Tinghe conceded. So, do you support my decision? Zhu Hohong asked, his face lighting up with joy. Before Yang Tinghe could respond, he continued, Yang Shun entered the service as a top scholar, yet he has remained stagnant all these years. This is simply unacceptable. Even a common scholar would have achieved a significant position by now. Yang Tinghe felt a pang of anxiety and quickly replied, Yang Shun is young and impetuous, full of talent but unfit for high office. When selecting officials for the nation, one must not shy away from familial ties or personal grievances. Your stance on this is quite uncharacteristic. Zhu Hohong replied calmly, Upon ascending the throne, I was eager for talented individuals. Yang Shun's abilities are well known throughout the court. I must surely entrust him with important responsibilities. After a moment's contemplation, he added, At the age of 30, Yang Shun has outgrown impulsiveness. While the role of minister may seem too mature for him, serving as a deputy minister should be acceptable. Your Majesty, that is absolutely unadvisable. Yang Tinghe exclaimed, Did you not also rise through the ranks of the Hanlin Academy? Zhu Hohong smiled. Back then, did you ever imagine that you would find yourself in such a position? I doubt your contemporaries ever envisioned this either. Like father, like son, Yang Shun, having excelled beyond his predecessors, rightly deserves such recognition. This was a blatant act of bribery. Such practices are disgraceful, yet remarkably effective. Zhu Hozong was no stranger to this and felt no embarrassment. Yang Tinghe replied bitterly, "Your Majesty, how am I to maintain my integrity in such a situation? If this continues, I shall have no choice but to resign and return home." Zhu Hozong was not pressuring Yang Tinghe to leave. He proposed, "Why not serve as a deputy minister in southern Jili? When an opportunity arises here, I shall consider bringing him back. Would that be agreeable?" Yang Tinghe forced a smile, saying, "Even if that were the case, my colleagues would merely think I am securing a fortune for my son. How shall I interact with them in the future?" The emperor, resolute in his decision, left the minister no choice but to return to his homeland. Yang Tinghe nearly exclaimed, "How can I lead my troops under such circumstances?" Naturally, Zhu Hozong was aware of Yang Tinghe's predicament, yet he displayed no empathy, for he too faced his own challenges. "Yang Qing, as a vital minister of the nation, do not utter your resignation again. I shall not acquiesce." Zhu Hozong seemed disinclined to feign patience any longer, directly stating, "Yang Shun shall proceed to Nanjing as an attendant. We shall welcome the holy Empress Zhang, in accordance with the standards befitting the Empress Dowager, into the palace. This shall be our resolution." Yang Tinghe replied, "Please, sir, proceed." However, he remained steadfast. If the emperor truly wished to facilitate this matter, he ought to approach it differently. Otherwise, nothing would be accomplished. "What do you suggest, sir?" Zhu Hozong inquired earnestly. "Do not hesitate to speak frankly. I am amenable to all proposals." Amid his fatigue, Yang Tinghe felt a flicker of relief. The young emperor, though still in his tender years, possessed remarkable intelligence and displayed greater restraint than his predecessor, refraining from impulsive actions, which was indeed a positive attribute. Yang Tinghe clasped his hands, stating, "Your Majesty must not forget, the obstacles lie not solely with the external ministers. There are also internal challenges." Pausing briefly, he added, "With all due respect, rather than promoting Yang Shun, it would be more equitable to distribute opportunities evenly. Such an approach addresses the root of the issue." Zhu Hozong nodded. "Then let us increase the salaries. The current Ming dynasty is not lacking in funds." This, Yang Tinghe mused, was a short-sighted strategy, likely to yield little effect. He shook his head slightly. Zhu Hozong, unfazed, responded amicably, "Please, express your thoughts plainly." After a moment of contemplation, Yang Tinghe proposed, "Dissolve the security forces." Zhu Hozong hesitated. The court's enforcers served as the emperor's instruments of power, an extension of imperial authority, even if he had not yet grasped this power. He was reluctant to discard it outright. Yang Tinghe continued, "Do not abolish them entirely. A reduction by half would suffice, as the security apparatus has become overly cumbersome. In fact, the combined forces of the three security agencies today do not even match the strength of a single jinui from the era of the founding emperor. As the military strategy states, it is not the quantity but the quality that matters. If your Majesty could streamline the workforce, the issues surrounding the ceremonial welcome would be effortlessly resolved." After a prolonged silence, Zhu Hozong finally declared, "Very well. I shall dissolve the Western Inspection Office and the Internal Affairs Office, while retaining the jinui of the founding emperor and the Eastern Factory of the second emperor. You shall assist me in staging a performance." The jinui and the Eastern Factory were established powers, deeply rooted, while the Western and Internal Offices were relatively new. During Wang Zhi's tenure, the Western Office was indeed formidable, yet it withered following his departure, and the Internal Office was even less significant. Thus, it appeared as though half had been abolished, yet in reality, it caused no substantial harm. Nonetheless, Yang Tinghe was quite content, nodding in agreement. "For whom shall we perform?" he inquired. "For the Empress Dowager," Zhu Hozong replied. Yang Tinghe, realizing the implications, hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. Although he was devoted to ensuring Empress Zhang's stability within the palace, this was predicated on formalities, rather than any personal loyalty to her. In truth, he harbored considerable reservations regarding Empress Zhang and her entire family. Chapter 21. Spirited and determined after Yang Tinghe's departure, Zhu Hozong promptly instructed Huang Jin, "Tomorrow, take some people outside the palace to convey a message to my mother." "What message?" Huang Jin inquired. "Inform her that since the court will not receive her in accordance with the standards befitting the Empress Dowager, she may return to the Prince of Xing's residence." Huang Jin scratched his head and asked, "Is that all?" "Just say it as such. My mother will understand," Zhu Hozong affirmed. "I cannot comprehend the words of Huang Jinggong, who said, 'This servant obeys your command.' You may withdraw. I wish to be alone." Zhu Hozong gestured dismissively, reclining against the back of his chair, and began to reflect on the advantages and disadvantages of this political transaction. Visiting the Western Depot and the inner court would not fundamentally alter the power of the guards. Should he acquiesce to Yang Tinghe's wishes this time, he would undoubtedly need to provide some positive reinforcement thereafter. Empress Dowager Zhang was not a matter of concern. She was merely a woman of hollow strength, wielding her identity as the Empress Dowager to flaunt her authority, yet fundamentally weak. Since Yang Tinghe was willing to cooperate, this incident could serve as a means to significantly weaken her influence. Upon the return of the Zhang brothers to the capital, their unlawful actions could be deftly utilized. Zhu Hozhong's mind raced, and after reviewing the situation, he organized his subsequent plans, convinced that the tide was turning in his favor. Once the palace was stable, he could execute his strategy with Yang Tinghe. If all went smoothly, it would not be long before he transitioned from an outsider to a true emperor, an emperor wielding real power. Zhu Hozhong felt invigorated. And then there was Wang Shoren, who, despite not having prominently emerged during the Jingde reign, had served as a royal envoy for over a decade. After this incident, it would be prudent to gauge Yang Tinghe's sentiments. If favorable, he would summon him back to the capital, for no one understood local affairs better than he. Zhu Hozhong mused, within this palace, my grasp of local sentiment is indeed limited, and officials are overly sensitive to the guards. Until I establish my own foundation, I cannot recklessly dispatch individuals to the provinces. Wang Shoren appears to be an excellent choice. Zhu Hozhong aspired to achieve something remarkable, to demonstrate his capabilities to the world, and to earn the recognition of the populace. He was acutely aware that he was not the biological son of Hongji, nor the legitimate heir to the throne. He needed time and a series of actions to truly transfer imperial authority to his name. To accomplish this, he must satisfy two conditions. First, to have his own ruling cadre, and second, to understand the sentiments of various regions. This was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Yet Zhu Hozhong believed in his ability to succeed, to excel. Yang Tinghe was a man of his word, perhaps one who held great respect for rules. Not only he, but the entire court also upheld these principles. Especially after the tumultuous reign of Jingde, the ministers responded positively to the new emperor, who was willing to honor the rules. Following Zhu Hozhong's dissolution of the Western Depot and the inner court, they expressed their readiness to cooperate in the unfolding drama. Like Yang Tinghe, the ministers held little affection for the Zhang family, as they compelled Zhu Hozhong to recognize her as mother through great ceremonies, all due to Xiaozong. She was merely a backdrop. As for whether she would be weakened, the ministers showed little concern. As long as the emperor acknowledged Xiaozong as his legal father, everything else was negotiable. Thus, the grand performance began. Upon her arrival in Tongzhou, Jiang Shi saw that the court had received her with the honors befitting the princess of Xingshan. She immediately declared, I shall no longer serve as the Holy Mother Zhang Sheng Empress Dowager. I will return to Anlu Prefecture and never again set foot in the capital. The news was conveyed to the capital, throwing Zhu Hozhong into disarray, and he resolutely insisted that she must be received with the honors of the Empress Dowager. The ministers disagreed, collectively kneeling at the palace gates. In his fury, Zhu Hozhong found himself at an impasse within Qianqing Palace. Zhu Hozhong, tears streaming down his face, lamented, Mother, I truly find it impossible to continue as emperor. I beseech you to grant me permission to abdicate and return to Anlu Prefecture with my birth mother to live as a prince. Lady Zhang found herself in a predicament. Psychologically, she strongly endorsed the minister's actions. The Empress Dowager could only have her own harem in disarray at her discretion. What was this so-called Holy Mother Empress Dowager but a mere title? Did she truly consider herself the Empress Dowager? Absurd. The minister's display of authority over Zhang was, in fact, aligned with her sentiments. Yet, if this were to drive Zhu Hozhong away, it would be a regrettable loss. Having coexisted for so long, Zhu Hozhong was rather commendable, well-mannered, and affectionate towards her. Just days prior, he had bestowed upon her family 2 opulent residences, addressing her as Mother Empress with genuine warmth. Particularly, apart from Zhu Hozhong, only Prince Yi, the grandson, remained a suitable candidate. However, that would imply a familial acknowledgement, relegating her to the status of a grandmother rather than a mother. Furthermore, the blood relation was rather distant. Lady Zhang gently remarked, the court has its own regulations. Even the Empress Dowager cannot chastise the ministers. Once your sister-in-law enters the palace, you may grant her the respect she deserves. Zhu Hozhong, feeling aggrieved, retorted, Mother, do you not comprehend? They are not merely intimidating my birth mother. They are undermining imperial authority, seeking to reduce the emperor of the Zhu clan to a puppet. During today's court session, numerous officials condemned the Marquis of Qianqing and the Earl of Jianchang. I know these two uncles are law-abiding. How could they possibly engage in illicit activities? I suppressed their accusations, but such suppression can only last so long. If this continues, how can I face the throne? How can I uphold the legacy of my ancestors? What? Lady Zhang became furious. To condemn my uncles? Zhu Hozhong scoffed inwardly, thinking how brazen this so-called mother was, after all he had conveyed. She was solely concerned with her own family. If you doubt my words, let someone inquire and discover whether I speak falsely. This is outrageous. Lady Zhang fumed. This young Tinghe has become excessively audacious. Rising, she declared, "Fear not, for I shall intervene on your behalf." "Thank you, mother," Zhu Hozhong said, tears welling in his eyes. His gratitude evident. This pleased Lady Zhang immensely. Upon reflection, she realized this son, though not of her blood, was indeed quite commendable, perhaps even superior to her biological offspring. Unbeknownst to her, Zhu Hozhong harbored a cold smirk within, thinking, "First, I shall secure you, then deal with the foreign ministers. Power cannot be relinquished to others." Lady Zhang took a stand, vehemently rebuking the officials and disingenuously defending Zhang with numerous justifications, even invoking the name of Emperor Xuan. Although the ministers felt dissatisfaction towards Lady Zhang, they could not openly contest the authority of the Empress Dowager. After all, it was merely a performance, and they readily acquiesced. In this episode, Zhu Hozhong emerged as the greatest victor, fulfilling filial piety while laying the groundwork for consolidating power. The ministers also benefited, with 2 out of 3 departments being alleviated of their burdens, a significant improvement overall. Lady Zhang garnered ample face, asserting her authority, and felt a sense of joy within. It appeared that she, as the Empress Dowager, still held sway, though not comparable to her predecessor. She was certainly no mere ornament. Unexpectedly, this situation turned out to be remarkably harmonious. The Ministry of Rites acted with remarkable efficiency, elevating the ceremonial welcome to a standard befitting the Empress Dowager for the Zhang family's entrance into the palace without any hesitation. Once inside, the Zhang family promptly discarded their previous arrogance, treating the Zhang family with profound respect, reminiscent of the warmth once shown by their husband before his fiefdom. The effort to cultivate a harmonious sister-in-law relationship bore fruit, and Zhu Hozhong felt his confidence swell, believing he was one step closer to success. Simultaneously, the arrival of his biological mother provided him with emotional support, alleviating his sense of solitary struggle. The prospect of ruling the realm was tantalizingly near. Zhu Hozhong brimmed with vigor. In Qianqing, the day was splendidly sunny, with a gentle warmth enveloping the air. After lunch, he reclined comfortably in a chair beneath the eaves. Basking in the sun, Li Qing, Li Hong, and Zhu Wanqing each occupied a reclining chair side by side, engaging in casual conversation. In the distance, Li Shuer and Li Hao were engrossed in a game of chess, while Tang Bohu painted the moment's blissful serenity. "Godfather, why not publish Journey to the West? Such a captivating tale would undoubtedly become a sensation," Li Qing jested, shaking his head with amusement. "No, the original author is probably alive and well now. I wouldn't dare infringe upon their copyright, as it inherently belongs to them." In truth, it was not entirely so, for Li Qing had infused the narrative with numerous television plotlines. Nevertheless, the television adaptations were also rooted in the original work, maintaining the framework and major plot points, which made Li Qing reluctant to take credit. What if he encountered the original author one day? How embarrassing that would be, even if they were unaware. Zhu Wanqing inquired. "Uncle Li, are the stories you mentioned penned by people of this era?" "Indeed. The authors of such works must have ties to the political realm or, at the very least, connections to influential figures within their households," Li Qing mused. Zhu Wanqing remarked that while the tales appeared to be about demons and monsters, they subtly conveyed political truths. Li Qing scratched his head, admitting, "I truly do not know if the original author held any official position." Then, with a self-deprecating smile, he added, "Back then, I was solely focused on the monkeys and hardly paid attention to such details. It's likely that the author had some exposure to the political scene or often overheard stories from it." Li Hong interjected, "Politics is rather dull. I still find the Monkey King far more intriguing." "Oh, haha," Li Qing chuckled. "Then how about I tell you the tale of the true and false Monkey King?" That sounds great. It's certainly intriguing. Li Hong nodded with enthusiasm. In the distance, the siblings, having heard of the new story, abandoned their chess game and rushed over to join the excitement. However, Tang Bohu was less than pleased. Hey. I've already laid down the base for my painting. Don't run off. Come back and continue your game. Is it easy for me to create a painting? Hurry back. With heads hung low and reluctant expressions, the siblings returned to the chessboard to resume their game. That's more like it, Tang Bohu chuckled, mixing his paints with dedication as he continued to work on his artwork. He aimed to immortalize this beautiful scene, providing Li Qing with an emotional anchor for moments of solitude in the future. As a friend, he felt compelled to extend this effort. The sun was warm, but winter was approaching. Alas, this idyllic scene did not last long. Within the hour, the sunlight had vanished from beneath the eaves. Fortunately, at that moment, Li Qing had finished his tale, and Tang Bohu completed his painting. Chapter 22. The New Medicine. All done. Tang Bohu tossed aside his brush, grabbed a teacup nearby, and drank the cool tea in one gulp, revealing a look of sheer enjoyment. For a creator, producing a remarkable piece of art is an exceedingly gratifying endeavor. Tang Bohu was exceedingly pleased with this particular painting. Let me take a look first, he said. The two siblings discarded their chess pieces and hurried forward to admire the scroll. Li Shuer praised, "This is truly splendid. The composition is harmonious. The ink blending is exquisite. The figures are portrayed with artistic expression, and the use of negative space is impeccable. There is an ambience within the painting and a spirit beyond it." Li Hao echoed her sentiment. Indeed, it is marvelous. Li Qing, Li Hong, and Zhu Wanqing approached with measured steps to appreciate the family portrait. Beneath the eaves of the hall, the three engaged in light-hearted banter, the warm sunlight cascading upon them, as if they too were illuminated by a soft glow, yet underscored by a profound affection and reluctance. The paper brimmed with happiness, albeit mingled with a hint of ephemeral melancholy. In the courtyard, two figures frowning in concentration played chess, their expressions tinged with frustration, as if they sensed a blunder, animated and vivid. The fruit trees had lost their verdant hue. A few remaining leaves turned yellow, fluttering delicately in the air. The scroll was expansive, yet the brushwork was minimal, with 2/3 left blank, enhancing the sentiment of affection to its utmost. Even the leaves contributed to the theme. It was not a photograph, yet it surpassed one in its evocative power. A mere glance could instantly conjure the scene in one's mind. Perhaps this is the essence of millennia of cultural romance. How delightful, Li Qing murmured. Let us mount it. Only then can it be preserved for the long term, Li Hao suggested, attempting to take the painting. The ink isn't dry yet. Don't touch it recklessly. Li Shuer admonished, swatting his hand away, adding with a playful huff, I know you wish to claim it for yourself. Ahaha, dear sister. You are attributing petty thoughts to a gentleman's heart. Li Hao chuckled, I merely cherish it. After a pause, he continued, Bohush. Would you create another piece when you have the chance? I would love to add it to my collection. Certainly. But, Tang Bohu replied with a grin. I am rather short on funds at the moment. Oh, no problem. How about we seek inspiration together? Li Hao patted his chest. I shall treat you. In truth, he had intended to suggest it himself, using Tang Bohu as a pretext. Everyone present was aware, yet they tacitly refrained from commenting, treating it as a reward for Tang Bohu. Watching the two walk out of the courtyard, arms around each other, Zhu Wanqing sighed with a bittersweet smile. Such talent. Yet alas, being enamored with fleeting pleasures is ultimately a lowly pursuit. Li Hong chuckled. A talented man often has his share of romantic escapades. There is no shame in engaging with courtesans. Throughout history, which renowned scholar has not visited a brothel? Zhu Wanqing rolled her eyes. Romance does not solely hinge on your interpretation. Your son is also quite the charmer. Yet where is his talent? What can I say? He takes after me. Li Hong shrugged, feigning helplessness, which elicited a laugh from Zhu Wanqing. But I still have my own merits. Li Shuer chimed in with a giggle. Uft. You are merely clever in a trivial sense, Zhu Wanqing retorted. Li Shuer replied, if anyone else said that, I would fiercely contest it. But the skills I take pride in are all learned from my mother, so I naturally fall short. Li Qing smiled and said, the weather is turning chilly. Let us all return and rest. With the recent drop in temperature, we must take care. Well, see you tomorrow, godfather. Li Qing nodded. I will go to the market tomorrow and have lunch here. Li Hong chuckled, another feast awaits. If you enjoy it, there will be plenty every day. Watching the couple depart, Li Qing retreated to his study, retrieving a medical book, leaning against the eaves on a reclining chair, brows furrowed as he perused its contents. Li Shueter approached and seated herself on the adjacent chair, tentatively inquiring, "Winter is approaching. Will we be able to celebrate the new year properly?" "Yes," Li Qing affirmed with certainty. "Good," Li Shueter said, relieved. "In truth, you need not be overly sorrowful. My father is quite open-minded about it. It is beyond our control. It is not a matter of your inadequacy. In fact, you have accomplished much and done well." Li Qing slowly closed the medical book and gently replied, "Even after all these years, it still brings sadness. Emotions are not easily governed by man. Is it very painful?" "Not too much," Li Qing said softly. "If there were a potion to forget, I would not drink it. Remembering the pain is preferable. Forgetting would be even more excruciating. I fear forgetting more." Li Shueter sighed. "Isn't this merely a shackle you have imposed upon yourself? If there is a next life, they will have already carved out their own paths. If there is no next life, what is the point of remembrance?" "To me, it holds great significance," Li Qing smiled. "It is invaluable." Li Shueter fell silent. After a while, she spoke, "Having a thought to hold on to is quite nice. You will remember me, won't you?" "Of course," Li Qing nodded. "Good." Following another pause, Li Shueter remarked, "I will strive to live a long life." Li Qing couldn't help but chuckle. "At your age, discussing life and death is premature. Do not worry. As long as you wish, and I have the time, I will always assist you in cultivating your vital energy. However, do not mistake cultivation for longevity. Possessing vital energy does not guarantee immortality. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Some truths are better spoken in advance." "I understand," Li Shueter acknowledged, then asked, "After my brother and I, do you truly intend to sever ties with the Li family?" "Yes," Li Qing replied. "In the future, the Ming dynasty will undergo tremendous changes, and you will have the opportunity to witness this. It is best to remain uninvolved with the Li family during this great upheaval." Pausing, he added, "To say severing ties is too absolute. It merely means I will no longer pass down my secrets." "Very well," Li Shueter sighed. "But that means you will find it increasingly difficult to access the Li family's resources." Li Qing chuckled. "When I acknowledged your father, my intention was to ensure he inherited the wealth and resources of the Yongqing Marquisate. I never cared for it. If I did, I would not have acknowledged him in the first place. Yet, this seems unjust to you, for it was originally yours." Li Shueter felt a twinge of discomfort. Li Qing laughed. "What is yours and mine? When resources and wealth reach a certain magnitude, they can no longer belong to a small family. They must be regarded as communal. A small family may only possess the right to allocate and manage, without true ownership, willingly or not." Li Shueter scratched her head, somewhat confused. "All right, you should attend to your matters." Li Qing lazily placed the medical book over his face. "The continuous development of steam engines is quite important. You must decide whether to be a leader or to pay attention regularly." "Okay, I will go and busy myself," she replied. "Very well." When Tang Bohu returned, the sky had darkened significantly. He found Li Qing half reclining in his chair and softly asked, "Are you asleep?" "Not at all. I have brought you some food and wine. Let us indulge inside." Li Qing rose and replied, "Thank you." Tang Bohu did not retire to rest, but instead seated himself opposite Li Qing, inquiring, "Is it concerning the old Marquis Li?" Li Qing silently consumed his meal, contemplating, "I cannot save him. You are no deity. Naturally, you cannot save him. Separation and death are unavoidable. Henceforth, it would be wise to refrain from forming friendships. Cherish kin instead. Otherwise, you shall endure this torment countless times," Tang Bohu remarked. Li Qing remained silent, finishing his meal and taking several swigs of wine. "It is getting late. You ought to rest early and exercise moderation. At this rate of indulgence, your health will soon be depleted." Tang Bohu laughed heartily. "One lives but once. One must revel and enjoy life." "Huh. When you find yourself willing yet powerless, your perspective will surely change," Li Qing teased. "I shall inevitably find myself powerless. While I still can, I must seize the moment. It is not merely my suggestion. You have been suppressing yourself for too long. A proper release will aid in elevating your spirit," Tang Bohu quipped. "Shall we seek amusement another day? Get lost." Li Qing laughed and scolded. "Enough banter. Shall we go to the market tomorrow?" "I shall not. I prefer to wait for a ready meal." Li Qing mused, eating together, conversing, sharing tales. Such familial warmth is delightful, leisurely, and infinitely beautiful. Alas, such days pass too swiftly. It feels as though time has slipped away before we truly savored it. Yet, Li Qing did not dwell in melancholy. He pursued acupuncture and medication with diligence while cherishing the present. As the harsh winter set in, with the mournful north winds howling and heavy snow swirling, Li Qing instructed against Li Hong's visits, opting instead for self-care. However, he arranged for Li Shuer to clear the room, permitting only the couple and their siblings during the treatment. As Li Qing did not wish to appear before the younger generation, Li Hong's complexion had not improved much. He was beginning to exhibit signs of languor. Today, as Li Qing administered acupuncture and channeled vital energy, he produced a red pill, stating, "This is a new remedy I have developed. It may prove effective." Good. Li Hong accepted it and swallowed it with warm water. "How does it feel?" Li Qing asked anxiously. "Do you sense anything unusual?" Li Hong reflected and replied, "My stomach feels warm, akin to how my godfather invigorates my meridians with his energy. I feel much warmer and no longer cold." Pausing, he added, "This medicine must have been difficult to formulate?" "Not at all," Li Qing chuckled. "As long as it works, I will prepare more upon your return." Li Shuer hesitated to speak, ultimately choosing silence. "Father, the weather has been poor for several days. Today is bright and sunny. I shall take you outside for a stroll." Li Hao suddenly felt stifled in the room, his chest tight and uncomfortable. His father surely would not appreciate it. "Your words resonate with me," Li Hong, having just completed his treatment and feeling invigorated, exclaimed, "Quickly assist me to rise. I wish to get some fresh air. I have been lying down for several days." "Is it permissible, Uncle Li?" Zhu Wanqing glanced at Li Qing. Li Qing nodded. "It is acceptable to walk in the courtyard." Upon hearing this, Li Shuer hurried to fetch a cloak. The snow, though cold, did not melt, while the sun's rays enveloped them in a warm embrace. Yet the air remained chillingly brisk. Li Hong inhaled deeply, revealing a long-lost expression of delight. "Ah, how pleasant." Chapter 23. Another year after the snow, the sky cleared, revealing a brilliant blue expanse, akin to an infinitely vast and pristine canvas. The air was imbued with a blend of icy freshness and moisture, invigorating and uplifting, dispelling the heaviness that had settled in his chest. The Qianqing Marquise was expansive, featuring pavilions and corridors arranged in harmonious disarray. Under the eaves, icicles sparkled like crystal in the sunlight, each droplet cascading down in a unique beauty. It had been quite some time since Li Qing had quietly admired the scenery of the Marquise, and he found it strangely unfamiliar. Li Qing exhaled and turned to Li Hong, asking, "Is it cold?" "Not at all," Li Hong chuckled, feeling comfortably warm, with a refreshing sensation reminiscent of enjoying a hot pot in his youth. Li Qing smiled and nodded. "As long as you're warm, that's good. However, this state of comfort won't last. We must return indoors soon. Although the sun shines brightly, the cold is still fierce. Shall we take a stroll?" Li Qing hesitated momentarily before agreeing. Very well. Li Hong had only one son and one daughter, yet his son was quite accomplished, with numerous grandchildren. And now even the great-grandchildren were beginning to thrive, making it common to encounter the younger generation. There were youths, adolescents, and children, some studying, others wielding swords, and many engaged in snowball fights, all radiating youthful exuberance. The Qianqing Marquise was ample, and as yet, there had been no division of the family. It was bustling with life. Li Hong felt truly content, advising, "You need not be overly sorrowful," with the younger generation trailing behind at a respectful distance. Li Hong refrained from addressing them as godfather, opting for silence instead. "Wanqing and I have come to terms with things, as have Xiao Hao and his siblings. In truth, it matters little. One day, we shall all come together, though the timing remains uncertain." "Indeed, I am quite at ease," Li Qing replied with a smile, glancing back to call out, "Go and play, pursue your own activities, do not linger." No one heeded his words. Zhu Wanqing suddenly felt a wave of discomfort and turned, scolding sharply, "Are you all deaf?" "Yes, grandmother," the youngsters replied, shrinking back and scampering away, which brought a smile to Li Qing's face. In an instant, he observed Zhu Wanqing fuming, and he chuckled, "This is hardly their fault. Why be angry? These little rascals have been too coddled, lacking any sense of decorum." Zhu Wanqing retorted, still irate and determined to educate them individually at the next opportunity. Li Hao interjected, "Mother, leave it to me. Is it truly necessary?" Li Qing sighed. "Your actions make me seem meddlesome. They know nothing of me. What wrong have they committed?" Zhu Wanqing, momentarily taken aback, softly inquired, "Uncle Li, do you truly not intend for the younger generation to know your story?" "Indeed. But if that is the case, they will not feel close to you in the future," Zhu Wanqing remarked. They will only believe that all they enjoy is their due, unaware of the need for gratitude. Where is the expectation for younger ones to repay their elders? Li Qing shook his head with a smile. What is yours is also theirs. This is a gift from me, their elder. They should graciously accept it. Li Hong remarked, Godfather, it is not that Wan Qing and I are being overly sentimental, but rather that we fear the younger generation may stray without proper guidance. It is not a trivial matter. You still have their siblings to consider. Li Qing turned to the pair of siblings. Li Hao was the first to declare, Father, rest assured, with me around, who would dare to show their teeth? I shall break their legs. Li Shuer cast a disdainful glance at her elder brother, then added her own affirmation, I will keep an eye on them as well. And what of you two afterward? Li Hong shot a stern look at his children, then turned to his godfather. Godfather, power can breed corruption, and wealth can cultivate extravagance. One must possess a sense of reverence towards others. Zhu Wanqing nodded in agreement. Honga speaks wisely. One must always have something to fear. If one fears neither heaven nor earth, it is not a good omen. Rest assured, I will not turn a blind eye to them wandering astray. Nor will I remain idle, Li Qing assured. If absolutely necessary, I shall reveal my identity. In that case, let us plant the seeds for future action. Zhu Wanqing quickly added, anxious that Li Qing might have second thoughts. Very well, Li Qing replied with resignation. Li Hong relaxed, stating, Godfather, your words are always followed by action. Wanqing, you must fulfill your promise as well. Indeed, Zhu Wanqing gently nodded. At this point, Li Hong felt a weight lifted off his shoulders, his spirits buoyed. After a quarter of an hour, having kept track of time, Li Qing announced, it is time to return. The effects of this elixir will soon fade. Although Li Hong felt he could linger longer, he dared not overstay his welcome. Godfather, the new year is fast approaching. You must join us then. Yes, certainly, Li Qing agreed. Reluctant to let such an opportunity slip away, he added, just be mindful of how you address me at that time. The couple nodded in agreement, and the siblings were equally pleased. Li Hao chuckled. Then I must prepare in advance. This new year must be celebrated abundantly. Compared to an ordinary family, life in their household was always bountiful. Yet Li Hong cautioned against extravagance, stating, the new year is a celebration of joy and reunion. Let us refrain from excessive formalities. Li Qing nodded. Your father speaks the truth. After a pause, he continued, I shall bring Tang Bohu along as well. Yes, it would be quite unfair for him to spend the new year alone, Li Shuer added. Coincidentally, I have some matters for him to assist with. Why not have him move in now? It would also facilitate your father's treatment. Li Qing contemplated this. Then let it be the day after tomorrow. Agreed. The day after tomorrow it is. Li Hong emphasized. Very well. Upon leaving the Ofu, Li Qing headed straight to the pharmacy, seizing the moment to concoct new medicine. Simultaneously, he informed Tang Bohu about spending the new year at the Yongqing Marquis's residence. Tang Bohu had no objections, having stayed there for an extended period. He was quite accustomed to it. Primarily, he understood that the Yongqing Marquis's residence belonged to Li Qing. And how could one feel awkward about residing at a friend's home? I have no issues with it. But, Tang Bohu expressed his concern. Are you sure your body can handle this? I am not like ordinary folk. Such minor exertions can be easily replenished with good nutrition. It is of no concern. Li Qing replied, cautiously infusing true energy into the blood bead. Just be careful not to reveal too much. Tang Bohu smiled wryly and nodded, asking, does this really work? It has some effect. It can warm his body and spirit, Li Qing explained. Is that all? Is that not enough? Li Qing, taken aback, retorted, in this frigid weather. Do you comprehend how arduous it is for the elderly to endure? The Ofu has a warm chamber, yet one cannot remain cooped up indefinitely, can one? Venturing outside for a breath of fresh air is beneficial for both body and mind. Li Qing interjected, stating, rest assured, I shall remain unaffected. The vital energy and blood I expend will swiftly replenish, perhaps even at a rate surpassing that of their consumption. Tang Bohu sighed with resignation, saying, if that is the case, so be it. I shall refrain from further comment. With that, Li Qing resumed his focus on concocting medicine. For 2 consecutive days, he diligently toiled, producing over 100 pills. Once completed, he moved in with Tang Bohu at the Yongqing Ofu. The Ofu was bustling with activity. With numerous houses and an abundance of rooms, the two chose adjacent chambers to reside in. As the new year approached, the streets grew increasingly lively, with the heavy snowfall failing to dampen the enthusiasm of the people preparing for the festivities. The Ofu indulged extravagantly, with carts laden with cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, firecrackers, and fireworks arriving in abundance. In response, Li Hao explained, "Our household is thriving, thus our consumption is considerable, not to mention the many maids and servants. None of this will go to waste." Li Qing did not take issue with the extravagance. After all, it was the new year, and a touch of luxury was acceptable. Moreover, since this would be the last new year for his godson, the more lively and splendid, the better. With the arrival of the new year, the tutors at the estate were given leave, and the younger generations began to frolic, spending their days in snowball fights and games of hide and seek. The expansive Vofu provided ample space for their enjoyment. Zhu Wanqing was notably lenient with her great-grandchildren, not out of indulgence, but because she recognized Li Shu's fondness for them. Consequently, she encouraged them to play near Li Qing's quarters, where they sometimes hid under his covers during their games. Those spirited little ones were indeed a source of great comfort. The children, full of energy and unperturbed by the cold, would run about, their cherubic faces flushed like ripe red apples, exuding an irresistible charm. Li Qing saw no harm in their vivacity, believing it conducive to their growth. To prevent them from catching a cold, he prepared a sweet herbal concoction akin to Ban Lan Jin, which the children readily accepted. Not only did Li Qing relish watching the little ones at play, but even Tang Bohu found it delightful, often foregoing visits to the brothel to join in their games, reminiscent of the old adage of the eagle catching the chicks. Though the new year had yet to arrive, the festive atmosphere was already palpable. Perhaps it was the exuberance of the upcoming celebrations that revitalized Li Hong, who appeared remarkably spirited, showing no signs of impending demise. "It seems the new medicine is quite effective," Li Qing mused happily. "It is certainly not a mere fleeting glow. I have observed closely, and it is far from that." As the new year approached, on New Year's Eve, fireworks were piled high in the spacious courtyard. Li Hong, Zhu Wanqing, Li Hao, Li Hao's wives and concubines, Li Shuer, and a multitude of grandchildren and great-grandchildren gathered joyously. Li Qing and Tang Bohu stood at a distance beneath the corridor, gazing up at the night sky. With a series of whooshes and pops, brilliant fireworks ascended in a dazzling display, bursting forth like beans in a bamboo tube, a riot of colors that dazzled the senses, truly magnificent, utterly breathtaking. Tang Bohu remarked, "Indeed, wealth has its advantages. Such fireworks are a luxury that the average person would not dare to indulge in." Li Qing, amused and elated, gazed at the night sky filled with countless stars, and at the elderly couple in the center, suddenly feeling a profound sense of worthiness. He greedily inhaled the thick scent of gunpowder, his face adorned with an expression of sheer delight. What a delightful aroma! Slow down, just a little longer, not so fast. This moment is too beautiful. Li Qing lingered a while longer. Chapter 24. One should be content the pitch-black sky transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors under the explosive display of fireworks. The scent of gunpowder grew increasingly potent, clouding his vision. Tang Bohu wrinkled his nose, raising his sleeve to shield his mouth and nose, murmuring, "They say fireworks are fleeting. I suppose it's not about the money, for it feels quite warm indeed." Li Qing could not help but chuckle. Nonetheless, he relished this scent, one that could only be savored during the festive season. It was a sweetness he cherished. As the fireworks continued, the residence of the Duke of Chao also erupted in a dazzling display, creating a symphony of lights that illuminated the night sky even further. Coupled with the ubiquitous red lanterns, the expressions of everyone became vividly apparent, and as he observed the younger generation, Li Qing felt an immense satisfaction. However, all good things must come to an end. After a quarter of an hour, the fireworks ceased, leaving behind a chaotic scene and a slightly acrid atmosphere. Next came the tradition of staying up for the new year. Li Hong and Zhu Wanqing intended to accompany Li Qing for a while, but he insisted they return, as it was only fitting for parents to spend the New Year's vigil with their children. In a situation where his secret could not be revealed, he was merely an outsider. Seeing that everyone had gone to the main hall, Li Qing remarked, "Let us go inside for a drink." "Sure. Let us indulge in a few more cups." With hearty laughter and spirited conversation, time slipped away in the exchange of toasts and cups. As the wine dwindled, the night deepened. At dawn, the sound of firecrackers erupted in a continuous barrage, crackling in an irksome yet festive manner. Did they not allow anyone to sleep? Tang Bohu, still under the influence of alcohol, blinked sleepily with a resigned look. Upon noticing Li Qing contentedly perusing a book, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, scratching his head. "I completely lost myself last night and took over your bed. Why didn't you help me back to my own room?" "It's of no consequence." I had no intention of sleeping, Li Qing replied with a smile. On such a joyous occasion, wouldn't it be a waste to sleep? Are you not tired? Do I appear weary? He had forgotten that one could not judge him by ordinary standards. Tang Bohu sighed and shook his head, pulling a cotton robe over himself. The firecracker sounds showed no sign of abating. I want to sleep either. Shall we take a stroll? Li Qing chuckled. On New Year's Day, everything is closed, including the brothels. Where do you intend to go? Ah, indeed, Tang Bohu muttered. It's one thing for the taverns to be closed, but the brothels? How dull. Li Qing teased. They are on holiday too, just like you. No sooner had he spoken than there was a knock on the door. Qing Yi, it's me. Came the low voice of Li Hao, akin to a secret signal between informants. Come in. Li Hao entered, followed closely by Li Shui. Upon entering, Li Hao immediately donned a cheerful demeanor, grinning. Are the red envelopes ready? Only 4 prepared. Double this year? Li Hao exclaimed in delight. Li Shui rolled her eyes. Dream on. The other 2 are for our parents. Then, they properly bowed and exchanged New Year's greetings. Li Hao, lacking eloquence, directly resorted to pilfering. Li Qing, graciously accepting the moment, retrieved 4 red envelopes from his bosom and remarked, Your parents are likely receiving New Year greetings from the younger generation at this hour. Inform them not to come over. I shall visit shortly. Understood. Li Hao rose and took the envelopes, saying, I shall head over first. Li Qing nodded in affirmation. Yes? Go ahead. Now, Li Hao had also assumed the role of a grandfather, essentially the head of the Yongqing Marquisate, and shortly, he would receive the New Year salutations from his children and grandchildren. Li Shui, on the other hand, needed only to pay her respects to her parents and Li Qing. The rest were optional, as she was not required to engage in the customary social obligations during the new year. In this era, the rights afforded to women were quite limited, and Li Shui was already in a fortunate position. With the room filled with the scent of wine, she suggested, Let us open the windows for some fresh air. I will have someone tidy up in a moment. While speaking, she proceeded to open each window. By the way, will you assist me with my practice today? Li Qing nodded. Since we have commenced, it is best to maintain continuity unless there is a special reason otherwise. It won't take much time. After I tend to your father, you can return. Very well. Li Shui responded cheerfully, then turned to Tang Bohu. Brother Bohu, may I have a word? Me? Tang Bohu pointed to himself, doubting his hearing. You wish to borrow a moment from me? Li Shui replied, somewhat exasperated. Will you lend it or not? Of course, I will lend it, Tang Bohu laughed. Not just a moment, but even 10 or 100 steps would be no problem. However, he inquired with curiosity, what is so secretive that you need to speak away from the teacher? You are quite the clever one, Li Shui retorted. A grown man. Yet so fussy. Just say whether you will lend it or not. I said I would lend it. Tang Bohu chuckled. Teacher, I shall take my leave now. Though Li Qing was curious, he was more focused on the impending treatment. Thus he replied, Yes, go ahead. As the 2 exited, Li Qing stood in the corridor, listening to the clearer sounds of celebration around him and breathing in the faint scent of gunpowder, relishing the moment. He noted that the 2 had directly left the Marquisate, which piqued his curiosity even further. What kind of mischief is this mysterious young lady up to? Li Qing mumbled to himself, then shook his head with a smile, self-mockingly reflecting. There are far too many matters to worry about. Do I still have the luxury to indulge in curiosity? After a while, feeling that the New Year greetings had concluded, he made his way to the courtyard of his godson and grandniece. Godfather, I feel quite well, truly, Li Hong said, lying on the bed, the silver needles on his back swaying as he spoke. Zhu Wanqing quickly interjected, This is acupuncture. Please remain quiet. Li Hong promptly shut his mouth and winked at his wife, causing Zhu Wanqing to nearly burst into laughter as she rolled her eyes in response. The atmosphere lightened considerably. Li Qing, maintaining steady hands, was not distracted and skillfully completed the acupuncture session. After nurturing the area with his vital energy, he retrieved a jade vial and said, Take this. If you feel unwell, just consume one. Li Hong accepted it, hesitantly asking, Is there no limit? This is not an ordinary medicine. It is your master's exclusive formula, with no side effects. Take it as needed, without restrictions, Li Qing fibbed. All right then. Li Hong accepted it with a smile, saying, Godfather, on this grand occasion of the new year, I need not be cooped up indoors, right? Li Qing nodded with a smile, saying, I give you this to allow you some freedom, but do not overexert yourself. If you feel weary, retreat to your room and rest. All right. Li Hong replied with great joy. However, Zhu Wanqing appeared less cheerful, She approached and covered him with a blanket, suggesting they venture out when the sun warmed up. Yes, I will heed your advice. Li Qing rose and said, you two continue your conversation. I shall take a moment to rest. Take care, Uncle Li, Zhu Wanqing said, rising to see him off to the eaves. She softly inquired, Uncle Li, is Honggu nearing completion? Do not be so pessimistic. I still have plenty of methods at my disposal. Li Qing replied gently, there is no need to live in constant trepidation. Living well in the present is what truly matters. Trust me. Zhu Wanqing nodded silently. That medicine truly is a formula left by your master. Li Qing explained. I simply lacked the ability to produce it before. I see. Zhu Wanqing accepted this, not due to Li Qing's prowess, but because she chose to believe him. Upon returning to the guest room, Li Qing found the table, previously in disarray, had been tidied by the servants. He closed the windows one by one, secured the door, and began to increase the dosage of the new medicine. Towards the end of the third watch, Li Shuai and Tang Bohu returned. Tang Bohu greeted them briefly before heading off to catch up on sleep, stating he would skip lunch and join them for dinner instead. Li Qing then asked Li Shuai, what business do you have with Bohu? Li Shuai did not answer but sniffed the air in the room, frowning. Have you concocted another new remedy? Li Qing paused momentarily, walked to the window to open it wide, and then said, what about you? What do you need him for? If my father knew of this, he would be deeply troubled, Li Shuai expressed with a complex expression. Li Qing reassured her, aside from you, no one else is aware, even your mother, no matter how astute, could never fathom this. He felt no concern. While Zhu Wanqing was indeed remarkably intelligent, her lack of understanding regarding cultivation rendered her incapable of connecting the dots. I wish I could remain oblivious, Li Shuai sighed bitterly. Let's put aside the matters of cultivation for now. You need to rest well. Stop. Is there something more? Li Qing inquired. Are you deaf? Are you implying I sought out Tang Bohu? Li Shuai said, raising her hand in mock surprise. Li Qing frowned. He is indeed living under someone else's roof. His feelings are bound to be sensitive. What have you discussed with him? Oh, do I seem like the kind of sharp-tongued person? Li Shuai replied with a wry smile. Moreover, he does not regard himself as an outsider. He simply views it as staying at a friend's home without any psychological burden, she added humorously. The one who is truly sensitive here is you. Less chatter. Answer the question directly, Li Qing insisted. I was feeling restless and needed someone to talk to. You are busy, and so is my brother, so I had no choice but to seek him out, Li Shuai replied naturally. You are lying. Believe what you wish. Li Shuai retorted before darting away, leaving no opportunity for Li Qing to express his frustration. Unable to pursue her, Li Qing reluctantly abandoned the matter, deciding to wait for Tang Bohu to awaken for further clarification. With still some time until noon, Li Qing closed the doors and windows once more, resuming his potion making. In truth, even the blood beads imbued with true energy did not yield fundamental results. At best, they merely addressed the symptoms. However, for Li Qing, this was already a significant improvement. He harbored no extravagant desires. He merely hoped that his godson could endure the harshness of winter, to witness the blossoming of spring, and to hear the cicada song in summer. If fate allowed, he wished to savor mooncakes once more. Li Qing was not one to be greedy. He was originally known as Xiao Li Hong, who had sworn allegiance to Li Jinglong during the Zhengtong period. Now, in the first year of the Jiajing era, he had matured, taken a wife, and begotten children, rising to the rank of a general. It seemed, he mused, that he ought to be content. Chapter 25. Youth is fleeting. As the hour approached dusk, Tang Bohu, having completed his nap, arrived at the door of the neighboring room, giving it a gentle push. When it did not yield, he resorted to knocking instead. Sir, why is the door locked in broad daylight? Coming. After a brief moment, the door swung open, revealing Li Qing's pallid visage. Are you well, Tang Bohu? He inquired, concern lacing his tone. How could I be anything but well? Li Qing smiled, throwing the doors wide and moving to open the window. By the way, what does Li Shuai seek from you today? That, I cannot disclose, Tang Bohu replied, shaking his head. However, you shall know in due time. Li Qing furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Simply what the words convey, Tang Bohu chuckled. When the time comes, you will understand. Do not play riddles with me. Can you not speak plainly? It concerns you, which is precisely why I cannot reveal it now. Doing so would spoil the intrigue, Tang Bohu said with a grin. Nevertheless, I eagerly await your reaction when the truth is unveiled. At his words, Li Qing's frown deepened. What are you scheming? It is certainly not as you imagine. You may speculate, but I believe you shall not guess the answer before it is revealed, Tang Bohu replied. Li Qing's irritation grew. With whom are you colluding? Why, with you of course. But she is also in league with you. We are all in this together. Tang Bohu stated earnestly. In time, you shall understand. Do you believe I would strike you? Actually, it is a gift, Tang Bohu said with a hint of resignation. But this gift will not reach you for quite some time. That is all I can divulge. Beyond this, even if you were to strike me, my lips would remain sealed, as it is my duty as a friend. Is withholding information also a matter of integrity? Li Qing retorted, half amused, half exasperated. You truly are a good friend. Indeed, I feel the same. Do as you please, Li Qing said, deciding against pressing further, primarily out of concern for Tang Bohu's sensitivity. Now, he perceived his fretfulness to be entirely unwarranted. Tang Bohu chuckled lightly. Then his expression turned serious. Concern evident in his voice. How much blood do you have left to spare? My recovery capacity is exceptional. This slight loss is inconsequential, Li Qing reassured him. Do I appear to be in distress? Huh. Last time, you claimed recovery surpassed consumption. And now? Tang Bohu scoffed. Look in the mirror and see your current state. Li Qing approached the mirror, and after a moment, returned to him. Now, take a look. Tang Bohu raised his gaze and remarked, Indeed, you are less pale. With a hint of color returning. At first glance, you seem much like your usual self, but upon closer inspection, the pallor of illness lingers. Sigh. What is the purpose of this? Very well, do as you wish, he sighed. There is truly no cause for alarm. The human body possesses regenerative capabilities. A modest loss can even be beneficial, Li Qing explained. Do not forget, I am a physician. Tang Bohu's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, wavering between words unspoken. In the end, he merely nodded. With Tang Bohu's backing, Li Qing grew increasingly unrestrained, disregarding discretion entirely. He left the doors and windows ajar to allow the pervasive stench of blood to escape. Thus, Tang Bohu unwittingly became a lookout. This reality pained him deeply. Yet he recognized the futility of attempting to curb Li Qing's actions. He could not, nor was he meant to. Tang Bohu could only find solace in the thought that perhaps this way, there would be fewer regrets. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, familial visits ensued. The Duke of Chao and the Marquis of Yongqing shared profound ties, necessitating mutual visits each year. From the elder generations to the younger, both families convened annually. Li Hong, sensing the approach of his own end, chose to commemorate this year with particular gravity. He not only visited the Duke of Chao's residence, but also paid homage at his ancestral grave, honoring the lineage from the first Duke, Li Wenzhong, to his own parents. After several days of such observance, he returned to the rhythm of normal life. As a descendant of the Duke of Chao, he was, according to the customs of this era, also recognized as Li Qing's son. It was imperative that he establish his own lineage, necessitating a separate ancestral grave. In truth, Li Qing was indifferent to such matters. He believed one should be buried wherever they wished. Yet, Li Hong remained steadfast in his desire to carve out his own legacy. He had inherited the title of Marquis of Yongqing, and his descendants must likewise inherit it. There was no rationale for a return to the past. On a broader scale, the Duke of Chao's lineage was thriving, and on a more personal note, Li Hong was not the sole offspring of his father. He had no desire for his adoptive father to be without heirs, even if the latter did not require support. Li Hong was not alone in this sentiment. Zhu Wanqing, Li Hao, and Li Shuer shared similar thoughts, as did the younger generations. Although the younger family members had never met the legendary Marquis of Yongqing, the values instilled by their era firmly convinced them of their rightful place within his lineage. This was the essence of legal and moral principle. Moreover, it was not solely a matter of ethics. There existed a legitimate claim to inherit the title of Marquis of Yongqing. Only by acknowledging their connection to this lineage could they assert their right to inherit it. Furthermore, the contemporary influence of the Marquis of Yongqing surpassed that of any duke in the Ming dynasty, and they had no desire to relinquish their identity. Nevertheless, the bond of blood remained a point of affirmation, which explained the frequent interactions between the two families each year. The ancestral grave had been selected well in advance. Situated not far from that of the Duke of Chao, on a plot of land deemed auspicious. Construction had commenced at the beginning of last year and was now complete. Li Qing had visited the site, lingering for quite some time. After the ancestral rites, Li Hong's health deteriorated significantly. He could no longer walk even with the aid of a cane and required assistance to move. Understanding his restlessness, Li Qing instructed Li Hao to procure high-quality wood from their furniture factory to craft a wooden wheelchair. This was not unfamiliar to him, as he had previously excelled in such endeavors. Li Hong was quite pleased with it. At last, they endured the harsh winter, and shortly after the onset of spring, the weather began to warm. Yet, Li Hong grew increasingly sensitive to the cold. Rather than shedding layers, he donned additional garments, which only served to make him appear more cumbersome. Consequently, he chose to remain sedentary, spending his days in the company of his wheelchair, allowing his children to push him wherever he desired. Occasionally, Zhu Wanqing would take over the task from her children, wheeling her husband through the estate and along the streets. During this period, Li Qing remained by his side, occasionally disregarding his son's objections to push his niece aside. As spring deepened and the stars shone brightly the previous night, Li Qing rose early, taking on the task of wheeling him out. Zhu Wanqing and her daughter followed closely behind. The family strolled towards the rising sun, basking in its warm glow. Li Qing cheerfully inquired, "What shall we eat on the streets today?" "Anything goes." Li Hong leaned back against the chair, facing the sun, and replied, "Godfather, I feel." "What do you feel? Do you know anything?" Li Qing chided lightly. "Do not be disheartened. Such joyful moments are precious, and we must not lose hope. Life hinges on a single breath, especially at times like these. That breath becomes exceedingly significant. Losing faith could render one utterly helpless. This is merely a normal phenomenon, a touch of spring lethargy, so do not overthink it." Li Qing produced a crimson pill, saying, "Take this first." "Godfather, why has this medicine become increasingly red? Just take it. Why all the fuss?" Li Qing playfully scolded. "Do I need to explain everything?" Then, softening his tone, he added, "It merely enhances the potency, so swallow it quickly, and you will feel invigorated." "Actually, Oh, Li Hong raised his hand to his mouth, and Li Shuer hurriedly took the water flask to assist him. "How is it?" "The effect is indeed much better," Li Hong replied with a smile, feeling a surge of strength. "See, Godfather has many tricks up his sleeve. You must have faith in him," Li Qing chuckled. "It is still early spring. We shall listen to the cicadas in summer and enjoy mooncakes during the mid-autumn festival. There is plenty of time, so relax." "All right," Li Hong nodded in agreement, feigning confidence. Yet, deep down, he knew that even this blood-red pill offered only fleeting relief. It merely provided a momentary respite. "Godfather, your complexion has not been well. You need to rest more," Li Hong expressed his concern, masking it with a light-hearted tone. "If you tire yourself out, who will care for your son? You underestimate me." Li Qing replied sternly. "Do not forget, I have survived countless battles unscathed, and you have witnessed this yourself." "Indeed, back then, you were truly valiant," Li Hong reminisced, his face reflecting nostalgia. "Yet, alas, flowers may bloom anew, but youth cannot return. No matter how splendid the past, it cannot be reclaimed." The sun was warm, yet he felt no warmth within. His heart was heavy with sorrow. In truth, he did not display such magnanimity. He was deeply fearful and did not wish to depart. The crushed salted duck eggs mixed with meat porridge were delightful, and Li Hong intentionally consumed more, bringing joy to the family. They believed that with a little more warmth in the weather, they could halt the decline and perhaps even restore health. Listening to cicadas, savoring mooncakes, and celebrating a reunion for another year. However, just a few short days later, Li Hong's condition took a sudden turn for the worse. He could not even leave his bed, let alone venture out in a wheelchair. Food became unpalatable. Whatever he consumed was promptly rejected. In the span of 2 days, he appeared gaunt and devoid of vitality, spending most of his time in a stupor. "No, not so fast. Godfather is not ready." Li Qing trembled, his hands shaking as genuine distress surged within him. Yet Li Hong's body was already riddled with wounds, and no amount of vital energy could turn his peril into safety. Regardless of how much was infused, it would swiftly dissipate. "Wake up, please wake up." Li Qing's voice trembled, but the figure on the bed remained with eyes tightly shut. He lay there quietly, his deep and weathered furrows telling tales of suffering, his white hair resembling withered grass, a living corpse. Li Qing's heart felt as if it were gripped tightly, ruthlessly crushed, as if it might burst. Beside him, Zhu Wanqing, along with Li Shuer, Li Hao, and the younger generation, wore expressions of horror, unable to accept this reality. Suddenly, a stream of blood surged into the sky, crimson and dazzling. Before anyone could react, the bloodied wrist was pressed against Li Hong's lips. "This will work. It must work," Li Qing muttered, disregarding the shock of those behind him, convinced it would be effective. Chapter 26. The child is gone. No one intervened to stop Li Qing, as all were stunned by the scene, their minds in a state of paralysis. Only Li Shuai and another individual realized the gravity of the situation. Confusion, shock, and disbelief surged forth, and Zhu Wanqing immediately commanded the younger generation, "Leave, all of you. Out. Grandma, great-grandma, out." Zhu Wanqing's cold and solemn voice held an air of authority, leaving no room for negotiation. The younger ones, fearful of her, were even more intimidated than by Li Hong and Li Hao, and despite the dire circumstances, they felt no urge to resist, silently retreating. In the next moment, Li Qing's hair flew wildly, his garments billowing. As the atmosphere in the room became chaotic and turbulent, the crimson hue growing ever more striking, almost sinister. "Awaken!" A low shout seemed to pierce the soul, causing one's insides to thrum with intensity. "Cough, cough!" The gaunt Li Hong coughed once, then erupted into a fit of violent coughing, finally stirring a faint breath of life within him. Li Qing quickly withdrew his bleeding hand, using the other to grasp a towel to wipe the blood from Li Hong's lips. Meanwhile, Zhu Wanqing, Li Hao, and Li Shuai rushed forward, their expressions a mixture of tension and fear, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Another fit of coughing ensued, and Li Hong gradually regained consciousness, slowly lifting his eyelids to reveal his weathered and murky gaze. His eyes scanned over Li Qing, Zhu Wanqing, Li Hao, and Li Shuai, before he managed to force out a smile. "Do not be afraid." Li Qing blinked, speaking softly, "Your godfather is here. We are all here." Li Hong's lips moved, but no sound emerged. Nevertheless, those present understood his silent message, "Do not be afraid." "Ah." Li Qing nodded with a forced smile, desperately channeling vital energy. His eyes blinking rapidly. His emaciated form no longer bore the stature of the former supreme commander of the navy, resembling a candle in the storm, ready to extinguish at any moment. Just a glance at him caused a pang of sorrow. "Wanqing, Honggu, I am here." Zhu Wanqing knelt beside the bed, grasping his hand tightly, tears streaming down the creases of her face, creating a poignant connection. "You must promise to live well, to cherish life." After that, he lacked even the strength to move his lips. I will. Zhu Wanqing nodded incessantly, tears cascading down her chin, her voice choked with grief. Li Hong displayed a relaxed countenance as he lifted his gaze towards his son and daughter, seemingly on the verge of articulating something, yet finding no cause for concern. He simply gazed at them, one by one. There were no parting words, for he felt an unwavering sense of assurance. No flicker of life's return. As his vitality surged to its utmost, with not a shred of energy squandered, he had expended all his strength, left only to observe them. His murky eyes suffused with warmth, affection, and lingering reluctance. There were no grand gestures, no dramatic proclamations. Li Hong lay quietly, watching as his dimming eyes gradually lost their luster. Li Qing too was watching him, as was everyone else, witnessing the uncontrollable shift in his expression to one of anguish, observing him slowly fading away, watching him succumb to death, until the moment was irrevocably frozen. During this heart-wrenching process, their emotions began to crumble. A torrential wave of despair crashing through barriers, spiraling into sorrow, tears flowing freely. Li Qing's spine bowed inch by inch, his face buried in the edge of the bedding, his hands weakly gripping the covers, veins bulging, one hand stained crimson. "Father!" A mournful howl erupted, as Li Hao lost control of his emotions. "Father!" Li Shuai wept uncontrollably, tears streaming down. AI sobbed, while Zhu Wanqing's eyes were red-rimmed, not wailing loudly, but repeatedly murmuring her husband's endearing name over and over again. Bitterness, desolation, and heartache intertwined, transforming into an endless ocean, surging with towering waves, crashing repeatedly. The pain and suffocation felt as if it were a form of torture. As Li Qing rose, the descendants of the Li family had already gathered, clad in mourning attire, wailing in grief. Li Shuai supported him as they stepped outside, each movement mechanical, as if he had lost all vigor, his mind and heart vacant. The sun shone brilliantly, warmth enveloping the scene. Tender buds sprouted from branches, the courtyard blossoming with the vibrancy of spring, yet it all felt utterly incongruous. Suddenly, a gust of wind arose, filling the air with fragrance, only to turn fierce, blurring his vision. Elders should not keep vigil for the younger generations, mourning in such a manner. It is not how the world ought to be, Li Shuai murmured, her eyes reddened. "Go, take a moment to clear your mind." Li Qing stiffly brushed her hand aside, moving forward with a mechanical gait, his steps unsteady, faltering. As he reached the entrance, he stumbled over the threshold, falling awkwardly. In that moment, he had lost the aura of longevity and the grace of an esteemed figure, leaving only boundless desolation and sorrow. At that instant, all his radiance had vanished, leaving behind only a profound sense of grief and guilt. Li Shui, trailing behind, took a couple of steps forward but halted, watching helplessly as Li Qing rose from the ground, not even pausing to brush off the dirt, staggering onward. Just then, a voice pierced the air. "Leave it to me." Li Shui turned to see Tang Bohu, who added, "He needs his space now. It's best not to disturb him." "I understand. I want tea intrude," she replied. Tang Bohu lifted the wine jug in his hand, stating, "I believe he needs this." With that, he followed closely behind. "Brother Bohu," Li Shui suddenly called out. "What is it?" Tang Bohu paused and turned back. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "While it's important not to intrude, we cannot simply overlook him. He has lost so much blood. Please assist him. Rest assured, even without your prompting, I would do the same." Tang Bohu offered a reassuring glance before hastening away. The gentleman found himself momentarily halted, deeply moved despite being mentally prepared for such an eventuality. After so many years of endurance, could he truly falter at this juncture? Before him stood Li Qing, pallid and frail, exuding an aura of profound fragility akin to exquisite porcelain, easily shattered by the slightest touch. Li Qing raised his hand to accept the wine jar, remaining silent and refraining from drinking, then turned to continue his aimless walk forward. Tang Bohu hesitated to speak, ultimately releasing a long sigh as he followed at a measured distance. Li Qing felt an emptiness within, uncertain of his destination, yet his body instinctively knew where to go. As twilight descended and the sun dipped low in the west, he arrived at the resting place of Li Jinglong. Gazing at the burial site of his long-lost friend, Li Qing regained a semblance of composure and turned to Tang Bohu, saying, "Boer, I am fine. The day is waning. You should return. I merely wish to converse with my old friend." "Sir, you truly seem well, accustomed to it all," Tang Bohu remarked, receiving a reassuring glance from Li Qing. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded slightly, aware that Li Qing required solitude. He had followed along due to Li Qing's precarious state. But now that a hint of rationality had returned, there was little left to fear. Tang Bohu understood that as long as Li Qing desired to remain unharmed, no one could impose upon him, despite his current condition presenting no threat to others. "I know you are grieving, yet there are still those who live." Tang Bohu sighed softly, "And we must not forget Madame Li." "Yes, I understand." Li Qing nodded, urging him to return. "If you do not hurry back, at least find an inn to stay the night." Seeing Li Qing still concerned for him, Tang Bohu felt a sense of relief. "Very well, I shall take my leave." Li Qing watched him depart before continuing on his path to reminisce with his friend. "Brother, I have come to see you and brought wine," he declared, pouring an entire jar onto the ground. A lump formed in his throat, halting his words. After a prolonged moment, he managed to regain his composure. "Brother." Li Qing's mouth quivered into a straight line as he choked out, "The child is gone. He has left us. I am sorry. It was my failure to safeguard him." The night breeze was silent, punctuated by soft sobs as Li Qing spoke to himself. The moonlight casting a gentle glow upon his face, revealing a visage of shattered sorrow. When the morning sun finally warmed him, he felt a flicker of comfort, his previously curled figure relaxing slightly. With another deep sigh, he rose slowly, whispering, "Brother, I must take my leave. I need to look after my niece." The Yongqing Marquisate was draped in mourning white. Many had come from the Chao Guogong lineage, alongside numerous nobles residing in Jinling, as well as affluent merchants and local dignitaries. All gathered in tribute, presenting their condolences. The spacious courtyard of the Marquisate felt somewhat cramped under the weight of grief. The morning hall was filled with wails, the cries of Li family descendants mingling with the lamentations of guests, creating a cacophony of sorrow. Li Qing observed from a distance, uncertain whether to approach. Fortunately, Li Shui, standing at the entrance of the morning hall, spotted him. After exchanging a few words with her nephew, she hurried to greet Li Qing. Clad in mourning attire, her eyes red-rimmed and face drawn with sorrow, she asked gently, "Are you well?" "Yes," Li Qing nodded silently, then inquired, "Where is your mother? How is she?" "Mother is well. She has fallen asleep now, and sister-in-law and niece are keeping her company." Li Shui said with reddened eyes, "I fear that elder brother may be overwhelmed. so I came to the front courtyard to keep watch. After a pause, she added softly, you should rest now. Here with me, an elder brother. Propriety will not be lost. You are the elder, so it's best if you do not go to the morning hall. Li Qing raised her eyes to the morning hall, yearning to take another look, but lacking the strength to step forward. After a long while, she slowly nodded. I will come again after the guests have dispersed. Elder brother is in the front courtyard, and there is no need for you, a young lady, to attend to the guests. The family has plenty of men. Go to the back courtyard and keep a good watch over your mother. All right, Li Shuai nodded. Then I shall take my leave. Li Qing acknowledged. I shall return as well. Li Shuai nodded, glancing back 3 times, and seeing Li Qing's expression remain calm. She hastened her steps to the back courtyard. Li Qing took one last look at the guests filling the courtyard before turning to exit the Marquis's residence. Upon returning to her small courtyard, she dived into the guest room, pulling the bedding over her head. At the door of the guest room, Tang Bohu sighed quietly, sleep well. A good rest will do you good. Chapter 27. Uncle and nephew in the sun. Li Qing lifted the covers, slowly sitting up as the bright sunlight streamed through the paper window, illuminating the room. Slipping on her shoes and adjusting her attire, Li Qing walked to the door and opened it. As the door creaked open, the dazzling sunlight filled her eyes, and Li Qing momentarily squinted, then slowly adjusted to the brightness. Awake? Under the persimmon tree, Tang Bohu closed his book and said, wait here, I will fetch some wine and food. If you sleep any longer, I might just eat it all myself. Li Qing stared blankly as he went to the east kitchen, then gazed at the vibrant spring scenery around her, the fruit trees budding with tender yellow and green, a sign of spring's deepening presence. Crossing the threshold to the stone table beneath the tree, she sat down slowly and asked Tang Bohu, who was returning with food, how long have I slept? It has been 3 days. 3 days. Li Qing was startled, quickly rising to leave, but Tang Bohu interjected, there is no need for concern. The Marquis's residence has your siblings and many younger ones. Whether you are there or not makes little difference. Moreover, what position would you take there? Would you announce to everyone that you are the first generation of the Yongqing Marquis? Before Li Qing could respond, Tang Bohu continued, the old lady is also well. Yesterday she visited you with Miss Li. Knowing you were resting, she did not disturb you. Do not keep up this facade. Tang Bohu pressed her back down to sit, joining her with a gentle smile. First, have something to eat. Not to mention the blood you have lost, you must replenish your strength. Whatever you plan to do next, you need to be in good health, do you not? Li Qing nodded silently, accepting the chopsticks offered to her, and began to eat. She was not one to wallow in sorrow, immersed in weakness. Over the years, she had endured much separation and heartbreak, yet she did not succumb to despair when faced with challenges. Seeing her thus, Tang Bohu expressed a look of satisfaction, saying, do not keep tensing up, nor always think the worst of things. There aren't as many troublesome matters as you imagine. Most are merely self-inflicted. The old lady is not so fragile. Li Qing slowed her eating, sighing, having seen so many unfortunate events, it is hard not to feel this way. I do not wish to think like this either. In summary, this incident is not as dire as it seems, so there is no need for excessive worry. Tang Bohu remarked that the guests who were meant to arrive have mostly done so. If you truly feel uneasy, you may visit shortly. But it would be best to take a bath first, considering your rather disheveled appearance. Upon hearing Tang Bohu's words, Li Qing's tense nerves gradually relaxed. However, he still found it difficult to extricate himself from the sorrow that engulfed him. Even now, he could hardly accept the loss of the child, just like that, gone, leaving an emptiness behind. Before long, a roasted chicken, half a pound of pig's head meat, and a small flask of wine were consumed, and Li Qing's spirit visibly improved. He announced, I'm going to take a bath. Very well, I will heat some water, Tang Bohu replied. Previously, it was Li Qing who assisted him. And now that Li Qing faced adversity, it was only fitting that he offer his help. No need, Li Qing insisted. I can handle a cold shower, even in this frigid weather. He was pressed for time. Your wound has healed, look. Li Qing revealed his wrist, where only a shallow scar remained after a few days of healing. Tang Bohu was slightly taken aback, completely convinced that Li Qing had not been exaggerating. His recovery abilities were indeed extraordinary. At that moment, a knock echoed through the air. Knock, knock, knock. Following that, a voice rang out, Brother Bohu, is he awake? He is, Li Qing called back, hastening to open the door. Upon seeing Zhu Wangqing accompanying her, Li Qing quickly grasped her wrist. Uncle Li, I am fine. With Hong Ji's remained still warm, how could I go back on my word? Zhu Wanqing spoke softly. Li Qing did not respond, instead taking her pulse. After a while, he released her wrist and, feeling somewhat relieved, said, "Come in." On the other side, Li Shuer let go of her mother's arm and said, "You two talk. I will head back now." Tang Bohu also approached quickly, declaring, "I will take a stroll. You two enjoy your conversation." With that, he exited with Li Shuer, closing the door behind him. "Wanqing, do not be overly sorrowful," Li Qing advised. "As Hong Er mentioned, we will eventually reunite. Just consider it an opportunity for him to observe his descendants and the world around him. Rest assured, Uncle Li, I will not lose hope or act foolishly." Zhu Wanqing replied, "I still intend to honor Hong Gu properly on your behalf." "Ah, then I must indulge myself," Li Qing grinned, attempting to smile, but suddenly turning away. "Let us speak inside. Let us converse under the eaves and bask in the sun," Zhu Wanqing suggested, feeling a chill in her heart these days and wishing for some warmth. "Very well. Bohu has moved the reclining chair to the study. Please wait a moment while I bring it over." Li Qing did not look back, and Zhu Wanqing did not follow, instead waiting in quiet anticipation. After a while, Li Qing emerged with a reclining chair in hand, explaining, "It is a bit dirty, but I will clean it for you. Please, have a seat." "All right." Zhu Wanqing stepped forward and sat down, leaning her weight against the backrest, facing the sun, her eyes squinting shut. Li Qing settled beside her, similarly basking in the warmth of the sun. The two sat in silence, soaking in the sun's rays. Gradually, the sorrowful heart began to feel a flicker of warmth. "Uncle Li," Zhu Wanqing said, "do you think there truly is a next life?" "Indeed, there is," Li Qing assured her. "In the next life, you shall be husband and wife once more. I have foreseen it. Trust in my abilities." After a brief pause, he reflected, "However, it will take a considerable amount of time before one can be reincarnated below. There is no need for you to be troubled. Indeed, I trust Uncle Li. If you still feel sorrowful, you may weep. There is no one around, and Uncle Li would never mock you." Li Qing spoke gently. Zhu Wanqing slightly shook her head, saying, "At this age, how could I be oblivious to the matters of life and death? In truth, I am not overly sorrowful, merely feeling a sense of emptiness." "Avoid." Li Qing's expression darkened. "Where is the lack of sorrow? It is evidently profound sorrow, exceeding what one can bear. I remember when Zhu Qizhen passed away. Zhu Wanqing did not display excessive grief. However, later on, Li Qing took her hand, transferring a surge of true energy, and softly said, in Uncle Li's eyes, "You will always be a little girl. There is no need for restraint. If you wish to cry, then cry." "I cannot cry," Zhu Wanqing sighed softly. "I had imagined what I would do if Hong Gu truly left me. Yet when faced with reality, I find myself so calm that it seems almost unbelievable." Li Qing's heart was filled with complexity. He wished to offer comfort, but found no words. Ultimately, he said, "In any case, with Uncle Li around, do not bear it alone. Do you understand?" Zhu Wanqing nodded. "Uncle Li, shall we talk about the past? Specifically, if it will not cause you pain. Perhaps you could share stories of Hong Gu before I arrived, or when I was too young to remember." Zhu Wanqing expressed, "I have participated in a significant portion of Hong Ji's life, yet I have no memories of the first 10 years. I wish to fill that gap. It will not bring sorrow. Such beautiful memories could never evoke sadness." Li Qing chuckled lightly. "You may not know, but Uncle Li particularly enjoys reminiscing." "Yes, I will share with you." The uncle and niece basked in the sunlight, one narrating while the other listened. It seemed they had both emerged from the shadows, as sorrow was nowhere to be seen on their faces. The sun was warm, and the past was also warm. A heart once laden with melancholy gradually warmed. Zhu Wanqing's physical condition was quite good, surpassing that of her peers. She should naturally outlive Li Hong, being 7 years his junior, with ample time ahead. Li Qing wished to prevent her from acting foolishly, bestowing upon her not only his affection for his godson, but also an unprecedented level of indulgence. The once stern Li Qing, who would scold the little girl for her mischief, had long since faded into the river of time, leaving behind a kind and even doting elder. As the hour grew late and the sun weakened, Zhu Wanqing rose and said, "Uncle Li, I shall return now. I will escort you back. You are not yet at the point of needing support. This short distance is manageable on my own," Zhu Wanqing replied. "Do not perceive me as too fragile. I am well, truly, it is nothing." "Very well then." Li Qing no longer clung to his usual stubbornness, but advised her to take care on the way. Watching her depart, he waited a moment before following her out. maintaining a distance that kept her within sight until she entered the gates of the Yongqing Marquis's residence, at which point he finally felt at ease. Returning to the small courtyard, Tang Bohu had also returned, bringing with him a variety of side dishes and 2 large jars of wine. Knowing you have not fully emerged from your grief, let us drink, Tang Bohu exclaimed, lifting the seal with a hearty laugh. Tonight, I shall accompany you in drunkenness. Let us indulge until we are thoroughly intoxicated. A small drink brings joy, while excessive indulgence harms the body. You are no longer young. What is the purpose of such bravado? Li Qing remarked with a roll of her eyes. Did I not teach you the art of Tai Chi for health? Starting tomorrow, you shall practice. What is that expression on your face? Li Qing scoffed. After all these years of running around without restraint, do you truly believe your body is in good condition amidst the dual strains of fatigue and indulgence? Well, I must admit, I am indeed weary, Tang Bohu muttered. Then chuckled, knowing that you are tired, you should rest more. After all, Tai Chi can be exhausting too. If Tai Chi is tiresome, then perhaps you should refrain from walking or even eating. Li Qing sighed. All right, from tomorrow onward, I shall wake you up and practice together. Is that acceptable? No negotiation? No negotiation, Tang Bohu declared. Then let us drink a bit more tonight. I have already bought the food. Li Qing nodded. This shall be the last indulgence. Thereafter, moderation must prevail. After years of companionship, Li Qing knew this fellow well. Quitting was utterly impossible. Agreed. Tang Bohu's spirit was unyielding. Drink today, lament tomorrow. Let us enjoy tonight's libations and worry about the morrow when it comes. He raised his cup. Cheers. Li Qing recognized his need for solace and managed a smile. Cheers. Chapter 28. The imperial posthumous title. Li Qing forcefully halted the internal circulation of his vital energy and drank deeply. By the end, he truly felt a slight intoxication, a lightheadedness that enveloped him. Upon awakening the next day, it was already noon. It was yet another splendid day. After brushing his teeth, washing his face, and bathing in clean robes, Li Qing finally bore a semblance of vitality, his previously pallid complexion now imbued with a hint of health. Seeing this, Tang Bohu felt a sense of relief. He understood that this chapter had closed. Of course, there would still be sorrow, but it was a matter to be entrusted to time. Shall we take a stroll? Tang Bohu suggested. Li Qing gently shook his head. No, I prefer to lie down. With that, he retrieved a book from his study and reclined in a chair, flipping through it absent-mindedly. His once dull eyes now sparkled with a hint of life. No longer shrouded in despondency, Tang Bohu took a seat across from him and sought to engage him in conversation. What are your plans moving forward? He believed that if Li Qing had something to occupy his mind, it would greatly benefit his state of mind. Unexpectedly, Li Qing replied, I have no plans. Really? Haven't you always been quite busy? Tang Bohu teased. Aren't you concerned with state affairs anymore? For now, my concern is unnecessary, Li Qing exhaled. The emperor's stance is stable, and the court does not require significant reforms at this moment. Besides, the turbulence of changing dynasties has yet to settle. What is needed now is tranquility. Better to remain still than to act rashly. Oh, I see. Tang Bohu, not fully grasping these matters, refrained from further comment and pondered. Shall we play a couple of games of chess? Li Qing sighed. There is no need for that. I am not as fragile as you think. Isn't that rather dull? Come on, let us play. Fine, stop pulling my leg. Li Qing, resigned, stood up. You go fetch the pieces and the board. All right then. After 3 consecutive games, all ending in Tang Bohu's defeat, his spirits plummeted. Honestly, you could at least let me win a game. I was hoping to enlighten you. Tang Bohu grumbled. I'm done. I need to clear my mind. Wait, are you coming with me? No, did we not agree yesterday? From now on, let us practice Tai Chi for health, Li Qing said, stretching her limbs and twisting her neck. Have you forgotten the previous movements? Allow me to teach you. Are you serious? Tang Bohu replied with a lamenting expression. Do you not think it is too late for me to pursue health? It is never too late. You are merely being lazy, Li Qing remarked indifferently. You know me. I always keep my word. You can either practice willingly, or I shall compel you to do so. Choose one. Very well. Tang Bohu mumbled. How long will this take? Let us start with 15 minutes, and thereafter, about half an hour will suffice, Li Qing stated. The remaining time is yours to allocate as you wish. Upon hearing this, Tang Bohu felt a wave of relief. Had you said this earlier, let us begin. After 2/4 of an hour, Tang Bohu, bent and weary, collapsed into a chair beneath the eaves, gasping for breath, murmuring, it may appear easy, yet it is truly exhausting. That is due to your lack of exercise recently, Li Qing replied, sitting beside him and picking up her book again. This will enhance certain abilities. Really? Tang Bohu suddenly felt motivated. Then I shall practice a bit longer. I should not have said anything, Li Qing retorted. Excess is as detrimental as deficiency. Progress must be gradual to yield results. Moreover, distractions of the opposite sex will undermine your resolve. I understand, Tang Bohu replied. As for improvement, I am indifferent, for I am already quite capable. I simply enjoy this Tai Chi exercise. At the hour of Shun, Li Hao arrived. He had been mentally and physically exhausted in recent days and was finally granted some respite. Seeing his bloodshot eyes and weary demeanor, Li Qing sighed inwardly and inquired, "Have all the guests been attended to?" "Yes, those who were to come have essentially arrived." Li Hao nodded, then asked, "Elder Qing, according to tradition, will the court posthumously honor my father?" "This is a certainty. Even the most indolent noble will receive such honors post-mortem, let alone your father who has rendered great service," Li Qing assured him. "But the emperor has changed, and the new ruler may not be aware of you. Will it have any impact?" Li Hao expressed concern. "There will be no significant impact. The new emperor also needs to win the hearts of the people, apart from your father's noble status. Merely considering his position as commander of the naval forces, any emperor with a modicum of wisdom would not neglect your father's contributions. You need not worry," Li Qing reassured him. "By the way, the local officials have reported your father's matter to the capital, correct?" "Yes, they have reported it." "Then there should be no issues." Li Qing nodded, pausing before asking, "Has the coffin been sealed?" "Not yet," Li Hao replied quietly. "The coffin will be sealed after the 7 days of mourning, using ice blocks to preserve it." "Understood," Li Qing said, patting his shoulder gently. "You are now a grandfather. The new generation of the Yongqing Marquis. You must shoulder your responsibilities." "Yes, I am aware," Li Hao said, ruffling his hair. "Elder Qing, do not be too sorrowful." Li Qing nodded slightly, stating, "I shall visit when the time comes." After the grandfather and grandson shared a comforting conversation, Li Hao departed. In the latter half of the 7th night, Zhu Wanqing granted the younger generation an early leave, leaving only Zhu Wanqing and the siblings, Li Hao and Li Qing, in the morning hall. The vast morning hall appeared somewhat desolate, the night breeze wafting in, causing the white mourning cloth to flutter, while the flickering candles only heightened the atmosphere of sorrow. Li Qing stepped forward slowly, pausing before the coffin, his gaze fixed upon his adopted son within. Clad in elegant garments, his hair meticulously styled, the pallid visage bore a pristine appearance, resting upon a soft mattress as if in slumber. Zhu Wanqing and her daughters followed closely behind, sharing the burden of the coffin as they gazed upon the deceased with deep affection and reluctance. After a long silence, Li Hao sighed, "Daybreak approaches, we must seal the coffin." Zhu Wanqing and Li Shui'er remained silent, tears cascading down their cheeks. Li Qing cast one last profound glance before turning towards the coffin lid. Li Hao followed promptly, and together they lifted it to the coffin and closed it. Subsequently, Li Hao retrieved the coffin nails and presented them. Li Qing accepted them and personally sealed the coffin. Once these tasks were completed, the night sky had already begun to lighten. Li Qing, with great care, transferred a surge of vital energy to Zhu Wanqing and Li Hao, saying, "Hunger is at peace. He would not wish for you to wallow in grief. Take heart, remain optimistic, and continue to live well." He paused, directing his gaze at Zhu Wanqing. "Do not forget. You promised him you would live well in his stead." "I know," Zhu Wanqing nodded, her expression one of melancholy. Li Qing sighed, remaining silent for a long while before stating, "I shall take my leave now. Time will not alter for anyone or anything. Life persists. Days pass in their usual rhythm. With the dawn, the sun rose, and by dusk, it set beyond the mountains. Day after day, 27 days later, the pallbearers lifted the coffin and departed from the Yongqing Marquis, accompanied by a funeral procession toward the burial site. Ordinarily, individuals of Li Hong's stature would await the imperial decree to conduct an elaborate ceremony in the name of the court. However, Li Hong had always eschewed ostentation. Li Qing and Zhu Wanqing also deemed it unnecessary to display grandeur, thus adhering to customary practices. From Li Hao down to the next generation, all able-bodied male descendants donned mourning attire, participating in the entire funeral procession. The crowd was substantial, and Li Qing lagged behind the throng, his ears filled with the sounds of the Suona, his eyes witnessing a sky littered with joss paper. He laid his son to rest beneath the earth. In the capital, Zhu Hozhong received the memorial submitted from the southern province. He felt little in the way of sentiment, having never encountered the Qianqing Marquis. However, his understanding of the Li family was thorough. Their influence was immense. In terms of status, the Qianqing Marquis held the position of former Grand Admiral of the Navy. And in commerce, the family's contributions to the court's overseas trade accounted for nearly one-third of the total commodities supplied. The Li family alone could match the combined offerings of all other civilian merchants, nearly equaling the total of all court monopolies. Such vast financial power made Zhu Hozhong wary. He calculated that the Li family indirectly contributed over 1 million taels of silver to the treasury each year, a revenue of over 1 million taels annually. How could a business owner neglect such a lucrative employee? Even the most miserly would at least acknowledge their exemplary performance. Moreover, the financial resources of the Ming dynasty are increasingly gravitating towards maritime endeavors, thus accentuating the significance of the naval forces. As the inaugural Grand Commander of the Navy, the Emperor must extend ample grace, and the court ought to bestow due respect upon him. In an effort to avoid bureaucratic disputes, Zhu Hozhong did not convene a court meeting. Instead, he took the initiative to handle matters himself, from posthumous titles to memorial accolades, all accomplished singularly by him. Subsequently promulgated through a royal edict, and personally declared by the eunuch Zhang Yong of the Directorate of Ceremonial. He conferred upon him the title of Zhonghua Grand Duke and the posthumous name of Martial Bravery. Furthermore, Zhu Hozhong composed a eulogy himself. Such a grand display incited both envy and jealousy among the officials. One must ponder, who could remain indifferent to such distinguished honor? The individuals of this era held a profound regard for posthumous reputation. However, regardless of envy or jealousy, it was not prudent to voice discontent. The title of Grand Duke undeniably stirred desire, yet the late Duke Qianqing had commanded the nation's naval forces and achieved countless military feats during his lifetime. Thus, the posthumous elevation to Grand Duke was not unreasonable. As for the elevation to Duke, this was a customary procedure. Most nobles below the Duke rank would ascend one level posthumously, earls to marquises, marquises to dukes. Of course, the titles inherited by descendants remained as originally bestowed, with elevation only granted after death. The posthumous name of martial bravery was also justifiable. Considering both the contributions of Duke Qianqing during his tenure and his dedication to the court thereafter, it was difficult to find fault with such a laudatory epithet. Analyzing these matters separately, they could gain consensus, yet when combined, they evoked discomfort. This discomfort was troubling, yet lacked legitimate grounds for rebuttal. Furthermore, in death lies great significance. To criticize a deceased individual who had rendered notable service to the nation is indeed unbecoming. Thus, one must acquiesce. Chapter 29. A return to Jiaoji. There is little to be said of the deceased, yet much can be articulated about the living. The Emperor? The target of criticism is none other than the Emperor. The subjects of the Ming dynasty have never hesitated to voice their discontent towards the Emperor, particularly the censors. It is worth noting that even the formidable Taizu faced censure. The benevolent Xiaozong was not exempt either. No emperor has escaped reproach. Moreover, Zhu Hozhong was an outsider. However, criticism must be reasonable and must elucidate specific grievances. After all, the emperor is still the emperor and cannot be disparaged without cause. Thus, the courtiers began their assault on Zhu Hozhong, decrying the misuse of royal edicts. Do you doubt our loyalty? Would we oppose the honor bestowed upon Duke Qianqing? Are we so petty? You are insulting us. The accusations came fast and furious. Zhu Hozhong had not yet completed a year as emperor. Yet he had developed a certain immunity to such vitriol, not due to a gentle disposition, but because his ancestors had all faced similar rebukes. It was not wholly directed at him. He did not take it to heart, nor did he allow it to penetrate his spirit. What does it mean to misuse a royal edict? I have only employed it this once, after all. As for guaranteeing the judicious use of royal edicts, I cannot assure you of that. Such foolish behavior would not be entertained by Zhu Hozhong. Royal edicts represent the emperor's will and are not subject to alteration by anyone. The legitimacy of a royal edict is beyond question. Of course, subjects do possess means to counter the emperor's decrees, such as through feigned compliance. The premise of outwardly adhering while secretly defying is, indeed, the outward adherence itself. On the surface, one cannot confront directly. Moreover, not all imperial edicts can be outwardly obeyed while internally resisted, such as in the current incident. Consequently, the ministers harbor a profound disdain for the imperial decree having repeatedly sought its abolition from the emperor, yet none have succeeded in persuading him. One must ponder, which sensible emperor would be foolish enough to succumb to such folly? Ultimately, this is a fruitless debate. Zhu Hozhong has borne the brunt of criticism. The ministers have vented their frustrations, and the matter passes as such. However, Zhu Hozhong increasingly feels the urgency to cultivate his own faction. Now, in the first year of the Jiajing reign, he no longer needs to regard the former emperor, allowing him to implement new policies and realize his ambitions. Yet, the prerequisite remains that he must have his own support. As it stands, with a mere decision, the ministers accuse him with pointed fingers. How then can he advance his political aspirations? It is time for genuine action, yet this is destined to be a gradual process, no longer a trivial endeavor. Zhu Hozhong gazes deeply into the distance. With the court's posthumous honors received, the Qianqing Marquis residence, amidst sorrow, finds a glimmer of joy. Being conferred the title of State Pillar, the Duke of the Founding, and the posthumous name of Wui, Li Hong's life is rendered entirely fulfilling. Even Zhu Wanqing feels happiness and solace for her husband. After the final verdict, life gradually returns to normalcy, though there are moments of profound sadness. She ultimately accepts the reality of Li Hong's absence. Zhu Wanqing does not succumb to overwhelming grief. She maintains a semblance of calm, her health remaining intact. Li Qing, having endured intense supervision for over a month, finally relaxes his taut nerves. In the blink of an eye, the summer heat envelopes, with the incessant chirping of cicadas. Zhu Wanqing gradually regains her composure, though her former brightness has dimmed. In light of this, Li Qing devises numerous strategies, yet none yield the desired outcome. Ultimately, he contemplates taking her out for a change of scenery. Her health is sufficient for travel. In the courtyard, Zhu Wanqing does not outright reject Li Qing's proposal, but inquires. Where to? To Jiaoji. Are you visiting the Han Prince or Zhengde? Both, I suppose, but primarily to take you out for a respite, Li Qing replies. I have already prepared a rationale, suggesting we visit the Yongqing garment shop in Malacca for business inspection. Of course, the truth can be shared with Xiao Hao and Xiao Shui. May I bring Xiao Shui along? Regarding her steam engine research, I am somewhat aware. Whether through improvements or the derivation of ironworking-related industries, it cannot be accomplished overnight. The subordinates are diligent, and her presence makes little difference. Besides, Xiao Hao can oversee things. Li Qing suddenly feels a pang of sympathy for Li Hao, who seems perpetually left behind. However, at present, Li Hao has genuinely assumed the role of the head of the family, burdened with countless responsibilities that bind him. Very well, I shall inform her later. It is already late May. Let us set the date for June 6th, Li Qing states. Zhu Wanqing nods, saying, I must ensure that Xiao Hao is informed of the details regarding my grandnephew, for he is to return to the Ming. It is indeed inappropriate to leave him unsupported. I have considered this as well. It is essential not to conceal matters from Xiao Hao. Li Qing muses, let us wait until he returns to inform him. Zhu Wanqing furrowed her brows and wondered, could it be that he, having once ventured into Jiangnan, would truly remain unrecognized? The number of those who had encountered him was indeed scant, and considering that several years had passed since the Ningguang's rebellion, he must have changed somewhat. With the death of Zhengde now common knowledge, who would even think to make such a connection if they were to meet him? At most, they might find him somewhat reminiscent, for it is not uncommon for utterly unrelated individuals to share a striking resemblance. Moreover, the goods had been repurposed for domestic sale. Bearing export labels, Zhu Wanqing had grown up under the watchful eye of Li Qing, and she understood the novel terms he employed. Hearing him speak thus, her doubts began to dissipate. Once Zhu Wanqing took her leave, Tang Bohu immediately approached, grinning and inquiring, Sir, are we not friends? Did you overhear me just now? I assure you, it was unintentional. Besides, with your astuteness, you must have sensed my presence. The mere fact that you choose to share this with me signifies your trust. Does it not? The matter concerning Zhengde must remain confidential. Indeed, I can discern the gravity of the situation, and besides, what relevance does it hold for me? Tang Bohu stated, thumping his chest in assurance. After a brief pause, he added, bring me along, will you? It's been stifling here, and I yearn for some fresh air. Very well, Li Qing nodded. He harbored intentions of bringing Zhu Hozhao back during their trip to Jiaoji. Though it was said to be a 2-year endeavor, it need not be so drawn out. Zhu Hozhao had not been in Jiangnan since the 16th year of Zhengde, and several years had elapsed since then. What was a mere year and a half in the grand scheme? Li Qing felt a twinge of apprehension regarding Zhu Hozhao. who had never been a source of ease. With circumstances permitting, he resolved to keep a watchful eye on him, lest he act inappropriately and create trouble. Should things escalate, it would be convenient for Li Qing to intervene himself. Upon learning that she was to accompany her mother on a distant journey, Li Shuer was elated and hurried to organize her affairs, coordinating with her elder brother for a smooth transition. Li Hao, though seething with anger, found himself powerless to retaliate as an investor. You cannot go. That decision lies with our mother and Tinghe. Yet, as an older brother, he still held affection for his sister. Though his expression darkened, he refrained from voicing any objections. On the 6th day of June, Li Qing and his party embarked on their journey to Jiaoji via their merchant vessel. In the Han Wangfu of Jiaoji, beneath a pavilion, Zhu Qijin sat with his head bowed, while opposite him, Zhu Hozhao animatedly recounted tales he had gleaned from Li Qing, embellishing them with his own flair. Noticing the prolonged silence from his companion, Zhu Hozhao paused, lifting his gaze only to discover that Zhu Qijin had fallen asleep. Old Zhu, Zhu Hozhao exclaimed, shaking him gently. Is this not rather disrespectful? I was in the midst of sharing my illustrious past. Awakened, Zhu Qijin wore a resigned smile and replied, I have lost my curiosity. It's enough. Please refrain from recounting your grand tales. Why is that? Zhu Hozhao retorted, displeased. Is it not captivating enough? Too contrived. Zhu Qijin bluntly exposed, scoffing. Do you truly believe you could be a pirate? The Ming Navy would never tolerate your audacity. Huh? Have you shown me any respect? Well, perhaps I could regale you with stories of my years as a bandit? Zhu Qijin countered. Return. Then, Zhu Qijin replied. Hey, that's rather hurtful. Zhu Hozhao lamented. Zhu Hozhao, feeling disgruntled, remarked, Did you not mention recently that you lacked energy during the day and struggled to sleep at night? Requesting my assistance in adjusting your schedule? The tales you weave are akin to bedtime stories, and I was already drowsy. Your words only serve to deepen my fatigue. Zhu Qijin, leaning on his cane and supported by a maid, stood up and said, I shall take a rest. Do as you wish. Roam about freely except for the backyard. How considerate of you. Zhu Hozhao exclaimed, leaping up in joy, almost wanting to punch Zhu Qijin playfully in the chest, which startled Zhu Qijin, causing him to stagger. Annoyed, Zhu Qijin retorted, Speak plainly. Refrain from such clumsiness. I have taken a fancy to your horse grounds. Zhu Hozhao declared. You wish to ride my prized war horses, do you not? Since I have some free time, I could assist you in exercising them. Zhu Hozhao chuckled. I shan't be staying here long. By this time next year, I will have departed. Given our friendship that transcends age, do not be so stingy. Zhu Qijin replied. Somewhat irked, you are the first to accuse me of being stingy. With that, he tossed the stable key he had hung from his belt to Zhu Hozhao, saying, Go on. Thank you. Zhu Hozhao bowed slightly and dashed away. Observing his exuberant figure, Zhu Qijin shook his head in amusement. At his age, still behaving like a child, it truly incites envy. Since the new year, Zhu Qijin had increasingly felt his limitations, sensing that his days were numbered. He pondered whether he would last until Zhu Hozhao's next visit and whether he should reveal his secret to the younger generation. A sense of melancholy enveloped him, leaving him indecisive. At present, Jiaoji was indeed enjoying peace and prosperity, its citizens thriving. Yet, Zhu Qijin was acutely aware that this fortune was inextricably linked to the maritime trade of the Ming dynasty, and he knew that the fate of Jiaoji rested not with his descendants, but with Li Qing, who wielded influence over the Ming court. To ensure the longevity of his lineage's wealth and prestige, it was essential for his heirs to be privy to his secret. Only through such knowledge would they harbor a sense of reverence, which was crucial for enduring success. Zhu Qijin grasped this truth clearly. I am not foolish in the least. Should you arrive late, irrespective of your consent, I shall ensure that my secret is passed on to my successor, to be handed down through generations. Yes, it is settled. With renewed determination, Zhu Qijin's spirits lifted. Chapter 30. Though late, yet arrived June skies were notorious for their capriciousness. One moment, the sun shone brightly, and in the blink of an eye, dark clouds amassed, followed by a torrential downpour. The rain indeed fell as if summoned. Tang Bohu gazed at the rippling sea beyond the ship's cabin and cheerfully remarked, With this rain, we can finally enjoy a bit of coolness, can we not? Life at sea differs from that on land. Ice cannot be stored aboard, and under the relentless sun, the cabin has nearly become a steam room. Unlike in years past, immersing oneself in the sea to cool off would likely be too taxing on the body. Thus, I rely on Li Qing's true energy for some respite. However, true energy could only alleviate the sweltering heat and could not eradicate it altogether, nor could one breathe freely on deck, which left Tang Bohu feeling rather stifled. I observe that the winds and waves are not too fierce. Shall we venture out and enjoy the rain? Tang Bohu proposed. Safety at sea is paramount, Li Qing replied. The conditions are manageable now, but they may not remain so. I will inform the sailors to steer closer to shore, just to be safe. Very well. Indeed. While maritime navigation entails certain risks, they are largely manageable. Firstly, the shipbuilding techniques of the Ming dynasty have advanced significantly, thanks to the continuous engagement in maritime trade. Secondly, during this era, vessels typically navigate along the coastline, which provides both reference points and ample time for course correction. However, to challenge the forces of nature would be sheer folly. After all, prudence ensures safe passage. In reality, it became evident that Li Qing had been overly cautious. The rain arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, and within less than half an hour, the sea was once again calm. Fortunately, the heavy downpour not only rendered the air refreshing, but also extinguished the blazing sun, allowing the merchant ship to resume its voyage. On the deck, the four of them reveled in the moist sea breeze, gazing into the vast expanse before them. The endless ocean and boundless sky gradually eased their minds. In an age devoid of airplanes and automobiles, traveling by ship across the sea remained an exquisite experience, with rippling azure waves and an infinite cerulean sky. A truly therapeutic sight. Zhu Wanqing appeared noticeably brighter, her previous melancholy replaced by a newfound lightness. Perhaps her heart still bore traces of dampness, yet it no longer threatened to overflow. Li Qing observed this transformation with a bittersweet sense of solace. Even before reaching Jiaoji, he felt that this journey had been worthwhile. In Jiaoji, Zhu Hozhao was quite distraught. A mere handful of ice could hardly alleviate the oppressive heat. The days were filled with either sweltering heat or suffocating humidity, compounded by a stifling mugginess. Even a torrential downpour seemed futile. Rather than providing relief, it only intensified the feeling of being stewed alive, leaving Zhu Hozhao utterly dispirited. Was it not nearly autumn? Oh, dear heavens! Zhu Hozhao lay shirtless on the cool mat, his face a portrait of despair, yearning for winter's arrival. Lu Shi, both amused and sympathetic, teased, "My dear husband, are you truly suffering so? What can I do? I am of the fire element. Living here is akin to pouring oil on flames," Zhu Hozhao retorted, casting a glance back at her. "If it weren't for this unbearable heat, you would be the one sprawled on the mat." Lu Shi was momentarily taken aback, then flustered, muttering, "How unrefined." Yet Zhu Hozhao refrained from further flirtation. He was too hot to indulge in any romantic gestures. "When will that fellow come to retrieve me?" He sighed, lamenting, "I have had my fill of Jiaoji. It cannot compare to the comfort of Jiangnan." Upon hearing this, Lu Shi's interest piqued. "My husband, did Mr. Li not mention that he would come for us next year? Can we trust him?" "People are trustworthy. Their character is another matter altogether," Zhu Hozhao replied wearily. "Do not expect someone who would not fulfill his duties for money to be punctual. However, he will undoubtedly come. Though delayed, he will arrive." "Is that so?" Lu Shi's spirits dimmed. "What? Do you dislike it here?" "Not really. But this place is ultimately not the Ming dynasty. It lacks the warmth of home," Lu Shi sighed. "If it were just the two of us, it would be bearable. But we have children who are growing each day." Pausing, she added, "My dear husband, you share a good rapport with the Han Prince. Could you request him to send us back to the Ming dynasty?" "What a splendid idea." Zhu Hozhao's eyes brightened momentarily, only to fade again. "But alas, if I were to sneak back and be caught, I would certainly face dire consequences." "Are you truly so afraid of him?" Lu could not contain herself and muttered, "If you dare to clash with your family, why do you not have the courage to confront him?" "Do you even hear what you are saying?" Zhu Hozhao rolled his eyes and retorted, "Are you implying that I am cowardly?" I did not mean that, my lord. You have misunderstood me." All right. Zhu Hozhao waved his hand in resignation and sighed, "Setting aside my guilt, even if I were in the right, I still could not confront him. That fellow is utterly inhumane. Should he become enraged, it is not impossible for him to inflict several transparent wounds upon me. Alas, I must endure. He will come to fetch us." Lu nodded in silence. She took an ice cube and rubbed it in her palm, massaging her husband while asking, "If one day we return, will our parents clear the household?" Zhu Hozhao shook his head. "No." Lu exclaimed, surprised. "No, I have already distanced myself from the household," Zhu Hozhao replied. "Thus, You need not harbor such concerns. Lu responded with a soft "oh." Just as she was about to speak again, a maid's voice called from outside. My lord, madam, a distinguished guest has arrived. Lu assumed it was Prince Han and hurriedly stood to fetch a robe, helping Zhu Hozhao don it. She cautioned, Prince Han has shown us much kindness. You must not neglect him, and speak with due respect, for he is a prince. Do not be too casual. Previously, Zhu Hozhao had found such nagging bothersome, but since shedding his burdens, he had grown fond of his wife's counsel. Perhaps because she was the only one who still cared to nag him. It seems my earlier efforts were not in vain. Old Zhu has successfully adjusted his routine. Zhu Hozhao thought with a sense of satisfaction, brushing off his robe as he strode toward the front courtyard. In the front hall, Li Shuer had just learned that Zhengde was not dead and exclaimed, it is truly unimaginable that someone like him could escape unscathed. Nonetheless, this is ultimately a good thing. It is better than dying young, Li Qing scoffed. If he were truly dead young, I would have been spared much worry. That would be disingenuous. If you truly believe that, how could he have escaped? Li Shuer chuckled, suddenly realizing, is the purpose of this visit to bring him back to the Ming? Indeed. That is the plan, Li Qing sighed. You all know what kind of character he possesses. I truly do not feel at ease leaving him out there for long. Li Shuer slightly nodded, when the time comes. Ha ha ha, let me see who has arrived. Zhu Hozhao's characteristic, carefree laughter interrupted Li Shuer. Shortly after, Zhu Hozhao entered. Oh my, how come it is you? He exclaimed in surprise. Not welcome? Li Shuer raised an eyebrow. No, Zhu Hozhao rubbed his eyes joyfully. It truly is you? Call me by my full name again, and I shall slap you. Li Qing interjected, his eyes threatening. Zhu Hozhao, accustomed to such remarks, chuckled awkwardly and asked, Sir, have you come to take me home? Do you still have a home? Indeed. The Ming is my home. Zhu Hozhao replied with a grin. I was just speaking of you. It is indeed true that when one mentions Cao Cao, Cao Cao arrives. After chattering for a while, Zhu Hozhao finally noticed Tang Bohu and instinctively grew wary. While his aunts and grand-aunts were all descendants of Ingzong and thus considered family, Tang Bohu was an outsider. And he remembered his father had once dealt harshly with him. Zhu Hozhao hesitated and glanced at Li Qing. Li Qing bestowed upon him a reassuring gaze and inquired, having lived here for over a year, what are your impressions? Everything is fine, save for the sweltering heat, Zhu Hozhao lamented. I feel as though I might just evaporate. Subsequently, with a sycophantic grin and rubbing his hands together, he continued, when shall we return? No rush, Li Qing replied nonchalantly. Our visit serves three purposes. First, for leisure and relaxation. Second, for Zhu Qijin. And third, he deliberately elongated the final word. Zhu Hozhao immediately chimed in. Thirdly, naturally. We must enjoy ourselves thoroughly and, upon leaving, take little Zhu Zhu with us. Li Qing's lips curled in disdain. You make me feel nauseous. I feel the same. Li Shuer, Tang Bohu silently added in his mind. Zhu Hozhao, unabashed, declared boldly, it's a rare occasion that our family is gathered. Today, I shall treat you all to a grand feast at the Hanwang mansion to celebrate. Even more nauseating. Despite their disdain, the group eventually proceeded to the Hanwang mansion. Who could resist a lavish meal? Zhu Qijin had no objections, and upon their arrival, Li Qing and his entourage were promptly presented with exquisite delicacies, followed by an endless flow of chilled wine and fruits. In the dictionary of the Hanwang, the term stinginess was non-existent. After a brief chat, Li Qing inquired, have you experienced any recent ailments? Not just minor troubles, significant ones, Zhu Qijin replied morosely. I fear I am nearing my end. Li Qing, taken aback, approached to take his pulse, and after a moment, retorted, you appear quite well. How can you say you are failing? I am increasingly feeling my limitations, Zhu Qijin lamented. My appetite has diminished, and my energy is waning. I know my time is short. Li Qing reassured him. At your age, bodily decline is a natural phenomenon. How can you compare yourself to your former self? If you truly were in dire straits, could you not still walk with a cane? With a bitter smile, Zhu Qijin replied, Sir, may I speak with you privately? Certainly. Li Qing rose. You all carry on. I shall have a moment alone with Han Wang. In a private guest hall, as soon as they were seated, Zhu Qijin got straight to the point. Sir, I have informed the heir about your affairs. What? Li Qing gasped. Who permitted you to disclose that? Did I ever give you leave? The die is cast. Your anger is of no consequence, Zhu Qijin stated calmly. It is only fitting that I act in accordance with the long-term interests of the Han Wang lineage. Furthermore, I wish to convey that I am not at all foolish. Li Qing exclaimed in disbelief. I never anticipated being so thoroughly outmaneuvered by you. The situation has spiraled beyond my control. You truly revealed it to them? Not entirely. Zhu Qijing clarified. Only one person is aware, my eldest grandson. Upon hearing this, Li Qing's previously relaxed demeanor vanished entirely. Were it not for Zhu Qijing's inability to weather even the slightest storm, he would have ensured he experienced the full brunt of a tempest. Who permitted you to speak? Li Qing's emotions began to spiral. Did I give you my consent? Where is your moral compass? Where is your integrity? You, such a good child. How could you so swiftly change for the worse? Tell me, was it the longevity charm from Zhu Zhu that influenced you? Zhu Qijing replied. The situation is as it is. You may handle it as you see fit. Zhu Qijing remarked. My time is limited, and I must plan for my lineage. I have been generous to you. Is it too much to expect a reciprocation? Li Qing, visibly annoyed, tapped his fingers on the table and exclaimed, Zhu Qijing. Oh Zhu Qijing, you truly conceal yourself well. Did you think I was a fool? Zhu Qijing smirked with pride and replied, that is a matter of your perception. I have always remained true to myself. I genuinely wish to strike you. Li Qing sighed. Did he believe you? Indeed, Zhu Qijing nodded. Li Qing, feeling a headache coming on, queried, what are your plans moving forward? At my age and in my current state, he has already taken charge of matters. Now that you are here, you shall serve as a witness, Zhu Qijing stated. When did you inform him? 5 days ago. 5 days. Li Qing closed his eyes in anguish, murmuring, just 5 days. If only the average speed of travel had been a tad quicker, I might have made it. Zhu Qijing, witnessing Li Qing's distress for the first time, felt a tinge of amusement. After all, Li Qing had always maintained an air of authority, and it was quite a novelty to see him so flustered. Honestly, I think it is not a bad thing for either the Ming dynasty or for you. Zhu Qijing analyzed. This will grant you greater authority and facilitate your actions, creating a win-win situation for both Jiaoji and the Ming. It must be said, when the seemingly simple-minded Zhu Qijing became earnest, he indeed displayed a glimmer of wisdom. Li Qing found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to commend him or chastise him. As anticipated, following moments of joy, vexations swiftly followed. Li Qing, weary at heart, stated, I can serve as a witness, but why must it be your grandson? He abruptly paused, having realized the answer. Noticing Li Qing's understanding, Zhu Qijing opted not to elaborate further, simply stating, that was a matter from long ago. Regaining his composure, Zhu Qijing declared, my eldest grandson, now at the age of discernment, manages affairs with great efficiency and has earned the respect of many. I am confident in entrusting matters to him, and I ask that you also place your trust in him. Li Qing, calming himself, inquired, what do you require of me? In truth, Zhu Qijing's lineage was rather endearing and had made significant contributions to the Ming dynasty. Although Zhu Qijing's unilateral decision had irked Li Qing, it did not lead to animosity. I need you to solidify his convictions, ensuring he believes wholeheartedly, 100%. Zhu Qijing insisted. What is his current belief? About 90%. Zhu Qijing replied. Is there anything else? He has been preoccupied these past few days. I will send someone to summon him back shortly. We shall share a drink. Such gatherings foster closer bonds. Zhu Qijing gently added. I hope, considering my years of cooperation, that he may one day uphold the sentiment. In light of your grandfather. I shall not betray you. Zhu Qijing expressed his hope with a hint of desperation. My grandfather earned this goodwill for me, and I wish to secure the same for my grandson. Li Qing was undeniably moved. All right, such a request was difficult to refuse. Motivated by both emotion and a sense of reciprocity. You are indeed generous. I shall not let you down. Li Qing vowed. Excellent. Zhu Qijing's spirits lifted at his assurance. With your word, even if I were to meet my end this year, I would have no regrets. Your health is certainly not what it once was, and it has declined significantly, yet it is not as dire as you might think. Li Qing remarked that compared to the youth, he certainly felt that his pace had slowed. However, he still had a few years left. A few years? Zhu Qijing inquired. In matters such as this. Li Qing hesitated to boast, and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, approximately 3 years. That is splendid, Zhu Qijing responded, not disheartened, but rather smilingly noted. Thus, your initial promise remains intact. After a brief pause, he expressed his astonishment. That Wanqing, was she not the one who accompanied my grandfather and me to the Ming dynasty? Li Qing nodded in affirmation. Time truly flies. In the blink of an eye, my niece has aged. Zhu Qijing sighed, reminiscing. I recall her as a spirited and somewhat precocious young girl. Your adopted son even regarded me as a rival. I truly wished he would call me uncle. How is he faring now? Li Qing fell silent for a moment. He has departed. He left this spring. Zhu Qijin was taken aback and expressed his regret. I truly did not foresee that. Li Qing waved his hand and stood up, saying, let us proceed. We should not keep them waiting. Indeed, Zhu Qijin agreed, rising as well. Shall I have someone notify you when my eldest grandson returns, or shall we go together? After a moment's thought, Li Qing nodded. You may go ahead. The Hanwang mansion is less convenient than there. Very well. Zhu Qijin recalled Zhu Wanqing, who also had an impression of him. After all, they were both members of the Zhu family, and by kinship, Zhu Wanqing ought to address him as uncle, despite the mere 7 or 8 years that separated them. During the banquet, the two elderly gentlemen engaged in numerous discussions. Zhu Houzhao and Tang Bohu were considered frequent guests at the Hanwang mansion. Their conversation was lively, particularly Zhu Houzhao, who possessed a hearty appetite, subtly revealing the potential of a true banquet connoisseur. After the feast, they indulged in afternoon tea, relishing chilled grapes and watermelon, delightfully refreshing and sweet, a true indulgence. Upon finishing, Zhu Houzhao clutched a large melon, claiming it was for his wife and son to enjoy. Zhu Qijin showed no objection and even offered him 2 more bunches of chilled grapes, asking, Sir, will you take Zhu Shou along with you when you depart? Upon hearing the term little brother, Li Qing's expression turned peculiar, and Zhu Houzhao shyly lowered his gaze. Li Qing sighed. He is nothing but a troublemaker, causing you chaos here. It is better for me to take him away. Zhu Qijin felt a pang of reluctance. Actually, he is not that bothersome. Old Zhu, please just call me Zhu Shou. Little brother sounds like a curse. Zhu Houzhao could not help but add, in truth, I will miss you. However, I must eventually return. I shall visit you whenever I have the opportunity. He spoke no falsehood. After such an extended period of companionship, how could there not be a shred of affection? The Prince of Han truly treated him well. Nevertheless, he had indeed grown weary of the climate in Jiaoji and longed for the Ming dynasty. Little brother. Old Zhu, what a strange conversation. Li Qing was rendered speechless, momentarily unsure of how to express his thoughts. We shall return now. Tomorrow you may come to my place. Since you are here, allow me to provide you with some care. Li Qing added, there is no need for you to see us off. We shall remain for a short while and rest. Very well, Zhu Qijin replied cheerfully. I shall trouble you tomorrow. When did you become so courteous? Li Qing chuckled and nodded, departing first. The small courtyard, or rather, the large courtyard, as it was indeed quite expansive, larger than the residences of high-ranking officials, encompassing 4 separate courtyards. Zhu Wanqing and Li Shui'er, mother and daughter, were both favored by Zhu Houzhao, who generously arranged for 4 maidservants to attend to them. Li Qing and Tang Bohu resided together. However, Tang Bohu was a man of restless spirit, rarely at home except during the night. This was due to his notorious charm. The reputation of this dashing talent resonated greatly in the area, and though he had aged, he still held considerable allure. In just a few days, he transformed into a distinguished guest among the elite. With Han Wang's influence and Li Qing's presence, Tang Bohu felt no reservations, embodying a carefree and unrestrained demeanor. Zhu Qijin's health had notably declined since their last meeting, yet he was far from his final days. His strong-willed nature led him to perceive his condition as more dire than it truly was. In comparison to others of his age, his situation was quite remarkable. Approaching 80, with keen hearing and sight, and still able to walk independently, indeed impressive. After receiving care and comfort from Li Qing, his mindset gradually improved, fostering a more optimistic outlook. 5 days later, Zhu Qijin visited with his eldest grandson. He had given his grandson a rather rustic name, Zhu Yukai. Nevertheless, he took great pride in the name, which cleverly implied Zhu has talent. Li Qing suppressed a smile, acknowledging it as a commendable name. The Zhu family seldom had melodious names. Even using common characters was a rarity. This was largely due to the peculiar naming conventions established by the elder Zhu, which dictated obscure characters and the sequence of elements, resulting in rather odd names for the descendants. It was said that even princely families were compelled to create new characters. With common characters and auspicious meanings reserved for the imperial lineage, it posed a significant challenge. This could be exemplified by the brothers Zhengde and Jiajing. The crown prince of Zhengde, born into royalty, was named Zhao, while the princely heir of Jiajing was assigned the character Rong. One character alone revealed the disparity in their statuses. Zhu Yukai bowed respectfully. Yukai pays his respects to the teacher. Do you truly believe your grandfather's words? Li Qing inquired. If I do not trust my grandfather, whom should I trust? Zhu Yukai retorted. Li Qing remarked, I must say, the simple-minded lineage may be a bit naive, yet often, fools have their good fortune. Zhu Qijin added, Teacher, for everyone's peace of mind, you should employ some skills. Very well, Li Qing replied with a wry smile. I seem to be becoming a performer in a circus. Taking a deep breath, Li Qing turned to Zhu Yukai and asked, What would you like to see? Can you fly? Zhu Yukai asked innocently. In this era, people's imaginations of immortals were largely as such. Zhu Youcai's inquiry was entirely understandable. Are you not an immortal? Then show me your ability to fly. In truth, most people believed in the existence of immortals, yet they often found it difficult to accept the notion of an immortal appearing before them, or perhaps they simply dared not to believe. Zhu Yukai trusted his grandfather, but he yearned to witness it firsthand. Teacher, can you fly? Zhu Qijin asked curiously, as he believed in Li Qing's identity, partly due to his grandfather Zhu Gaoxiu and partly due to Li Qing's youthful appearance. Zhu Qijin has always been generous, and this occasion is no exception. He remarked, It's perfectly fine if you cannot, just ensure you disguise yourself. Li Qing pondered briefly and replied, Then let us proceed with the attempt. Given the circumstances, it would be prudent to instill a sense of respect and reverence in him. A mere ordinary immortal may not always command respect. Rather, it could incite envy. A display of strength would benefit both parties. Li Qing removed his cap, revealing a cascade of lustrous black hair, and subsequently peeled away his disguise. Before long, a youthful man of striking appearance, with a fair complexion and an ethereal demeanor, stood before the grandfather and grandson. Zhu Youcai's eyes widened in astonishment. He was aware that Li Qing was an immortal, but he never anticipated that Li Qing could remain ageless. In his imagination, immortals were to be depicted as venerable figures with white hair and youthful faces. Yet, at this moment, Li Qing appeared even younger than his own son. Of course, the responsibility for this revelation lay with Zhu Qijin, who had not elaborated in detail. There was no need for further theatrics. Zhu Yukai was utterly convinced, for he knew that Li Qing had nurtured his grandfather for decades, yet decades had passed, and Li Qing still appeared to be in his youth. This was entirely illogical, and the only explanation was that he was indeed an immortal. However, the astonishment did not cease there. In the next moment, Li Qing's long hair floated as if caught in a breeze, and his robes fluttered gracefully, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Gradually, his feet lifted off the ground, and he hovered in the air, rising more than 3 feet high. Zhu Yukai could no longer contain his shock and sprang to his feet, utterly astounded. Yet the spectacle was not over. Li Qing continued to ascend until he nearly brushed the ceiling beams, compelling Zhu Yukai to gaze upward in awe. Li Qing's expression was serene, and empowered by his true essence, his voice resonated with grandeur and authority as he spoke. Zhu Yukai, is this sufficient? Yes, it is more than enough, Zhu Yukai stammered, his face a canvas of astonishment, akin to an ant gazing at the vast sky. Even Zhu Qijin, who was privy to the truth, wore an expression of disbelief. He was aware of Li Qing's secret, yet he was unaware of this astonishing facet of his being. Li Qing did not immediately descend. He maintained his hovering state, one hand resting behind him while the other gently caressed his chin. His starry eyes narrowed as he paced slowly, each step resonating with stability and power, evoking a profound visual and spiritual impact. How long have you been in charge? Zhu Yukai swallowed hard and replied, If we consider a complete takeover, it began last year. However, prior to that, I assisted my grandfather with various matters. After your grandfather's passing, will you be able to uphold his ideals? Li Qing leaned forward, gazing down with penetrating eyes. Indeed, Zhu Yukai responded respectfully. Not to mention, sir, no, immortal, my grandfather's development strategy aligns perfectly with our current situation in Jiaoji, and I shall ensure it continues. Furthermore, the immortal has bestowed great blessings upon my grandfather, the Han family, and Jiaoji. We are not ungrateful. Excellent, Li Qing remarked with a hint of satisfaction, his tone calm and devoid of doubt. Now, you may return. Very well, Zhu Yukai declared, completely devoid of rebellious thoughts. He bowed respectfully and turned to leave, entirely forgetting the primary purpose for which his grandfather had brought him today. After a brief moment, Zhu Qijin tilted his head and said, If you don't come down, my neck will ache. Li Qing gently descended, smiling as he asked, How is it? Marvelous. Zhu Qijin exclaimed, clearly astonished. I never anticipated that you possessed such capabilities. Li Qing chuckled. Did you think I have lived all these years in vain? Zhu Qijin, with a wry smile, replied, well, considering you've achieved immortality, it seems nothing is too outrageous. Pausing for a moment, he continued, aside from flying, what other abilities do you possess? Sheer brutality, Li Qing stated calmly. Taking the heads of men amidst 1,000 troops is as effortless as reaching into a bag. Zhu Qijin licked his lips, feeling a dryness in his throat. Does this imply that, should you wish, you could assassinate the emperor? Indeed, Li Qing affirmed. If I did not possess true skills, I would not have remained unscathed all these years. Zhu Qijin sighed deeply, struggling to quell his emotions. It was only now that he comprehended the terror of Li Qing. However, this was merely what Li Qing had revealed. He remained oblivious to what else might be concealed. Zhu Qijin suddenly felt a sense of foolishness. This Mr. Li was far more complex than mere immortality. He had underestimated him. Am I truly so naive? He pondered. After a lengthy silence, he asked, regarding the people of Jiaoji, specifically the Han lineage, you will not resort to violence, will you? I am not a bloodthirsty individual. I prefer reason over force, Li Qing replied with a gentle smile. I am not fond of conflict. Most of the time, I am quite amiable. Your demeanor only heightens my concerns, Zhu Qijin said helplessly. You must be aware that those in power are often constrained by circumstances. As long as you do not rebel against the Ming, I shall not take lives. Li Qing assured him, I am not so reckless. Especially since you bear the surname Zhu, being of Han descent, albeit somewhat diluted. Reassured, Zhu Qijin nodded. That is good to hear. I trust your promise. Li Qing affirmed. As I said, if you are sincere, I shall not let you down. Indeed, Zhu Qijin replied with a bitter smile. I had hoped to engage in conversation. Yet you hastily sent everyone away. First impressions are crucial, Li Qing remarked with a smile. Besides, did you not wish for me to manage him? I am not departing just yet. There is ample time, Li Qing added. Zhu Qijin sighed lightly. My concern lies with the recent change of emperor in the Ming. Will national policies be affected? Not for the time being. And in the future? In the future, I shall be here, Li Qing declared. Zhu Qijin was momentarily taken aback. Then self-deprecatingly laughed. Indeed, I have been overly anxious. After a brief pause, he inquired, shall we continue with the land reclamation? Certainly, Li Qing nodded. Wait here. I will fetch the fertilizer formula. Following this method, we can conservatively estimate a 20% increase in yield per mu. Li Qing explained. This has already yielded extensive results in the Ming. Although the costs of reclamation are significant, in the long term, the benefits are tremendous. For the arable land can be cultivated for centuries, even millennia. Zhu Qijin treasured the formula, asking, will the Ming continue to purchase it? Yes, Li Qing replied. Should the court alter its strategy, I shall intervene. Very well. The two engaged in further discussions regarding development strategies, and as Li Qing escorted Zhu Qijin to the door, he returned to find the mother and daughter waiting in the parlor. Uncle Li, Zhu Qijin has brought his grandson over, presumably to pass on your secret to future generations? Zhu Wanqing inquired. Li Qing was taken aback. How did you know? I was taking a leisurely stroll and happened to see them enter your courtyard. It seemed likely. Zhu Wanqing furrowed her brow and remarked, this aligns with the long-term interests of the Han dynasty. Zhu Qijin's intentions are quite understandable, but won't there be complications? There are risks, yet the potential rewards are substantial, Li Qing replied with a wry smile. Zhu Qijin acted unilaterally without my consent. It appears that the decision has already been made. After a moment's reflection, he concluded that the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Jiaoji is no ordinary vassal state. It is not only a crucial hub for maritime trade, but also boasts a unique climate and fertile land, capable of benefiting the Ming dynasty both commercially and agriculturally. Zhu Wanqing pondered. My concern is that your secret may become widely known, ultimately drawing the attention of the world. That is a possibility, though not in the short term. As for the future, Li Qing sighed. Exposure may not be such a bad thing. I had already contemplated it. Zhu Wanqing slightly knitted her brow and said, Uncle Li, I believe you understand that once exposed, you will lose all semblance of freedom. Not necessarily. At the very least, you will not have the same freedom you possess now. Zhu Wanqing asserted. Li Qing fell silent for a moment before smiling. Having something to do is quite pleasant. Otherwise, the interminable journey of life would be unbearably tedious. Zhu Wanqing opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. Sensing the weight of the conversation, Li Shuer hurriedly interjected, "Shall we go for a walk? You don't mind the heat, nor does your mother? But isn't it your duty?" Li Shuer chuckled, "I have no issue with it. Just take care of mother. We promised to enjoy ourselves, and we can't spend the entire day cooped up. I'll fetch an umbrella." "That sounds fine," Li Qing replied. "Wanqing, where would you like to go?" "Let's take a look at the newly cultivated fields," Zhu Wanqing suggested. "I've only heard of them before. Now that I'm here, I must see for myself, as this is indeed the granary of our Ming." Li Qing teased, "You are quite the stateswoman. Birds of a feather flock together. Besides, as the legitimate daughter of the Yingzong, it is only fitting for a royal to be concerned for the nation." Zhu Wanqing laughed. Li Qing nodded with a smile. "Alas, you are not a man. My elder brother has done quite well, hasn't he? Even if I were a man and held a position of power, I might not necessarily surpass him." "Indeed, that is true," Li Qing remarked nostalgically. "Since my second entry into court, your elder brother has been the most worry-free for me." "Without exception," Zhu Wanqing replied gloomily. "My father has not caused you too much concern, has he? Do you not realize what you are saying? Aside from military expeditions, what else?" Li Qing shook his head. "It cannot be avoided." Chapter 33. A friend's death is not a friend's death. Zhu Qijin treated Zhu Hozhao exceptionally well and even provided him with a carriage. However, the restless Zhu Hozhao refused a driver, insisting on driving the carriage himself, relishing the sense of achievement it brought to take his wife and son for a ride. Upon learning of his enjoyment in playing the role of the driver, Li Qing acquiesced to his wishes. An ice bucket was placed in the carriage, and Zhu Hozhao was enlisted as the driver. "Are you joking? It's scorching out. Do you wish to roast me? If not, then I won't be returning anytime soon. The heat isn't too bad. It's good for sweating out the dampness." Zhu Hozhao sought self-improvement by venturing into the fields. After an hour, a few individuals dismounted from their carriage, and before them stretched an expanse of cornfields. The corn leaves were a deep green, the stalks robust and sturdy, flourishing beyond ordinary expectations. Zhu Wanqing remarked, "The crops here surpass those of the Ming dynasty by a considerable margin. They rival even the most fertile lands of our homeland. It is hard to believe that this land was only recently cultivated. With the application of modern fertilizers, the yield could potentially double that of the Ming dynasty." After a brief moment of elation, Zhu Wanqing quickly regained her composure, pondering, "However, the Ming dynasty is vast. In the face of a significant crisis, even the combined arable land of all of Jiaoji may not suffice to alleviate the troubles of the Ming." Zhu Hozhao chuckled. "Is it not said that even a fly's leg is meat? In comparison to the immense population of the Ming, these reclaimed lands seem insignificant. Yet, while it may be true that the entirety of Jiaoji's farmland cannot address the urgent needs of the Ming, it is also somewhat misleading." Li Shuer cast a sidelong glance at her nephew, questioning, "What do you mean by that?" Zhu Hozhao gestured towards the sun overhead, stating, "It is undeniably hot here. In many regions, winter does not bring frost, allowing for 3 harvests of rice annually. Yongla rice can indeed thrive here. In contrast, certain northern areas of the Ming can only yield a single crop in some seasons. This illustrates the disparity. Moreover, aside from Jiaoji, there is Malaya and a host of smaller nations, who claims that the grain repositories beyond the Ming are limited to Jiaoji. In truth, any region within this climatic zone can serve as a granary for the Ming. One must broaden their perspective and expand their vision." While he spoke eloquently, Li Shuer retorted with a smirk, "You speak well, but without practice, it is merely empty rhetoric." Zhu Hozhao shot back, "If I were still the emperor, would you dare to be so audacious? Huh, you would be compelled to kneel in my presence." Li Shuer turned to Li Qing, asking, "Will you not intervene?" Zhu Hozhao also looked towards Li Qing, asserting, "You witnessed everything. First, I did not provoke her. Second, she instigated me." Li Qing chose to remain silent, uninterested in their squabble, and directed Zhu Wanqing, "It is too sunny here. Let us find some shade by the edge of the field." The expansive farmland appeared remarkably soothing, as a wave of heat swept over, creating a melodious rustling sound. Imagining the golden, glistening ears of corn that would soon emerge made the sight all the more pleasing. Behind them, the aunt and nephew continued their banter. Li Shuer declared, "I concede you possess some merit, though it is limited." Zhu Hozhao replied, "Coincidentally, I share that sentiment." "Very well," Li Shuer continued. "I ask you, with the increase in grain production, will the population not also rise? Afterward, How much of that population could contribute to the needs of the Ming? You only see the surface, failing to comprehend the deeper issues. Zhu Hozhao scoffed. Your question reveals your lack of understanding of politics and human nature. While it may appear you are contemplating deeply, you are fundamentally misguided. Oh, pray tell. The Ming dynasty is affluent. Currently, it does not rely on foreign supplies. However, should the need arise, it can purchase abundantly. Zhu Hozhao asserted. Is high agricultural yield necessarily correlated with population growth? No, you are mistaken. High yield does not guarantee that the common people can enjoy sufficient sustenance. Do you truly believe that the issue of land consolidation exists solely within the Ming? Without delving into other matters, let us focus solely on Jiaoji. Zhu Hozhao gestured around and remarked, what you behold is the cultivated land of Han Wang alone, and this is merely the tip of the iceberg. To put it bluntly, the Han Wang lineage occupies nearly 1/3 of the entire arable land in Jiaoji. Another third belongs to the landlords. And the common folk account for merely 30 to 40% of the remaining land, if they are fortunate enough to possess even that. Do you truly believe in your own words? Li Shuai retorted. If that were the case, would the common people not rise in rebellion? Why would they revolt when their lives are relatively stable? Zhu Hozhao was taken aback. Li Shuai scoffed. 70% are tenants, and with such severe land consolidation, how can the populace live comfortably? Haha, you are merely scratching the surface and failing to grasp the deeper issues, Zhu Hozhao countered. Due to favorable climatic conditions, the grain yield here is remarkably high, allowing tenants to thrive. Li Shuai found herself momentarily speechless and turned to Li Qing, asking, is what he says true? Indeed, replied Li Qing. What do you think? Are you convinced now? Zhu Hozhao boasted, lifting his nose in pride. Who has the short sight here? You, Zhu Hozhao, Li Shuai declared angrily. Such notions exist only in theory. If the court were to extensively procure grain, leading to famine among the local populace, a backlash would be inevitable. The Han Wang residents, not to mention the landlords, would not dare to risk lives for wealth. Zhu Hozhao sighed. You have too much faith in humanity. Why would the wealthy refrain from taking advantage of a situation? As for the backlash, who cares? Let me tell you this, under stable conditions, a rebellion by the common folk is akin to seeking death. The landlords need only select a minuscule portion of the populace to guard their interests, thereby averting any crisis. In such circumstances, what do they have to fear? Pausing for a moment, he added, even if everything you assert were true, so what? Zhu Hozhao declared proudly. Our Ming dynasty possesses both firearms and artillery. We can engage in trade or resort to outright plunder. Plunder? Li Shuai laughed. Would our celestial empire take such measures against its own vassal states? Zhu Hozhao chuckled. When it comes to that extreme, does it matter if they are vassals? If we do not ensure our citizens are fed, what sort of celestial empire are we? Li Shuai, unconvinced, struggled to formulate a rebuttal and hastily pursued her uncle and nephew for support. To her surprise, both were in tacit agreement with Zhu Hozhao's statements, leaving her feeling wounded. Am I truly the least knowledgeable among them? The ever-confident Li Shuai found herself at a loss. Are you convinced now? Zhu Hozhao pressed on. Do not forget. I am your aunt. Li Shuai retorted angrily. Is this how you treat your elders? And is this how you treat your juniors? Zhu Hozhao scoffed. What is that saying? Only women and petty men are difficult to nurture. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, Auntie is right. With that, he dashed away, shouting, First, you said it. And second, is there anything wrong with my agreeing with you? First, I am your elder. Second, I am your elder. Li Shuai fumed. It is entirely appropriate for an elder to admonish a junior. In truth, their relationship was not so close. It had been several generations since the bond was forged. How old are you? Still acting like a child, never growing up. Zhu Wanqing sat in the shade created by the cornstalks, observing the distant chase between the aunt and nephew, bemused yet resigned. Li Qing chuckled and remarked, in truth, this is a commendable quality. They find solace. And we are at ease. Zhu Wanqing pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. Uncle Li, will the future of the Ming dynasty follow the path described by that little rascal? It's hard to say, Li Qing sighed. The heavens are unpredictable, and harvests correlate positively with celestial phenomena. I will strive to seek cooperation and coexistence through civilized means, but should we reach a critical juncture? You know that I am a Taoist. The astute Zhu Wanqing did not grasp the full implication of his words. Li Qing, with a mischievous grin, quipped, a dead friend is preferable to a living Taoist. His rare display of humor in front of his juniors had a surprisingly delightful effect. Zhu Wanqing could not contain herself and burst into laughter. This was the first time she had laughed since Li Hong's passing. And seeing her so lighthearted made Li Qing's heart feel buoyant as well. After a while, as Zhu Wanqing composed herself, she inquired, "Uncle Li, was that little rascal's comment on land consolidation a reflection of reality, without exaggeration?" "Indeed," Li Qing affirmed. "I am quite pleased to see such circumstances arise, as they enable a more efficient acquisition of resources. Well, perhaps acquisition is too harsh a term. The Ming dynasty pays, and they receive. It is a mutually agreeable arrangement, entirely reasonable and lawful. The more pronounced the land consolidation, the easier it is for the Ming to reap the benefits." Li Qing sighed lightly. "Understand this. As a politician, one must not be overly lenient. Of course, while I am not a ruthless man, I will not engage in acts of annihilation if they can be avoided." Zhu Wanqing nodded in agreement. "You are right, Uncle Li." After a moment's reflection, she continued, "The scale of the Ming is vast. A single Jiaoji is insufficient. Since the Manchus are also a strategic target, shall we consider a visit there soon?" Li Qing smiled. "This time it will be a leisurely outing. You need not worry so much. It can be a pleasant diversion, especially since we have time to spare." Zhu Wanqing contemplated. If consolidation is the order of the day, rather than allowing others to consolidate, why not let us do so? Li Qing frowned slightly. The strong dragon does not suppress the local snake. This could be somewhat perilous. The Li family's power is indeed significant, yet once we venture overseas, our influence diminishes. They possess no fear of us. They may not fear the Li family, but they certainly respect the Ming, Zhu Wanqing replied. "My eldest grandson is already a pacification envoy. Given Hong Ji's achievements and our family's annual contributions of over 100,000 taels to the court, it is all but assured that he will secure a command in the Southern Zhili Navy. Presently, trade between the Ming and the West has fully commenced, necessitating substantial naval escorts each time, which can serve as a deterrent." Li Qing remarked, "In that case, the overseas consolidation will not escape the court's notice." Zhu Wanqing laughed. "Why should we conceal it? We are not consolidating land within the Ming. What can the court say? There will always be those who are envious. Oh, with over 100,000 taels entering the national treasury annually, such maneuvers should not pose a problem. If there truly were an issue, you would be there to assist. Uncle Li, wouldn't you? Thus, you could also help orchestrate the grand strategy." Chapter 34. Turning the heavens upside down. "Uncle Li, what do you think?" Li Qing furrowed his brow in contemplation. Zhu Wanqing continued, "The more leverage the Li family has, the easier it is for you to act. Isn't that a positive development? Ah, you wish to pursue the legacy of Zhu Qijin and pass on the secrets of the Li family to your descendants, don't you?" Li Qing responded with a wry smile and a shake of his head. "I shall not do so, but certainly, Xiaohao will." Zhu Wanqing remarked, "Uncle Li, you must understand that ever since you revealed the secret, concealment became impossible. Consider this. Zhu Qijin was bold enough to act decisively for the sake of his descendants. Do you think Xiaohao would hesitate for his own kin?" She chuckled softly, adding, "Moreover, Xiaohao is well aware that no matter the circumstances, you would not take drastic measures against him. At worst, he would simply endure a sound thrashing. Given this situation, do you truly believe he would obediently follow your directives?" Sighing, Li Qing responded, "I fear it may bring trouble to the Li family. In truth, it would only impose limitations upon you." Zhu Wanqing sighed as well. "However, Xiaohao, or more accurately, the descendants of the Li family, are destined to distract and exhaust you. It would be wiser to focus on fortifying the Li family, transforming it into your bargaining chip." "My bargaining chip?" Li Qing mused, and after a long pause, he self-deprecatingly remarked, "It seems I have little choice, do I? Unless you can take extreme measures against your grandson." Zhu Wanqing replied. Li Qing, in a moment of calm reflection, acknowledged, Zhu Wanqing is not mistaken. The likely trajectory of events will unfold as such. That grandson of mine, Li Hao, is certainly capable of such audacity. Do not be deceived by his carefree demeanor. It is merely his nature, not a reflection of foolishness. A truly foolish person would struggle to manage family affairs effectively. In discussing the leadership of the Li family's enterprises, Zhu Yunwan, Zhu Qijin, and Zhu Wanqing, one must acknowledge that it is Li Hao who has brought the most remarkable growth in wealth. Under his stewardship, the Li family has risen to become the wealthiest entity in Jinling and even all of Jiangnan, establishing Li Hao as the true architect of this success. While it is true that Zhu Yunwan, Zhu Qijin, and Zhu Wanqing each contributed significantly to the family's wealth, It is unjust to liken Li Hao to a mere last bun after a feast. His character may be lively and humorous, yet he possesses a genius for business. In terms of intelligence, Li Shuer may surpass Li Hao, but when it comes to managing the family enterprise, she pales in comparison. Li Qing exhaled a breath of frustration, exclaiming, "Now it seems you all have the upper hand over me. What a reversal of fortune. This is merely because Uncle Li loves us. It is not a matter of ability," Zhu Wanqing flattered. "Well, I can afford to be magnanimous towards Zhu Qijin, but should I not hold my own family to account?" Li Qing replied helplessly. "Nonetheless, I must maintain a clear boundary with the Li family, as it is highly likely I will need to disclose the secret of the longevity. And close ties with the Li family would be inappropriate." Zhu Wanqing furrowed her brow slightly, saying, "Uncle Li, once your secret of longevity is exposed, would not the connection to the Li family also be revealed to the world? After all, the title of Yongqing Marquis originates from you. Revealing the secret of longevity does not necessarily have to be linked to my title as Yongqing Marquis," Li Qing clarified. "I could employ other means, such as claiming to be an immortal. That could work as well." "All right, let us not dwell on this any longer," Li Qing said, waving his hand in exasperation. "Let us discuss the issue of land consolidation." Zhu Wanqing replied, "What are your thoughts, Uncle Li? I wonder if the other noble families in the Ming dynasty will follow suit, given the Li family's actions?" Li Qing pondered. If everyone adopts this approach, would it not lead to chaos in the vassal states? Such a display of arrogance would be detrimental to the Ming dynasty in times of turmoil. Zhu Wanqing smiled and said, "Uncle Li, you are overthinking. Let us not forget the advantages of the Li family." "Are you referring to me?" Uncle Li misunderstood. "The advantage I speak of is wealth." Zhu Wanqing huffed, "If others can follow suit, why shouldn't we raise our prices? The highest bidder wins. I firmly believe that after a few strategic moves, they will surely comply. As for impeachment and mergers not being prevalent in the Ming dynasty, they lack sufficient grounds for such actions. Moreover, the Li family offers such generous concessions that those individuals are also beneficiaries. By supplying an abundance of goods to the court, the Li family indirectly spares them a significant burden. One must understand that selling at sea yields different profits compared to selling to the court." Zhu Wanqing scoffed. "Were it not for the Li family's willingness to sacrifice, countless families of high-ranking officials would have to endure losses to the court. For this reason, they dare not provoke us." Zhu Wanqing was confident. As long as we engage in a price war, their meager resources are hardly a concern. Furthermore, even with high-priced mergers, there are still profits to be made in the long run. Li Qing was taken aback, his expression growing more complex. This strategy felt oddly familiar. Thankfully, the capital of the Li family is manageable. At least, I can fully control it, unlike Li Qing, who competes with the common people for profits. "Li uncle, what do you think?" Zhu Wanqing inquired with a smile. Li Qing nodded slightly. "Sounds good. Let us settle on that." "Excellent. I will plan accordingly." At that moment, the commotion between the aunt and niece finally bore fruit. Naturally, the outcome was that Li Shuer vented her frustrations. Zhu Hozhao was not one to adhere to conventions. He would not refrain from retaliating simply due to the age of his opponent. However, a person filled with true energy fighting against another is akin to a dimensional attack. Even if Li Shuer lacked fighting skills, she was not someone Zhu Hozhao could contend with. Of course, Li Shuer was quite measured. Her strikes were not heavy. Nor did she aim for the face, merely delivering a few slaps to his backside, reminiscent of the days when her aunt had done the same. It did not hurt excessively, but the humiliation was profound. Truly, one could not underestimate the duo of mother and daughter. Zhu Hozhao was infuriated. "If you cannot play fair, then do not play at all. Who cannot play fair? I am not unreasonable. I acknowledge what you said, and I did not refute it," Li Shuer retorted. "But you were disrespectful to your elder, so it is only right that I teach you a lesson." All right, Zhu Hozhao sneered. "You are getting old. You are almost 50. Look at the wrinkles on your face." Li Shuer exploded. "What did you say? Did I speak incorrectly?" Zhu Hozhao shrugged, glancing at Zhu Wanqing. "Aunt, isn't my old aunt nearly 50? Come here." Li Shuer pulled him over and dragged him for quite a distance, saying with indignation, "My little aunt was a bit impulsive. Can you show some restraint? If apologies were effective, what need would there be for laws?" Zhu Hozhao glared. "Which law of the Ming dynasty states that an elder cannot reprimand a junior?" It seems there isn't one," Zhu Hozhao grumbled. "But I cannot be the one to suffer. I must seek revenge." Li Shuer found it amusing. "Are you even listening to yourself? It indeed sounds inappropriate." Zhu Hozhao scratched his head. You heard their conversation earlier. They are planning to go to Malacca. You should discuss it with Li Qing, cough cough, and ask the teacher to take me along. Dream on. Very well, from now on, I shall address you as my nearly 50-year-old aunt with a face full of wrinkles. Zhu Hozhao threatened. I can say it, but I cannot guarantee he will agree. Then I shall simply call you be quiet. Li Shuer chided. Am I truly so old? Speak honestly. How to put it? Zhu Hozhao pondered for a moment, then exclaimed, if I must describe you, I would say you still possess charm. Smack. Zhu Hozhao clasped his head, recoiling his neck, his mouth agape. Are you trying to kill me? Can such words be used to describe an elder woman? Li Shuer grew even angrier, rebuking, such audacity is intolerable. I would be remiss if I did not punish you. Zhu Hozhao was taken aback, his expression turning sheepish. He no longer cried out in pain or displayed anger. In a conciliatory tone, he said, Dear aunt, could you lend a hand? Go to hell. Li Shuer retorted, tossing her words aside as she turned to leave. Aunt, do not be angry. Let us speak amicably. Zhu Hozhao hurriedly followed, deliberately altering his form of address in a bid to intimidate her. Zhu Hozhao was well acquainted with the area as he drove the carriage. He introduced the others within to the scenery. It was clear that despite having relinquished his duties, he still cared for the Ming dynasty and had not neglected the agricultural affairs. Inside the carriage, the others gazed at the verdant fields through the windows while discussing matters of consolidation, completely disregarding Zhu Hozhao's enthusiastic commentary. If we were to pursue such a strategy, we must unite with the local talents, Li Qing suggested slowly. Cooperation is essential for mutual benefit. What kind of cooperation? Li Shuer inquired. We need to find agents. Li Shuer did not comprehend the term and looked quizzically at her mother. Zhu Wanqing pondered for a moment before explaining. It means we act as hands-off investors, overseeing from behind the scenes while allowing the locals to manage. Indeed, that is a good approach, Li Shuer nodded slightly, then furrowed her brow, adding, however, this brings us back to the original issue. It remains difficult to eliminate the risk of being usurped. Li Shuer analyzed, from the pacification envoy to the commander, then to becoming a permanent naval commander for the court's merchant ships heading west. This is not something that can be accomplished overnight. My dear nephew has risen quickly, but to complete all this would take at least 3 to 5 years. Otherwise, it will draw unwarranted attention, and the consolidation will be prematurely exposed, leading to additional expenses and complicating the process. Simple. Zhu Hozhao's voice came from outside. Just have the Han Wang assist in managing things. Li Qing nodded. This is a temporary measure, yet it effectively addresses the problem. Li Shuer contemplated for a moment, expressing her concern. Should this happen, the court may become wary of the close ties between the Li family and the king of Jiaoji. Oh, dear aunt, must you always approach problems so rigidly? Zhu Hozhao's resigned voice echoed again. Having the Han Wang assist does not mean placing him as a middleman. Rather, it is about consolidating in his name. And when the right opportunity arises, we can transition the Li family into the forefront. Zhu Hozhao languidly remarked, as the saying goes, if you help, help thoroughly. If you escort a Buddha, see him to the west. TSK, your moral scruples are too strong for the realm of political strategy. Otherwise, you risk appearing quite foolish. Do you know what qualities a competent politician must possess? What? Li Shuer squeezed out the question through clenched teeth. Listen closely. Zhu Hozhao, confident in his own abilities, believed that as long as something was effective, it should be utilized to its fullest extent. Suddenly, the temperature inside the carriage plummeted, and someone's internal energy surged violently. Chapter 35. Unyielding yet humble Zhu Hozhao abruptly fell silent, simultaneously increasing the pace. At that moment, the fierce sun bestowed upon him a sense of warmth. Due to time constraints, the group could only explore a small area before returning home. Upon arrival, Zhu Hozhao did not wait for the others to disembark from the carriage. He tossed aside the whip and dashed towards the backyard in a flash. The chilling aura and overwhelming resentment left him too fearful to glance back. It was terrifying. Zhu Hozhao felt a deep sense of regret. He should never have pretended. Li Qing returned to his secluded quarters and lay on his bed, lost in thought. His conversation with his niece earlier that day had stirred profound reflections within him, allowing him to grasp the terrifying magnitude of the historical tides. Though he had intervened in history, he merely accelerated its course without altering its path. Capital would ultimately remain capital, indifferent to his desires. This realization instilled within him a profound sense of powerlessness, despite knowing that it was not necessarily a negative outcome, at least for a considerable duration, where the benefits significantly outweighed the drawbacks. What brought him solace was the prospect that the Li family's current status as the leading capital could, in the future, be something he could influence, perhaps even control. Yet, despite being a vested beneficiary, Li Qing felt no joy. History serves as a mirror to discern rise and fall. He sighed, reflecting on the past to understand the present, and vice versa. As time progressed, the difficulty of his interventions would only increase, a certainty he could not ignore. The simplistic maneuvers of power would no longer suffice. He must fortify his own strength. The more he pondered, the more daunting the task of altering this colossal vessel's course became. The only solution lay in the adage of using magic to conquer magic. There was no alternative. He would have to follow the established trajectory, aligning with the prevailing currents. Li Qing sighed, aware that this prevailing tide was one he had painstakingly cultivated. Yet, what troubled him was that this very force would eventually grow beyond his control, a reality he could foresee. Even with an abundance of brute force, it would prove ineffective, as it would ultimately engulf everyone, confronting the world itself. The sound of knocking interrupted Li Qing's reverie. "Who is it?" "It's me," came the voice of Tang Bohu. Li Qing rose and opened the door, teasing, "I thought you had become so enamored that you lost your way home." "Do you really think I'm that kind of person?" Tang Bohu laughed as he entered. "So, what is troubling you now?" "It's not so much a matter of distress." Li Qing paused before smiling. "In a while, I plan to visit Malacca. Would you care to join me?" "Of course." Tang Bohu nodded decisively. "It would be rather dull for me to remain here alone. It's much more lively together." After a moment, he added, "I may not be able to assist you in significant matters, but I want to tell you that when you feel lost and anxious, imagine comparing the Ming dynasty you have not interfered with at all to the one you have influenced for over a century. Which is better? I believe the current Ming dynasty is the most ideal. Even if the future becomes grim, can it truly be worse than the chaos of the late Yuan dynasty?" Tang Bohu chuckled and asked, "Why are you always anxious about the future?" Li Qing sighed and replied, "Well, upon calm reflection, it is not merely anxiety. Rather, I am filled with trepidation regarding what lies ahead. I fear losing my ability to control the situation. A profound sense of insecurity envelopes me. As you mentioned, given the current foundation of the Ming dynasty, the future, even if bleak, is unlikely to spiral into absurdity." Li Qing self-deprecatingly added, "I suppose my anxiety stems from an unwillingness to relinquish power." "Indeed, that is the case," Tang Bohu concurred. "However, clinging to power comes with its own costs, and you may not withstand the torrents of this era." "It is not a matter of possibility. It is a certainty," Li Qing affirmed. "This is also a source of my anxiety." "Why not utilize the Li family?" Tang Bohu inquired, puzzled. "With their resources, they could assist you significantly, both overtly and covertly." Li Qing replied bitterly, "I have already done so." "Then what is the issue?" Tang Bohu reassured him. "When you reach a point of desperation, you still possess a trump card, your secret. Trust me, this strategy will undoubtedly be effective." "Huh, I never would have guessed you were so perceptive," Li Qing responded. "With time, one inevitably makes progress." Clearing his throat, Tang Bohu said, "Regardless of your worries, I have a pressing matter as your friend that I need you to assist me with. Please do not refuse." Curiously, Li Qing asked, "What is it?" "Join me for a drink. Live for today, for tomorrow brings its own troubles," Tang Bohu replied with a grin. "I have prepared the food and wine. Let us head to the reception hall." At the Hanwang mansion, beneath the pavilion, a grandfather and grandson sat facing each other, having dismissed all attendants. "Grandfather, can that Mr. Li truly influence the policies of the Ming dynasty?" Zhu Yukai pondered aloud. "I believe he can grant me longevity in the future. But to claim he can sway the politics of the Ming dynasty, historically, royal authority has always prevailed, even over divine rights." "Ah, I should have clarified this earlier." Zhu Qijin chuckled lightly. "This Mr. Li is not merely a celestial being. He is also the first generation of the Yongqing Marquis. To be precise, both terms of the Yongqing Marquis belong to him. He has been subtly influencing the policies of the Ming dynasty for over a century." "Ah?" Zhu Yukai gasped in astonishment. "Does this mean the Jinling Li family?" "Indeed," Zhu Qijin confirmed. "Thus, aligning with him will not bring misfortune. At least it holds true for our Hanwang lineage." Over the years, while cooperating with him, grandfather has also bolstered the power of the Hanwang, creating a mutually beneficial partnership rather than a one-sided sacrifice. After a pause, he continued, While he draws upon our strength, he will also provide certain advantages, the greatest of which is the assurance of our Hanwang lineage's dominion. For this alone, we would gladly forego even greater concessions. Zhu Yukai nodded slowly, his astonishment evident. So he possesses this additional identity. I've taken note of it, grandfather. Yes. And one more thing you must remember, Zhu Qijin advised. He is not a good person, yet he is a man of his word, with a firm sense of equity. In your future dealings with him, do not demand anything. Such actions will only elicit disdain. What then should I do? Simply offer without expectation. And he will deliver in return, Zhu Qijin instructed. Understood. Zhu Yukai nodded slowly, his expression tinged with concern. Grandfather, I fear he may not regard me as he does you. He certainly will. The rare glimmer of wisdom illuminated Zhu Qijin's eyes. If you can provide him with value, he will undoubtedly reciprocate. Human relationships are cultivated gradually. Zhu Qijin imparted his teachings to his grandson. Grandfather, you are truly a sage, Zhu Yukai said, filled with admiration. Haha. Learn well, Zhu Qijin encouraged. Ah, Zhu Yukai nodded earnestly. At that moment, the steward of the Wang residence called out from a distance, My lord, Mr. Li requests an audience. Quickly invite him in. Zhu Qijin replied, then mused aloud. He is coming uninvited. Could it be he wishes to initiate another collaboration? After a moment's contemplation, he told his eldest grandson, Grandfather will not participate in this meeting. What? Zhu Yukai swallowed hard and admitted, Grandfather, I feel a bit nervous. The impression left by Li Qing was profound. It evoked a sense of reverence akin to that of a deity, making him genuinely apprehensive in a one-on-one encounter. He does not eat people. What is there to fear? Zhu Qijin retorted, somewhat exasperated. You are now essentially the king of Jiaoji. This behavior is unacceptable. Seeing his grandfather's irritation, Zhu Yukai reluctantly complied. Yes, I shall heed your advice. That's more like it. Have a good conversation, Zhu Qijin said, rising with the aid of his cane and departing. When Li Qing approached with the steward, he was surprised to find only Zhu Yukai in the pavilion. Where is your grandfather? He inquired. He just left. You may speak with me regarding any matters, Zhu Yukai replied. But soon felt he had been overly formal and quickly altered his tone. It's all the same. Haha. Suddenly realizing this demeanor was beneath him, he resumed his seat and stated coolly, Please, have a seat. Li Qing found this perplexing. Is this simpleton the heir chosen by the old man? Or is there something amiss? Can you make decisions? Li Qing asked as he took a seat opposite Zhu Yukai. I can, Zhu Yukai affirmed. I wish to discuss some plans concerning the purchase of farmland in Malacca. Of course, I will ensure you do not suffer any loss. Li Qing clarified his position. Zhu Yukai, fearing that verbosity might lead to missteps, spoke sparingly. This left Li Qing somewhat uncomfortable, thinking, has he always been like this? Perhaps I should summon your grandfather? Zhu Yukai instinctively nodded, then suddenly realized his slip of the tongue. I am just like my grandfather. Li Qing continued. To be direct, I would like Prince Han to intervene in the acquisition of some farmland in Malacca. Do you comprehend my intentions? I understand. Zhu Yukai nodded and reiterated. Are you willing to cooperate? Willing. Li Qing rubbed his nose, suddenly uncertain of how to proceed. So, do you have any thoughts? None. Then it's settled? Zhu Yukai recalled his grandfather's earlier admonition to contribute without seeking anything in return. Surprisingly, this approach proved effective, leaving Li Qing at a loss. Perhaps I should summon your grandfather after all, Li Qing suggested once more. No need, Zhu Yukai replied. We are discussing the purchase of farmland in Malacca, right? That is acceptable. Li Qing opened his mouth and smiled wryly. Then it is settled. We shall discuss the details later. By the way, please inform your grandfather to visit me shortly. He needs to recuperate. He believed it necessary to communicate with Zhu Qijin, as his grandson seemed to be excessively naive. Zhu Yukai nodded, and, noticing Li Qing rise, followed suit, saying, Allow me to see you off, sir. No need for that. You should hurry and summon your grandfather. Li Qing replied, I have already prepared the medicine. Li Qing forced a smile and turned to leave swiftly. This lad must have some peculiarities. Could it be that the simpleton has misjudged? Zhu Qijin, amusing himself with birds, inquired as his grandson approached. How is it? Not servile nor overbearing. Zhu Yukai replied with composure. Chapter 36. Market changes in the small courtyard of the annex. Just as Li Qing had brewed the concoction, Zhu Qijin arrived with his eldest grandson in tow. From a distance, Li Qing could hear Zhu Qijin's grumbling voice. What do you mean by not servile nor overbearing? Surely, you are not suffering from some grave illness. Shortly thereafter, the grandfather and grandson drew near, and Zhu Qijin clasped his hands in greeting, saying, Sir, this child is somewhat rigid in demeanor, but his capabilities are undeniable. Do not misunderstand. Zhu Yukai, his face reddening, muttered, Grandfather speaks the truth. After a brief moment indoors, Li Qing announced, I shall first bring the medicine to a boil. Adjusting the charcoal stove, he stoked the fire to a brighter blaze. Zhu Qijin interjected, Such matters should not trouble you. Sir, let Yukai handle it. No, it will be ready shortly, Li Qing chuckled. Once it reaches a boil, I can switch to a gentle flame, and it will require no further attention. He may not manage the heat properly. Then I must trouble you, sir, Zhu Qijin nodded, supported by his grandson as they entered the parlor. A quarter of an hour later, the medicinal brew reached a boil. Li Qing covered the stove's opening to diminish the fire without extinguishing it, and then made his way into the parlor. No sooner had he taken his seat than Zhu Qijin began to explain, Yukai tends to be a bit nervous in your presence. He does not usually behave this way. Li Qing listened patiently to his explanation, chuckling in understanding. It is only natural to feel some trepidation at first. Do not take it to heart. With the minor misunderstanding resolved, Li Qing steered the conversation toward the main topic. What is your perspective on the land consolidation in Malacca? Consolidating some land is not particularly challenging, though it depends on your appetite, sir, Zhu Qijin pondered. I cannot guarantee much. But 100 acres of arable land is certainly feasible. As the Ming dynasty opens its seas and engages in trade with various nations, there exists a reciprocal trade among them as well. Does that imply you have a certain acquaintance with the king of Malacca? Li Qing inquired, a hint of surprise in his tone. Not quite an acquaintance, but we have met and maintained a trading partnership. What sort of collaboration? Li Qing pressed. Zhu Qijin hesitated momentarily before responding candidly. Currently, it primarily revolves around silk. Li Qing exclaimed, astonished. You are capable of weaving silk? In a manner of speaking, Zhu Qijin replied, though it pales in comparison to the silk of the Ming. The entire process, from sericulture to dyeing, involves numerous intricate steps. A single misstep in any stage drastically affects the overall quality. Moreover, our production costs far exceed those of the Ming. Zhu Qijin sighed, in truth. We had commenced this long ago, but with the ongoing maritime trade, the prices of Ming goods have plummeted, rendering our efforts unprofitable. Thus we halted the industry. After a pause, he continued, since the Ming initiated new trade routes, prices have surged once more, and significantly so. Only under such lucrative conditions did I revive the weaving industry, which has only been in operation for the past 2 years, given the previous instability. In conclusion, Zhu Qijin added, nonetheless, our endeavors are mere trifles. In terms of quality and scale, we cannot even begin to compare to the Ming, let alone surpass the Li family of Jiaoji. Li Qing chuckled lightly. This is the law of the market. It is not only you. Other small nations are certainly preparing as well. The world is bustling with activity for the sake of profit. When there is a chance to gain, many will inevitably flock to it. There is no need to be anxious. I shall not take offense. Li Qing had anticipated this long ago. Although he felt surprised, it was not entirely unexpected. Seeing this, Zhu Qijin felt relieved and, with a hint of embarrassment, said, had I known you were unconcerned, I would not have concealed it from you earlier. Li Qing teased, I did not expect you, with your honest demeanor, to possess so many clever schemes behind the scenes. Zhu Qijin laughed. Aside from this, I have no other secrets from you, sir. By the way, how have you engaged in trade with the West? Li Qing inquired with curiosity. Given your shipbuilding capabilities and navigational skills, even if you are aware of the trade routes, the risks are still substantial at this stage. Are they not? Indeed, Zhu Qijin nodded. In fact, we have only attempted it once and met with disaster, after which we did not venture again. Primarily, we sold to the Florentines residing in Malacca. Naturally, I also ceded a portion of the profits to the Malaccan royalty. Zhu Qijin added with a smile. You often say that long-lasting cooperation is built on mutual benefit. Moreover, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Engaging in trade on their turf without showing some respect will surely lead to friction. Li Qing asked, have you not considered bypassing Malacca and trading directly with the Florentines? Not at all. Zhu Qijin replied resolutely. The Florentines have expressed such expectations, but I firmly rejected them. Li Qing's expression revealed satisfaction, yet he pressed further. What is the reasoning behind your decision? These people harbor excessive ambition and employ brutal means. I shall not grant them an opportunity to enter Jiaoji, Zhu Qijin stated. While the Florentines currently pose no significant threat, this does not mean we can lower our guard. I cannot ascertain the true nature of the distant West, but their arrogance and the sophistication of their artillery clearly indicate that they wield considerable power. Zhu Qijin self-deprecatingly assessed himself. I am a person without grand ambitions or particularly strong capabilities. I simply wish to manage Jiaoji well and keep a respectful distance from these savages. After a pause, he added, I am well aware of my own limitations and do not dare to gamble that my descendants will possess extraordinary talents. This situation is quite satisfactory. It avoids potential risks and does not provoke the Ming dynasty or cause you to harbor any apprehensions, does it not? Li Qing, filled with both surprise and deep appreciation, praised, not naive at all. Zhu Qijin retorted, that is merely the truth. You should express it in a tone of explanation rather than praise. Li Qing then inquired, what of Malacca? Are you asking about the export of goods? Zhu Qijin confirmed with a nod. Yes, Li Qing replied. They have certainly attempted to weave silk, but it has been proven that they are not yet capable of it. For the foreseeable future, they will not venture into such high-end commodities. Zhu Qijin remarked that the costs were exorbitant and the quality subpar. Even with such substantial profits, they still found it challenging to turn a profit. Thus, acquisition was deemed the most straightforward and cost-effective course of action. Based on this reasoning, they made a brief attempt before decisively abandoning the endeavor and opting for quicker gains. Li Qing listened attentively and replied, I had not given much thought to this area of development previously. Your words today are of great significance to me, and I shall henceforth place greater emphasis on gathering information in this domain. Thank you. Zhu Qijin responded modestly, these are not secrets. Even if I do not speak of them, you will eventually discover them, sir. It is certainly better to know sooner than later. Li Qing smiled, suggesting they return to the matter of merging and cultivating land. 100 acres may sound substantial at first, yet 10,000 acres would hardly satiate the appetite of the Li family. Zhu Yukai interjected, Sir, should we say too much, they may not agree. He proposed, perhaps we could initially settle on 100 acres and then explore other means of exchange. Li Qing pondered, for instance, the fertilizer formula I brought or exchanging goods for shares in the merger. He paused, adding, the strength of Jiaoji far exceeds that of Malacca. Should we proceed through proper channels, the king of Malacca would hesitate to breach the contract. Furthermore, with documentation, the Ming court could mediate, and Jiaoji would not need to fear any risks. Li Qing continued, the costs of the land acquisition will naturally be borne by the Li family, though we would provide a certain remuneration, such as exquisite goods. Good idea, Zhu Yukai remarked, glancing at his grandfather. Zhu Qijin nodded, very well. I shall summon Wanqing. You may discuss the specifics. Li Qing rose slowly, stating, it is not that I am unwilling to make commitments, but the Li family has numerous enterprises, and my understanding is limited, thus I cannot provide specific guarantees. The same applies to my conversation with her. I will not renege on my word. Zhu Qijin nodded. In this regard, I have always placed my trust in you, sir. Over the years, he had invested much, and upon reflection, Li Qing had never caused him a loss, though he had not yielded significant profits either. Overall, it could be considered a modest gain. However, beyond the tangible benefits, he had also gained something invaluable yet intangible, the goodwill of Li Qing. This was something unseen and untouchable, yet Zhu Qijin understood its worth deeply. With a sigh of relief, Zhu Yukai relaxed, his posture easing. Grandfather, is that Wanqing the woman who visited our residence previously? Yes. She is the first wife of General Li Hong, the niece and adopted daughter-in-law of Mr. Li, and presently holds the most significant voice in the Li family. Furthermore, Zhu Qijin disclosed, by lineage, you should refer to her as Aunt. Aunt, Zhu Yukai exclaimed, she is a member of our Zhu family? Indeed, Zhu Qijin sighed, like us. She is not listed in the royal genealogy and is even unknown to the world, yet she is indeed a relative. Her great-grandfather was a brother to my grandfather. Zhu Yukai was taken aback, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a great revelation, expressing his astonishment repeatedly. Simultaneously, he felt a heightened anticipation for the collaboration between the two families. On the way back with Zhu Wanqing, Li Qing briefly outlined the general situation, then ceased to concern himself with the details, returning to the unfinished preparation of medicine. As for his character, setting aside all else, Li Qing had consistently upheld commendable ethics as a physician. In the realm of healing and saving lives, he has never shown any negligence. After preparing the medicine, Li Qing found himself lost in thought, contemplating the future trajectory of trade, until Zhu Hozhao approached him with a sheepish demeanor, prompting Li Qing to regain his focus. "Do you wish to go to Malacca?" Li Qing inquired. Zhu Hozhao, astonished, replied, "How did you know?" Li Qing responded with a wry smile. "It's as obvious as lice on a bald head." Zhu Hozhao, flattering, said, "You truly understand me. So, is it possible?" Li Qing affirmed, "Certainly." Zhu Hozhao exclaimed in surprise. "So readily?" Li Qing nonchalantly remarked, "You won't be here for too long. Indulging you is no issue, but upon returning to the Ming dynasty, I expect you to behave and find me some work. You know what I mean." Zhu Hozhao cheerfully agreed. "I'm eagerly looking forward to it." Li Qing raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking, "Eager to go to Malacca or eager to return to the Ming?" Zhu Hozhao scratched his face and admitted both. But the longing to return to the Ming is stronger. That's home. Chapter 37. Learning to cherish family. Zhu Hozhao cleared his throat and inquired, "What arrangements do you have for me upon our return?" Li Qing retorted, "What kind of arrangements do you wish for? I lack the privilege of choosing." Zhu Hozhao's expression turned awkward. Li Qing chuckled, "At least you possess a modicum of self-awareness. Stay in Jinling." "Where exactly?" Zhu Hozhao asked. "Right under my nose." Li Qing replied. "Are you that worried about me?" Zhu Hozhao feigned indignation. Li Qing laughed. "If you don't like it, feel free to leave." Zhu Hozhao responded sulkily. "I will heed your wishes." Observing Li Qing's disinterest in idle chatter, Zhu Hozhao fell silent, standing nearby, idly watching the green leaves and listening to the cicadas. After a while, Li Qing softly asked, "How does it feel to take a break?" Zhu Hozhao replied, "It's quite pleasant and relaxing." "Have you ever regretted it? Even for a moment?" Li Qing pressed. Zhu Hozhao shook his head silently. "No, but I do feel guilt." Li Qing admonished, "Living the life you've longed for should be cherished. If you ever entertain imperial ambitions again, I won't spare you." "This is no idle threat," Zhu Hozhao, exasperated, assured. "Rest assured, I will never. You know how much I despise being an emperor. You need not harbor such doubts." After a pause, he asked, "When do you think we will leave?" Li Qing pondered briefly before responding, "I guarantee you will be in the Ming for the new year." Zhu Hozhao felt a wave of relief and joy. Lu, who constantly mentioned returning to the Ming, would surely be elated if she knew. Li Qing regarded him with surprise, pondering whether this fellow harbored ambitions to be the most affectionate in the Ming dynasty. Nevertheless, having attachments is always beneficial, as it can stabilize his restless heart. At that moment, Zhu Wanqing, Zhu Qijin, and Zhu Yukai emerged from the guest hall to greet them. "Have you come to an agreement?" Zhu Qijin asked. "Yes." Li Qing confirmed. "We're just waiting for the date to be set." Li Qing contemplated and inquired, "Could it still work if you don't go?" Zhu Qijin replied, "It's safer for me to make the trip. Although Yukai has taken on the practical matters, information regarding diplomacy is always delayed. It must be me in the public eye. In that case, let us wait a bit longer. Once the recuperation is complete, we shall set off," Li Qing decided. "Let us aim for early August." "Agreed." Zhu Qijin, with a hearty demeanor, declared, "Let us proceed to the Wang residence. Today I shall treat." Li Qing gestured towards the medicine simmering nearby and remarked, "First, you should consume the medicine." Zhu Yukai stepped forward, carefully lifting the bowl and presenting it to his grandfather. Zhu Qijin swallowed hard, reluctantly accepting it, his face contorting as he gulped it down. The bitterness was overwhelming. He thought to himself, wouldn't a cup of wine be a fitting chaser? You would do well to limit your drinking. Li Qing retorted with exasperation, "On such a sweltering day, no one is particularly inclined to feast. We are all friends here. No need for such formality. You should rest for a while. It will aid the medicine's efficacy. Your lack of enthusiasm does not imply that others share it." Zhu Hozhao lamented, "Setting aside the banquet, even the luxurious air-conditioned room is enough to entice me." "Very well, I shall take my leave then," Zhu Qijin responded, casting a meaningful glance at his eldest grandson. This time, Zhu Yukai did not act foolishly, bowing deeply as he said, "Esteemed sir, esteemed madam, I bid you farewell." As Li Qing watched the grandfather and grandson depart, he turned to Zhu Wanqing and inquired, "Given the assistance from the Li family, how much can we likely consolidate?" Zhu Wanqing replied, "The guarantee from the Han King is no less than 500 acres. 500 acres is quite substantial." Li Qing nodded slightly. "One cannot expect to achieve everything at once. It is prudent to proceed gradually." By the way, what about the price of the land? It's slightly high, but acceptable. Considering the climate, the yield here per acre is far superior to that of the Ming dynasty. Qianqing explained, it is 12 taels of silver per acre. At 12 taels per acre for 50,000 acres, that amounts to 600,000 taels, which is entirely manageable. For the Li family, this sum, though not insignificant, was far from critical. It is worth noting that the annual profits yielded to the court by the Li family exceed 1,000,000 taels. Thus, spending 600,000 taels on farmland is far less burdensome than purchasing a garment for an ordinary family. Qianqing continued, I wish to initiate the matter of the agent through the Yongqing tailor shop. What do you think, Uncle Li? A commendable idea, Li Qing praised. However, we should employ locals from the shop. When the time comes, let the Han King mediate, and Zhu Yukai can take charge. We will provide the strategy, allowing the Han King to execute it. For now, the Li family should remain in the shadows until the young lad achieves the necessary status. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. At that time, we could conduct an investigation under the guise of assessing the shop, identifying suitable candidates among the local staff, and then allowing the Han King and his grandson to present the proposal. How does that sound? Qianqing asked. Perfect. Li Qing nodded in agreement. Seizing the moment, Zhu Hozhao interjected. Aunt, you truly are a sage. Do you have a request? Not really. I merely wish to express my filial piety. You expressing filial piety? Qianqing was taken aback. Then realization dawned on her. You wish to accompany and bring along your wife and children, correct? Zhu Hozhao muttered with resignation. It feels quite uncomfortable to have one's thoughts so easily discerned. Is that permissible? He inquired. Qianqing, amused, raised her chin. Why not ask him? Zhu Hozhao avoided looking at Li Qing and chuckled awkwardly. In reality, whether I go to Malacca or not is inconsequential. I primarily wish for Xiao Lu to convey my filial respect on my behalf. Qianqing laughed heartily, and seeing that Li Qing had no objections, she nodded. That is agreeable. Aunt, you are truly kind. Zhu Hozhao flattered, hurriedly adding, then I shall take my leave. You two can continue your conversation. With that, he jauntily exited through the moon gate. Qianqing could not help but remark, this little rascal truly never seems to mature. However, he has made some progress, as he now shows concern for the family. Yes, there is growth, albeit minimal. Li Qing felt equally exasperated with the lad, hoping he would refrain from causing trouble in the future. Otherwise, he would be left with no choice but to be unyielding. Qianqing, half amused and half concerned, replied, You wouldn't truly resort to violence, would you? I could bear the thought of breaking his legs. Li Qing, with a stoic expression, responded, I have exhausted my patience and shown enough leniency. If he remains ungrateful, I shall not hold back. I shall have a word with him later, Qianqing thought, knowing she could not idly watch her grandnephew lead himself to ruin. Stretching lazily, Li Qing grasped her arm, channeling a surge of energy, and said, Though autumn has arrived, the heat here remains unbearable. Let us take a brief respite until the sun's intensity wanes, and then we shall venture out for some fresh air. Qianqing shook her head slightly. If I sleep now, I won't be able to rest tonight. Are you not tired, Uncle Li? Li Qing chuckled. Whether I am tired or not is inconsequential. Then let us recount old tales. There are still many stories left untold, Qianqing suggested. Very well. Let us move to the parlor, he agreed. In the backyard, Zhu Hozhao transitioned from a state of humility to one of pride. This year, we shall celebrate the new year in the Ming dynasty, mark my words. His wife, Lu Shi, lavished him with praise, uttering the words he cherished most, my husband. You are truly magnificent. How commendable that you have finally dared to confront Mr. Li and secured a definite time for our return. How could I not be overjoyed? My dear, where shall we go upon our return? Zhu Hozhao inquired. We shall settle in Jinling, he replied. As for household registrations, you need not worry. Everything will be arranged perfectly, even for our son. Lu Shi was overjoyed, for Jinling is a splendid locale, part of southern Jili. It boasts excellent security, the charm of the Jiangnan waterways, and bustling prosperity, making it an ideal place to reside. With her husband achieving so much, she felt compelled to reward him. Please wait a moment, I shall freshen up. Oh, there is no need, Zhu Hozhao replied. It is quite warm today, perhaps another time. Having moved past the initial fervor of their intimacy, Zhu Hozhao found less enthusiasm for such pleasures, particularly in the sweltering heat. Noticing the trace of melancholy on his wife's face, he changed the subject. By the way, I have good news. Next month, we shall take a boat to Malacca for a vacation. What sort of good news is that? Lu Shi replied with a hint of discontent. In this sweltering heat, what is there to enjoy, especially with such a long journey? Shall I go alone while you and the child remain at home? He suggested. No. Husband and wife must go together. Lu Shi quickly shook her head. The family must remain united. Though reluctant, she felt a strong sense of urgency, as her husband had shown less interest in her over the past 6 months. Very well, I shall find our son to play, Zhu Hozhao declared, turning to leave. Bearing the semblance of a middle-aged man compelled by circumstance. Could it be that her husband was simply worn out? After all, that esteemed gentleman was a renowned physician. Lu Shi pondered, resolved to diagnose her husband's ailment herself. Unlike a typical noblewoman, her background as a courtesan made her bolder than most women. Her intentions were to ensure her husband's happiness, which would, in turn, bring her joy. As Li Qing concluded his thoughts and took a moment to sip tea to soothe his throat, he noticed an unfamiliar presence entering the courtyard. His curiosity piqued. He turned his gaze outside. Zhu Wanqing followed his line of sight and was surprised to see her grandnephew's wife, exclaiming inwardly, "This little rascal is quite impressive. His efficiency is commendable." Moments later, Lu entered gracefully and bowed, addressing them. "Zhu Lu's humble self pays her respects to you, esteemed sir and madam." "Oh, there is no need for such formality," Zhu Wanqing replied kindly. "I require no service. Do not heed his nonsensical remarks." Lu, perplexed, thought to herself, "This old lady is mistaken. I am not seeking her, but rather Mr. Li." Zhu Wanqing was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, "This little rascal is indeed quite extravagant." Lu, not comprehending her words, offered a polite smile and turned to Li Qing, asking, "Sir, may I have a moment of your time?" "A moment?" Li Qing was somewhat bewildered. "What is the matter? Speak freely here. If not, I shall take my leave," he added. After a brief hesitation, Lu approached and whispered, "My husband has a delicate issue. I implore you to lend your expertise." Chapter 38. The eager cousin Lu's voice was soft, yet Zhu Wanqing, close by, heard her clearly. An odd expression crossed her face. "Isn't my grandnephew just at the threshold of his 30s? Has he already grown weak? Perhaps he was too captivated by the pleasures of the court during his reign?" Li Qing was puzzled. He recalled that Zhu Hozhao had never exhibited such weaknesses. Nonetheless, as a physician, he regarded Lu's approach positively, masking any surprise as he inquired, "When did this become apparent?" Lu hesitated slightly before responding. "It became evident in the spring." "Is this evident in terms of time or frequency?" "Frequency," Lu replied, her cheeks flushed, pausing before adding, "My husband is quite concerned about his pride. Please do not be too direct." Li Qing nodded gently. "I will seek him out shortly. You need not worry." "Oh, thank you." Lu expressed her gratitude with a bow, then quietly asked, "Can it be treated?" "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Lu felt a wave of relief wash over her. She bowed again and gracefully retreated. Zhu Wanqing remarked with intrigue, "Uncle Li, did this little rascal indulge excessively in wine and women in the past?" "Not particularly," Li Qing replied with a smile, "yet it is possible that the unfamiliar climate of Jiaoji has adversely affected his health." "Indeed," Zhu Wanqing agreed. "This little rascal is rather fortunate." Li Qing stood and stretched his limbs, stating, "The sun is no longer scorching. A stroll would be beneficial for health." Months passed, and Zhu Wanqing appeared much brighter, reminiscing about the past with a sense of nostalgia rather than sorrow. As the uncle and niece strolled and conversed beneath the gradually reddening sun, the clouds of gloom dissipated from their faces. In the evening, Zhu Hozhao arrived at the guest hall of the annex. "You sought me?" "Come and sit." Li Qing beckoned from the head of the table. Zhu Hozhao, alert, asked, "You're not planning to strike me, are you?" "If I wished to strike you, would I go to such lengths?" "All right then." Zhu Hozhao approached and inquired, "Have you changed your mind and decided against allowing us to accompany you to Malacca?" "Not at all," Li Qing replied. "Having lived in the Ming dynasty for 30 years, suddenly transitioning to an unfamiliar environment can easily lead to discomfort. Is there anything that feels amiss?" "Not really. Everything is quite satisfactory. I have adapted well to life here, and it bears little distinction from the Ming." Zhu Hozhao then displayed a look of resignation, stating, "The heat is rather unbearable. Apart from winter, the other 3 seasons are excessively warm, particularly summer and autumn." "It appears my assessment was accurate," Li Qing remarked. "Fear of heat can indeed be a manifestation of kidney deficiency. Allow me to take your pulse." "Who has a kidney deficiency?" Zhu Hozhao retorted, flustered. "Come now?" Let me show you how to lift a weight. Silence. I am not deficient. Zhu Hozhao's face flushed with indignation, as though he had suffered a grievous insult. Let me see for myself, Li Qing insisted, pulling his arm to begin the examination. To his surprise, upon diagnosis, Li Qing identified an issue, not kidney deficiency, but rather a disruption in physiological function. He deduced that it was likely a reaction to the heat. While not a grave concern, it warranted attention. Prolonged physiological disarray could lead to severe ailments. It was not that Zhu Hozhao was physically weak. The significant temperature differential between the two regions was primarily to blame. The capital generally endured a chill from late autumn until late spring, with over half the year spent in low temperatures, often experiencing prolonged periods of severe cold. Had Zhu Hozhao grown up in Nanjing, his condition would have been considerably better. Let us prescribe some medication to help regulate your body. I do not require it. I can be stronger. Ah, you are the physician. Since you assert this, what more can I say? Zhu Hozhao forced a smile. Then do prescribe it. No man would ever admit to a deficiency. Similarly, no man would refuse the prospect of becoming stronger. Li Qing stated earnestly, be diligent about sun protection. Shortly, I will speak with Prince Han to ensure he sends more ice daily. Minimize your time outdoors. Prolonged exposure to extreme heat may deplete your vitality. Really? Zhu Hozhao exclaimed, both alarmed and fearful. Is that true? What about my previous? Not necessarily, but there is a significant risk, Li Qing replied gravely. The Zhu family is generally not known for longevity. If you wish to live a long life, you must cherish your health. Of course, if you do not care about your wife losing her husband or your children losing their father, then forget I mentioned it. After a pause, he added, the court is indeed supportive of widows remarrying. If you were to pass away, your wife could remarry with the children. Preposterous. Zhu Hozhao fumed. Xiaolu is not that kind of person. Li Qing shrugged nonchalantly. If that is your stance, so be it. That is not what I meant. I simply wish to live long, having finally shed my burdens to enjoy life. Why would I not treasure that? Zhu Hozhao lamented. Indeed. It is good that you think this way, Li Qing sighed. My medical skills are commendable, yet, looking back over the past century, I have never truly brought anyone back from the brink. When the time comes, I find myself equally powerless. However, this final moment can be influenced. Its arrival depends on the individual. Two people leading identical lives, one prioritizing health and the other pursuing indulgence, will experience vastly different lifespans. The cravings of the palate and the desires for wine and pleasure significantly influence bodily functions, though they may seem trivial in everyday life. Their concentrated eruption is merely a matter of time. Li Qing sighed and remarked, you must have heard the news of Li Hong's passing this spring? Zhu Hozhao nodded slightly. Your constitution is only marginally weaker than his. If your penchant for indulgence and adventure persists, you shall certainly not reach his age. Li Qing patted his shoulder, urging him to cherish his health and not rely solely on his youth. I understand, Zhu Hozhao replied, scratching his head. In truth, I have already toned down my excesses, but I shall pay even more attention to my health from now on. Li Qing leaned back in his chair, gazing upwards with a sigh. Life is beautiful. One ought to live a little longer. I will remember that, Zhu Hozhao affirmed. Now let us return. Tomorrow, I shall prepare a tonic for you. It is not too late for you to start caring for your health. Simply be more mindful in the future. All right. Li Qing's counsel bore significant fruit. The young Zhu Hozhao began to prioritize his well-being, avoiding late nights and drunkenness, rising early, and even sought out Li Qing to learn Tai Chi. His conjugal affection became more rhythmic, maintaining a balance of intimacy every 3 days, ensuring he neither neglected his wife nor disregarded the natural cycle of intimacy. For Lu, while her husband was not as ravenous as he once was, he had certainly improved compared to the past 6 months, especially in terms of quality. She was greatly satisfied with this outcome and was further delighted to see her husband taking care of his health, drinking less, and being less finicky with food. He now rose early each day to jog with their son and practice Tai Chi as his bedside companion. Lu could distinctly sense her husband's growing vitality, which was evident not only in their shared pleasures, but also in their daily lives. In a short span, Zhu Hozhao exhibited remarkable changes. His complexion brightened. He gained a few pounds and no longer appeared gaunt. Li Qing observed Zhu Hozhao's transformation with satisfaction. Deep down, he harbored fondness for Zhu Hozhao, as during his reign, he accomplished many deeds that profoundly impacted the Ming dynasty. Furthermore, their interactions often brought joy. Nonetheless, Li Qing still held a grudge regarding Zhu Hozhao's previous neglect of responsibilities. Yet this did not breed aversion. Presently, Zhu Hozhao's optimistic outlook on life softened Li Qing's resentment. What Li Qing was unaware of was that Zhu Hozhao was not the only one adopting a positive demeanor. His cousin, Emperor Jiajing, Zhu Hozong, also maintained an optimistic attitude. In the capital of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Hozong achieved preliminary success without provoking the elder statesman. Not only did he garner support from lower-ranking officials, but he also appointed a loyal ally within the inner cabinet, representing the pinnacle of power. This individual, named Zhang, had faced numerous setbacks, failing the imperial examinations 7 times before finally succeeding in the 15th year of Jingde. However, he did not rank among the top candidates, and due to his age, his future appeared bleak. It was precisely for this reason that Zhu Hozong chose him. A man destined to remain obscure in the political arena was elevated to heights that were once thought unattainable, and the gratitude he felt could scarcely be articulated. Zhang, filled with gratitude, longed to sacrifice his life for the emperor, and as soon as he entered the cabinet, he clashed with Yang Tinghe. The cabinet was no longer a united front. Coupled with Zhu Hozong's overt and covert favoritism, as well as his infiltration of lower-ranking officials, the political landscape began to shift, gradually restoring the emperor's authority. This outcome delighted Zhu Hozong and further solidified his unwavering belief in victory. The emperor, he thought, should be a figure of immense power. Standing alone in his supremacy, imperial authority must not be surrendered to others. Zhu Hozong's ambition soared. He aspired to emulate the great emperors, Taizu and Taizong. He sought to transfer the imperial power entirely to himself, gaining recognition and heartfelt acknowledgement of his legitimacy and orthodoxy from the world. While this endeavor required time, Zhu Hozong was confident in his ability to achieve it. Some ventured abroad for leisure, while others were consumed by sorrow. As the treasure ship of the king of Jiaoji sailed through the seas, a group feasted and conversed merrily. In stark contrast, at the zenith of power, Yang Tinghe's household was bustling, yet devoid of joy. Discontent and frustration were etched on every face. The emperor's rapid ascension was disconcerting, too swift for them to adapt. And they could almost envision the Emperor Jingde, of the same age, with the same fervor, and equally difficult to contend with. The only solace lay in the fact that, unlike Jingde, Jiajing still respected the rules, yet this did little to soothe their dissatisfaction. Minister Yang, what is your perspective? Someone inquired. Chapter 39. Weary Yang Tinghe surveyed the room, feeling the weight of everyone's expectation upon him. This left him feeling both helpless and exhausted. Once fervently passionate about power, he now only felt deep fatigue and weariness. Admittedly, Yang Tinghe had aged, yet in the court, his age should not preclude him from fighting. However, he found himself unwilling to struggle any longer. It seemed futile. No matter his efforts, an insurmountable figure loomed ahead, not the emperor, but a presence that had endured for over a century, transcendent and formidable, evoking despair. Throughout history, emperors have harbored personal interests in personnel arrangements. Yang Tinghe remarked with a bitter smile. The emperor has not displaced me nor appointed Zhang as the next assistant. This is a measure of restraint. Restraint, you say? Huffed the Minister of Revenue. In just half a year, how many have been replaced? Indeed, Yang Dakshuishi, you must not lose heart, another chimed in. What merit does Zhang possess? Today he rises to prominence through imperial favor. Tomorrow, there could be Li Tsong or Wang Tsong. If this continues and the emperor relishes the benefits, will he not follow in the footsteps of Emperor Xuan and promote a plethora of officials? This cannot persist, they urged. Yang, you must assert your stance. With weariness, Yang Tinghe replied, the emperor likely will not go that far. As for the necessity of replacing lower-tier officials in the court, it indeed requires vitality. I am old now. After a pause, he added, regarding this matter, I may draft a memorial to the emperor. However, I implore you all to prioritize the greater good. A single petition from me suffices. He conducted himself with decorum, neither dismissing his colleagues nor failing to demonstrate his authority. Simultaneously, he aimed to fulfill personal objectives that he could not disclose to outsiders. It is nearly time for me to consider retirement and return home. Yang Tinghe pondered within himself. After decades of navigating the treacherous waters of court politics, he truly felt weary. How could one expect Minister Yang to bear the burden alone? Unity among us would yield greater strength. As tensions began to rise once more, Yang Tinghe hastily interjected, let me first submit a memorial. If it proves effective, then there will be no need for further concerns from you all. If not, we may consider a joint petition. Hearing this, the esteemed officials gradually calmed their fervent emotions and acquiesced to this approach. Their intention was not to thrust young Tinghe into the limelight alone, but rather to have him take the lead, compelling the emperor to yield. To their surprise, young Tinghe was rather accommodating. What more could they say? Naturally, they showered him with compliments. After an extravagant display of praise, the officials took their leave, and young Tinghe rose to see them off. Upon returning to the reception hall, the forced smile on young Tinghe's face completely vanished, leaving only a sense of helplessness and complexity. Father, Yang Shen entered. What about the matter concerning Zhang? Well, young Tinghe sighed, massaging his temples. This is an unavoidable situation. Although the new emperor is not the same as the Zhengde emperor, he is certainly no Hongji emperor either. The interests of the imperial power and the ministerial authority are inherently at odds. Unless one side concedes, peace cannot be attained. Yet, neither the emperor nor the officials are willing to yield, which inevitably leads to discord. Yang Shen thoughtfully remarked, everything else aside, the speed of Zhang Chang's promotion is rather alarming. The emperor's actions, in this case, are indeed inappropriate. Inappropriate? Yang Tinghe replied with a wry smile. It took him 7 attempts to barely achieve the rank of Jinshi during the 15th year of Zhengde, and now, in the 1st year of Jiajing, he has leaped to become a grand secretary. This is hardly a legitimate promotion. Yang Shen frowned. Should such behavior be tolerated? Yang Tinghe chuckled bitterly. Once personal interests are involved, how many can truly act with fairness and justice? While the emperor possesses the realm, he often operates based on personal will. Where can one find a selfless emperor? He forced a smile, adding, from the emperor's perspective, this is quite justified. But is it truly right? Yang Shen contested. I cannot agree. We must argue based on reason. Yang Tinghe gently shook his head. It may not be right, but in the court, there is often no distinction between right and wrong. Do not assess issues through the lens of morality. Pausing, he continued, stop pretending to be ill. Prepare yourself. You shall serve as an assistant minister in Nanjing. Yang Shen exclaimed in astonishment. Father, did you not say before that the emperor is bribing you? It may be a bribe, or it could be a show of royal favor, Yang Tinghe replied with a smile. Father, I do not quite understand. If I accept it and reciprocate, it is a bribe. If I accept it yet remain steadfast in my original stance, it is a royal favor. Yang Shen gasped, Father. This is absolutely unacceptable. The emperor is already dissatisfied with you. He cannot do without you. But if you proceed in this manner, it will surely exacerbate tensions between you. Not at all. Yang Tinghe interrupted his son, smiling. As I grow older, perhaps it is best to retire and enjoy my remaining years. Do you truly wish for me to work until my demise? That would be most unappealing. Yang Tinghe sighed. But it is not just the emperor. There are also. Yang Shen remained silent for a long while, expressing his bitterness. But if father were to resign now, who knows what chaos might ensue? Since the emperor ascended the throne, it has been entirely reliant on father's skillful navigation between the ruler and his ministers that the court has maintained stability. If that were not the case, would the sudden death of the late emperor have led to the collapse of the Ming dynasty? Yang Tinghe gently waved his hand and replied, do not overestimate your father's significance. In truth, the absence of a single Yang Tinghe is not a considerable issue. Would the sudden illness of the late emperor have plunged the nation into turmoil? Even during the transition of imperial power, no great disturbances occurred. How much upheaval could there be if your father were to step down? Yang Shen fell silent. Go take a bath and change into your official robes to pay your respects to the emperor, Yang Tinghe instructed. Your life is still long ahead of you. Once the court stabilizes in the future, there will be ample opportunities for you to showcase your talents. Now is not the time for you to exert your influence. Father, your son is not some indecisive person, Yang Tinghe coldly interjected. Remember, unless commanded by the emperor, you must never voluntarily submit a petition to return to the capital. The more he insisted, the more anxious Yang Shen became. Father, you intend to burn your boats, do you not? It is not a matter of life and death. So how can it be considered burning your boats? Yang Tinghe chuckled and chided. As a father, I merely wish to take a break. Now that the opportunity presents itself, it can serve to pave the way for you. How can this be construed as burning my boats? Yang Shen murmured. This method of promotion leaves me feeling uneasy. Uneasy? Yang Tinghe snapped, his expression darkening. The political arena has always been fraught with darkness. If you aspire to be a paragon of virtue, you might as well resign now. We could return to our hometown together, and you would push away every opportunity that comes your way. Once my influence wanes, you will undoubtedly find it difficult to proceed. Yang Shun felt a deep discomfort. Having a father as the prime minister offered conveniences, yet it also invited many scrutinizing gazes. Hearing his father's words made him even more disheartened. I can succeed on my own. Yang Tinghe scoffed. A competent politician must possess the ability to exploit all available resources, and in the absence of such resources, one must create them. Abandon your moral purism. A good person cannot be an effective official, nor can they become a great one. Yang Tinghe continued, if you wish to realize your ambitions, you must wield sufficient power. A mere official of minor rank will have no opportunity to influence the course of the nation. And to gain that power, you must learn to navigate circumstances and seize opportunities. Do you understand? Yang Shun disagreed, but found himself at a loss for words. Yang Tinghe exhaled and said, go now. Your position as deputy minister was not solicited by your father from the emperor, but rather bestowed upon you by the emperor himself. There is no need for psychological burdens. After a pause, his tone softened as he added, my son, what you should contemplate is how to wield the power in your hands effectively, rather than being overly concerned about whether it is exercised with absolute purity. The son understood. Yang Shun nodded gently. Though still feeling discomfort, he found no grounds for rejection. Yang Shun took a deep breath, clasped his hands in a bow, and said, I shall go take my bath, and then promptly enter the palace to pay my respects and proceed to my post in southern Jiangsu. The next day, Yang Shun embarked on his journey to his new position in southern Jiangsu. The following day, Yang Tinghe publicly denounced Zhang Tsong during the morning court session and openly criticized the emperor for his improper attitude in selecting virtuous officials. Zhu Hozong was taken aback. Wait, I just appointed your son as deputy minister in southern Jiangsu, and you dare to act like this? You take advantage and then play the victim? You are being excessively disrespectful. Zhu Hozong was filled with fury, violently slamming down the paperweight. Fortunately, his hot-tempered cousin, Zhu Hozhao, had mandated the use of wooden paperweights for the imperial desk. Otherwise, two exquisite pieces of jade would have been squandered. Zhu Hozong was shrewd and calculating, yet he also possessed impulsiveness and fervor. This was partly due to his youth, for he was merely 15 years old. After being subjected to a barrage of both overt and covert reprimands from old Yang, how could he remain calm? He had faced criticism before, as the officials often scolded him, but Yang Tinghe was different. His immense power meant that his denunciations served as a barometer for the court's sentiment. As anticipated, Yang Tinghe led the charge, with the 6 ministries and 9 ministers quickly following suit, expressing their grievances and simultaneously demanding the dismissal of Zhang Tsong. They laid bare Zhu Hozhong's covert maneuvers, mercilessly exposing his missteps. Zhu Hozhong felt utterly cornered by their scorn. Yet, he found himself unable to retaliate. With so many influential officials involved, he lacked the audacity to punish them all. Such an action would lead to chaos. Thus, he opted for submission. However, he accepted defeat without acknowledging any wrongdoing. Dismissing Zhang Tsong was out of the question. He would not hold a grudge against their insults, merely stating that their words had made him ill. Rather than endure daily censure, he resolved to take a step back, a realization that proved surprisingly effective. What could the emperor do while in poor health? Would he confront the imperial physicians directly in the Qianqing Palace? Such a move would be tantamount to rebellion. The boundaries were clear to these officials. They would not engage in self-destructive actions. Yet, this did not imply they were powerless over the emperor. For instance, they could tender their resignations. In this era, resigning was not a genuine desire to leave one's post, but rather a tactic to compel the emperor to yield. The emperor was well aware of this, but he did not dare to take the farce too far, as it involved a collective resignation. Zhu Hozhong ultimately compromised, dismissing Zhang Tsong from his position as the Grand Secretary, yet this only galvanized a shared animosity between the sovereign and his ministers. Chapter 40. The outcome of the game in the imperial study. Zhu Hozhong summoned Zhang Tsong for a private audience. Zhangqing, do you feel wronged? I am not wronged, but I feel wronged on behalf of your Majesty, Zhang Tsong replied, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, Yang Tinghe and the other ministers lament that our Ming dynasty is experiencing an unprecedented era of prosperity. In such a flourishing age, clinging to the antiquated ideologies of past dynasties would not be a boon for the Ming. Zhang Tsong spoke with profound concern. If the subjects of the Ming were to remain thus, how could we have the greatness of today? The current Ming no longer aligns with the principles of moderation. Reform is imperative. Zhu Hozhong wholeheartedly agreed with Zhang Tsung's heartfelt words, sensing that the governance philosophy upheld by the ministers was somewhat out of sync with the evolution of the times. Reform, Zhu Hozhong sighed softly. I wish for it as well, yet as you can see, external threats loom, and internally, I too find myself lacking in strength. After a moment, he reassured. Zhang Qing, rest assured, I will not neglect you. Once this turmoil subsides, I shall elevate you further. Thank you for your grace, your majesty, Zhang Tsung responded. Zhu Hozhong continued. Let us speak candidly. Between us, there is no need for reservation. Zhang Tsung hesitated briefly before resolutely stating, if your majesty wishes to truly command the situation, it is essential to begin with the succession of the throne. The distinction between inheriting the throne and succeeding the lineage is significant. Zhu Hozhong felt a surge of emotion, both in terms of sentiment and imperial authority. He was reluctant to acknowledge that the throne was inherited from the Hongji emperor. This rendered him quite passive. Yet, after this spark of emotion, he could not help but feel disheartened. How easy could it be? Zhu Hozhong sighed softly, aware of the character of those around him. They may not be overtly malicious, nor harbor intentions to harm the Ming dynasty, yet their selfishness was well known. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he reflected. Despite adhering to the governance philosophy of the filial emperor, he would not achieve the same results as the Hongji era, for he was not a conventional heir to the throne. Alas, whether he acted with firmness or gentleness, he faced resentment either way. Indeed, they might even perceive his boundaries as negotiable. Such is the wisdom of the emperor, Zhang Tsung mused thoughtfully, yet your majesty cannot afford to retreat any further. Just then, Huang Jin entered quietly, softly reporting that there were urgent matters to discuss with the emperor. You shall go in person, Zhu Hozhong replied expressionlessly, then turned his gaze to Zhang Tsung. Are you suggesting that he harbors intentions of retirement? Your majesty is astute, Zhang Tsung affirmed with sincere respect, pausing briefly before tentatively suggesting, I believe this presents an opportunity. Zhu Hozhong smiled, not engaging further. What opportunity might that be? Indeed, while he had cultivated a few loyal supporters, they were far from capable of managing the larger picture. The court could not afford to lose Yang Tinghe, at least not at this moment. Should Yang Tinghe choose to retire, no one would perceive it as a voluntary decision. Rather, they would assume it was his emperor who had driven him from court, inciting public outrage. Zhu Hozhong questioned his own capacity to withstand such backlash. His power was still fragile, and he could not afford to clash openly. Zhang Qing, you may return to your duties. I assure you in due time, I shall reinstate your position, Zhu Hozhong encouraged. Prepare yourself for a remarkable return. I have faith in you. Zhang Tsung felt a twinge of disappointment, but he understood that the emperor's reluctance stemmed from the constraints of the situation rather than a lack of support. With a quiet sigh, he bowed and took his leave. A quarter of an hour later, Yang Tinghe entered with Huang Jin. I, Yang Tinghe, request to be excused from formalities. Zhu Hozhong replied with a warm smile. Please, take a seat. Huang Jin hastily arranged a chair. Scholar Yang, please. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Tinghe expressed his gratitude and stated directly, I have come today to seek forgiveness from your majesty. Are you referring to the matters of the morning court? Not at all, not at all, Zhu Hozhong responded generously. Your candid advice is without fault. I am deeply ashamed, your majesty, Yang Tinghe replied, his face filled with regret. I find myself increasingly unable to keep up with the demands of my position since this spring. You, sir, are as vigorous as ever. How could you entertain thoughts of retirement? Zhu Hozhong interrupted, adopting an expression of displeasure. Yang Tinghe, feeling resigned, decided to speak plainly. Your majesty is wise and must understand that although I hold the highest position among officials, the court is not solely my domain. Often, I find myself compelled to act against my better judgment. I recognize your majesty's ambitions and understand that at times my actions may seem excessive, yet I am ultimately bound by circumstance. Zhu Hozhong paused momentarily, nodding as he spoke. I comprehend your difficulties. I am aware of your struggles. Throughout this year of friction between sovereign and minister, your forbearance has been invaluable. Without your concessions, the situation would have undoubtedly deteriorated further. I am not an incompetent ruler, and I have duly noted your efforts. These words were not mere pleasantries. Zhu Hozhong truly recognized Yang Tinghe's predicaments and acknowledged his contributions, despite the inherent discord between them. Similarly, Yang Tinghe did not harbor an unwavering intent to oppose Zhu Hozhong. Rather, he often found himself compelled by circumstances. However, both firmly believed in the righteousness of their respective positions. Once Zhu Hozhong concluded, Yang Tinghe, with a sense of resignation, replied, "I am grateful for your Majesty's understanding. Yet I must admit that I am indeed fatigued." "You are too modest," Zhu Hozhong responded. Yang Tinghe, aware of his desire to withdraw, knew he must appease the emperor. Thus he remarked, "Your Majesty's selections of talent, with a few exceptions, have generally been wise and judicious. Might I inquire if your Majesty has any particular candidates in mind?" Zhu Hozhong silently praised him, stating, "I have observed the challenges you face. My previous summoning of Zhang Qing into the cabinet was intended to alleviate your burdens. However, what are your thoughts on Wang Shoren?" Yang Tinghe was taken aback. "Your Majesty intends to summon Wang Shoren into the cabinet? I do not know Wang Shoren well," Zhu Hozhong admitted, transferring the decision-making authority to Yang Tinghe. In truth, he had little familiarity with Wang Shoren, and he was uncertain whether Wang would align with him once appointed. The rationale for considering Wang Shoren was twofold. First, due to his prolonged absence from court, he was likely to be less contentious upon his return. Second, his notable achievements rendered him a qualified candidate for the cabinet. Additionally, for the necessary reforms, a deep understanding of local governance and public sentiment was essential, insights that could not be gleaned merely through the dispatch of spies. Having spent over a decade in local administration, Wang Shoren was the most suitable choice for such a role. Thus, even in the face of uncertainty regarding Wang Shoren's loyalty, Zhu Hozhong was still inclined to employ him. Of course, he raised the matter before Yang Tinghe with the awareness of their existing discord. Should Yang Tinghe acquiesce, it would facilitate future reforms. Should he disagree, it would provide Zhu Hozhong a means to placate him and counter any resignation with the rationale of uncertainty regarding Wang Shoren's fidelity. Zhu Hozhong awaited Yang Tinghe's response with a sense of contentment. After a prolonged contemplation, Yang Tinghe slowly articulated, "Wang Shoren's personal capabilities are unquestionable, and he has rendered significant contributions to the Ming dynasty, meriting noble recognition. However, entering the ranks of nobility effectively precludes him from cabinet appointment, as this has been an unwritten rule since the establishment of the cabinet. Thus far, only Li Qing has ever dared to defy this convention." Yang Tinghe's stance was clear, and Zhu Hozhong respected and concurred with his perspective. This also served to alleviate Yang Tinghe's inclination to resign. Nonetheless, Yang Tinghe was not prepared to relinquish his position easily. As the Grand Secretary, he was overwhelmed by the demands placed upon him. With the emperor above and officials below, he felt utterly exhausted. "Your Majesty, I truly cannot continue much longer," Yang Tinghe stated earnestly. "I implore your Majesty to select the wise and capable. How could one continue to take advantage while feigning innocence?" It seemed, was an unending cycle. Zhu Hozhong felt somewhat displeased and remarked, "I have a particular fondness for Zhang Qing." "Very well," Yang Tinghe responded quietly. "I shall no longer oppose this matter." Zhu Hozhong's expression softened slightly as he continued, "Currently, the court cannot do without you, esteemed sir. I implore you to serve for another 2 years. I understand your difficulties, and even if you cannot empathize with my position, you must consider the welfare of the state. Correct? Just 2 more years." Zhu Hozhong assured him, "After that, I shall ensure your triumphant return home." Yang Tinghe, wearied, nodded and earnestly conveyed, "Your Majesty, pardon my boldness. But history has repeatedly shown that action often begets turmoil. Constant upheaval yields little benefit. The late emperor accomplished many significant deeds during his reign, yet the backlash was equally fierce. The current state of affairs is a direct result of the Zheng era." Zhu Hozhong, however, disagreed. "So, I am to endure the repercussions of the Zheng era while being deprived of my own opinions? Is that it? I shall remember your counsel, Master Yang." With that, Yang Tinghe bowed and took his leave, silently sighing. Zhu Hozhong, seemingly struck by a sudden thought, added, "If you truly wish to retire, do consider nurturing some promising talents. This way, your transition will be smoother, and I would then be more willing to part with you." He emphasized the phrase promising talents with great weight. Yang Tinghe was momentarily taken aback, grasping the underlying meaning, and nodded in silence. This young emperor, in contrast to Zheng, posed a greater challenge. Yet there was a certain reassurance in his presence. Overall, this political transaction had left Yang Tinghe at a disadvantage, but it was not unacceptable. As he was on the verge of retirement, the emperor had agreed, and even guaranteed him a respectable farewell. That was sufficient. When the time came, even if storms were to arise anew, he would not need to worry, for that individual would undoubtedly come to his aid. Yang Tinghe exhaled a sigh of relief, performed a bow, and exited the grand hall. In contrast to Yang Tinghe's dejection, Zhu Hozhong was filled with uncontainable joy. He had struck a substantial deal in this political exchange. From this day forth, he could openly pursue his own agenda without the need for subterfuge. Moreover, he could enlist Yang Tinghe, the very person involved, to assist in his own transformation. Thus, the pressure would diminish significantly, yielding greater results with less effort. Indeed, this was splendid. The dawn of victory was drawing nearer, almost within reach. In a year or two, the political landscape would surely present a new visage. How exhilarating! After such a prolonged game of strategy, the curtain had finally fallen. Zhu Hozhong was overcome with emotion. Chapter 41. A return to the capital in Malacca. Within the royal palace, the Han King of Jiaoxi and the King of Malacca engaged in amicable discussions regarding the acquisition of arable land. Ultimately, they settled on an agreement for 400 hectares of farmland. Of course, this land did not belong to the Malaccan royal family, but rather to ordinary small landowners and commoners, predominantly the latter. This has been the practice throughout history. The annexation of land from the elite? That would be absurd. To encroach upon the holdings of others would surely provoke their ire. Only by avoiding direct harm to their interests and providing sufficient benefits could such endeavors succeed. To this end, Zhu Qijin offered a fertilizer formula and an additional 30% of silk to reach this agreement. While the land annex did not belong to the royal or upper echelons, it was still within their domain, making this outcome entirely acceptable to Li Qing and Zhu Wanqing. Zhu Qijin found himself increasingly agreeable to the situation. Firstly, the fertilizer formula he acquired was essentially free, and secondly, although he bore the cost of the additional 30% silk, the Li family reaped far greater rewards in return. This transaction proved profitable for King Mullah of the country, Zhu Qijin, and the Li family alike. Only the common folk suffered, losing their arable land. After all, in this world, there are no scenarios where all parties emerge victorious. However, the Li family did not resort to violent annexation. Their approach involved genuine monetary transactions, purchasing land at a premium of 12 taels per acre. Yet, the extent to which these gains would benefit the local populace remained uncertain. You provide the funds, I will ensure the tasks are accomplished once I have received your payment. The distribution of profits is no longer within your purview. Should one attempt to intervene forcefully, the likelihood of a complete fallout increases significantly. Li Qing was not a paragon of virtue. No virtuous individual could engage in such annexation, yet he harbored a semblance of guilt. However, upon witnessing the expansive tracts of fertile land, his feelings of remorse began to wane considerably. Resources in this world are ultimately finite. Food does not manifest without effort. The future climate of the Ming dynasty remains unpredictable, and thus, he felt compelled to adopt a predatory approach. Nevertheless, his method of plunder was relatively mild, as he not only compensated the former landowners, but also permitted them to continue cultivation, which did not seem excessively ruthless. The matter proved somewhat more complicated than Li Qing had anticipated. With the annexation successfully concluded, they returned to Jiaoxi, just as the new year approached. Zhu Hozhao's desire to return to the Ming dynasty grew ever more urgent, but considering that the elder Zhu required recuperation, he had no choice but to temper his impatience. Reflecting on their 2 years of companionship, Zhu Qijin had treated him with exceptional care, particularly given that the elder was nearing the end of his life. Thus, they continued until the 15th day of the lunar month, when Li Qing's recovery finally reached its conclusion. At the port, Lu and her son boarded the ship early. While Zhu Hozhao hesitated, engaging in casual conversation with Zhu Qijin instead. "Old Zhu, you must take good care of yourself. I would hate for this to be our last encounter," Zhu Hozhao expressed. "Next time, I shall accompany you back to Jiaoxi. I shall do my best." Zhu Qijin replied with a smile, turning his attention to Li Qing. "I feel much better now. Should you have matters to attend to, there is no need to rush back. If you miss the opportunity, it is of little consequence. Do not dwell on it." At his age, he had come to regard life and death with a certain detachment. After decades of acquaintance, Zhu Qijin understood Li Qing well. Should a chance be missed, Li Qing would undoubtedly make amends to his grandson out of guilt. Li Qing chuckled softly and replied, "There is nothing of great import on that end, at the latest. I shall return by the end of the 3rd year of Jiajing. Zhu Qijin's current circumstances did not permit a return every 5 years. If the situation were to worsen, his next visit might necessitate a prolonged stay. Ah, very well. Safe travels, my friend. Safe travels, Zhu Yukai echoed, nodding towards Zhu Wanqing. Madam Li. Safe travels to you as well. Well, I must take my leave. You should return home as well, Li Qing remarked, concluding the exchange as he boarded the ship. In the 2nd year of Jiajing, during the spring of March, the group returned to Jinling. Upon noticing the remnants of spring couplets on the doorframe were not red, Li Qing discerned that a significant figure had passed away in the palace, and after a moment's contemplation, he surmised it was likely the beloved concubine Xiao of Zhu Jiashan. As anticipated, the elderly lady could not withstand the harsh winter and passed away before the new year. In light of this situation, Li Qing found himself compelled to undertake another journey. The graves he had previously filled would need to be reopened. Fortunately, after this endeavor, he would no longer have to fret over the matters of the mausoleum and its passage. Are you heading to the capital again? Zhu Hozhao inquired. You mentioned you would refrain from involving yourself in political affairs for the time being. Li Qing refrained from disclosing that he was merely going to tend to his grandfather's grave and replied, I intend to take a brief look and will return shortly. It won't take long. Make haste, then. My heart feels uneasy without you here. Zhu Hozhao responded with a hint of petulance. You're the only one I can rely on now. Li Qing jested. When did you become so fragile? Who is fragile? Zhu Hozhao retorted, narrowing his eyes, before sighing. It's just that with a wife and children, I no longer possess the same nonchalance as before. Indeed, Li Qing nodded slowly, smiling, but it is quite good. You have ties now, which puts my mind at ease. Pausing for a moment, he continued, Li Hao will assist you with your matters. For the time being, settle in this small courtyard. I will arrange for a residence for your family nearby. Please tell me I won't have to spend any money? Zhu Hozhao asked. When did you become so obsessed with finances? Zhu Hozhao sighed. I have no particular skills. I must be prudent with what little money I possess. Li Qing chuckled. Discuss this with Li Hao. I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to exit. Zhu Hozhao called after him. Return swiftly so that we may indulge in a drink together. Without looking back, Li Qing waved a hand. After just returning to Jinling, he found himself heading back to the capital, and he could not help but reflect that he was not one to enjoy a life of leisure. However, considering how Zhu Jianshan had alleviated his worries for over 20 years, he felt somewhat consoled. The small courtyard in the capital was no longer habitable, so Li Qing sought refuge in an inn. After resting for merely a day, he procured a hoe from the eastern market and a basket from the western market. On a moonless, blustery night, he stealthily infiltrated the grave of Wan Yang, making his way through the tunnel to Zhu Jianshan's mausoleum. This time, he completed the task in just 2 nights, even improving the entrance to the passage. Ah, Wan's sister, Li girl, and the favored concubine Xiao, such delightful company. Li Qing teased lightly, sighing, I suppose I have made amends for my earlier interference in love. This matter is resolved. I shall not return again. Farewell. At the Yang residence, spring was in full bloom. Yang Tinghe reclined in a lounge chair, basking in the sun's warmth, his eyes half closed in rare tranquility. Master, master, do not disturb me. Yang Tinghe murmured lazily without raising his eyelids. I have informed you that I am unwell and do not wish to see guests. Master, it is Mr. Li, the one you specifically instructed us to allow in. Mr. Li? Yang Tinghe suddenly opened his eyes. Which Mr. Li? It is indeed the esteemed physician Li. Ah, he has come? Yang Tinghe sprang to his feet. Yes, he is just outside. Quickly let him in. I will go to him myself. Yang Tinghe stood, dusted off his robe, and hurried towards the door. Indeed, it is you. Yang Tinghe exclaimed, then, realizing his rudeness, forced a chuckle and said, Please come in. Li Qing observed him clad in casual home attire, radiating a blend of relaxation and subtle discontent, and could not help but wonder, had Yang Tinghe fallen from grace? Upon entering the guest hall, the hosts and guests took their seats. As they sipped tea, they exchanged pleasantries until the servants withdrew, allowing them to delve into the main topic. Are you here to enter the court? Yang Tinghe inquired. I have no such intentions for the moment, Li Qing replied, shaking his head slightly. I merely wish to grasp the current state of the court. With a shift in conversation, he continued, But you seem to be facing some exclusion? That would not be incorrect. Yang Tinghe sighed with a wry smile. I find myself besieged on both sides, caught in a precarious situation. Li Qing, taken aback for a moment, soon recognized this as somewhat typical and asked, Are you contemplating resignation? I do have such intentions, but the emperor is not permitting it for now, young Tinghe lamented. My current predicament is one of disdain and necessity from both factions. Can you still manage court affairs? Naturally. Yang Tinghe nodded. The ministers require my influence over the emperor. While the emperor needs me to keep the ministers in check, I remain at the pinnacle of power. Li Qing gradually nodded. What is the current state of the court? The emperor has begun to reverse the downward trend, gradually asserting his authority. At this rate, he will fully control the court within a few years, Yang Tinghe sighed. However, this does not bode well. Repeated struggles and failures have led to a boiling point of dissatisfaction among the ministers, particularly after the reign of Emperor Xuan. A further defeat could bear severe consequences. Li Qing furrowed his brow and asked, when you depart, will anyone be able to uphold the banner and stabilize the situation? Not a single official in the court can bear that burden, Yang Tinghe declared, unless you personally intervene. Apart from myself, then it would be Yang Yiqing. He can barely manage, Yang Tinghe remarked. I have a premonition that the conflicts will erupt within the next couple of years. The emperor is astute, yet still young, lacking the patience for prolonged disputes. After a pause, he advised, I suggest you do not stray too far. Otherwise, you might miss an opportunity. Li Qing's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered. In what form do you believe the conflicts will manifest? Succession or inheritance? Yang Tinghe replied. In truth, this issue remains ambiguous even now. Logically, if it concerns inheritance, one cannot simply retract the recognition. Yet the emperor still refers to the Prince of Xingxian and the princess as his parents, which defies convention. However, he has also begun to refer to Emperor Xiaozong and Empress Dowager Zhang as his forebears, creating a murky distinction. Of course, this is also a result of compromise from both sides, Yang Tinghe added with a rueful smile. Yet, if the contradictions escalate beyond reconciliation, the ceremonial rites could serve as the best means for the ministers to restrain the emperor, would they not wield it? Li Qing nodded slowly, lost in thought. Chapter 42. Who disturbed the Yongle Dadayan of Emperor Taizong? After a considerable pause, Li Qing spoke, setting aside personal sentiments. What are your thoughts on the matter of paternal recognition? It must be about inheritance. Yang Tinghe replied without hesitation. The emperor's throne derives from Xiaozong, and the lineage of Wuzong must naturally prioritize the great ancestor. Noticing Li Qing's slight frown, Yang Tinghe added, not to mention the royal family, even in the common populace. Such actions are unheard of. Previously, Li Qing found this excessive, but through the incident involving the adopted son, he gained a clearer understanding of the events of this era. What seemed excessive was, in fact, reasonable, at least in accordance with contemporary values. Li Qing sighed inwardly and asked, whom do you wish to see victorious? I hope this bears no significance. Yang Tinghe shook his head gently. Given the emperor's character and intelligence, the possibility of his defeat seemed exceedingly slim, if not altogether non-existent. Oh, Li Qing remarked with surprise. Do you hold him in such high regard, believing he can single-handedly confront his ministers? Not quite, Yang Tinghe replied with a wry smile. As you know, when the emperor is cornered, he can be quite explosive. Li Qing paused, letting out a resigned sigh. If it comes to that, one can only say that all are losers. Yang Tinghe wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment, yet he felt a deep sense of pessimism as he murmured. Dissatisfaction has been simmering for too long. An eruption is merely a matter of time. Neither the sovereign nor the subjects will yield. Each has their reasons for steadfastness. Even you, upon entering the court, cannot avert this inevitable outcome. All that remains is to mitigate the aftermath. Li Qing refrained from disputing this, for it was indeed the truth. For the emperor, how could he allow himself to be manipulated by his subordinates? And for the ministers, life in the Ming dynasty was already arduous enough. Having finally encountered an opportunity for change, how could they possibly relinquish it? In such circumstances, unless one side suffers a significant defeat, resolution would be elusive. Yet, regardless of who emerged victorious, it would hardly be a fortuitous event for the Ming realm. However, this conflict was fundamentally irreconcilable, and what troubled him further was his uncertainty about whom to support. To aid the emperor? In this era where propriety and law were paramount, public sentiment would undoubtedly reach a boiling point, potentially altering the dynamics between the emperor and his ministers. To support the ministers? Once they tasted success, they would likely escalate their demands, leading to equally far-reaching negative consequences. Li Qing rubbed his temples and said, I believe the moment of conflict will roughly coincide with your retirement. What do you think? Yang Tinghe nodded. That seems accurate. Then, before your retirement, please send me a letter. Li Qing provided Yang Tinghe with the address of his residence in Jinling and cautioned, first write to me, then proceed with your resignation. The order must not be mistaken. That is no problem, Yang Tinghe agreed. Li Qing inquired, when do you specifically plan to step down? I have made an agreement with the emperor to do so within 2 years, Yang Tinghe replied. 2 years? It is now the late spring of the 2nd year of Jiajing. And I have agreed with Zhu Qijin that the latest I can resign is by the end of the 3rd year of Jiajing. With only a year and a half left, and considering treatment, it seems I must expedite my plans, Li Qing calculated in his mind. You may retire as you wish. I will not interfere, but you must ensure 2 points. First, send me a letter before your resignation. Second, recommend Yang Yiqing as your successor. After a moment's pause, he added, by the way, can Yang Yiqing still manage? Yang Tinghe nodded. I have heard about his recent condition. Yang Yiqing is in robust health and can certainly manage for another 10 or 8 years. Well, that is all, Li Qing sighed, rising to take his leave. Yang Tinghe also stood, asking, did you come from Jinling? Indeed. My son has gone to southern Jili to take up an official post. Yang Tinghe replied with a respectful gesture. If you have the time, might you offer some guidance to my son? Li Qing was hesitant to agree. Yet he had just urged Yang Tinghe to write to him. So he nodded. If time permits, I will speak with your son. Thank you very much. Yang Tinghe bowed deeply. Allow me to escort you. At the threshold, Li Qing paused and inquired, by the way, how is the promotion of the simplified dictionary progressing? It can be said to be a comprehensive success. Yang Tinghe noted that initially, everyone was quite resistant, yet with time, they grew fond of it. Indeed, the law of true fragrance is inescapable. There is no superfluous wording, and most characters are derived from existing simple ones. While the literati harbored a certain aversion, it was not particularly strong. Once the initial phase was surpassed, it naturally fell into place. Li Qing had anticipated this, yet he still felt a sense of joy. If this continues for another decade or so, they could begin to enlighten the populace. Although there are only a few hundred Chinese characters, these are high-frequency characters used in daily life. With such simplification, the learning threshold is significantly lowered. Li Qing smiled and nodded. Farewell. Until we meet again. As spring turned to summer, the weather grew hot, and the incessant chirping of cicadas filled the air. Huang Jin, feeling bored, yawned, appearing listless, his head drooping and eyelids heavy. Huang Jin, Zhu Hozhong suddenly called out, startling Huang Jin into alertness. Why, Your Majesty, what is your command? Zhu Hozhong laughed heartily. No command. Just teasing you. Huang Jin found it rare to witness his master's playful side, which lightened his heart. Ever since his master became emperor, such childlike behavior had become quite infrequent. In fact, many times, Huang Jin forgot that his master was only 16 years old. Observing his cheerful demeanor, Huang Jin relaxed and smiled, inquiring, Your Majesty, you seem in good spirits lately. Is there some joyous news? What joyous news could there be? Zhu Hozhong shrugged, cheerfully responding. Not having any distressing matters is itself a cause for celebration. Under Yang Tinghe's compromise, not only was Zhang Tsong reinstated, but the foundation he had openly cultivated was no longer suppressed, and seeing such promising prospects, Zhu Hozhong was naturally in high spirits. Huang Jin chuckled. This is a sign that your Imperial Majesty's influence is growing. They are afraid of you now. They fear me? Huh. Flattery should be done more artfully. Zhu Hozhong chuckled, shaking his head, though inwardly he felt appreciative. I am not flattering you, Huang Jin replied, his chubby face adopting a serious demeanor as he earnestly stated, I am merely paying homage to the dragon. Zhu Hozhong burst into laughter, waving his hand. Come, cool off. Don't just stand there like a fool. Bring a chair over to sit. Thank you, Your Majesty. Huang Jin hurriedly approached. He did not bring a chair, as no eunuch possessed the privilege to sit opposite the emperor. Instead, he squatted on the ground, relishing the cool air wafting from the large ice bucket. Ah, how delightful. Look at you, so unambitious, Zhu Hozhong chided playfully, leaning forward and pulling a bunch of grapes from the ice bucket. Here, freshly picked today, give them a try. Huang Jin hesitated for a moment, then accepted the grapes, popping one into his mouth. So cool and sweet, truly delicious. All the good food is yours. Zhu Hozhong smiled warmly, a rare gentleness gracing his face. Then I shall not hold back. Inspired by his master's warmth, Huang Jin returned to his former self at the Xingwang residence, no longer overly restrained. Before long, a whole bunch of ice-cold grapes, skins and seeds included, had vanished into his stomach. Huang Jin felt refreshed and utterly comfortable. Observing his enjoyment, Zhu Hozhong too felt a sense of satisfaction. There's more. No, I am full. Huang Jin chuckled softly and opened his heart, saying, Your Majesty, there is no need for you to toil day in and day out. The common farmers retire with the setting sun. You are the emperor, the son of heaven, and should focus on your duties. Once your tasks are complete, allow yourself to relax. Do not remain perpetually tense. I feel for you. Huang Jin's mood sank as she continued, Back when we were at the prince's residence, you read and played games, enjoying your leisure. Yet since you ascended the throne, I have scarcely seen you smile. Alas, matters of state, family, and the world weigh heavily upon me. How can I ever return to those simpler days? Zhu Hozhong replied with a bitter smile. I often reminisce about the time spent playing games with you and Liu Bing, or studying with my father. Sadly, those days are irretrievable. Ever since he became emperor, he had known no peace. Even in idleness, his mind was plagued with worries, and he had forsaken his love for reading, let alone leisure. Huang Jin scratched her head and said, In truth, Your Majesty, if you desire it, you can reclaim that joy. If you wish to play games, I can accompany you. If you desire to read, remember the grand tome, the Yongle Diden by Emperor Taizong, which far surpasses the books at the prince's residence. I recall the late prince often spoke of it. Zhu Hozhong, reminded of his father's admiration for the Yongle Diden, suddenly felt intrigued. Go fetch me a couple of volumes, he commanded. Influenced by his father, he had developed a profound love for reading from a young age. Now, with his interest piqued and the prospect of engaging with one of history's grandest works, he felt a surge of impatience. Hurry back, I shall save some grapes for you. Ah, I shall go at once, Huang Jin exclaimed, rising from the ground, brushing off her garments, and darting out. However, as she reached the door, she stumbled over the threshold and nearly fell. Slow, Zhu Hozhong began, but Huang Jin had already vanished from sight, prompting a wry smile from him. She was clumsy. Not at all the demeanor of one destined for greatness. Leaning back in his chair, he mused, yet, entrusting him with the position of chief eunuch of the ceremonial office may not serve him well at this stage. I shall promote him only when I truly embody the sovereign of the realm. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to him. Despite Huang Jin's apparent foolishness, she held a special place in Zhu Hozhong's heart. In just over a quarter of an hour, Huang Jin returned, clutching 2 volumes of the Yongle Diden, exclaiming, Your Majesty, the volumes have arrived. Zhu Hozhong, slightly irritated, remarked, Look at you panting. Who told you to run so fast? You might faint from the heat. Huang Jin retorted proudly. Even so, I was mindful of palace decorum and refrained from sprinting. Otherwise, you would have read several pages by now. Enough of your banter. Enjoy your grapes. Zhu Hozhong replied as he accepted the volumes. Leaning back comfortably in his chair, he caressed the title embossed on the cover. And the visage of Emperor Taizong filled his mind, grand, imposing, and unparalleled. After a prolonged moment, Zhu Hozhong's tumultuous emotions began to settle, and he cherished the moment as he gently opened the cover. However, his cheerful expression abruptly faltered. The characters seemed awry. Zhu Hozhong murmured softly, his brow furrowing in concern. Then, an unprecedented fury surged through him as he exclaimed, Who has tampered with the Yongle Diden? Chapter 43, A Fraud. All a fraud. Huang Jin was startled and hurriedly asked, Your Majesty, what troubles you? Are you certain this is the authentic Yongle Diden? Zhu Hozhong inhaled deeply and inquired, Could this possibly be false? Huang Jin, wearing a perplexed expression, was utterly bewildered by his question. Zhu Hozhong clenched his teeth and urged, Examine it for yourself. Huang Jin, still in a daze, took the document and scrutinized it for a considerable time. Yet he failed to discern any discrepancies, stammering, I am but a dull servant. The characters. Look at the characters. Zhu Hozhong insisted. Huang Jin re-examined the text, but remained utterly lost. A surge of frustration welled up within Zhu Hozhong. However, he understood that Huang Jin was not to blame and thus refrained from unleashing his ire upon him. Go, summon Zhang Yong to see me. Yes, I shall attend to it at once. Huang Jin reluctantly set down the grapes and hurried away. Zhang Yong was idling in the office of ceremonies when he heard that the emperor was summoning him and was filled with trepidation. Eunuch Huang, why is his majesty in a fury? I cannot say, Huang Jin replied, shaking his plump head, but it likely pertains to the Yongle Diden. The Yongle Diden? Zhang Yong was utterly befuddled, wondering how it related to him. Could it be that it had been infested by insects or vermin? Yet, upon further reflection, he dismissed the notion, recognizing that such pests could hardly infiltrate the palace. Upon arriving at Qianqing Palace, Zhang Yong approached with a heavy heart and bowed deeply. "I am Zhang Yong, your humble servant, paying respects to your majesty. Rise, come forth," Zhu Hozhong commanded, his expression stern. Zhang Yong shrank back slightly and stammered. "What is your command, your majesty?" Examine the 2 volumes of the Yongle de Dian on the table. Zhang Yong wiped his hands with a handkerchief, stepped forward, and gently opened one of the volumes. Initially, he wore a look of confusion, but as he continued to peruse, he began to sense something amiss. "Your majesty, this de Dian." Zhang Yong halted, glancing at Huang Jin. "Is this truly the Yongle de Dian retrieved from the library?" "Indeed," Huang Jin affirmed. "I personally fetched it." In an instant, the color drained from Zhang Yong's face. The responsibility of safeguarding the Yongle de Dian rested with the eunuchs, and with this incident, he, as the head eunuch of the Office of Ceremonies, could hardly absolve himself of blame. Zhang Yong instinctively wished to protest his innocence, but he swiftly recognized that such a reaction would only further incite the emperor's wrath. He thus amended his response, "Your Majesty, the immediate concern is to ascertain whether there are only these 2 volumes, or if there are more." After a brief pause, he added, "Forgive my impertinence, but it would be prudent to handle this matter discreetly. Should the situation prove dire, it must not be widely proclaimed, lest the dignity of the imperial family be compromised." Upon hearing this, Zhu Hozhong's anger intensified, yet he acknowledged that Zhang Yong's words held merit. Taking a deep breath, he strode purposefully outside, with Zhang Yong and Huang Jin hastily following. In the library, a group of 10 or so eunuchs idly engaged in conversation, their spirits as wilted as willow leaves scorched by the sun, lacking any semblance of vitality. Their demeanor transformed the moment they beheld the young man clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe approaching. They promptly straightened up and bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor." "All of you leave," Zhang Yong commanded. "Wait outside, and do not enter unless summoned." "Yes, eunuch Zhang," the eunuchs replied, bowing once more before retreating. Zhu Hozhong ignored the eunuchs and, upon entering, hastened toward the rows of bookshelves, fervently inspecting each volume. "Fake, fake, fake," he muttered. Each character was uniformly printed, identical to the last, revealing an undeniable truth. It is essential to understand that the Yongle de Dian, a monumental work, was painstakingly completed over several years by numerous esteemed calligraphers, with each character meticulously crafted stroke by stroke. Even if we were to concede that the Emperor Taizong mandated the exclusive use of a specific printed font for transcription, it remains implausible that every character penned by every individual would be identical. Anyone with a modicum of literacy could discern the distinction between handwritten and printed text. This is precisely why Zhu Hozhong was convinced that the Yongle de Dian had been tampered with, for the 2 volumes he examined were counterfeit. From the initial scrutiny of a single volume to the systematic sampling of several, and ultimately to the examination of a bookcase, after a brief period, Zhu Hozhong's expression was beyond description. It was exceedingly grim. This was the illustrious achievement of Emperor Taizong. To think that such a formidable emperor's monumental legacy could be sullied, or even entirely replaced, demonstrated an audaciousness that was utterly astounding. This act was not merely a slight against Taizong, but rather a profound insult to all the emperors of the Ming dynasty. Had they descended to such brazen depths? Zhu Hozhong was consumed by an unprecedented fury, which compelled him to re-evaluate the sanctity of imperial authority. Could it truly be that the Ming emperor had fallen to such a state of disgrace? His sentiments towards Emperor Taizong were particularly profound, as a descendant of the Yan lineage and a successor to the imperial line. Taizong was both an ancestor and an idol to him. Zhu Hozhong aspired to be a second Taizong, and now, faced with this situation, how could he not be enraged? Zhang Yong's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat beading on his brow as he grew increasingly alarmed. How could everything be counterfeit? It was all over. In the sweltering heat of summer, Zhang Yong felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his heart chilled to the core. He harbored a strong premonition. Without the need for further examination, he was convinced that not a single volume was genuine. With over 10,000 volumes in the Dian, even a cursory glance at one would take considerable time. The fact that, after a continuous half-hour of searching, he had not encountered a single handwritten volume undeniably corroborated his suspicions. Thud! Zhang Yong sank despondently to the ground, overwhelmed by despair. Simultaneously, Zhu Hozong halted his actions, nearly beside himself with rage. Zhang Yong, he bellowed. Your Majesty, please allow me to explain. I, Zhang Yong, suddenly found clarity in my desperation and hastily added, Your Majesty, there is something amiss. Everything has been swapped out. Even a fool would recognize that something is wrong. Zhu Hozong was on the brink of losing control, gritting his teeth. I grant you the opportunity to explain. Speak. Zhang Yong swallowed hard, awkwardly continuing, Your Majesty, consider this. The Yongle Dedain comprises over 10,000 volumes. Even if someone were to steal them, it would constitute a monumental undertaking. Moreover, this is the Imperial Palace, an Imperial Palace. His words caused Zhu Hozong to regain a measure of composure, prompting him to listen further. Zhang Yong nodded, feeling a slight easing of his anxiety. His mind becoming more agile as he pondered aloud. The Yongle Dedain is one of Emperor Taizong's remarkable achievements, cherished by his successors. It is said that even up to Emperor Xianzong's reign, 2 copies of the Yongle Dedain were retained on the imperial desk in the feigning for the emperor's perusal at any time. Zhang Yong continued, Surely, no one could infiltrate the feigning to steal the volumes from the imperial desk, could they? Zhu Hozong furrowed his brow slightly. What do you imply? Infiltrating the feigning to steal anything was simply an inconceivable notion. Zhang Yong analyzed, expressing his belief that the successive emperors must have known that the Yongle Encyclopedia was not the original text. After a moment's hesitation, he added, I surmise that the original has neither been lost nor swapped. It must have been taken to Qianqing. Zhu Hozong found himself momentarily speechless. This deduction, indeed, seemed the most reasonable and plausible. However, he could not psychologically accept that Emperor Taizong would act in such a manner. After all, this was a treasure meant for his descendants to admire. Empathizing, he thought that if he were in Taizong's position, he would have merely instructed for a copy to be made, rather than allowing the original to accompany him into eternal rest. It was, after all, a testament to one's achievements. This is merely your own conjecture. Zhu Hozong replied coolly. I have not heard that Taizong took the Yongle Encyclopedia to the mausoleum upon his passing. Even if what you say is true, such a significant event would surely be documented. There could not possibly be no whispers of it. Zhang Yong was rendered speechless. At that moment, Huang Jin finally grasped where the issue lay, yet his mind was ill-equipped to analyze such a bizarre matter, so he continued to inspect volume by volume, striving to alleviate the emperor's concerns. Remarkably, through his diligent efforts, he indeed discovered a volume, rather, several handwritten volumes of the encyclopedia. Your Majesty, I found it. I truly found it. It is not printed text. Zhang Yong was instantly taken aback, his hair standing on end, as if his head might explode. If there were indeed authentic volumes, it would prove his deduction wrong. The encyclopedia had been stolen. Zhu Hozong naturally understood this logic, and the anger that had just been extinguished flared up once more, burning even fiercer. So, the Yongle Encyclopedia has indeed been stolen. He glared coldly at Zhang Yong and swept toward Huang Jin. However, when he approached Huang Jin for the genuine item, Huang Jin appeared hesitant. Bring it here. An enraged Zhu Hozong snatched it away and began to examine it. Indeed, it was handwritten, dating back to the 15th year of Hongwu. Zhu Hozong's fury intensified. Yet as he perused, he noticed something amiss. The Yongle Encyclopedia had incorporated the records of Emperor Taizu. This should not be the case. At this juncture, Huang Jin timidly interjected. Your Majesty, this is not the Yongle Encyclopedia. Please look at the book cover. Zhu Hozong frowned and closed it, glancing at the cover, which boldly displayed 5 characters, records of extraordinary events of the Ming. Zhu Hozong stood in a daze, and then his composure shattered. It was evident that this was a slip from the book thief during the act of stealing. What a disgrace. The palace has turned into someone else's garden. Zhu Hozong trembled with rage. An investigation must be conducted thoroughly. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Zhang Yong hastily interjected. This records of extraordinary events of the Ming I have seen before. Zhu Hozong, filled with a murderous aura, coldly inquired. So, are you suggesting that it was left here by you? No, no, no. This belonged to the late emperor. Oh, but that is not entirely correct. To be precise, this was left by Emperor Xianzong for Emperor Xiaozong. And Emperor Xiaozong then bequeathed it to the late emperor. Zhang Yong quickly clarified, explaining when and by whom this book appeared in the palace. I do not know, but I believe it was placed here by the late emperor for the reference of future sovereigns. Placed here by the late emperor? Zhu Hozong found himself laughing in anger. Why not just say that the original of the Yongle Encyclopedia was taken by the late emperor for the benefit of future rulers? What a farce. The annals of the great ancestor and the annals of the great ancestor are not more useful than this? Unexpectedly, Zhang Yong replied earnestly, that is not necessarily the case. Chapter 44. Fate must be grasped in one's own hands. Zhu Hozong chuckled, a laugh that sent shivers down Zhang Yong's spine. Your Majesty, please cease your laughter. It frightens me. Zhang Yong swallowed hard and explained, Your Majesty, according to the late emperor, this record contains events not meant for outsiders. If compared with the annals of our Ming ancestors, it would yield significant insights. Zhu Hozong was not inclined to believe him. He was currently very angry, exceedingly so. Huh, Zhang Yong, are you attempting to deceive me with this? Your Majesty, every word I utter is the truth. Zhang Yong was on the verge of tears. Please believe me. If you compare it with the annals and find it untrue, you may sever my head, and I would harbor no grievances. In truth, Zhang Yong had indeed contemplated certain matters, but he dared not voice them. To do so would be tantamount to courting death. Zhu Hozong bellowed angrily, even at death's door. You remain obstinate. Your head deserves to be severed. Your Majesty, I am wronged. I, Zhang Yong, have been driven to the brink of despair. This situation is truly a calamity of epic proportions. At this moment, Huang Jin timidly spoke. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. I believe this matter may not be solely Zhang Gongong's responsibility. Oh, you possess a profound insight as well. Zhu Hozong sneered as he regarded him. How could I claim to have profound insights? Huang Jin replied dejectedly. I merely think this grand tome is quite old, at least several decades, perhaps even a century. This can be discerned from the paper. At his suggestion, Zhang Yong quickly grasped a volume of the grand tome and immediately noted this detail, seizing upon this lifeline. Your Majesty, Huang Gongong makes a valid point. Observe the paper. Zhu Hozong lowered his gaze to examine it. Previously consumed by anger, he now realized, upon closer inspection, that it indeed bore signs of age, leaving him even more perplexed. His intuition suggested that the tome had been stolen, yet the difficulty of such an act was daunting, nearly impossible. It is essential to understand that this grand tome was no mere novel, it was a colossal collection. And the complete substitution of over 10,000 volumes was no trivial matter. Alas, could it have been stolen long ago? Zhu Hozong pondered despondently. However, it was also possible that it had been artificially aged. As this thought crossed his mind, he promptly dismissed it. It was implausible for so many volumes to be aged uniformly. What on earth was happening? Zhu Hozong found himself bewildered. Noticing that the emperor's fury had somewhat abated, Zhang Yong felt a wave of relief wash over him, his mind suddenly alight with clarity. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed, Your Majesty, I have just recalled something, which you may have also heard of. Zhu Hozong shifted his gaze from the grand tome to him. Zhang Yong continued, after the completion of the Yongle Didayan, it underwent an extensive period of large-scale printing and distribution. Not only was it printed in mass quantities, but it was also sold widely. I have heard that the expenses for the Yongle Didayan were recouped through the sale of printed copies. This was news to Zhu Hozong. Though he did not harbor much skepticism, the Yongle Didayan had indeed circulated widely among the populace and was not particularly rare. He recalled that the several collectible volumes of the Yongle Didayan in the Xingwangfu were purchased by his father from wealthy gentry in Anlu Prefecture, and were identical to the printed editions here. After this thought arose, Zhu Hozong looked at the grand tome again, and suddenly had a strong intuition that this was indeed a batch of printed books from the same series. It seemed that the blame could not fall entirely on Zhang Yong. However, the question remained, where had the original gone? Zhu Hozong found himself baffled. Could it be that the grand tome truly went to Qianqing? This seemed unlikely. Such a significant matter, involving so many books, could not have left no trace, even if the historical records did not document it. Did Taizong expend vast amounts of manpower, resources, and wealth merely to accompany himself in death? Such a remarkable figure as Taizong would not engage in such petty actions. After much contemplation, Zhu Hozong concluded that the grand tome had indeed been lost, long lost. Call Zhang Yong, he commanded. Here, Your Majesty, Zhang Yong replied, now somewhat flustered. Please, command me. Go summon those servants and inquire how they have been maintaining the grand tome. Zhu Hozong insisted, seeking final confirmation. At your command, the servants complied, and Zhang Yong respectfully acknowledged before turning to leave. Soon after, he returned with a number of eunuchs, clearing his throat before declaring, I shall ask you all a question in the presence of the emperor. Who among you dares to conceal anything? Those who do will face execution. The eunuchs fell silent, trembling in fear. Pray, speak. How do you maintain the grand tome? One of the eunuchs, trembling, replied. According to custom, on sunny days, we air the tome in batches. Every 1st and 15th day of the month, we examine it for dampness, mold, or damage. Zhang Yong pointed to another eunuch and asked, And you? Has anyone come to borrow the grand tome? No, your majesty, the selected eunuch stammered. I entered the palace at 13, and from that moment, I was assigned here. Over the course of more than a decade, no one has come to borrow it. Zhang Yong then singled out the oldest eunuch, asking, What about you? I too have never encountered anyone wishing to borrow the grand tome, the elder replied. When I first took on this duty, I was told by my predecessors that this task was quite idle, with no visitors for years. Zhu Hozong approached from a side bookshelf, raising the grand tome he held, and inquired, Have you all not noticed the font of this tome? Font. The eunuchs exchanged bewildered glances, shaking their heads in confusion. Zhang Yong quietly cautioned, Your Majesty, this matter may not be prudent. But upon seeing the emperor's stern gaze, he hastily fell silent. Zhu Hozong bluntly revealed, This grand tome is not the original. The eunuchs turned pale in shock. And immediately, they knelt on the ground, exclaiming, Your Majesty, we are wronged. The grand tome has not been tampered with. It remains as it was when I took it over. They cried out in desperation, their hearts breaking. Zhu Hozong scrutinized each individual's expression, and after a long pause, he finally confirmed the unfortunate truth that the grand tome had been lost long ago. I ask you again, he said, reaching for the yellow silk-wrapped records of Ming anecdotes held by a servant, why does this item appear here, stored alongside the grand tome? In response to your majesty. They all clamored. This was placed here by the late emperor. Zhang Yong's heart truly settled at this revelation, knowing that he would not face any repercussions. Zhu Hozong cast a skeptical glance at Zhang Yong, his doubts gradually fading, and then inquired, What did the late emperor say when he placed this book here? Upon the emperor's inquiry, the late emperor emphasized the vital importance of safeguarding it, declaring that it must not be lost. The numerous eunuchs, in a flurry of voices, expressed differing opinions, some proclaiming that the records of the Ming dynasty rivaled the Yongle encyclopedia, while others asserted its significance surpassed even that of the encyclopedia. Nonetheless, the core sentiment remained consistent. The records of the Ming dynasty were indeed extraordinary, with so many individuals presenting their views without prior preparation or mutual consultation. The likelihood of collective deceit was effectively negated. Zhu Hozong felt a profound sorrow within, yet his anger dissipated, replaced by a burgeoning curiosity regarding the records of the Ming dynasty. Huang Jin, fetch the complete set of the records of the Ming dynasty, he commanded. Zhu Hozong exhaled deeply and began to depart. Long live his majesty. A throng of eunuchs hastily bowed, each displaying a countenance of relief as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. Zhang Yong lingered behind, and once the group had concluded their salutations, he hissed menacingly, Hasten to organize the Yongle encyclopedia. If anyone dares to utter a single word about today's events, they shall face execution. The eunuchs shuddered and promptly nodded, Yes, master. Zhu Hozong paused momentarily, casting a glance back at Zhang Yong, and remarked, Clever. Indeed, it is the duty of a servant. Zhang Yong responded with a bow and a forced smile. Zhu Hozong's expression softened, yet he added, However, I am not one to prioritize mere appearances. There is no need to conceal matters pertaining to the encyclopedia. Zhang Yong appeared taken aback, exclaiming, Your Majesty, think carefully about this. I have my own plans. Zhu Hozong interrupted, This matter does not concern you. Go attend to your duties. As you command. Zhang Yong bowed and refrained from following. Once the emperor was distanced, he slowly straightened up, inwardly lamenting, Such an odd occurrence must surely have been orchestrated by him. Indeed, it could only be him. In truth, Zhang Yong himself did not believe that the Yongle encyclopedia had gone to Qianqing. In the Qianqing Palace, master and servant once again gathered around the large ice bucket. Though the earlier atmosphere of ease had vanished, Zhu Hozong's countenance was threefold colder than the icy waters within. Huang Jin cautiously ventured, Your Majesty, I beg your pardon for my audacity, but I wish to speak. You wish to express that this matter is of great significance, and the theft of the encyclopedia ought not to be made public? Your Majesty is wise, Huang Jin affirmed, nodding his round head, his small eyes filled with earnestness. Your Majesty, This concerns the dignity of the royal family. We must tread carefully. Zhu Hozong suddenly laughed, shaking his head. You, my dear, are still quite foolish, lacking insight. As he spoke, he playfully tapped his hand upon Huang Jin's large head. Pray tell, what occupies that sizable head of yours? Ah, your Majesty speaks the truth. I am indeed a simpleton, Huang Jin replied, awkwardly grinning. Yet even a simpleton like myself believes this matter warrants caution. Why not reconsider, your Majesty? Zhu Hozong retorted with irritation. If I were to heed your foolishness, then I would be the one who is foolish. Huang Jin scratched his head, somewhat disgruntled. I am dull-witted. I beseech your Majesty for enlightenment. Zhu Hozong sighed. Very well, let us converse, so you may gain some wisdom. Tell me, is the encyclopedia within the palace genuine? Huang Jin shook his head. Even you recognize it as a fabrication? Zhu Hozong said with exasperation. Hiding it may resolve immediate troubles. But can it truly transform a falsehood into a reality? That cannot be. Therefore, this matter cannot be concealed. If it continues to be hidden, it will only lead to confusion. Zhu Hozong exhaled deeply and remarked, it is also an unresolved case. Now that it has come to light, we merely need to trace back. In the future, should it surface again, it too will require a retrospective examination. However, at that time, I shall inevitably be ensnared within it. Do you comprehend? Huang Jin was momentarily taken aback. Upon further reflection, the reasoning indeed held merit. The emperor's wisdom was commendable. If a future ruler were to unearth this issue, this convoluted account would undoubtedly implicate him as well. Yet, would a future monarch truly dare to reveal it? Huang Jin scratched her face and muttered, in any case, I doubt it. One might not, two might not, but would three also refrain? Zhu Hozong scoffed and shook his head, asserting that one must seize their own destiny rather than foolishly expect others to act according to one's desires. For the latter is the behavior of a fool. After a moment's pause, he continued, even if, hypothetically, the illustrious Ming emperor manages to conceal this for generations, how tragic it would be for so many emperors to guard a false Yongle encyclopedia. That would truly tarnish the dignity of the imperial house. Zhu Hozong stated calmly, the sooner it is revealed, the sooner we can mitigate losses. Moreover, revealing it now has nothing to do with me, nor will it concern my descendants in the future. Huang Jin furrowed her coarse brows and pondered for quite some time, finally nodding in wholehearted agreement. Your Majesty, you are indeed most sagacious. Chapter 45. Zhu Hozong's calculations have you learned? Indeed. Huang Jin nodded earnestly. Zhu Hozong responded with a sound of affirmation as he picked up a volume of records of the Ming dynasty's anecdotes, beginning to read. The annals of the great ancestor and the annals of the great ancestor's successor were hardly secrets, at least within the realm of power. Not only would emperors read them, but officials often studied them as well, for no other reason than that history serves as a mirror to discern the rise and fall of dynasties. To serve in the Ming court, one must certainly immerse oneself in the history of the Ming. Initially, Zhu Hozong was merely driven by curiosity, adopting a trial-and-error approach. But soon he became utterly engrossed. Within a mere 10 pages, he was completely captivated. It was only when Huang Jin reminded him that he reluctantly set the book down, exclaiming, this tome is indeed extraordinary. As he spoke, he eagerly picked up one volume after another, attempting to arrange them in order. However, upon sorting them, he was astonished to discover that the volume he had been reading was the first, indicating that the records of the Ming dynasty's anecdotes commenced its account from the 15th year of Hongwu's reign. Zhu Hozong found himself perplexed, pondering why documentation began in the 15th year rather than the first. Your Majesty, it is time for your meal. No matter how significant the matter, it pales in comparison to the importance of dining, Huang Jin said, swallowing hard. Let us ponder this after we have eaten. Zhu Hozong, both amused and exasperated, retorted. Are you the one who is hungry? Huang Jin, somewhat embarrassed, replied, it won't be as palatable when it cools down. Are you truly worried about it cooling on such a sweltering day? Zhu Hozong chuckled, his spirits lifted considerably. Thus, he decided to dine. Your Majesty, you should try this. And this as well. Huang Jin, after tasting each dish, began to arrange the meal according to her preferences, soon creating a small mountain of food. Enough, enough. Zhu Hozong waved his hand, interrupting her attentiveness. Huang Jin, are you certain you brought this entire collection with you? I am certain. Huang Jin nodded vigorously, assuring him that all the volumes were gathered together, and their sizes were distinctly different from the classics, with no omissions. How strange, Zhu Hozong mused. Why would one begin documenting from the middle? There should be a beginning and an end. Go, send someone to find Zhang Yong. The vast imperial palace likely holds secrets that only Zhang Yong, the favored eunuch of the late emperor, is privy to. Zhu Hozong possesses a discerning eye. Even without having perused the entirety of the tome, he is unwaveringly convinced that its author is a figure of extraordinary stature. Who could it be? Emperor Xuan? The likelihood is minimal. Had the emperor authored it, he would not have concealed it, nor would he have titled it Records of Ming Anecdotes. Zhu Hozong finds himself baffled, much like he is perplexed by the loss of the Grand Compendium, unable to unravel the enigma shrouding this book. Your Majesty, did you summon me? Zhu Hozong pointed to a stack of records of Ming anecdotes on the table and inquired, is there a volume missing from this collection? Zhang Yong stepped forward, counted meticulously, and shook his head. There is nothing missing. This is the complete set. Just this? Indeed, Zhang Yong affirmed, explaining that this book was entrusted to the late emperor by Emperor Xiaozong during the time he served as the crown prince, and it was intended for the late emperor to savor its contents. This is all there was when he assumed control. Was it truly lost, or was it simply so? Zhu Hozong pondered briefly before asking, did the late emperor ever mention the author of this book? Zhang Yong shook his head. Disappointment washed over Zhu Hozong as he sighed. After a moment, he declared, I shall disclose the matter of the Yongle de Dian tomorrow. You must inform those servants that they are to testify when called upon. He paused before adding, let them know that speaking the truth will not lead to punishment. Publicly? Zhang Yong stammered, taken aback. Your Majesty, this matter is of great significance. It concerns the dignity of the royal family. The dignity of the royal family? Zhu Hozong scoffed coldly. That was lost the day the compendium was stolen. I make the decisions. Your opinions are unnecessary. Zhang Yong was momentarily stunned, his demeanor stiffening, and he dared not speak further. This servant obeys. I shall relay your orders at once. Once Zhang Yong departed, Huang Jin cautiously interjected, Your Majesty, Zhang Gonggong means well. This servant also believes. He faltered. But after the public announcement, how will it conclude? How it concludes is not my concern, Zhu Hozong replied nonchalantly. Huang Jin failed to grasp his meaning. Yet sensing the emperor's ire, he refrained from pressing further, instead suggesting, Your Majesty, please enjoy your meal. The following day, during the morning court session, the ministers entered to find large chests piled high. Each was left bewildered. What could the young emperor be up to? Surely, he wouldn't be distributing red envelopes during this off-season? Whispers of speculation filled the hall, creating a cacophony. Silence. Huang Jin could no longer contain himself. The ministers paused briefly before resuming their chatter, lacking the commanding presence of Wang Zhi or the astuteness of Zhang Yong. Huang Jin found himself at a loss as the prominent figures ignored him. Thus, he resorted to their own tactics. Silence. Silence. As the ministers continued their discussions, Huang Jin called out, trying to drown out their noise. Remarkably, his persistence bore fruit. As he repeated his calls, the ministers lost their enthusiasm for idle chatter. The hall gradually returned to tranquility, and Huang Jin's round face revealed a hint of relief, tempered by a touch of pride. I, Huang Jin, am not foolish. After some time, the emperor entered the hall, ascending the jade steps to the dragon throne with a somber expression. Long live your Majesty, the assembled ministers proclaimed. All rise, Zhu Hozong instructed, gesturing toward the large chests. Huang Jin bent his waist and descended the jade steps, exclaiming, Everyone, come and see. Zhu Hozong's face was aflame with indignation, his eyes blazing with fury. The assembled officials exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the cause of such commotion, yet drawn closer by curiosity. Upon peering into the chest, they found the Yongle de Dian, which only deepened their bewilderment. Why bring forth the Grand Compendium for this? Yang Tinghe bowed and remarked, Your Majesty, has there been a misfortune regarding the Yongle de Dian of Emperor Taizong? Misfortune? Zhu Hozong scoffed. There is no misfortune, but rather a complete loss. Yang Tinghe queried, Might we examine a volume? Zhu Hozong huffed, Let us see what is amiss. With a respectful gesture, Yang Tinghe bent down to retrieve a tome and began to peruse it. Soon, he discerned something amiss and hastily set it aside to grasp another volume. His countenance shifting dramatically. Your Majesty, this compendium, retrieved from the library, is indeed the authentic Yongle edition. Zhu Hozong gritted his teeth, lamenting, Yesterday, I was seized by a sudden impulse to admire the Yongle de Dian of Emperor Taizong, and then he closed his eyes in anguish, sighing. All the compendiums are thus. Yang Tinghe was taken aback. The others looked on in utter confusion. Yang Tinghe exhaled deeply and cast an inquiring glance at the emperor, who gave a slight nod. Thus, he declared, "Everyone, do take a look." A quarter of an hour later, the high-ranking officials in the Fengtian Hall had all completed their examination and were now aware of the issue at hand. Expressions of astonishment, confusion, and fury flitted across their faces. "Your Majesty, such a matter must be thoroughly investigated. The individuals responsible for the safeguarding and maintenance of the compendium cannot escape culpability." The crowd was incensed, clamoring for justice. At that moment, Zhang Yong, who had been waiting at the palace entrance, cried out sharply, "Esteemed officials, step aside. For those deserving of blame have arrived." The assembly turned, seeing Zhang Yong leading a contingent of eunuchs into the hall. They exchanged wary glances, then returned to their posts, clearing a path. "Your Majesty, everyone is present, not a single one missing." "Indeed," Zhu Hozong nodded, turning to Yang Tinghe. "I have already interrogated them yesterday, for safety's sake. Yang Qing, please conduct another inquiry." Yang Tinghe bowed in agreement, harboring an inkling of the truth that he could not voice. Though he held a disdain for the eunuchs, he recognized that this incident could not be pinned on them. Therefore, he asked only a few perfunctory questions. The eunuchs, having been forewarned by Zhang Yong, responded with impeccable precision, revealing no flaws. After all, they were innocent. Over 10,000 volumes of the compendium had been swapped, and it was inconceivable that a mere group of eunuchs, let alone the 6 ministries and 9 ministers, could orchestrate such a scheme. Moreover, given the state of the forgeries, it was evident that the authentic compendium had been replaced long ago. The paper and ink suggested it was a product of decades, if not centuries past, implying that the original Yongle de Dian had long since vanished. How could this have transpired? The officials were at a loss. Yet one thing was clear to them. This situation could not be characterized as a theft of the Yongle de Dian. It was a matter of the court's dignity. Despite the existing discord and friction between the sovereign and his ministers, in such circumstances, it was imperative to uphold the honor of the state. Their power derives from the Ming court, from the Zhou imperial family. The original copy of the Yongle encyclopedia has been stolen for an unknown number of years. Should this matter be definitively settled, the embarrassment would not fall upon just 1 or 2 deceased Ming emperors. While emperors are alive, one may freely criticize them. However, once they have passed, it becomes a matter of absolute political correctness. Even after Zhu Qizhan's demise, no one dares to highlight his missteps. To criticize a living emperor is to speak uncomfortable truths. To denounce a deceased emperor is an act of treason. Furthermore, their defense of the court and the emperor is rooted in the preservation of their own sources of power. The ministers, initially filled with anger, soon found themselves in a state of perplexity. The young emperor, indeed, felt compelled to clarify matters. At a crucial moment, it was Yang Tinghe who stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I believe the encyclopedia has not been lost for 2 reasons. First, after its compilation, the Yongle encyclopedia underwent extensive reproduction and dissemination. Those who appreciate the work can easily acquire it through legitimate channels, thus avoiding the peril of risking their lives for an act of treachery. Second, from a financial standpoint, it is implausible. Who would dare to sell the original copy of the Yongle encyclopedia publicly? That is not a quest for wealth, but a pursuit of death." Zhu Hozong merely sought to absolve himself of blame. If the matter could be resolved without bringing disgrace to his ancestors, he would be more than pleased. What did Yang Qing think? Yang Tinghe pondered for a moment and replied, "In the past, when Emperor Taizong relocated the capital, a fire broke out in the palace. The esteemed scholar's reasoning held merit, and many agreed. Others sought to support this notion, arguing that the extensive circulation of the Yongle encyclopedia made it impractical to transcribe anew. Emperor Taizong was known for his frugality in governance, which is why he did not commission a new copy. Indeed, he was a benevolent sovereign." Had Li Qing heard such words, he would surely have rolled his eyes in disbelief. "Is that what you call frugal governance?" Zhu Hozong accepted this line of reasoning, nodding and stating, "That seems to be the case." After a moment's pause, he added, "Times have changed. Our Ming dynasty is prosperous and powerful. Now that we know the original of the Yongle has been lost, we cannot remain indifferent." Taking a deep breath, Zhu Hozong declared, "I have decided to recopy the Yongle encyclopedia under the name of the Jiajing edition." Chapter 46. Recopying the Yongle encyclopedia. Recopying the Yongle encyclopedia? The Jiajing edition? The ministers were taken aback, filled with disdain. They had seen opportunists before, but never such audacity. Was the emperor resolute in wanting to bask in the glory of Taizong? Even Yang Tinghe's expression towards the emperor turned intrigued. A thought burst forth in his mind. Could it be that the emperor orchestrated this entire affair himself? Such sentiments were not limited to him. The ministers shared a similar suspicion, their doubts only intensifying. How could such a significant work simply go missing? Was the palace akin to a marketplace? Your Majesty, please allow us to visit the library. Someone proposed, and soon the ministers echoed their agreement. Facing their skepticism, Zhu Hozong remained neither angry nor flustered. The encyclopedia had indeed encountered a mishap. He had no fear of their inquiries. With a composed smile, Zhu Hozong nodded and said, "The court is dismissed. All ministers may proceed." Upon witnessing such a scene, the initial doubts harbored by the ministers gradually dissipated. Reflecting calmly, they concluded that the young emperor was unlikely to engage in such behavior. Nevertheless, it was prudent to investigate further. After the court assembly, Zhu Hozong returned to the imperial study, where he continued his customary review of memorials. Throughout this process, his gaze frequently wandered to the side, drawn irresistibly to the records of uncommon tales from the Ming dynasty, a temptation he could no longer resist. This was akin to comparing a textbook with an engaging extracurricular read. In terms of allure, the latter utterly eclipsed the former. Moreover, this supplementary reading was not only vivid and entertaining, but also replete with substantial insights. With considerable effort, Zhu Hozong managed to complete the review of the memorials and eagerly delved into the records of uncommon tales. One grand event after another unfolded through a narrative style rich in storytelling, interspersed with a plethora of analyses. Though it represented a singular perspective, it struck with precision, rendering the political landscape both clear and vibrant. The language was straightforward, devoid of ornate embellishments, yet it evoked an immersive experience. With a logical structure so rigorous that it felt less like mere anecdotes and more like tangible occurrences. He became engrossed until the lunchtime bell rang, and only when Huang Jin reminded him of the meal did Zhu Hozong reluctantly extricate himself from the book. He closed it slowly, sighing at its immense value, which rivaled that of the Grand Compendium. Huang Jin chuckled, remarking, "No matter how captivating, it cannot substitute for sustenance, can it?" Zhu Hozong shot him a sidelong glance before inquiring, "What was the reaction of the ministers regarding the collection in the library?" Huang Jin replied, "The officials appeared rather displeased and insisted that the Yongle de Dian was lost in a fire after the Taizong relocated the capital." Pausing for a moment, Huang Jin added with admiration, "Your Majesty, you truly possess remarkable insight. There is no need for you to worry about how this will conclude. Indeed, the officials remain loyal to the throne." Loyal to the throne? Zhu Hozong chuckled softly. "They are merely accountable for the source of their power." Huang Jin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, smiled awkwardly, sensing the emperor's excessive suspicion but refraining from contesting it at such a moment, suggesting, "Perhaps your Majesty could revisit the records of uncommon tales after your meal." "Indeed," Zhu Hozong murmured reluctantly as he set the book aside, pondering aloud. Who could the author of this work be? Huang Jin casually remarked, "No need to ponder. It must be someone who has witnessed or engaged with the tales of the Ming dynasty. Ordinary individuals could hardly produce a narrative that has garnered the admiration of emperors such as Xianzong, Xiaozong, Wuzong, and your Majesty." Zhu Hozong paused, suddenly enlightened, and exclaimed, "Of course, those who have encountered the tales of the Ming must undoubtedly be figures at the very center of political power." He then playfully patted Huang Jin's portly head, laughing heartily. "Your brain certainly has merit. Now that we have a target audience, identifying the author should not prove difficult." His spirits lifted. He resolved to indulge a bit more during the forthcoming meal. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Huang Jin thought it remarkable how a casual remark could yield such significant impact, filling him with joy. After lunch, Zhu Hozong once again immersed himself in the records of uncommon tales, reading continuously until dinner, at which point he merely nibbled before returning to his studies. On the following morning, he arrived at court with dark circles under his eyes, his mind clouded, and his demeanor rather lackluster. In stark contrast, the ministers appeared quite spirited, engaging in amicable discussions regarding the transcription of the Jiajing edition right from the outset of the assembly. "Your Majesty, although the Great Canon is not the original text, its content remains unequivocally the same. Why concern ourselves with the form? Your Majesty, the expense of recopying the Yongle Encyclopedia is considerable, and the treasury's funds are not to be squandered. It is prudent to utilize resources wisely." "Your Majesty, The national finances are derived from the people and should likewise be employed for their benefit. Would it not be better to use these funds to alleviate the burdens on the populace? This commotion successfully roused the lethargic Zhu Hozhong. The funds may come from the inner treasury, Zhu Hozhong remarked. This additional expenditure can be compensated by my frugality. However, the Minister of Revenue interjected. Funds from the inner treasury can also be utilized for the people. Zhu Hozhong was taken aback, momentarily doubting his own ears. What did you just say? The Minister of Revenue felt a flush of heat on his face and retorted, Your Majesty is benevolent, indeed. After a pause, he asserted, whether from the national treasury or the inner treasury, all wealth stems from the citizens of the Ming. You, Zhu Hozhong trembled with rage. He had never encountered such shamelessness. Yet, he found himself unable to refute this statement. Nor could he assert with conviction that the inner treasury is merely the emperor's personal reserve for his own needs and the expenses of the palace. To voice such a truth would be a political catastrophe, even if it were an unspoken reality. Your Majesty, please reconsider. The Minister of Revenue, aware of his overstep, chose to kneel on the ground, masking his guilt. In this moment, while the minister knelt, to the eyes of the courtiers, he appeared to stand tall and proud. Well done, you have not brought shame upon us civil officials. Your Majesty, please deliberate. Alas, Zhu Hozhong was furious, slamming a wooden paperweight with a resounding thud. Yet he could not find a suitable justification. He even contemplated resorting to corporal punishment. Unfortunately, he could not pursue that course, setting aside the Minister of Revenue's stature. The moral high ground had been firmly occupied, leaving him no room to act against it. Should he strike the minister, he would be seen as a tyrannical ruler oppressing loyal and virtuous subjects, while the minister would be hailed as a devoted and righteous servant of the people. Zhu Hozhong's anger boiled. Qianqing, what is your perspective on this matter? The helpless Zhu Hozhong turned to Tinghe, his gaze laden with meaning, hoping for a prudent retirement, preferring to deliberate further before taking action. Tinghe, fully aware of the emperor's intent, dared not act recklessly. He carefully considered his words. My esteemed colleagues make valid points. The wealth of the court belongs to the strength of the people. Our illustrious ancestors of the Ming dynasty treasured the people's strength, and your Majesty is no different. Since ascending the throne, you have reduced taxes and advocated frugality. Observing the young emperor's increasingly darkening countenance, Tinghe shifted his tone. Your Majesty's actions are also a reflection of filial piety. The Yongle Encyclopedia is one of the great achievements of the Taizong, intended for the future generations to honor the efforts of their forebear. It would be an affront to our ancestors if the descendants were to compromise their legacy for the sake of frugality. From the perspective of filial duty, this approach is undoubtedly advantageous. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Hozhong's expression swiftly softened, and he seized this opening to expound upon the virtues of filial piety, extolling the illustrious deeds of Taizong. Since his ascension, Zhu Hozhong had frequently referenced Taizong, consistently finding success in such discussions. This time, starting from the notion of filial piety, he felt particularly justified. Some courtiers harbored discontent towards Tinghe's actions, yet none dared to risk political missteps or offend the chancellor to voice their dissent. They could only remain silent. Upon witnessing the situation, Zhu Hozhong promptly established the tone for the compilation of the Jiajing edition, which was to commence shortly. Naturally, he took into account the sentiments of the civil officials, appointing the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet to lead, with the 6 ministries and 9 ministers at the forefront, supported by the Hamlin Academy as the main force to collaboratively accomplish the task. Additionally, allowances were granted. In truth, such complexity was unnecessary. The compilation of the Yongle Encyclopedia had required the acquisition of books from across the realm, integrating, summarizing, and categorizing them. However, the current endeavor merely demanded transcription, significantly reducing both expenditure and workload compared to the previous effort. Upon hearing that they, too, could make nominations, the reluctance of the esteemed officials dissipated. For without the original Yongle edition, the Jiajing version would hold authoritative stature, making nominations therein a matter of great honor. Consequently, the dignitaries shifted their tone. Your Majesty is benevolent and filial. We are ashamed. To which others retorted, well, just when we were championing for you, you have sold us out? Yet, no one dared to offend both the emperor and their superiors simultaneously, and so they could only begrudgingly exclaim, Your Majesty is wise. Zhu Hozhong was pleased, and the dignitaries shared in his joy. As for the sentiments of others, they were deemed inconsequential. After all, no tangible interests were harmed. Was it necessary to also accommodate their feelings? Thus, the previously intense court transformed into a scene of harmonious accord. In the political arena, as long as the upper echelons reached consensus without severely jeopardizing the interests of the lower ranks, the edicts could be smoothly executed. A few days later, under the leadership of the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet, the 6 ministries, and the 9 ministers, the re-recording of the Yongle Encyclopedia officially commenced. Of course, the dignitaries were merely participating in a formality, as the actual work was undertaken by subordinates. Zhu Hozhong, after a few days of investigation, returned to his usual routine, immersing himself once more in the records of remarkable events of the Ming dynasty. Simultaneously, he sought out the actual records, as noted by Zhang Yong, and began to read in comparison. As he delved deeper into the text, he increasingly felt that the book reflected the author's personal experiences. Otherwise, it could not be so profound and genuine. Yet, a perplexing question loomed. How could anyone traverse such a vast temporal expanse, from the Hongwu period to the Changhua era, remaining at the pinnacle of politics throughout? This conundrum remained unresolved until he reached the era of the Zhengtong reign, when a vague understanding began to dawn upon him. Setting down the book, Zhu Hozhong gently pinched his brow and mused aloud. I believe I know who the author is. Who? Huang Jin inquired curiously. Having noticed the master's obsession over the past few days, eager to discern the identity of the original author. The Marquis of Yongqing, Zhu Hozhong declared. The Marquis of Yongqing did not pass away. It is Yongqing Marquis Li Qing, Zhu Hozhong exclaimed, marveling. No one other than him could have penned such a high-caliber work. Chapter 47. Enigma. Huang Jin scratched his head and asked, Are you referring to General Li's godfather, the Marquis of Yongqing, Li Qing? No. I speak of the Marquis of Yongqing Li Qing from the Hongwu period. Zhu Hozhong chuckled lightly. It is quite a coincidence. Both are named Li Qing, and their residences are in the same location. Suddenly, he halted, the smile fading from his face, replaced by a look of confusion as he muttered, What an extraordinary coincidence. So there was a Marquis of Yongqing in the Hongwu period as well? Huang Jin replied with an innocent grin. Indeed, that is quite a coincidence. If not for the difference in time, I might have thought they were the same person. The same person? Zhu Hozhong turned to Huang Jin with newfound clarity. Huang Jin, momentarily taken aback, timidly inquired, Your Majesty, did I perhaps speak incorrectly? The Emperor, regaining his composure, waved his hand with a light-hearted chuckle, remarking, It is quite easy to be confused by matters one is unfamiliar with. Regarding these 2 Yongqing Marquis, my knowledge is rather limited. I am only aware of their existence and a few events related to them, particularly the Yongqing Marquis from the Hongwu era. Huang Jin, relaxing slightly, ventured a question with a smile. Which of the 2 does your Majesty believe to be more formidable? Zhu Hozhong pondered for a moment before responding. The one from the Hongwu period is undoubtedly more impressive. He stretched his limbs and reclined comfortably in his chair, adding, While I am not well versed in his specific deeds, it is no small feat to be conferred a marquisate during the reign of the founding emperor, especially when it is an hereditary position. Is that so? And what of the second Yongqing Marquis? Huang Jin inquired further. He is also quite remarkable, Zhu Hozhong replied. I recall my father speaking highly of him during my youth. The former Emperor Zhang, Zhu Hozhong, coughed lightly and continued, He was a man of great merit, the first to enter the cabinet as a noble, and none dared to oppose him. Even the powerful Yangs had to bow to him, a true statesman of the highest caliber. Indeed impressive, Huang Jin remarked, admiration evident in his expression. Curiously, he asked, Your Majesty, you mentioned that both Yongqing Marquises have their residences in the same location. Does that imply that the first Yongqing Marquis had no heirs? Zhu Hozhong shook his head slightly. If he had heirs, how could the lineage have been severed? Alas, it is a pity. Your Majesty laments the interruption of his lineage? Huang Jin queried. No, Zhu Hozhong clarified. I lament that the chronicles of the Ming only extend to the Xuan era, and the coverage is rather scant. Of course, it is unavoidable. Due to the limitations of age, he had already retired from office by that time. Zhu Hozhong sighed. I regret that he did not live long enough. Huang Jin, perplexed, asked, Your Majesty, does not the chronicles of the Ming encompass the Jingtai and even Changhua eras? It was not penned by a single author, Zhu Hozhong explained. Picking up a volume of the chronicles from the Zhengtong era, to say that it is a mere continuation of the previous work would be somewhat harsh. yet the quality is evidently diminished. From the writing style, it is clear that it was not produced by the same hand. The concepts are biased, and it appears a fresh perspective is warranted. Your Majesty is truly astute. You are able to discern such subtleties, Huang Jin flattered clumsily. Zhu Hozong chuckled. When did you become so adept at flattery? It is often said that while many things may be criticized, flattery should never be. Indeed, the lords in the court can be rather harsh in their words. I must speak sweetly to bring you joy, Your Majesty, Huang Jin replied. Zhu Hozong couldn't contain a chuckle, and Huang Jin joined in his amusement, then advised, Your Majesty, having spent countless days poring over the chronicles of the Ming, do remember to take care of your meals and rest, lest you harm your health. Yes, I am aware, Zhu Hozong responded lazily, nodding. However, having reached the Zhengtong era, there is not much left to read. I shall endeavor to finish it in one go. He raised his hand, and Huang Jin promptly presented him with a cup of cool tea. Zhu Hozong took a sip, remarking, now I can continue my rereading. Is it truly that captivating? Huang Jin asked, seemingly having discerned his thoughts. Zhu Hozong smiled and replied, you, being less learned, may not grasp the principle of finding novelty in familiar texts. I have been cross-referencing the chronicles while reading the Ming anecdotes, and I have gained invaluable insights. This is not merely a collection of anecdotes from the Ming dynasty. It is, in fact, a comprehensive chronicle of the Ming, grounded in sufficiently objective facts and accompanied by incisive analysis that is neither obscure nor tedious, but rather vivid and engaging. In the heart of Zhu Hozong, it surpasses all the tomes he has perused. This book has bestowed upon him a profound understanding of the true history of the Ming, deepening his insights into politics and the ministers of the Ming court. Such a work cannot be fully absorbed after a single reading. It requires a process akin to ruminating, where one must digest the contents and then reflect upon them thoroughly. At this moment, Zhu Hozong found himself in complete agreement with Zhang Yang's previous words. Consulting the official records of past emperors of the Ming, he indeed found them astonishing. Moreover, he finally comprehended why his cousin had placed this book alongside the Yongle de Dian. It merits such distinction. Indeed, from the perspective of the emperor, it may even be deemed more classic than the Yongle de Dian. Contemplating his cousin, Zhu Hozong suddenly realized that he needed to take action. For instance, he thought of the compilation of the Wuzong Shirlu. Regarding this cousin of his, he felt ambivalent, neither hatred nor affection, but there was a modicum of gratitude lingering in his heart, for it was he who had bequeathed the throne to him. In truth, if viewed through a lens of self-interest, the most suitable heir would have been Prince Yi, as this would have allowed his cousin to have descendants, while passing the throne to himself, even nominally, would render his cousin without heirs. As for the display of authority by the ministers upon his arrival in the capital, or the haughty demeanor of Empress Dowager Zhang, these were matters unrelated to his cousin. Zhu Hozong was a perceptive individual. Having already been granted the throne, how could his cousin possibly scheme against him? After all, they were kin, sharing the same grandfather. Whether from a perspective of blood relation or the continuity of the Ming imperial lineage, his cousin would not act in such a manner. At most, he would harbor a desire for Zhu Hozong to continue the legacy of Emperor Xuan. Zhu Hozong felt no animosity towards his distant cousin whom he had never met. The reason he had yet to commence the compilation of the Wuzong Shirlu was due to the incessant troubles he faced since entering the capital, compounded by the fact that none of the ministers had urged him to begin. Clearly, this group held the late Emperor Zhengde in low regard. While Zhu Hozong acknowledged that his cousin had a penchant for indulgence and a rather domineering approach to governance, he now, as emperor, could only admire his cousin's policy decisions. Empathizing with his cousin's position, Zhu Hozong mused that even if his own father were the emperor, he might not have dared to act with such audacity. In name, the emperor is the supreme sovereign, the ruler of all under heaven, yet in reality, an emperor cannot act indiscriminately. Since ascending the throne, Zhu Hozong had been acutely aware of this truth. With the second year of the Jiajing era upon him, if he continued to delay addressing the compilation of the Wuzong Shirlu, it would inevitably lead others to perceive him as overly indifferent. Zhu Hozong exhaled deeply and instructed, Huang Jin, please go and summon Yang Tinghe. If anyone truly understood Emperor Zhengde, it was none other than Yang Tinghe. He had been instrumental in elevating Zhengde to the pinnacle of power and had served as his mentor, even having watched him grow. Thus, it was most fitting for him to oversee the compilation of the Wuzong Shirlu. Yes, I shall go at once. Huang Jin found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the emperor's erratic leaps of thought, yet he wisely refrained from inquiring into the details. A eunuch should ideally steer clear of political entanglements, and he was not among the foremost officials of the imperial sacrificial office. Huang Jin bowed respectfully before turning to leave. Zhu Hozong stretched languidly, once again picking up the records of the Ming dynasty anecdotes from the Qianqing era. After flipping through a couple of pages, he set it down with a soft sigh, lamenting, "It is not the ignorance of value that troubles me, but rather the comparative nature of worth. The writings from the Qianqing era are decent, yet they pale in comparison to those of earlier times." Pausing, he mused aloud, speaking of the Duke of Yongqing. He is indeed a legendary figure. Not only was the Duke of Yongqing from the Hongwu period remarkable, but so was his counterpart in the Zhengtong period, who did not achieve his status without merit. Is it true that all those named Li Qing are geniuses? As soon as the words escaped his lips, he realized such a statement was overly simplistic. The name Li Qing was quite common, and to label it as merely popular would not be inaccurate. Logically, one would think that after the first Duke of Yongqing had no heirs, the emperor should not bestow the same title upon another, as this was an unwritten societal norm. Surely the Emperor Zhongzong, having taken the throne later, was aware of the first Duke of Yongqing? This seemed rather implausible. Even I, a mere prince far removed in Anlu, have heard of him, and the Emperor Zhongzong had not been in exile for long after the first duke's retirement. Zhu Hozong found himself perplexed. Yet he did not dwell too deeply on it, for there were many other enigmas to ponder. He remained baffled as to how the original text of the Yongle de Dian had gone missing. To this day, he had no clarity on the matter. In contrast, he was far more intrigued by the authorship of the records of the Ming dynasty anecdotes from the Zhengtong era, particularly that of the Chenghua period. If the author was still alive, it was conceivable that he could still be in service, and once young Tinghe retired to his hometown, he might be able to employ him. With this thought in mind, he set aside the Zhengtong records of the Ming dynasty anecdotes and turned his attention to the Chenghua version, attempting to deduce the author's identity. The inclusion of these anecdotes indicated they had received the Emperor Xianzong's approval. He reasoned with self-assurance. Having grown accustomed to finer fare, his palate had become discerning. To his satisfaction, the quality of the Chenghua records of the Ming dynasty anecdotes proved to be robust, even surpassing that of the Zhengtong version. Initially intending to speculate on the author, he soon found himself engrossed in the content. However, as he continued reading, he began to sense a disconcerting similarity. The style of writing, the perspective on issues, and the analytical viewpoints mirrored those found in the anecdotes from the Hongwu and Yongle periods. Perplexed, Zhu Hozong found himself in a deeper quandary. The good news was that a familiar sensation had returned. The bad news was that his confusion had only intensified. What was truly going on? Zhu Hozong felt overwhelmed by the complexity of his thoughts. At that moment, Huang Jin entered the room slowly and announced, "Your Majesty, Scholar Yang has arrived." Zhu Hozong temporarily suppressed his tumultuous thoughts and nodded, instructing, "Summon him." Huang Jin turned and called out sharply, "Announce Yang Tinghe for an audience." Shortly thereafter, Yang Tinghe stepped forward, lifting his robe as he approached. "There is no need for formalities," Zhu Hozong interjected, getting straight to the point. "I have summoned you regarding the compilation of the records of the reign of Wuzong." Yang Tinghe looked slightly taken aback, then nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is time to commence the compilation of the records, yet it seems the task of the Yongle de Dian falls upon you, my loyal minister," Zhu Hozong remarked nonchalantly. Yang Tinghe's lips twitched slightly, rendered momentarily speechless. After a moment's contemplation, "I dare to inquire, Your Majesty, upon which should I prioritize? The annals of Emperor Wuzong, perhaps?" Zhu Hozong remarked that the Jiajing edition comprises 6 ministries and 9 ministers, and if Minister Yang pays close attention, it should suffice. He should devote more energy to the annals. Indeed, Minister Yang is advanced in years and must still labor for the state. My heart cannot bear to see him overburdened. Henceforth, let it be so. From this day forth, Minister Yang may choose whether to attend court. Should he find himself too occupied, he may rest as needed. It is of no consequence, and his salary shall remain unchanged. Upon the matter of Yang Tinghe, Zhu Hozong brought him to the fore. There was no alternative. Zhu Hozong needed to gauge the reactions of the ministers. If there was no warmth in their responses, dismissing Yang Tinghe outright could lead to a most embarrassing situation for him. Yang Tinghe was amenable to the audience. However, as his retirement approached, he felt a subtle melancholy. Despite the high status and authority he had enjoyed over the years, the prospect of letting go brought forth a tinge of reluctance. With a gentle exhale, Yang Tinghe clasped his hands and expressed, I am grateful for your Majesty's profound grace. If there are no further commands, I shall take my leave. Ah, Minister Yang. Travel safely. Zhu Hozong suddenly recalled a matter and inquired, Are you acquainted with the Duke of Yongqing? Yang Tinghe, who was about to turn, paused, weighing his words. May I ask, Your Majesty, which Duke of Yongqing do you refer to? The second one. Yang Tinghe chuckled softly, responding with ease. When the Duke of Yongqing passed, Your Majesty bestowed a posthumous title. Why is that? Zhu Hozong shook his head slightly, clarifying, I speak of the second Duke of Yongqing. Li Qing. Li Qing? Yang Tinghe's gaze sharpened, slowly shaking his head. The Duke of Yongqing, Li Qing, has long since departed. What I mean is, do you possess any knowledge of that Li Qing? Zhu Hozong inquired. I am afraid I do not, Yang Tinghe explained. When the Duke of Yongqing retired, I was but a novice in the officialdom, transcribing texts in the Hamlin Academy. Zhu Hozong hesitated before nodding. Then there is nothing more to discuss. You may return to your duties. I take my leave, Yang Tinghe replied, slightly relieved, bowing respectfully before departing the palace doors. Huang Jin, in a hushed tone, asked, Your Majesty, do you believe the second edition was authored by the second Duke of Yongqing, Li Qing? Indeed. Zhu Hozong glanced at Huang Jin in surprise. When did you become so astute? Huang Jin, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, It is not my cleverness. Your Majesty, you mentioned that both Dukes of Yongqing are remarkable figures. From a logical standpoint, I perceive a significant possibility, Zhu Hozong mused. The only one who could rival the first Duke of Yongqing is the second, who rose to prominence upon entering the court. Zhu Hozong expressed envy, for that individual had indeed outshone Yang Shiqi among the three Yangs, and was likely the creator of the Ming chronicles of anecdotes post-Qingtong. Alas, why have I not encountered such a minister, capable and aligned with the emperor? With a sigh, Zhu Hozong's envy morphed into suspicion as he pondered. However, why did he not write about the Zhengtong era when he clearly entered service during that time? Huang Jin scratched his head, inquisitively asking, Why does your Majesty believe that the creators of the Ming chronicles of anecdotes were two successive Dukes of Yongqing? This is something you may not comprehend, Zhu Hozong replied pensively. Some matters cannot be grasped through mere intelligence or experience. Only through personal experience can one truly understand. As he spoke, a gentle smile graced his lips, tinged with a hint of self-mockery and a touch of astonishment. Take the records of the Ming dynasty anecdotes, for instance. Upon comparing it to the official accounts, one might find it even more vivid than the truth itself. Amusing, isn't it? Huang Jin did not share in the laughter. For although the emperor appeared to smile, his expression belied any hint of mirth, revealing a complex tapestry of resignation, sorrow, and indignation. Observing this, Huang Jin hastily offered a flattering remark. Your Majesty is indeed wise and formidable. I share that sentiment. The Ming dynasty has thrived for over a century. And apart from the founding heroes, the two Yongqing dukes stand out as the most illustrious, both towering over the ranks of loyal subjects. Such a grand work could only stem from them. The emperor, weary from incessant speculation, would benefit from affirming his conclusions, thus alleviating some of his burdens. Zhu Hozong sighed with a bitter smile. Upon reflecting on the Yongle reign, I deduced that the records of the Ming dynasty anecdotes could not have been authored by a single individual, leading me to believe that the authors prior to the Zhengtong era were the Yongqing dukes. Yet, after considering the works post-Qingtong, I find myself inclined to think that they indeed emanate from one singular hand. How can this be? Huang Jin's face registered astonishment. Indeed, it seemed implausible, forcing the emperor to reconsider his previous deductions. Zhu Hozong furrowed his brow, a pained expression crossing his face as he remarked, however, the stylistic approach of the works following the Zhengtong era mirrors that of those preceding it, unmistakably the product of the same author. Huang Jin, in that moment, felt a pang of sympathy for the burdens that such intelligence bore. It would be preferable to be less astute than to suffer so. The complexity of the situation left him at a loss for words. Your Majesty, if indeed they are the work of one individual, does that not imply that the two Yongqing dukes are, in fact, the same person? If he were still alive, Huang Jin mused. Could it be that he has endured through 11 dynasties? 10 dynasties? Zhu Hozong retorted, his displeasure evident. Huang Jin, startled, quickly nodded. Forgive my folly, I miscounted. The emperor, recognizing the innocence of his servant's blunder, chose not to escalate the matter. Do you believe them to be the same person? Zhu Hozong pressed. What can I possibly think? Huang Jin stammered. I demand your opinion. The pressure mounted on Huang Jin, causing his thoughts to swirl. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, if they were indeed the same person, it would be utterly preposterous. I am not questioning your Majesty's deductions, merely. He paused, then, with a spark of ingenuity, suggested, Your Majesty, we might discern if they are the same individual by examining the handwriting. Zhu Hozong, exasperated, retorted, surely. The author of this work would have considered what even you can conceive. Huang Jin fell silent, the weight of the emperor's words stifling his voice. Alas, while the notion of them being the same person is indeed absurd, if they are not, it defies logic. Zhu Hozong pinched the bridge of his nose, lamenting, there are so many perplexing matters weighing on my mind lately. Huang Jin felt his master's thoughts were far-fetched. Who could possibly live for such an extended period? Yet, he heard Zhu Hozong mumble to himself, rather than engaging in endless speculation, it would be prudent to verify the facts. I recall that the grandson of General Li, the Qianqing Duke, appears to be the commanding officer of the Jiangnan Navy. Additionally, insights regarding the first Qianqing Duke can be gleaned from the annals of the Taizu and Taizong eras. Zhu Hozong exhaled deeply, stating, send for all the official records. I desire the complete versions, not just the abridged compilations. Your Majesty, is this truly necessary? Huang Jin was perplexed, feeling that the emperor had truly lost his senses. When would the complete records finally come to an end? Go quickly. Yes, I shall attend to it at once. With a heart full of resignation, Huang Jin performed a courtesy and set to work. As the transcription of the Yongle de Dian progressed, the compilation of the Zhengde Shirlu followed suit, causing the once leisurely Hanlin Academy to become exceedingly busy, nearly overwhelmed. In just a fortnight, some members had collapsed from exhaustion. The workload was simply too immense. The Yongle de Dian comprised a staggering 37 million characters, and with their limited numbers, they could scarcely manage, necessitating the recruitment of additional help. Zhu Hozong was also eager to complete the Jiajing edition. Thus he allocated funds to engage renowned calligraphers from the populace. However, he was exceedingly meticulous in his budgeting, ensuring that the expenses did not flow through the Ministry of Revenue, instead assigning Zhang Yong to handle reimbursements. Even the discarded rice paper had to be exchanged for new, leaving no room for exploitation. Zhu Hozong was particularly attentive to financial matters, especially since these funds were drawn from the imperial treasury. Of course, he honored the promised stipends to the scholars, granting each one 100 taels, 2 bolts of silk, and an additional piece of calligraphy. During this period, aside from attending court and reviewing memorials, Zhu Hozong spent his time either overseeing the Jiajing edition affairs or perusing the compilation of the Wuzong Shirlu. However, he devoted more of his attention to the original author of the Daming Yaiwenshu. From the perspective of the manuscript, this classic work had not been in existence for long, yet its content indicated that it was far from a spontaneous creation of the Changhua era. As Zhu Hozong delved deeper, he increasingly suspected that his absurd conjectures were more likely to be the truth. One must not compromise the integrity of the sovereign for personal gain, he mused. My great ancestor, the emperor, indeed had a commendable temperament. Amidst the crowd, the beauty is as mundane as dust. Yet he remains a charming literary figure. However, such interpretations may be excessively far-fetched. Together with Taizong, he had subdued Naryula and, alongside Lan Yu and Li Jinglong, had swept through the northern Yuan court. Though described in mere strokes, the contributions behind them were significant. Why, then, was he perpetually relegated to the role of a military overseer? The complete records were even more tedious and lengthy, yet the entries concerning the Marquis of Yongqing possessed an element of astonishment and an undeniable fascination for Jiajing. Gradually, Zhu Hozong no longer found it dull. Military overseer, still a military overseer. The eternal second, the Marquis of Yongqing? As summer gave way to autumn, Zhu Hozong finally read about the first Marquis of Yongqing's retirement. Had he retreated to become a Taoist? Zhu Hozong was taken aback as he continued to scroll down. There were no further records about the first Marquis of Yongqing. Where had he gone after his retirement? No record. When did he pass away? No record. Where did he die? No record. After all, he was a man of great achievements, a hereditary marquis. How could his story be so carelessly documented? Indeed, he must have offended far too many. Zhu Hozong felt a mix of relief and regret. Unable to find any further records of the first Marquis of Yongqing, he returned to the beginning, engaging in deep contemplation. The timing of his entry into the court in the 15th year of Hongwu perfectly matched. Was the legend of Master Zhang's disciple true? Zhu Hozong furrowed his brow, pondering to himself. If this were indeed true, then the absurd deductions would begin to make sense. However, reason told him that such a reality was implausible. The naval commander from the Qianqing Marquis family would soon arrive in the capital. Perhaps he could test the waters through him. Zhu Hozong sighed deeply. Chapter 49. Everything became logical early in the morning, after attending the morning court. Zhu Hozong was having his meal when a young eunuch scurried in, reporting, "Your Majesty, Li Exine, the naval commander of South Zhili, requests an audience outside the palace gates." Li Exine. Zhu Hozong was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed with delight, "Quickly, summon him into the palace." At that moment, he could hardly continue his meal, waving his hand to dismiss the attendants. Zhu Hozong paced restlessly, causing Huang Jin to stifle his laughter with great difficulty. "I only mentioned it casually. And you took it seriously?" Huang Jin lamented, yet he hesitated to dampen his master's spirits at such a pivotal moment. Noticing the expression on Huang Jin's face, Zhu Hozong huffed, "Prepare a pot of tea." "Yes, your servant obeys." Huang Jin turned away, his facial tension easing, his eyes glimmering with silent amusement. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the eldest son of the Li family, in his 30s, entered the grand hall accompanied by the eunuch. Lifting his robe to pay his respects, "I, Li Exine, pay my respects to your Majesty. Rise." Zhu Hozong smiled warmly. Huang Jin bowed slightly, bringing over a chair and placing it beside Li Exine. "Generally, please. Your Majesty, this is too much." Li Exine was taken aback. Zhu Hozong smiled gently. General Li has rendered countless services to the nation, and the Li family is renowned for its loyalty and filial piety. You are now safeguarding a region, and the waters under your command are also part of the Ming territory, thus it is well-deserved. Upon hearing this, Li Exine secretly sighed, thinking, "It seems that the Li family will have to bear the burden again. Truly, they are being milked for all they are worth." He could already envision his father's expression of pained dismay upon receiving the news. But what could the Li family do? With this thought in mind, Li Exine ceased to decline further, clasping his hands in gratitude before taking a seat. "May I inquire, Your Majesty, the purpose of summoning me?" "It is thus," Zhu Hozong began. "In recent days, I have perused the annals of our ancestors and have been greatly impressed by the accomplishments of the two Qianqing marquises. I have summoned you, my dear Li, to gain further insight into the Qianqing Marquis, Li Qing." Zhu Hozong observed the demeanor of the Li family's eldest son closely. Unfortunately, apart from surprise, there were no additional expressions on his face. Noticing this, Zhu Hozong rephrased, "Of course, that is merely ancillary. Primarily, I wish to understand the naval forces of South Zhili. With maritime trade flourishing, especially after the West opened up trade." Zhu Hozong smiled. "Jiangnan is a focal point for maritime trade. How could I not pay attention? Your Majesty is wise." Li Exine clasped his hands in respect, stating, "All is stable in South Zhili, with no petty thieves to disturb us. In my leisure time, I also conduct drills with the naval forces to deter smuggling fleets." After a brief pause, he added, "However, being stationed in Jiangnan and serving as a naval commander, I cannot help but pay habitual attention to such matters." "Feel free to speak candidly, my dear." Zhu Hozong's demeanor remained amicable. Li Exine hesitated before saying, "I have heard that there are occasional incursions by Japanese pirates near Haining. This, I have also received reports regarding." Zhu Hozong nodded slightly, contemplating the current complexities of Japan's situation. The absence of an emperor and the constant upheaval of the Ashikaga shogunate render any form of normal communication utterly impossible. Zhu Hozong sighed, expressing his frustration. "I wish to issue an edict to intimidate Japan, yet the dilemma lies in not knowing to whom such a decree should be addressed. They are in complete disarray, lacking any semblance of governance. According to reports from the Jinyue, villages and counties are embroiled in persistent skirmishes, plunging the land into chaos." Li Exine, aware of the turmoil, ventured cautiously, "Your Majesty, I dare to suggest that we could deliver a decisive blow." Zhu Hozong paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. "This is a consideration I shall entertain. At that time, my dear minister, you shall lend your strength. It is the duty of a servant to alleviate the burdens of the sovereign." Li Exine responded respectfully, feeling a surge of encouragement. Zhu Hozong smiled, then redirected the conversation, inquiring, "What do you know of your great-grandfather, the Qianqing Marquis Li Qing?" Li Xian nodded slightly. May I inquire, Your Majesty, where the Yongqing Marquis Li Qing was laid to rest? This question left Li Xian momentarily perplexed, and he lamented, Your Majesty, I must confess ignorance on this matter. My grandfather spoke of him in my youth, mentioning that my great-grandfather traveled extensively in his later years and then vanished without a trace. The Li family sought him for a considerable time, yet alas, we never found him, and the matter was left unresolved. Zhu Hozhong felt a mix of disappointment and surprise. Although he had not received concrete information for comparison, the similarly enigmatic conclusion of Li Qing's fate lent credence to his bizarre conjectures. With a blend of joy and concern, Zhu Hozhong queried, did he perhaps become a Taoist during his travels? That seems likely, Li Xian replied uncertainly. Is that truly the case? Zhu Hozhong exclaimed in excitement. Rising from his seat, Li Xian also stood, awkwardly adding, Your servant was but a child when he disappeared. I once inquired with my grandfather, but he never elaborated. It was so long ago that it seems he might have mentioned it, yet I cannot recall with certainty. Li Xian was puzzled by the emperor's sudden interest in his great-grandfather, suspecting that the inquiry about the navy was merely incidental. Zhu Hozhong recognized his own eagerness and quickly adopted a sorrowful expression, stating, The contributions of your great-grandfather, the Yongqing Marquis, were no less significant than those of the Yongqing Marquis during the Hongwu era, yet it too concluded without resolution. This reflects poorly on the court. Li Xian sighed. He was magnanimous. He did not afford us, his descendants, the opportunity to fulfill our filial duties. Ah, how unwise of me to speak of such matters, Zhu Hozhong remarked. Your Majesty, your concern is commendable, Li Xian quickly replied. My great-grandfather would undoubtedly be touched by your sentiments. Zhu Hozhong sighed, then smiled. Minister, you have traveled far. Do not rush to depart. Stay in the capital for a while. The future of our Ming dynasty lies upon the seas, and I wish to learn more about the navy from you. In these past 2 years since my ascension, I have been engrossed in civil governance and have neglected military preparedness. It is time I seek your counsel on this matter. Your Majesty is too kind. Li Xian responded respectfully. Rest assured that I shall speak without reservation, sharing all that I know. Very well, Zhu Hozhong replied. Once Li Xian had withdrawn, Zhu Hozhong murmured to himself, is that truly the case? It must be, should it not? What troubled him was the lingering uncertainty. However, he felt he had moved one step closer to confirmation. His demeanor just now did not appear to be feigned. It seemed he genuinely remained unaware of the underlying truths. Yet, ignorance itself conveyed a certain signal. If the legend of the untidy immortal Zhang were indeed true, then everything would fall into place seamlessly. However, the issue lies in the fact that immortal Zhang had perished long ago during the Yongle era. Wait, that was merely asserted by the first Duke of Yongqing, and no evidence exists to substantiate such a claim. Could it be that the original manuscript of the Yongle Encyclopedia was also pilfered by him? Such bizarre occurrences are beyond the realm of normalcy. Zhu Hozhong meticulously dissected the situation, and as he delved deeper, he began to feel somewhat entranced by his own thoughts. Am I indulging in excessive conjecture? Yet, if my speculations were indeed accurate, then everything would align perfectly. Nonetheless, Zhu Hozhong furrowed his brow, pondering that while it might be excusable for the previous emperors to overlook this, the second visit to the court was accompanied by the return of a sovereign. Ah, I see it now. Zhu Hozhong's eyes sparkled with illumination, and he exclaimed with fervor, I understand. No wonder this is the case. It could only be this way. Huang Jin, unable to discern the subtle musings of his sovereign, caught the last phrase distinctly and observed his master's ecstatic demeanor, which sparked a wave of concern within him. Your Majesty, what has transpired? What do you know? Zhu Hozhong, his exuberance suddenly tempered, replied coolly, Huang Jin, you have been rather loquacious lately. To which Huang Jin responded, Your Majesty, may I take my leave? You seem to wish for solitude. Zhu Hozhong, suppressing his excitement, declared in a resonant voice, Withdraw. Let the servants outside also depart. No attendance is required here. As the sound of retreating footsteps faded into the distance, a triumphant smile crept onto Zhu Hozhong's lips. No wonder the Emperor Xuan wished to confer the title of Duke of Yongqing anew, and to grant the same residence. Now it all makes sense. It is not that Emperor Xuan was unaware of the implications of the title, but rather that the individual was indeed the Duke of Yongqing, merely granted a name that could be acknowledged publicly. Everything is reconciled now. Zhu Hozhong was overwhelmed with delight. According to this reasoning, No aspect remained unexplainable. As for the Zhengtong era, it likely bore no significance. He probably found it tedious to write, allowing another to take up the pen. His elation surged within him. A tempest of excitement that refused to be quelled for an extended time. So that is it. It must be so. Zhu Hozong marveled. Indeed, immortals do exist. Otherwise, why would so many emperors yearn for eternal life, such as Qin Shi Huang, Han Wu, and Tang Zong? This is not mere hearsay. Pausing for a moment, he self-deprecatingly remarked, I am only 16. There is no urgency to ponder such matters. The immediate concern is to stabilize the court, consolidate power, and first become the legendary emperor spoken of through the ages, and then to attain the status of a true eternal monarch. Zhu Hozong's determination intensified. He desires imperial authority. He aspires to be a sagacious and enlightened ruler. He seeks eternal life. All that belongs to him. In this moment, the troubling state of the court seemed trivial. He has ample time ahead of him, and an even longer future awaits. In truth, there are no insurmountable obstacles. Zhu Hozong mused, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief and joy. All his recent perplexities and frustrations dissipated in an instant upon uncovering this monumental secret. Yet, soon he became aware of another pressing issue. At the very least, Emperor Zhongzong was aware of the intricacies of the situation. However, why did he not attain longevity? Zhu Hozong furrowed his brow, only to comfort himself with the notion that perhaps his ascension to the throne was not achieved through conventional means. How could ministers arbitrarily designate an emperor? Not even the edict of the Empress Dowager sufficed. Yet I am different. I ascended in accordance with the late emperor's will, indeed. The immense wealth and nobility lay before him, making it exceedingly difficult for Zhu Hozong to refrain from coveting it, nor would he ever undermine his own ambitions. Chapter 50. Bestowing kindness for gratitude. Even the most astute individuals can become irrational when confronted with benefits that far exceed their imagination. Zhu Hozong was no exception. Of course, there was also a certain youthful arrogance in his demeanor. The lack of longevity in Emperor Zhongzong's reign was his own concern. However, Zhu Hozong thought differently. He found it impossible to persuade himself to relinquish his desires, resorting instead to self-reassurance. Zhu Hozong considered himself clever, unlike the ordinary. The compilation of the Wuzong's historical records proceeded smoothly, yet the recopying of the Yongle de Dian encountered some complications. During the transcription process, a minuscule portion of handwritten manuscripts was discovered, an exceedingly small fraction, yet distinctly different from the printed editions. This left Zhu Hozong and the 6 ministries in a state of bewilderment. Your Majesty, how should we address this situation? They inquired. Zhu Hozong gazed at the presented Yongle de Dian, pondering, do you believe this to be the original text of the Yongle de Dian? The prominent figures present exchanged awkward glances, for none had ever laid eyes on the original, and thus they dared not make hasty judgments. With a sense of helplessness, Zhu Hozong expressed his confusion. It is said that after the Yongle de Dian was completed, Emperor Taizong issued a gracious decree allowing officials in the capital to borrow it. Is this true? Indeed, they affirmed. But why did no one take the opportunity to borrow it? Zhu Hozong had always struggled to comprehend this conundrum. Yang Tinghe, bowing respectfully, replied, Your Majesty, I have heard that initially, many officials did borrow it. However, once the grand-scale printing and distribution began, they ceased to do so. Zhu Hozong paused momentarily, then suddenly understood. Of course, when the content is identical, why bother with the extra effort? Moreover, should the original Yongle de Dian be accidentally damaged? Considering Emperor Taizong's temperament Yangqing, do you believe these to be the original texts of the Yongle de Dian? Yang Tinghe pondered briefly before shaking his head. I do not believe so. While these are indeed handwritten versions, they lack the exquisite quality of the rumored originals. One can easily discern imperfections in the details. He continued, the original Yongle de Dian was reportedly destroyed during Emperor Taizong's relocation of the capital, and it is likely that these manuscripts were his attempt to transcribe it again. But he deemed it too costly, and thus abandoned the endeavor. The subtext of this statement was clear to all present. The court had already made its determination. And how could they contradict themselves? Furthermore, this exceedingly small portion of handwritten manuscripts was indeed not sufficiently refined. Zhu Hozong nodded. Yangqing's insight is indeed astute. It must be so. The others displayed expressions of realization, acknowledging the emperor's wisdom and Yang's rational argument. Zhu Hozong smiled and declared, in that case, let us not concern ourselves with this matter any further. Continue with the transcription of the complete Jiajing edition. We shall obey your command. Zhu Hozong smiled as he watched the group depart, leaning back into his chair and softly mused. Could it be that he stole it? A person who can so easily relinquish wealth and glory would not set his sights on the Dedayan. Forbidden to eat, forbidden to drink, and forbidden to see the light. After murmuring for a while, Zhu Hozong let out a deep sigh, hoping that the stolen item was indeed taken away. For at least the original copy of the Yongle Dedayan would remain intact. Summon someone. What is your command, your majesty? A young eunuch, who had been waiting at the palace gate, stepped forward and bowed. Call in Li Xian, the deputy of the Li family. Li Xian arrived at the palace, feeling quite perplexed, still unclear about the emperor's intentions for summoning him to the capital. Was it to exploit him? A mere edict could suffice. There was no need for him to make the journey. Could it be that the emperor feared the Li family? That seemed unlikely. If he truly harbored such fears, he would not treat them so amicably, nor would he leave Li Xian in the dark. Your humble servant pays his respects to your majesty. Ah, no need for formalities. Zhu Hozong chuckled. I have been rather busy these past few days, juggling state affairs, the Wuzong Shirlu, and the Jiajing draft. When engrossed in my duties, I tend to forget things. How have you been faring during this time? What could Li Xian possibly say? Naturally, he replied, Your Majesty's responsibilities are immense. I have adjusted well. After a pause, he added, If you have any directives, I shall not disappoint your expectations. The unspoken implication was clear. Please issue your command without further delay. Although the southern regions were tranquil, as the second-in-command of the naval forces, being away for too long was not ideal. The distance between the two locations was considerable, and the journey would take time. Last time you mentioned you were well acquainted with the deeds of your great-grandfather, Li Qing. Perhaps you could share some insights with me. Zhu Hozong smiled. Since I ascended the throne not long ago, there are many areas in which I seek to improve. Your great-grandfather served alongside Emperors Yingzong, Zhongzong, and even Xianzong. I wish to learn through his example. Li Xian was taken aback. Your Majesty, you are the emperor. Why would you need to learn from my great-grandfather? Nonetheless, he conceded that his ancestor was indeed remarkable. The reasoning was sound, yet Li Xian could not shake the feeling that the emperor's intentions were not entirely benign. What specific aspects would you like to know? Anything will suffice. And in particular, just as it pertains to your great-grandfather, no detail is too small. Let us begin with his entrance into the court, Zhu Hozong said with a light chuckle. Li Xian nodded. My great-grandfather first entered the court as a doctor. With the emperor's inquiry, Li Xian recounted all he knew about his ancestor's accomplishments. Zhu Hozong listened attentively, yet he was ultimately disappointed, finding no useful information in Li Xian's words. Finally, he asked, How did your great-grandfather enter the court? Through the imperial examination, or? I have not inquired in detail with my grandfather, Li Xian replied, shaking his head. Zhu Hozong sighed, realizing he would have to seek answers from the historical records. Surely, they must exist. Although he initially held the position of a doctor, given his vigorous nature, it was improbable that there were no records of his achievements. Regaining his composure, Zhu Hozong asked, Has your grandfather ever divulged the secret to his longevity? Li Xian responded, utterly baffled. His grandfather was indeed long-lived, but many individuals enjoy longevity. And his grandfather's age was not particularly extraordinary. People often live to their 80s or 90s. Have you perhaps mistaken the subject? Li Xian was thoroughly confused, unable to grasp the emperor's intentions. However, he understood he could not evade the emperor's inquiries. My grandfather enjoys light exercise, such as taking walks after meals and practicing martial arts in the morning, but there is no special secret. Li Xian pondered and remarked that it was his grandfather's military career that forged his robust physique. Indeed, Zhu Hozong nodded slightly, choosing not to delve further into the matter and shifting the conversation to other topics. To press on would reveal a sense of awkwardness even to a fool. Though he firmly believed that Li Xian was unaware of the underlying truths, Zhu Hozong could not ascertain whether Li Qing might discern that their secret had been uncovered. A figure who had navigated the political center for over 10 dynasties was no ordinary individual. Zhu Hozong dared not underestimate him. Over the years, the Li family had provided a substantial array of maritime goods to the court, enriching the treasury, a fact that Zhu Hozong had keenly observed and remembered. Here it comes. Li Xian thought bitterly, realizing that the emperor was indeed intent on milking them for all they were worth. Your Majesty overly praises me. It is merely a subject's duty. He responded dryly. My grandfather often said that the Li family's prosperity came entirely from the court, and it is our responsibility to serve the nation to the best of our abilities. The emperor's insistence on extracting resources from them left no room for refusal. So Li Xian thought it wiser to acquiesce, at least to foster a favorable impression. He sensed that the emperor had begun to regard the Li family with suspicion. In such circumstances, one could only spend money to avert disaster. Zhu Hozhong laughed lightly. If half of the wealthy gentry in the Ming were like the Li family, I would wake from dreams with joy. However, he continued with a softer tone, given all that the Li family has contributed, should I be so greedy? Li Xian was taken aback, then composed himself and said, Your Majesty's words leave me in a quandary. Though my father does not hold an official position in the court, he has never forgotten the grace of the nation. Fear not. My minister, Zhu Hozhong reassured him, raising his hand to quell any anxiety. I simply cannot bear to see the Li family continue to sacrifice so much, especially as their own business must have suffered greatly for the sake of the court. Before Li Xian could respond, Zhu Hozhong added, From next year onward, the Li family need only provide half of their current goods to the court. The remainder may be sold independently. What? Li Xian was utterly astonished. The emperor was not only refraining from extracting resources, but was also granting a reduction. Who would dare to believe such generosity? Does your Majesty find it insufficient? No, I would not presume to question it, Li Xian replied. What I meant to convey is that when one is affluent, it is right to assist the world. The Li family, being wealthy, should contribute more. He genuinely felt a sense of trepidation. It was not the emperor's avarice that frightened him, but rather the possibility that the emperor might not be greedy at all, as it could indicate a shift in focus towards the principal amount instead of mere interest. Zhu Hozhong countered, The wealthy elite are not solely represented by the Li family. It would be unjust for only them to make such significant sacrifices. Yet you need not be alarmed. For both your great-grandfather and grandfather have rendered outstanding service to the Ming. I merely wish to alleviate the burdens on the Li family, Zhu Hozhong continued. As for the matter of the Japanese pirates you mentioned, I shall consider it, but you must remain loyal to the nation. It is my duty, Li Xian replied. Bowing in agreement, Zhu Hozhong smiled and nodded. The two capitals are quite distant. I shall not keep you longer. However, you must remain tight-lipped and not disclose any details of this audience with me, not even a hint. His tone turned serious. What comes from my mouth must not reach any other ears. This is a decree. Li Xian was perplexed but had no choice but to comply. I obey the command, he said. Very well, you may return, Zhu Hozhong concluded, and I shall send someone to convey the decree. Yes. Li Xinhong exited the grand hall, still enveloped in a dreamlike state. The emperor had summoned him to the capital, not merely to bestow favor, but for something more profound. Zhu Hozhong comfortably reclined in his chair, contemplating how favorable impressions could be cultivated through such actions. He mused that if Li Hong had not achieved longevity, it was evident he desired to be the true master of the Li family, hence his decision to withhold the teachings of immortality. Such desires were not inherently negative. Once satisfied, the secrets of eternal life would be within reach. Zhu Hozhong smiled, a radiant expression illuminating his face. He firmly believed that Li Qing resided in Jinling and intentionally refrained from revealing his knowledge, wishing to convey genuine goodwill towards the Li family rather than appearing to seek favors. Additionally, he feared that direct confrontation might provoke Li Qing's ire, and he wished to keep the secret of Li Qing's longevity from becoming widely known. Chapter 51. The Emperor Seeks to Stir Things Up? On the Mid-Autumn Festival in Jinling, the autumn breeze rustled the ginkgo leaves softly. Beneath the tree, Li Qing and Zhu Hozhao engaged in a game of chess, while two children frolicked nearby, chasing each other and playfully complaining at the slightest inconvenience. Zhu Hozhao, now more restrained and composed, no longer sought frivolity, largely due to Li Qing's influence and the growing sense of responsibility that accompanied fatherhood. Another loss left Zhu Hozhao with a resigned expression, exclaiming that next time, he would not play chess with Li Qing, but rather seek out Tang Bohu. It's true. You and your son bear a striking resemblance, Li Qing jested. If I could compete with you, I would certainly challenge you to a duel. Zhu Hozhao glared, then turned and waved dismissively, instructing the children to go find their mother and study. Despite their mischief, the children were still wary of their father, sticking out their tongues before scampering away. Zhu Hozhao turned, suddenly adopting a different demeanor, and sheepishly remarked that he noticed the house was nearing completion during his morning run and asked for assistance in furnishing it. For the Li family? Li Qing asked. We have our own furniture. Why purchase from outsiders? Zhu Hozhao chuckled. Who are we to each other? The issue is, you keep mooching off me. How can anyone endure that? Li Qing replied, exasperated. The Li family's wealth does not come from thin air. Besides, you must consult Li Hao about this. I have no involvement in such matters. Zhu Hozhao retorted, but Li Hao listens to you. We have a long life ahead of us. We must be prudent. Li Qing, frowning, responded, I advised you to be prudent, not to take advantage of others. Can you not be any more shameless? Li Qing continued, putting aside gold and silver, just the stack of banknotes amounts to no less than 100,000 taels. Enough to secure your family's comfort for a lifetime. You cannot calculate it that way. Eventually, these two sons will start families of their own, leading to further descendants. Stop right there. Li Qing interjected. If you're going to project 500 years into the future, then indeed, it may not suffice. 500 years? If one were to be a bit extravagant, even 100 years would be inadequate, Zhu Hozhao muttered. Li Qing, do you really think I possess the acumen for business? Why do you still address me formally? Li Qing retorted, his irritation palpable. Have you not been sufficiently punished already? I'm used to it. Calling you sir feels awkward. Oh, let us not dwell on such trivialities. Zhu Hozhao inquired earnestly. Do you genuinely believe there is potential in this? Are you serious? Of course, Zhu Hozhao remarked. Surely one cannot simply consume without contributing, can one? What sort of business do you wish to pursue? A grand enterprise is beyond my means. How about establishing a tavern? Zhu Hozhao continued. Given the vibrancy of Jinling City, a tavern would undoubtedly be profitable. I have observed keenly over these past days, and it appears there are hardly any losses. Zhu Hozhao, feeling rather bored by the monotony of leisure, expressed, I desire to engage in some endeavor. However, the lucrative nature of taverns means that opening one is no simple feat. It requires not only capital, which I am aware of, but also connections. Zhu Hozhao interjected. But you are here, and so is the Li family. Worry not, I shall finance this myself. Li Qing nodded in agreement, stating, if you truly seek an undertaking, I shall wholeheartedly support you. However, should your enthusiasm wane, I shall ensure you regret it. He added, it would be wise to consult with Li Hao. Few possess greater acumen in business than he. Zhu Hozhao, filled with delight, exclaimed, so you have consented? Li Qing chuckled, living well is far superior to anything else. Why would I be stingy? He continued, in a few days, after enjoying mooncakes, I must travel to Jiaoji. Focus on your tavern, and I shall return to evaluate your progress. Zhu Hozhao hesitated and asked, can I call him Han Wang, or perhaps Taigong? I could even accept his name, but do not refer to him as Old Zhu. Li Qing glared. That title belongs exclusively to the Taizu. Taizu? Zhu Hozhao stammered. Who would dare call Taizu Old Zhu? Were you not the one to call him that initially? Li Qing's face flushed, and he retorted, I certainly would not dare in his presence. It was merely whispered behind his back. Clearing his throat, Li Qing added, however, I have addressed Taizong as Old Fourth in his presence on occasion. Zhu Hozhao's expression darkened momentarily, but soon he erupted in laughter. Ah, so you too have someone you fear? He reminisced about his naivety when first entering the world, almost deceived by him. Otherwise, he would have turned and fled, avoiding all this trouble. Li Qing grumbled, indeed, I fell for his tricks. Zhu Hozhao laughed heartily. But upon seeing Li Qing's desire to strike him, he quickly composed himself, saying, you are indeed impressive. I have perused the annals of Taizu. Only you could boldly proclaim little stick, big stick. Even the founding heroes dared not speak so freely. To survive Taizu's temperament is truly remarkable. That is because he recognized my talents and could not bear to part with me. Li Qing retorted, not to mention, with a single move. I nearly left him speechless with 5 oranges. And then you shamelessly devoured all 5, did you not? Zhu Hozhao inquired. Well, it seems that was indeed the case. Did he not become enraged? How do you know this? Li Qing was astonished. Zhu Hozhao, suppressing laughter, replied, it is recorded in the chronicles. Had the emperors of the Ming dynasty been as studious as you, this tale would endure through the ages. All right, I shall refrain from banter, Li Qing conceded. Zhu Hozhao, no longer daring to provoke him, adopted a serious tone. When you go to Jiaoji, do take me along. But you intend to establish a tavern, do you not? With Uncle Li Hao's assistance, the acquisition shall require little time. We can ease into it. Zhu Hozhao sighed, expressing his fear that if he did not make this journey, he might never have the chance to see him again. During their time in Jiaoji, There was much he had to say to me and my family. We shared a bond akin to that of kindred spirits, transcending age. Be it as friends or as a mentor, I yearned to visit him once more. Some moments, once missed, become irretrievable for a lifetime. Li Qing remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. However, this visit may lead to a prolonged absence. Then I shall stay longer. He has been exceedingly generous to me. How could I be indifferent? Since you have made your decision, I shall defer to your will. Li Qing stretched lazily, stating that he would wait a few more days, urging Zhu Hozhao to expedite matters concerning the tavern. No problem, Zhu Hozhao replied. I shall seek him out immediately. Before reaching the courtyard, Li Hao entered, and Zhu Hozhao joyfully exclaimed, "Ah, speak of the devil, my dear cousin. I have something to share. Speak plainly, but refrain from any roughhousing. I am not as sprightly as I once was." Li Hao pushed aside the arm that encircled his neck, saying, "Please wait while I finish my conversation with Tinghe." He strode purposefully to Li Qing and announced, "Tinghe, my eldest son has returned from the capital." Returned home? He has just arrived after a swift journey. Li Hao continued, "But that is not of utmost importance. He brings good news." "What news?" "The emperor decreed that beginning next year, the Li family shall provide goods to the court at half price." Li Qing was taken aback. Is he truly discontent with gold? I share that sentiment. Li Hao replied soberly, his expression betraying no sign of joy. "Tinghe, do you think the emperor might be contemplating something drastic?" Li Qing pondered. What did the boy say? Nothing of substance. Li Hao replied indignantly, aside from stating that the decree regarding the goods would arrive shortly. He refused to divulge anything else, claiming it was the emperor's command, which infuriated me. Upon hearing this, Li Qing furrowed his brow. While it is true that the court possesses wealth, who would ever turn away from riches? Could it be that the emperor, as Li Hao suggested, is indeed contemplating something significant? What if they were to fabricate charges and seize the family's wealth? Such a scenario is not entirely implausible. Zhu Hozhao analyzed. It is possible that someone is instigating trouble, subtly fanning the flames, with the emperor being half persuaded. Perhaps his intentions are genuinely benevolent. For both the national treasury and the imperial vault are currently overflowing. Li Qing did not respond immediately, contemplating for a while before inquiring. While the discussions between monarch and subject are confidential, surely one can express the emperor's stance. I have inquired, but to no avail. Li Hao retorted angrily. That young scoundrel looks down upon me. A merchant. He has been utterly spoiled. You need not be so sensitive, Li Qing remarked with a smile. Though I have only met the boy a few times, I sense he is quite virtuous. How could he harbor such thoughts? Cousin, it seems your insecurities are at play. Zhu Hozhao added with a sharp retort. Li Hao, vexed, replied, then do not bring me your matters. What I mean is, apart from being a merchant, you are also the esteemed Duke of Qianqing in the Ming dynasty. Zhu Hozhao asserted gravely, a title of immense honor. Li Hao, lacking the spirit for jest, asked, Tinghe, do you believe the emperor might indeed take action? Logically, he should not. Li Qing spoke slowly. Your father was the first Grand Admiral of the Ming dynasty's navy, distinguished by his numerous military achievements. The future of the Ming lies upon the sea, making the navy of paramount importance. The repercussions on the Li family due to any missteps are far too significant. From the previous posthumous honors, it is evident he understands this deeply. He paused, wondering if he could divulge the discussions with the emperor, but perhaps he could speak of the happenings in the capital. Li Qing urged, you should inquire with him. Upon asking, Li Hao glanced at Zhu Hozhao and replied, he is currently revising the historical records of Emperor Wuzong, and also the Jiajing edition. Feeling slightly awkward, Zhu Hozhao pressed further, what is this Jiajing edition? Li Hao, visibly embarrassed, explained, it is said that the original manuscript of the Yongle de Dian was damaged when Taizong moved the capital. What remains in the palace are merely rubbings, and the emperor wishes to transcribe the Yongle de Dian anew. Is that so? Zhu Hozhao looked at Li Qing with curiosity. It's been too long. I can't recall the details clearly, Li Qing said, scratching his nose and turning away. However, the fire incident was not fabricated. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qing suddenly recalled something, and his expression changed. Chapter 52. Li Qing looked at Zhu Hozhao and asked, what have you done with the Ming anecdotes? Zhu Hozhao scratched his head and replied, I placed it alongside the Yongle de Dian. Placed it together? Li Qing was taken aback. Is there something amiss? Zhu Hozhao was puzzled. Isn't that a book for the emperor's study and advancement? Otherwise, why would you write it? Li Qing stammered. Oh dear. Who told you to place it alongside the Yongle de Dian? Why are you so agitated? Zhu Hozhao was confused. Am I not allowed to place it there? Are you saying the Dadian was stolen by you? Li Qing choked, his anger stuck in his throat, unable to be expressed or swallowed. The Yongle Dadian was indeed stolen by him, and the Ming anecdotes were meant for the emperor's reference and learning. Yet Zhu Hozhao's juxtaposition of the two exceeded his expectations. Couldn't you have let Zhang Yong directly hand it over to him? Why did you have to lead him to the library? I almost forgot about that. Zhu Hozhao replied regretfully. I was only thinking of lightening my load at the time, and didn't advise Zhang Yong about the Ming anecdotes. But it's fortunate he discovered it himself. Is that what you call fortunate? What is wrong with that? Zhu Hozhao looked perplexed, and then realization dawned upon him, leading to an outburst of disbelief and anger. No way. I was right. You truly are a scoundrel. In his emotional fervor, Zhu Hozhao began to shout angrily. Bang! Zhu Hozhao. The small courtyard was quiet. Lu, who was tutoring their son, heard her husband's exclamations and hurriedly rose to exit their chamber. However, by the time she approached, the scene under the tree was peaceful, with Mr. Li and Marquis Yongqing engaged in cheerful conversation, while her husband slept soundly. Sir, Marquis, what is going on with my husband? It's nothing. He was feeling drowsy and didn't want to disturb our son's studies, so he laid down for a moment, Li Qing explained readily. Lu was not convinced, but knowing their family's comfort in Jinling depended on this man, and seeing her husband did not seem troubled, she refrained from confronting them. I see. I thought perhaps my husband had angered you and was being punished by you, she remarked. I must have underestimated the gentleman's heart. Li Qing's face flushed with embarrassment as he forced a smile and said, That is not the case. You have misunderstood. Li Hao nodded in agreement and then continued. Your new home is nearly completed. You will be able to move in shortly. We were just discussing the prospect of opening a restaurant for your family. If you wish to settle down in Jinling, you must have a means of livelihood, correct? Upon hearing this, Lu's dissatisfaction dissipated entirely, transforming into profound joy and gratitude. She performed a graceful bow, expressing her thanks on behalf of her husband to Yongqing for his consideration. It is merely a trivial matter, not worth mentioning, Li Hao said generously, waving his hand. He then turned to Li Qing. Shall we venture out to survey the streets? Indeed, replied Li Qing. At the Li family restaurant. In a private and elegant room, the grandfather and grandson sat facing each other. Master Qing, there is no need for concern regarding the original copy of the Yongle Encyclopedia, which has been conclusively laid to rest by the court. Li Hao poured tea and offered it to Li Qing. Li Qing took a sip, calming his emotions, and replied in a composed manner. If one were to discover the Ming chronicles in the same location where the original copy of the Yongle Encyclopedia was supposedly stored, and then find that the original has gone missing, what would you think if you were the emperor? Li Hao hesitated before responding. If the Yongle Encyclopedia was stolen, is it conceivable that the thief inadvertently left behind the Ming chronicles? That is a typical response, Li Qing nodded. Li Hao scratched his head and said, however, the court has already publicly announced that the original copy of the Yongle Encyclopedia was long ago destroyed. Such declarations are more about preserving the court's dignity. Li Qing sighed. The mysterious disappearance of the original copy of the Yongle Encyclopedia and the astonishing presence of the Ming chronicles inevitably lead one to ponder. If the young emperor were astute enough, he might uncover my secret. Li Hao gasped, then quickly dismissed the notion with a scoff. How could that be? Who could possibly be that clever? Li Qing cast him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, It is you who lacks intelligence. Do not project your limitations onto others. Master Qing, Li Hao retorted, this is merely your anxiety speaking. The scenario you described does not exist. Anything that exists must leave traces. Li Qing lamented. Once the emperor's suspicion is aroused, he can sift through the past for clues. When too many coincidences converge, it becomes all too easy to deduce the truth. That sounds rather far-fetched. Li Hao remained unconvinced. If I were not privy to the truth, I would never have guessed your secret. Is it possible that you are simply not clever enough? Li Qing teased. That stings. Li Hao muttered. Just because you are wise does not mean others share that quality. Truly astute individuals are as rare as phoenix feathers. Li Qing sighed. Let us not stray too far. Consider Zhu Hozhao, for instance. He deduced my secret from the scant information available. Even your mother and sister could sense something amiss and subsequently verify the truth. Do you still believe the emperor is oblivious? Alas, my affairs are documented. Should the emperor seek to investigate, he will uncover an increasing number of unreasonable coincidences. Li Qing exhaled deeply. I know that one day, my secret will be impossible to conceal, and I am prepared for that eventuality. In fact, I even intend to cease hiding in the future. However, Li Qing sighed softly, if circumstances permit. I would prefer to reveal my identity after the Jiajing era rather than now. Li Hao fell silent for a moment before finally saying, Master Qing. Even if the emperor were to notice something unusual, he would not likely connect it to Qianqing. Do not forget, the first Duke Yongqing was indeed a disciple of Master Zhang, Li Qing remarked. What should I say then? Li Hao was at a loss for words. Master Qing, this is merely your conjecture and cannot be deemed as certainty, he added with a bitter smile. Do you wonder why the emperor decreed that your son should remain tight-lipped? Do you ponder why the emperor finds money too hot to handle? Li Hao, startled, exclaimed, Are you suggesting that my son is aware of your secret? That is unlikely. The young emperor is not foolish. He understands that the fewer people privy to the truth, the better. Such arrangements are likely meant to keep me off balance. Li Qing replied. Li Hao scratched his head and mumbled, I still find it hard to believe. Do you perhaps hold him in too high regard? Li Qing gently shook his head. As a businessman, you naturally cannot empathize with the mindset of those at the pinnacle of political power. Faced with the Empress Dowager within and fierce ministers without, the young emperor still manages to withstand the pressure, addressing his parents as father and mother and even drafting the era name himself. This is ample proof of his extraordinary intelligence. He paused before continuing. In truth, it is not only he who is astute at such a young age. Zhu Hozhao, including your grandfather, was only 13 during my second audience in court, yet his intellect surpassed yours by leaps and bounds. Li Qing stated calmly. Occupying such a position compels one to learn and progress. Cunning cannot be measured by age. Li Hao, with a wry smile, responded, after all this discussion. You deduce that he is aware of your secret merely because the Yongle de Dian is juxtaposed with the Ming dynasty anecdotes? That is merely a catalyst. However, his kindness towards the Li family indicates that even if he cannot be certain, he must certainly harbor suspicions. Li Qing remarked, thus, you imply that the emperor has no intention of moving against the Li family? Indeed, it seems so, came the reply. That is truly splendid. Li Hao sighed in relief. Smiling awkwardly. Master Qing, it's really no big deal. If he knows, he knows. He is not the first emperor to uncover your secret. So what significance does it hold? Given the circumstances, my son should also be entitled to know, right? We are family, after all. If the Zhu family can be informed, why not the Li family? You mustn't turn your elbow outward. Li Hao fervently played the familial card, adopting a clingy demeanor. Li Qing, feeling both speechless and weary, also sensed a profound exhaustion. As Zhu Wanqing stated, once his secret is revealed, it is impossible to conceal it again, over time. More people will inevitably become aware of it, akin to the law of entropy, regardless of Li Qing's willingness. Dealing with Li Hao is not a matter that can simply be resolved with a beating. Let us address future matters at a later time. For now, if you dare to disclose this to him, I shall end you. There is no rush, Li Hao said, seeing a glimmer of concession from Master Qing. His joy knew no bounds. With such an immortal to safeguard them, the Li family could thrive in prosperity for 500 years. If it is truly as you say, Master Qing, what do you plan to do? Simply let it be. Li Qing vented his frustration, snorting. I cannot possibly chase after him. Am I to force the issue? And what if he seeks you out? At this stage, he is far too preoccupied, and without a sufficient understanding of me, he would not dare to act rashly. This is evident from his silence. Li Qing exhaled a breath of suppressed frustration. Let us postpone this for now. We shall deal with it when we can no longer delay. Li Hao nodded with a cheerful smile and suggested, shall we explore the nearby taverns? I lack the inclination, came the response. Do not be disheartened. Tomorrow brings its own troubles, and those matters have yet to confront us. Why dwell on concerns that are not at hand? Li Hao, standing comfortably, approached and took hold of Li Qing. How about we indulge ourselves at a brothel? In the capital, within the Qianqing Palace. Zhu Hozhong sat before the imperial desk, which was adorned with the open volumes of the Annals of Yingzhong. He eagerly sought the section pertaining to the second Yongqing Marquis, engrossed in the narrative, reluctant to turn the page. His elbow rested upon the desk as he toyed with 2 fruits in his palm. These fruits were of vibrant green, glistening and translucent, captivating to the eye, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. Upon closer inspection, however, one could discern that these were not actual fruits, but rather exquisite jade sculptures, masterfully crafted. They were two green plums, sliding gently in his hand, providing a refreshing sensation, which lifted Zhu Hozhong's spirits. It was as if by holding these two jade plums, he held two Li Qings in his grasp. Chapter 53. Grateful for the kindness of a cousin. Yet unable to bear his excessive goodness, this year's Mid-Autumn Festival was particularly lively, with Zhu Wanqing and her two daughters filling the small courtyard along with Zhu Hozhao's family of 4, making it quite crowded. The mooncakes were delightful. Days passed, and Zhu Hozhao's residence was completed. Li Qing, having enjoyed a celebratory feast for the housewarming, lost interest in the forthcoming tavern affairs, allowing Zhu Hozhao and Li Hao to busy themselves. In early September, the tavern was secured. Li Qing, Zhu Hozhao, and Tang Bohu embarked on the Li family's merchant vessel heading to Jiaoji. This time, Li Qing brought along an additional companion, Li Hao. Initially, Li Qing had not intended to include him, but upon Li Hao's request, he acquiesced. This was partly due to a sense of compensation and partly for the sake of overseas consolidation. Li Hao was undeniably adept in business, and, as the current head of the Li family, his presence was essential, especially as the consolidation matters were just beginning. Naturally, in addition to companions, a substantial amount of gold and silver was also brought along. As autumn faded into winter, the capital was soon gripped by the northern winds, with temperatures plummeting. Concurrently, the transcription of the grand compilation was significantly hampered. With clothing becoming bulkier and hands growing numb, both the efficiency and quality of writing noticeably declined. Thus, Zhu Hozhong reluctantly allocated funds for charcoal, feeling a pinch at the expense. However, the progress of the annals of Wuzong was remarkably swift, under Yang Tinghe's supervision. The first draft was completed and awaited the emperor's approval for further refinement, with hopes of completion by the following year. In Qianqing Palace, Huang Jin sat by the fireplace, idly fanning the flames to encourage a stronger blaze. It was a pleasant task, both easy and warm. Feeling his arms grow weary, he paused and glanced up at the emperor, who was engrossed in reviewing the first draft of the Annals of Wuzong. Seeing the emperor so focused and unperturbed, Huang Jin decided to cease his fanning and concentrate on warming himself. "Your Majesty, if you tire, do take a rest." "There is no rush," Huang Jin suggested softly. Zhu Hozhong did not respond immediately. Instead, he gazed for a while longer before casually setting aside his thoughts and directing his attention toward Huang Jin. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly sniffed the air in astonishment, exclaiming, "What is that delightful aroma?" "Oh, my lady has roasted a couple of Xuan sweet potatoes," Huang Jin sheepishly explained. "Your Majesty, these are truly fragrant when roasted. The other day, I visited the Si Li Jian, where they had them roasted to perfection. You must try one." "You are simply too greedy," Zhu Hozhong retorted, casting a disapproving glance. "Go, summon Yang Tinghe at once." Huang Jin reluctantly rose, adding, "Your Majesty, please keep a watchful eye. Do not let them go to waste. A few coins worth of food is hardly a loss." "Look at you, so lacking in ambition," Zhu Hozhong replied with annoyance. "You have grown spoiled by my indulgence." Huang Jin shrank back slightly, refraining from further chatter, and hurriedly turned to leave. "Stop. Your Majesty, is there further instruction?" Huang Jin asked, coming back to his senses. "The wind is strong outside. Wrap yourself in my great cloak." "How could I possibly do that?" Huang Jin shook his head vigorously. "Just take that one without the dragon embroidery," Zhu Hozhong said impatiently. "There is no need for so much discussion. Go quickly." "Ah, thank you for your graciousness, Your Majesty." Huang Jin bowed hastily and scurried away. "That fellow is truly spoiled, roasting Xuan sweet potatoes right before me," Zhu Hozhong murmured to himself, sniffing the air once more. "Indeed, it does have a delightful fragrance." In recent days, with the change in weather, Yang Tinghe had chosen to stay at home and relish the comforts of life. If all went as anticipated, he would soon retire and return to his homeland after the new year. In such circumstances, his motivation had waned significantly. As the saying goes, when the sky falls, there is always someone tall to bear the burden. He once perceived himself as that tall figure, but now he felt differently, sinking deeper into a mentality of resignation. Nestled in the warm embrace of his maid's cozy bedding, Yang Tinghe held a classic text, engrossed in its teachings. Just then, a maid called out from outside, "Master, the steward says Lord Huang has arrived." "Huang Jin?" Yang Tinghe murmured to himself, followed by a wry smile. It is indeed challenging to enjoy such comforts. Could it be that the emperor is impatient? "Understood," Yang Tinghe replied aloud, reluctantly throwing off the covers. Following Huang Jin, He made his way to the Qianqing Palace, where he found the emperor savoring the roasted sweet potatoes with great delight. Tinghe could hardly suppress a chuckle. How could the emperor indulge in such coarse fare? People eat grains. Today, this Xuan sweet potato has undeniably become one of our staple foods. If the common folk consume it, why should I not partake? Zhu Hozhong said with a warm smile, beckoning. Qing, do come and taste. It is still warm. You dragged me from my cozy bed merely to offer me roasted sweet potatoes? Tinghe said with a hint of resignation, clasping his hands respectfully. What commands does your majesty have? Do not be so serious. I merely wish to chat with you, Qing. Zhu Hozhong replied, gesturing to Huang Jin. Fetch a chair for Qing. As he spoke, he tossed a piece of roasted sweet potato toward Tinghe, adding, It is my first time tasting this roasted Xuan sweet potato, and I must say, it is quite delightful. Tinghe barely caught it, smiling wryly as he approached and took a seat beside the chair Huang Jin had prepared. Thank you, your majesty, for this generous offering. Relax a bit. Do not be so tense. Zhu Hozhong savored a mouthful of soft, sweet roasted sweet potato, and in the blink of an eye, winter had returned. At this pace, another blink would usher in the third year of the Jiajing era. Tinghe, with his eyelids drooping, remarked, Indeed, time passes swiftly. I shall soon age another year. As one grows older, one's vitality wanes day by day. If Qing truly feels weary, after the new year, I can arrange for someone to share your burdens. Zhu Hozhong replied. He then added, Of course, if Qing is still able, I hope you can continue to serve. Your majesty's kindness is greatly appreciated. Tinghe replied with a slight bow. However, I must confess I am indeed finding it increasingly difficult to fulfill my duties. Is that so? Zhu Hozhong responded. His expression tinged with regret, and in a consultative tone, he inquired, What of the year to come? I humbly request that your majesty appoint someone to take over my responsibilities and grant me leave to return to my hometown. Tinghe cooperated. Such a pity. Zhu Hozhong lamented, nodding. He soon smiled again and shifted the topic, saying, If it cools, it will lose its flavor. This was personally roasted by me for you. Qing. With such royal attention, Tinghe felt compelled to partake, reluctantly peeling back the skin and taking a bite. To his surprise, the taste was indeed exquisite, soft, sweet, and perfectly suited to his delicate constitution. Zhu Hozhong quickly finished the roasted sweet potato, clapped his hands, and wiped his mouth with a silk handkerchief before stating, I have nearly completed my review of the draft of the Wu Zong Shirlu. Tinghe's heart stirred as he set down the sweet potato and bowed. Is there a shortcoming on my part? Not at all. Zhu Hozhong sighed. The previous emperor's campaigns were driven by goodwill, yet they resulted in significant losses for our troops. As the successor, how could I allow my royal brother's legacy to be tarnished? Tinghe pondered, indeed. Zhu Hozhong continued. The battle in Yingshou incurred heavy casualties and substantial costs. However, he paused. As there are no others present, I will speak candidly. Your majesty may speak freely. Tinghe nodded hesitantly, sensing an unspoken understanding. The losses were indeed considerable, which might lead the successor to perceive them as the result of the previous emperor's recklessness. It would be prudent to downplay the casualties, while still respecting the truth and honoring the previous emperor's achievements. As that battle was a victory for the Ming dynasty and a testament to the previous emperor's merit. Zhu Hozhong paused again, adding, Yet, we must adhere to reason. Qing understands my intent, does he not? Tinghe felt a slight discomfort, but reflected that this approach might not be without merit. The Ming dynasty had indeed triumphed in the Battle of Yingshou, qualifying it as a notable victory, yet the losses were significant, particularly in terms of expenditure. Even if the Tatars suffered greater casualties, the implementation of the conscription system would inevitably strengthen the military over time, which was somewhat incongruous with the era's emphasis on civil governance. I comprehend. Tinghe sighed and nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, Zhu Hozhong felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, the thought of his cousin's illustrious military accomplishments being immortalized in history stirred discomfort within him. He held great confidence in civil governance, undoubtedly surpassing his cousin in that regard. Yet, in matters of military prowess, he felt somewhat inadequate. Firstly, he recognized his shortcomings in this domain, and secondly, it seemed unlikely that such large-scale battles would arise again in the future. Zhu Hozhong simultaneously appreciated his cousin's merits, while feeling averse to his cousin's superior accomplishments. Ultimately, it was a consequence of their familial branches. If this martial prowess belonged to Emperor Xuan, Zhu Hozong would certainly not harbor such sentiments, for that was his grandfather, while his cousin was merely a cousin. Nevertheless, Zhu Hozong still possessed some degree of conscience, stating that the policies of Zhonglu Yongyi, the recruitment system, and the Jingwei Martial Academy established by the late emperor were indeed wise and deserving of affirmative recognition. I shall comply with your command, Yang Tinghe replied respectfully. Does your majesty have any other insights? Zhu Hozong felt a flush of heat on his face and replied somewhat resentfully. As for the historical records, they must be based on facts. My stance is also to preserve the late emperor's reputation. As for other matters, they should be approached with impartiality. I shall comply with your command. Yang Tinghe bowed again and rose, saying, If your majesty has no further objections, I shall urge the Hanlin Academy to expedite the completion of the text. Zhu Hozong also rose, sincerely asking, Is there anything you require that I can fulfill? Though there have been discordances between us as sovereign and minister, I recognize your difficulties and appreciate your contributions. If you have desires, I shall grant them without hesitation. His words were indeed heartfelt. While he harbored grievances against Yang Tinghe, he was also aware of the stability of the regime over the past few years, which was largely due to Yang Tinghe's efforts. Meeting Zhu Hozong's gaze, Yang Tinghe discerned no pretense or insincerity. After a moment of contemplation, he said, I humbly request your majesty to allow me a dignified exit. Your wisdom and martial prowess, along with your foresight for the state, are unparalleled. However, there are many conservatives within the court. I implore your majesty to grant me retirement before you enact your plans. Pausing briefly, he added, Otherwise, I fear my path to retirement may be obstructed, and your majesty must understand that should disputes arise again, I would be unable to resign. Yang Tinghe was acutely aware that after the new year, the emperor would surely take significant action. Zhu Hozong pondered for a moment and nodded. I agree to your request. Chapter 54. The young man could no longer endure. Time flowed like falling blossoms, unceasing and relentless. Winter arrived, deepening as the new year approached. On the first day of the new year, Zhu Hozong rose before dawn to visit the Empress Dowager, the revered Empress Zhang, to extend his New Year-esque greetings. Madame Zhang, a true native of the capital, had lived in Anlu for over 20 years but retained her hometown customs. The relations among the sisters-in-law were generally harmonious, at least on the surface. Seated at the head of the table, Madame Zhang listened with a smile to her son's New Year message, distributing the prepared red envelopes, and then praised Zhu Hozong. Zhu Hozong felt quite uncomfortable seeing his mother belittled in front of others, yet it was not the time to confront the situation. So he suppressed his feelings, feigning a calm demeanor. Just wait a little longer, until Yang Tinghe departs, Zhu Hozong thought to himself, engaging in light conversation. Since Madame Zhang entered the palace, Madame Zhang had felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet given the circumstances, this was the best outcome. Although her son was not of her blood, he treated her and her family with considerable consideration. There was no reason to be discontented. Madame Zhang also felt somewhat disgruntled. After all, her own son addressed another as mother and prioritized her over his biological mother. Any mother would likely feel a sense of suffocation in such a situation. Yet the thought of the throne made it somewhat more bearable. The two women and the young man, though each feeling discontent, endeavored to maintain a facade of cordiality. The royal family traditionally emphasized filial piety and brotherly harmony. Such decorum must also extend to the mother-child relationship, as the royal household serves as a model for the populace, forbidding any discord. Otherwise, the veritable records of Taizong would not contain the phrase, when the Qianqing Palace caught fire, the delayed rescue was in vain, and I wept, say, why? My child, have you come to assist the state? Zhu Di was pressed to such an extent by Zhu Yunwen that even in public, he maintained the dignity of the royal family. In comparison, Zhu Hozong's grievances were trivial and not beyond the realm of endurance. Your Majesty, it is time to proceed to the Fengshiandian Square, Huang Jin whispered gently. Upon hearing this, the two Empress Dowagers ceased their conversation. Lady Zhang smiled and nodded. Zhang, state affairs are of utmost importance. You must go at once. With an unchanging expression, Zhu Hozong rose, maintaining a smile as he said, Mother, I shall take my leave. Go, Lady Zhang replied with a smile and a nod. Zhu Hozong chuckled, turned, and stepped forward. Crossing the threshold, the smile on his face gradually faded. Breathing in the frigid air, the handsome visage of the young man began to bear the chill. It was the third year of Jiajing. It was time to no longer remain a hidden dragon. At Fengshiandian Square, The biting winter wind howled like a knife, and all the officials, wrapped in thick cotton robes beneath their ceremonial attire, still felt the intense cold. Their spirits were dampened. They recalled that in the first year of Jiajing, the emperor had arrived almost simultaneously with them. In the second year, he had kept them waiting for about 15 minutes. Now, in the third year, it had been 2/4 of an hour, and still, he had not arrived. Were they testing the limits of their patience? Additionally, since winter began, Chancellor Yang had noticeably reduced his attendance at court, sometimes appearing only once every 5 or 6 days. Could this also be a form of the emperor's extreme pressure? They could not help but speculate. The emperor was becoming increasingly assertive. Although he still appeared to honor the worthy, his demeanor was growing more rigid, lacking the initial humility and courtesy. More importantly, the emperor had established a certain faction, making him neither easily challenged nor completely manipulable, instilling a sense of crisis among them. However, Chancellor Yang seemed to have lost his vigor, appearing genuinely aged and perpetually lacking in enthusiasm, which left the officials feeling both anxious and helpless. "He has arrived. He has arrived," murmured someone in the crowd. Everyone lifted their eyes, and the dragon carriage approached leisurely, showing no signs of haste. In this chilling weather, it was truly an affront. "We pay our respects to your Majesty. Long live the emperor." The officials, in unison, raised their voices, their emotions evident on their faces and in their actions, louder than ever before. Zhu Hozong, however, appeared unfazed, as if oblivious to their dissatisfaction. He chuckled and said, "All of you rise." "Thank you, your Majesty," the officials responded sullenly as they stood. Following this, the cabinet led the way in presenting their New Year-esque greetings. After a splendid ceremony, the officials concluded their praises, and the emperor made his entrance. Zhu Hozong summarized the present circumstances, looked toward the future, and simultaneously revived the old tradition of painting a pie in the sky. In doing so, he also revealed his heartfelt ambitions and sent a signal that from the third year of Jiajing onward, he intended to embark on grand endeavors. This year marked a turning point. The officials had anticipated this and were not surprised. Naturally, they did not believe they would be defeated. At this stage, the emperor remained the weaker party. Although some among the external officials had shamefully capitulated, their numbers were still not significant. What could the emperor use to contend? The 6 ministries and the 9 ministers are united like a solid iron plate. What can the emperor do in such a circumstance? Do you truly possess the audacity to dismiss us all? If all else fails, one might still invoke the legacy of Emperor Xiaozong, governing the Ming dynasty with filial piety. Having recognized your father, what other leverage could you possibly wield? During the festive season, it is customary not to create upheaval. The officials have not uttered any harsh words, offering insincere flattery instead, awaiting their red envelopes. However, this year's gifts are notably fewer than in years past. In response, Zhu Hozong explained that the expenses incurred from the compilation of the Jiajing edition and the records of Emperor Wuzong have depleted the imperial treasury. The officials found themselves exceedingly vexed. Such a time of celebration should not be marred by discontent. Consequently, the 6 ministries and 9 ministers reconvened at Yang's residence, seeking his guidance. Unexpectedly, Yang Tinghe resolutely declared, "At the onset of spring, I shall submit my resignation to His Majesty and retire to my homeland." This declaration left the esteemed officials in utter dismay. Were they not on the verge of uniting? How could he withdraw from the game? Minister Yang, the young emperor is impetuous and impulsive. Without proper guidance, he may well become another Jingde. Indeed, Yang, the grand scholar, we are beneficiaries of the emperor's grace and must share in his burdens. The emperor is still young. We cannot allow him to act recklessly. Minister Yang, how can we stand idly by while the legacy of our forebears is at stake? The officials grew increasingly anxious, taken aback by Yang Tinghe's intention to resign at such a critical juncture. Without a steadfast leader, their morale would undoubtedly plummet. Yang Tinghe sighed, "Gentlemen, it is not out of cowardice that I speak. You have all witnessed my actions over the years. Am I one to shy away from challenges?" The room fell silent, as they were struck speechless. Indeed, throughout the years, Yang Tinghe had always been at the forefront of challenges, never shying away from confrontation, a true warrior in spirit. It was precisely for this reason that they were so reluctant to see him step down. Such a capable leader was not easily replaceable. Yet, not all shared this sentiment. Some ministers of the cabinet saw an opportunity to ascend with his departure. However, how could they express such thoughts openly? All present implored Yang Tinghe to reconsider. Yet, He remained resolute, sighing, "Gentlemen, I truly can no longer bear the weight of this burden. My health has significantly deteriorated over the years, and I long for a few days of peaceful living. We have all borne witness to your sacrifices, but at this stage, the Emperor is particularly ambitious. We beseech you, Minister Yang, to prioritize your well-being. Minister, if I may speak candidly, it would be best for you to endure this period a little longer." Yang Tinghe, at a loss for words, stated firmly, "My continued presence for one more day will not alter the overarching situation. If I remain, the Emperor will simply postpone his actions. In truth, he will not initiate any offensive while I am in office." The officials exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Yang Tinghe chuckled lightly. "In truth, there is no need for excessive concern. When the previous emperor passed away unexpectedly, did the court not also manage without significant turmoil? Now that I, Yang Tinghe, am departing, what calamity could possibly ensue? After all, you must recognize that the current emperor is fundamentally different from his predecessor. He is not one to act solely based on personal whims." After a moment's pause, "I too believe that with the departure of one Yang Tinghe, another will inevitably arise. Do you not possess the confidence in this?" The prominent figures present exchanged uneasy glances and fell into silence. Yang Tinghe was resolute in his decision to leave, and in the face of his determination, the others wasted no time in taking action. Having just celebrated the Lantern Festival, they jointly petitioned to impeach Zhang Tsung. He was the sole individual in a high-ranking position who did not share their sentiments, and thus had to be removed. Zhu Hozong naturally objected, but the ministers leveraged Yang Tinghe's departure as a threat. If Zhang Tsung remained, Yang Tinghe could not stay either. Otherwise, it would appear that the emperor could not tolerate talent and was forcing people to leave. Zhu Hozong was infuriated yet helpless, compelled to resort to previous tactics, allowing Zhang Tsung to take up his post once more. However, repeating the same maneuver yielded no results. The 6 ministries and 9 ministers unified in their stance. Zhang Tsung must pack his belongings and depart. This time, Zhu Hozong was genuinely enraged and remained steadfast in his refusal. Faced with such circumstances, the 6 ministries and 9 ministers declared firmly, "If that is the case, the day Yang Tinghe resigns will coincide with our return home." There would be no room for negotiation. Zhu Hozong, in a state of great anger, found himself temporarily devoid of countermeasures, silently vowing that he would replace these ministers in due course without their threats. However, the current Zhu Hozong could hardly bear the consequences of a collective resignation from the 6 ministries and 9 ministers. Indeed, while an emperor may not have to approve a minister's resignation, these cunning old foxes had devised ways to make his life miserable. Until he had cultivated suitable replacements, he could not act impulsively. Reluctantly, he took a step back, assigning Zhang Tsung to a post in southern Jili, while sternly declaring, "This is my bottom line." Although the ministers did not achieve their anticipated outcome, they refrained from further pressure. Having reached their strategic objective, Zhang Tsung's departure would undoubtedly hinder the emperor's ability to mount an effective offense. Analyzing from a rational perspective, their assessment was indeed accurate. However, they overlooked one crucial aspect. The emperor was merely 17 years old. No matter how astute and wise a young individual may be, there are moments of impetuosity, especially considering that the emperor had endured for years and believed he had made ample preparations. To expect him to relinquish his ambitions at such a moment? Absurd. Regardless of the probability of success, he would strive to make one final effort. Chapter 55. The dispute begins in the 3rd year of the Jiajing era. During the spring of February, Yang Tinghe resigned from office and returned home. Zhu Hozong bestowed upon him remarkable honors, not only granting generous rewards but also visiting his residence for a formal farewell. This gesture truly won him admiration. However, shortly thereafter, the self-important young man launched his offensive. He approached the matter from an exceedingly astute angle, so much so that the ministers were oblivious to the fact that the dispute had already commenced. On this day, the impeachment petition against the Marquis of Qianqing and the Earl of Jianchang was presented on the imperial desk, laid before the court. The encroachment upon peasant lands, the oppression of the populace, and the abominable actions of fostering eunuchs were all brought to light. The ministers had long harbored grievances against the family of Empress Zhang. Yet the emperor, in deference to filial piety, had suppressed these feelings. This left the ministers unable to escalate matters, especially since it was they who had compelled the emperor to acknowledge his maternal family. Now witnessing the emperor's stance, they felt not anger but rather satisfaction. If the emperor's actions are merely of this nature, then there is no need for opposition. Indeed, one might even lend a hand to support the situation. The disdain of the court officials towards the imperial relatives is no less than that towards the eunuchs. Particularly notorious figures such as the Marquis of Qianqing and the Earl of Qianqing. Taking action against them not only serves to fortify the interests of their own faction, but also garners them a measure of fame. Since the emperor has resolved to be unyielding, they too shall not hold back. In an instant, the outcry against the Zhang brothers erupted with an intensity that was uncontrollable. Seizing the moment, Zhu Hozong promptly issued a decree of profound significance. Imperial relatives may only be conferred hereditary titles through military merit. This decisive blow effectively severed any possibility of the imperial relatives wielding substantial power. The officials were invigorated. Eunuchs and imperial relatives have always been regarded as adversaries by the court officials, for power is finite. When the eunuchs wield greater authority, the officials possess less. A principle exemplified by Wang Zhi during the Chenghua era. The same holds true for imperial relatives. The emperor had previously dismantled the western and inner courts, and now he had curtailed the potential influence of the imperial relatives. How could they not rejoice? The anticipated turmoil did not unfold with Yang Tinghe's departure. Rather, stability ensued, allowing them to relax and revel in their contentment. However, Zhu Hozong harbored his own intentions. Empress Zhang soon learned of her brother's impeachment, and while she felt displeased, an undercurrent of anxiety also stirred within her. She understood that the faction compelling the young emperor to acknowledge her as mother had no true regard for her. Their motives were purely political, rooted in admiration for the late Emperor Xiaozong. The emperor's actions against the Zhang family would undoubtedly receive robust support from the officials. While she was indeed the Empress Dowager, even the most exalted Empress Dowager cannot directly intervene in state affairs, nor can she single-handedly confront the emperor or the ministers. Even if her son granted her such authority, she would still be unable to execute it. In Qianqing Palace, Zhu Hozong and Empress Zhang faced each other. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhang took a direct approach. Zhang, I have heard that the officials have impeached the Marquis of Qianqing and the Earl of Qianqing for various transgressions. Is this true? Indeed it is, Zhu Hozong readily acknowledged, assuring her, Mother, do not worry. I shall investigate thoroughly and ensure justice for my two uncles. Zhang's face flushed with indignation as she retorted, What is there to investigate? You are well aware of the characters of the Marquis of Qianqing and the Earl of Qianqing. There is no need for such effort. It is merely a case of fabricating accusations. Humph, ungrateful wretches. As she spoke, her gaze bore into Zhu Hozong, her meaning unmistakably veiled in her words. Zhu Hozong maintained his composure, seemingly oblivious to the implications, and replied, Mother, this matter has escalated considerably. I must at least appear to take it seriously, no? Suppressing her urge to explode, Zhang exclaimed, Zonger, do not forget that we are family. Even if the Marquis of Qianqing and the Earl of Qianqing have erred, they are still imperial relatives. If they dare to impeach them today, they may not hesitate to target the royal family tomorrow. Zonger, you are now a husband to the Empress. Allow me to speak candidly. Even if the imperial relatives are flawed, they remain loyal, deeply loyal. Their fates are intertwined with the royal family, and they will stand by the emperor. Assisting the officials in undermining imperial kin will inevitably lead to regret one day. Zhu Hozong nodded earnestly, acknowledging his mother's words. What do you think? He asked, suggesting a facade. You, Zhang, are feeling aggrieved, after speaking at length. The young emperor has absorbed nothing. Yet, if the emperor aligns with external ministers, she is indeed powerless to act. Reluctantly, she lowered herself to appeal to emotions. My dear, do you truly intend to take action against your two uncles and bear the disgrace of filial impiety? Even if your mother is not by blood, what weight do maternal uncles hold? Regardless of their blood relation, they are ultimately not of the Zhu family, and you would still be labeled unfilial. Zhu Hozong nearly chuckled in frustration. Yet, recognizing that it was not the time for confrontation, he suppressed his displeasure and replied with a light laugh. How could that be? Do others not understand who I am, even you, mother? In a serious tone, he continued, I am merely putting on an act. Even if, hypothetically, my two uncles were guilty of wrongdoing, I would not bring them to justice. Upon hearing this, Zhang's expression softened slightly, and she pressed further. What of the hereditary titles for external relatives? Surely they cannot be passed down without military merit. That does not include my two uncles, Zhu Hochong asserted. Finally, Zhang felt reassured, realizing she had been overly stern, and softened her tone, smiling gently. Those people cannot bear to see us thrive. Alas, even Emperor Xiaozong, a virtuous man, faced slander from those scoundrels. These years must have been difficult for you. Zhu Hochong shook his head slightly, stating, as a descendant of the Zhu family, it is my duty and burden to bear. Yang's expression twitched with discontent, but she refrained from further comment, particularly since matters concerning her brothers were still unresolved. She smiled and asked, so, shall we merely pretend? Zhu Hochong nodded. Indeed. Let us pretend. The investigation into the Marquis of Qianqing and the Earl of Qianqing lasted but a few days before hastily concluding that there was no evidence to pursue. Of course, the officials who had initiated the impeachment were not penalized. Rather, they received clandestine rewards. The ministers, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, quickly realized they had been outmaneuvered by the emperor. The young emperor was employing a strategy of internal stability before external conflict, creating discord where none existed to silence Empress Dowager Zhang, allowing him to focus fully on confronting them. A clever tactic, yet did he underestimate their acumen? The words had been spoken. Could he simply retract them now? It was too late. Zhu Hochong had underestimated these seasoned veterans, and their counterattack was swift and fierce. Under their momentum, the emperor disregarded the laws of the Ming dynasty, shielding the Marquis of Qianqing and the Earl of Qianqing, while public outrage erupted against their exploitation of the populace. Simultaneously, the 6 ministries and 9 ministers jointly petitioned, urging Zhu Hochong to transfer the case to the Ministry of Justice for a trial by the 3 departments, declaring, "Do you not seek internal peace? We will incite internal chaos." Zhu Hochong suddenly found himself in an overwhelmingly disadvantageous position. In such circumstances, his once prized intellect proved futile. The impulsiveness of youth had led him to pay a hefty price. With no effective measures left, Zhu Hochong resorted to a strategy of inaction and enforced inertia. This not only tarnished his reputation as a tyrant, but also further incited public outrage. However, despite the fury of the populace in the capital, they were powerless to instigate change. When the secret police emerged, silence fell upon them. While the emperor could silence whispers, he could not quell the sentiments of the people, nor escape the annals of history. Such a political calamity is something no emperor wishes to witness. Zhu Hochong was not oblivious to the dire consequences of his actions, yet retreat was not an option. A step back would only lead to further collapse. He had to take remedial measures. Zhu Hochong decreed a 50% tax reduction for the citizens of the capital to be upheld for 3 years. Simultaneously, he turned his wrath upon another powerful family, the Xia clan. There was no other choice. He had to act against his sister-in-law. Zhu Hochong could not allow the stigma to solidify. Thus, he employed the tactic of misdirection. Remarkably, this strategy proved effective. The substantial tax reduction brought joy to the citizens of the capital, and witnessing the emperor's actions against another influential family shifted public perception dramatically. As for the Marquis of Qianqing and the Earl of Qianqing, they had exploited the populace. Yet they had not reached the extent of oppressing the entire capital. This was not due to their benevolence, but rather a reflection of their limited ability and courage. The capital, though not small, was home to many powerful figures, and territories had long been delineated. The majority of citizens, previously victimized by the 2 national uncles, quickly rallied to the emperor's side, believing the rumors to be exaggerated. If the emperor truly favored the powerful families, would he have acted against the Xia clan? While Zhu Hochong quelled public discourse, he reiterated the necessity for strict adherence to previous edicts. Henceforth, those without military merit would not inherit noble titles. He convened the 6 ministries and 9 ministers, offering rewards and assurances in a series of calculated moves that ultimately minimized the adverse effects. Upon reflection, the prominent officials unanimously concluded that, apart from gaining the favor of Empress Zhang, the emperor had achieved no substantial political gains. And as for the favor of Empress Zhang, it bore little significance. The ancestral teachings of the Ming dynasty prohibited interference from the imperial harem in governance, and the late emperor had not granted her any such authority, leaving no impact on his own position. In contrast, the emperor's faction not only diminished the influence of the powerful families, but also reaped considerable benefits, both financially and in favor, with several of their descendants being placed in the imperial academy. Consequently, they ceased their disturbances. While they rejoiced, Zhu Hochong found himself alarmed. He had never anticipated that these cunning old foxes would prove to be so formidable and unscrupulous. However, upon reevaluation, he still felt that the opposition had gained an advantage, though he did not consider himself at a loss. At the very least, he had achieved his initial strategic objectives. The price was steep, yet it facilitated his next move. Nonetheless, after being outmaneuvered by these seasoned politicians, Zhu Hozhong resolved to prepare thoroughly before launching a second offensive. This was merely the beginning. The time for determining victory or defeat had yet to arrive. A smirk played upon Zhu Hozhong's lips, filled with fervor for battle. Chapter 56. The need for change. Every situation possesses dual aspects. The counteractions of the ministers left Zhu Hozhong flustered and compelled him to pay a significant price. Yet they also served to fortify him. In this tumult, the Zhang family was left utterly disillusioned with the civil officials. Simultaneously, the escalating situation has rendered the confrontation with the Zhang brothers, representatives of the imperial relatives, a matter of political correctness. Even officials of the rank of the 6 ministries and 9 ministers dare not easily betray their allegiances. Particularly, the emperor's steadfast protection of the Zhang family has only intensified their disdain for Empress Dowager Zhang. This, in turn, has subtly yet forcibly bound the emperor and the dowager into a unified front. In such circumstances, the Zhang clan can only rely on their son. Thus, although Zhu Hozhong appears to be in a precarious position, he has acquired the most essential benefits. From this day forth, the ministers can no longer use filial piety as a shield to protect the Empress Dowager, nor can she wield the trivial matters contrived by external ministers as decrees. This eliminates the possibility of collaboration from within and outside, granting Zhu Hozhong a sense of liberation akin to shedding heavy shackles. Although the ministers have yet to resort to this tactic, should they face continual setbacks in the future, they will undoubtedly consider this move. By severing their retreat now, he ensures he will not be hampered later. Upon reflecting once more, Zhu Hozhong concluded that, in the long run, not only would he not incur losses, but he would, in fact, reap greater rewards. Naturally, this incident has also exposed him to the methods of these individuals, rendering him more cautious. For the sake of prudence, it is best that I refrain from taking the lead, yet I have faith that Zhang Tsong will not disappoint me. Zhu Hozhong chuckled lightly. The clay Buddha still possesses some fire within. After enduring such exclusion and suppression, and having failed the imperial examination 7 times, how could Zhang Tsong falter just before dawn? Zhu Hozhong remarked with a chuckle. There are too many discontented officials in southern Jili. I believe there are not a few who are unwilling to remain in obscurity. Zhang Tsong is merely a catalyst. By mid-March, the heat in Jiaoji became intense, causing even Zhu Hozhao to pant. He shamelessly took residence in the Han Wangfu. Li Hao and Tang Bohu had already departed from Malacca at the end of the previous year, busy with matters of consolidation, once again led by Zhu Yukai. Zhu Qijin's health continued to decline. While he was stable for now, he could not afford to let Li Qing take matters lightly. This time, Li Qing could only see things through to the end. At noon, as Zhu Qijin took a rest, Li Qing and Zhu Hozhao returned to their villa, enjoying chilled fruits while engaging in casual conversation. Do not be so melancholic, Zhu Hozhao said, clapping his hands and sighing. After a century, having witnessed so many life and death matters, have you not become accustomed to it? Not quite. Li Qing gently shook his head, replying softly. It is now the 3rd year of the Jiajing era. What of the 3rd year of Jiajing? Zhu Hozhao inquired curiously. Yang Tinghe is set to retire and return home. And so? Li Qing pinched the bridge of his nose, stating, with Yang Tinghe's departure, the balance of the court will be disrupted. What is wrong with disruption? Zhu Hozhao laughed. Is a stagnant court truly preferable? Not at all. The Ming dynasty is developing rapidly, and the current model has long become outdated. It is time for change. Pausing for a moment, he continued, I too have journeyed through youth. The youthful emperor is at the peak of his vigor. The absence of Yang Tinghe's constraints may indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. You seem to take it quite lightly, Li Qing replied with a wry smile. Indeed. Why should there be so many vexations? They are merely self-inflicted troubles. Zhu Hozhao stated. You are more acutely aware than I. The Ming must seek transformation. Should we continue to adhere to the established patterns, we will inevitably encounter significant issues. The struggle between sovereign and ministers is not necessarily a negative occurrence. It can indeed invigorate a stagnant political landscape. There are far too many who adhere to the doctrine of moderation. While the development of the Ming dynasty is anything but moderate, the court is compelled to seek change, and this compulsion differs fundamentally from a proactive pursuit of transformation. Li Qing scoffed. Do you truly have such confidence that the political landscape will evolve positively? Unless the young emperor wishes for the downfall of the Ming. And unless the officials disregard long-term benefits, the political situation can only progress towards a direction more suited to the times. Zhu Hozhao remarked, regardless of their character. Officials share a common aspiration to sustain their livelihood within the Ming dynasty, particularly the higher-ranking officials, whose descendants will benefit from patronage and almost invariably secure a path in public service. Hence, whether through collusion, corruption, or various other issues, they would never undertake actions detrimental to the nation while harming themselves. Li Qing nodded slightly. The reasoning is sound, yet when personal interests are at stake, individuals often become short-sighted. Even the astute may be rendered foolish, repeatedly committing blunders. The desire to preserve the Ming does not preclude one from actions that could lead to its demise. Indeed, more often than not, the majority act with good intentions yet yield adverse outcomes. This is inescapable. Zhu Hozhao concurred, adding, however, the current strength of the Ming dynasty affords ample opportunity for rectification. Similarly, you possess sufficient ability and time. Thus there is no need for concern over events that have yet to transpire. Li Qing chuckled. Concern is hardly the word. I simply prefer to avoid entanglements with Emperor Jiajing. After all these years, I have grown accustomed to my labors and merely find him disagreeable. Have you ever met him? Zhu Hozhao inquired. Yes, we have crossed paths, albeit briefly. Did he offend you? Not particularly. Zhu Hozhao, puzzled, asked, then why do you dislike him? It is likely a matter of incompatible fates, Li Qing replied, reluctant to elaborate. He then shifted the topic. Zhu Qijin will undoubtedly endure this year without issue. And Li Hao and the others should be returning soon. If you wish to return home, you may accompany them. Zhu Hozhao pondered for a moment. How long do you think he can last? I am not Yama. I cannot predict precisely, Li Qing retorted with irritation. Then we shall see when the time comes. If he has a longer duration, I will return. If not, Zhu Hozhao sighed. In that case, I shall accompany him on his final journey. Li Qing nodded slowly. That is rather loyal of you. Isn't it always so? Zhu Hozhao huffed. Am I not exceptionally considerate towards you? Yet you continually vex me. Vex you? Li Qing glared. Who is vexing whom? Look, are you not considering raising your hand against me again? Zhu Hozhao hastily stood and retreated, muttering, I truly am at my wit's end. Enough of this banter. You should rest. When you awaken, go keep Zhu Qijin company. He enjoys conversing with you. Li Qing waved his hand, rising to grab a medical text, settling into a bamboo-crafted recliner, idly flipping through its pages. Before long, Zhu Hozhao's snores echoed resoundingly. Li Qing shook his head in amusement, feeling a tinge of envy, murmuring to himself, to be young is indeed splendid. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded at the door, followed by the gentle voice of a maid. Sir, have you retired for the night? Li Qing stood and approached the door, carefully opening it and slipping outside before gently closing it behind him. Is it the prince? He inquired. No. The maid hastily shook her head, explaining. Someone is looking for you. Who? Li Qing asked. Where are they? The steward informed that someone had arrived at the master's residence. The maid added. It was a woman who had previously visited the master. Li Qing paused momentarily, then comprehended. I see. What brings you here? Upon entering the front hall, he found it indeed to be Li Shuer. Yang Tinghe has resigned from his official duties and returned home, Li Shuer explained. The letter arrived in the first month, and the person left in the second month. Li Qing was slightly taken aback and inquired. Has there been any significant movement within the court? Not any major actions. But there is a new national policy, Li Shuer replied. The emperor has issued an edict stating that henceforth, the imperial relatives may not inherit titles without military merit. At this, Li Qing furrowed his brow slightly, but soon relaxed. That isn't necessarily a bad thing. Is there anything else? Nothing substantial, Li Shuer pondered before adding. The sovereign and his ministers had a bit of a ruckus, but they quickly reconciled. It seems the young emperor is rather restrained. Li Qing nodded. However, the situation does appear somewhat unfavorable for the young emperor, Li Shuer remarked, frowning. Li Qing chuckled lightly. What makes you think the situation is adverse for him? The imperial relatives are at least loyal to the emperor, and their presence influences the interests of the court officials. Li Shuer analyzed, a proud expression on her face. Since the last incident with her nephew, She had diligently applied herself to studying the histories of various dynasties and now felt she had a grasp on politics. Li Qing shook his head, amused. If I am not mistaken, this recent policy against the imperial relatives stems from the Zhang family's influence, does it not? You know this? Clearly, the young emperor has a strong motive, which is to stabilize the Zhang matriarch's position. Then why not target the Zhang family directly? Li Shuer hesitated but maintained her stance. The inability for imperial relatives to inherit titles is ultimately detrimental to the emperor. From a perspective of political balance, that is indeed the case. However, in the long run, it may not be a negative outcome and aligns with the emperor's current interests, Li Qing responded. Overall, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Every new emperor will have imperial relatives emerge, and over time, their numbers will only increase. These individuals, who do nothing but exploit the resources of the court and oppress the common people, should be curtailed to diminish their arrogance. After a pause, he inquired, "Is there anything else?" "Nothing more." Li Shuer shook her head, curious. "So, who suffered in this round between the sovereign and his ministers?" "The ministers profited greatly. But the emperor did not incur losses," Li Qing replied with a smile. Li Shuer remarked hesitantly, "It's like the eldest and second siblings fighting, leaving the third sibling in the lurch." Li Qing chuckled, nodding in agreement. "A vivid metaphor." "Indeed," Li Shuer replied with a wry smile. "Politics is truly a hassle. It seems I lack the aptitude for it. Why would one expect you, a young lady, to possess such talents?" Li Qing replied, half amused, half exasperated. "What progress has been made with the steam engine? There has been substantial advancement in iron smelting. But we must wait a bit longer before it can be effectively applied to the steam engine," Li Shuer recounted. "As you would say, this constitutes an industrial chain upgrade that promotes scientific progress. Though you haven't mastered much else, you've certainly picked up this novel term quickly," Li Qing teased, moving to sit in a chair. "What level do you anticipate the steam engine will reach? Perhaps it might even be installed on ships," Li Shuer replied. Chapter 57. The tenacious Zhang Tsong. Li Qing raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain?" "How can I be sure? It hasn't even been produced yet," Li Shuer replied, somewhat despondently. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and remarked, "It's quite good. Progress is always a positive thing." Pausing for a moment, he inquired, "When do you plan to return?" Li Shuer replied, "Did you not previously mention assisting me in my cultivation? Once my elder brother is finished with his affairs, I shall return with him. Surely, I cannot return alone." "Of course." Li Qing nodded in agreement. In Jinling, at the Ministry of Personnel, one of the 6 government offices in southern Jili, Yang Shun found himself increasingly troubled. This was not due to his father's resignation and return to his hometown, but rather the arrival of a new colleague. Zhang Kong. Yang Shun harbored no fondness for this individual, not only because he was at odds with Yang Shun's father, but also due to his contempt for Zhang Tsong's character. In the past, during the debates concerning succession, this man had shamelessly ingratiated himself with the emperor, disregarding decorum entirely. This behavior was looked down upon by Yang Shun, who hailed from a traditional scholarly background. Despite their mutual disdain, the two had not clashed previously, primarily because Yang Shun had been stifled by his father's influence and had not had the opportunity for advancement. However, fate had brought them both to southern Jili for official duties, and now they found themselves in the same office, holding equivalent ranks as deputy ministers. With their paths crossing daily, conflict was inevitable. Yang Shun scorned Zhang Tsong, while Zhang Tsong likewise looked down on Yang Shun, dismissing his achievements as mere products of his father's connections, lacking any real merit. Having failed the imperial examinations 7 times, Zhang Tsong was acutely aware of the challenges of attaining success. It was implausible for someone to succeed on their first attempt, especially to emerge as the top scholar, without some form of deceit. Thus, resentment brewed. Zhang Tsong, who was already antagonistic towards Yang Shun's father, naturally felt displeased with Yang Shun. Their mutual contempt made harmonious cooperation nearly impossible. Indeed, it was not long before a heated exchange erupted between the two. Yang Shun berated Zhang Tsong for his sycophancy and lack of integrity, while Zhang Tsong retaliated by criticizing Yang Shun for relying on his father's influence and being an underachiever. Had it not been for the intervention of others, a full-blown confrontation would surely have ensued. Ultimately, Zhang Tsong stormed off, leaving Yang Shun fuming. How can a mediocre talent, who failed the examinations 7 times, dare to question me? Yang Shun seethed, feeling indignant. "Calm yourself, my lord," urged the crowd around him, each wearing a facade of flattery. "Your time in southern Jili is merely a training ground. given your talents, it is likely that the emperor will soon reinstate you. As for Zhang Tsong, he cannot compare to you and will probably never return to the capital. The Ming dynasty operated under a dual capital system, and while southern Zhili possessed certain administrative privileges, it paled in comparison to the capital. A saying persisted in southern Zhili: better to serve as a deputy minister in the capital than to be a minister in Nanjing. Ultimately, this was not an ideal political stage. Everyone aspired to ascend to the capital. Yang Shun, born a top scholar, was further bolstered by his father's status as the most powerful official of the day. Though his father had retired, his influence remained formidable. Yang Shun, being young and possessing vast connections among the capital's elite, held great potential for the future. Thus, cultivating a relationship with him would undoubtedly yield numerous benefits. This reality was also the reason for Zhang Tsong's hasty departure. No one was in his corner. Nevertheless, Yang Shun harbored a dislike for such flattery. Perceiving these individuals as fundamentally no different from Zhang Kong, they were all willing to forsake morality for the sake of their careers. However, he overlooked the fact that not everyone possesses his innate genius, nor do they all have a father as formidable as his. It is essential to recognize that we are speaking of Yang Tinghe, the foremost power broker of the Zhengde era, who, even during the interregnum following the death of Emperor Zhengde, effectively served as the de facto emperor of the Ming dynasty. Even after the ascension of the new emperor, the court remained largely under Yang's influence, as the emperor dared not challenge his authority. As time passes, relationships may cool, yet the warmth of this particular association remains unyielding, for it has garnered a multitude of vested interests during Yang's tenure. In stark contrast, Zhang Tsong bears no semblance of the moral scruples that characterize Yang Shun. Having endured the trials of repeated failures in the imperial examinations, Zhang treasures the path to officialdom all the more. Each setback has not diminished his resolve, rather, it has fortified his determination to make a name for himself. While Yang Shun meets the ambitious with disdain, Zhang Tsong is willing to extend warmth to those who remain indifferent. However, the disparity between aspiration and reality is palpable. Despite his overtures, he finds no reciprocation. In the eyes of others, Zhang Tsong possesses little to commend him, a man who has offended the cabinet, the 6 ministries, and the 9 ministers, sacrificed by the emperor himself. How can he entertain hopes of a political future? Even when Zhang asserts that the emperor will surely employ him again, his claims are met with skepticism. Nonetheless, Zhang Tsong does not succumb to despair. Like an indomitable insect, he perseveres. If one person rebuffs him, he seeks another. If one office turns him away, he approaches another. Through his relentless efforts, he has achieved some measure of success, albeit limited to fewer than 10 allies, whom he cherishes deeply. Thus, having endured Yang Shun's rebuff, Zhang Tsong swiftly calms his frustration and continues to cultivate his relationships. Upon exiting the Ministry of Personnel, he heads directly to the Ministry of Justice, seeking the recently acquainted, yet unsteady, head of the ministry. Brother Zisher, it is I, Zhang Tsong, once again intruding upon your time. Upon entering the office, Zhang Tsong bows in deference, expressing that even this humble gesture falls short of adequately conveying his respect. It is difficult not to be moved by such courtesy from a vice minister towards a head of the Ministry of Justice, even if the former's future appears bleak and his reputation sullied. Sir Zhang, you are too kind, the head, Gui, responds hastily, rising to return the courtesy with a smile. It seems you have plenty of leisure. With a wry smile, Zhang Tsong replies, with a top scholar present, how can I, a 7-time candidate who has faced repeated failures, presume to offer guidance? Ah, Sir Zhang, you are far too modest, Gui counters, adopting an official tone. The imperial examinations are fraught with uncertainty. Your tenacity in the face of repeated setbacks is the true mark of a scholar. Pausing, he adds, after all, a hero does not question their origins. What a splendid sentiment. With this affirmation, Zhang Tsong feels a swell of gratitude and is compelled to ask, Brother Zisher, might you be inclined to grant me an opportunity? Ah, Sir Zhang, you flatter me, Gui replies with a wry smile. I am merely a head of the Ministry of Justice. And what of it? Zhang Tsong asserts earnestly. As you so aptly stated, a hero does not question their origins. Was not Yang Tinghe himself once merely a scribe in the Hanlin Academy? Who is to say that today, as head of the Ministry of Justice, may not one day ascend to the cabinet and become a minister? With this single remark, Zhang Tsong stirs profound emotions within Gui. However, it remained only for a fleeting moment before I regained my composure. Alas, Master Zhang, you jest. I am not jesting. Zhang Tsung spoke with utmost seriousness. Do you truly believe that I have been abandoned by His Majesty? Not at all. Despite the immense pressure from the cabinet ministers and the 9 ministers of the 6 ministries, His Majesty has not demoted me. Does that not signify something? Initially, they were the ones advocating for my removal. Zhang Tsung took a deep breath and said, to be honest with you, I am soon to return with a vengeance. As you know, I possess few allies in the officialdom, yet it is precisely for this reason that I cherish my friends all the more. He scoffed. That crowd flatters Yang Shun excessively, yet they overlook that Yang Shun has never lacked for followers. When he returns to the capital, will he even remember who they are? Pausing for a moment, he spoke sincerely. If you are willing to befriend me, I shall ensure you accompany me back to the capital in the future. Trust me, that future is not far off. It will be this year. Zhang Tsung asserted firmly, I am utterly confident that His Majesty will summon me back to the capital. I, Zhang Tsung, swear to the heavens. Guei was moved. Who could deny the desire for success? As Zhang Tsung mentioned, what kind of figure is Yang Shun? Even the ministers treat him with respect, and as a mere official, one has no opportunity to curry favor. As for Zhang Tsung, assisting him in his time of need is incomparable to merely adding embellishments to an already splendid situation. The risks may be considerable, yet the rewards are undeniably substantial. Even if one were to fail, what of it? At most, one would suffer a slight loss of reputation, and the reputation of a mere official holds little value. Considering this, Guei bowed deeply. With such favor from you, how could I not reciprocate sincerely? Excellent. Zhang Tsung exclaimed joyously. Do you have time, my friend? Guei glanced at the unfinished official documents without a second thought. Indeed. Haha, let me treat you today. Shall we go to the newly opened Wei Wu Lu for a couple of drinks? It is my wish. I would not dare to impose. Guei replied with a smile. In a private room at Wei Wu Lu, the two enjoyed their drinks, discussing everything from trivial matters to poetry and literature, and then transitioning to state affairs. After some drinks, heartfelt words flowed more freely between the two disheartened souls, inevitably leading to discussions of the state of the nation. Guei sighed. Since the establishment of our great Ming, it is indeed a rare fortune to behold. Yet, most of the high-ranking officials are content with stagnation, merely seeking stability. Have they not heard that the doctrine of moderation is increasingly at odds with the times? If this continues, it will undoubtedly hinder our progress. You speak truly, my friend. The current situation demands urgent reform and the eradication of corruption. His Majesty has such intentions, yet. Zhang Tsung poured Guei more wine. Lamenting, with formidable ministers outside and the Empress Dowager within, His Majesty possesses grand aspirations but is rendered powerless to pursue reform. Guei drained his cup in one gulp, indignantly exclaiming, to hold a position without engaging in its duties is indeed to live off the labor of others. Well said, Zhang Tsung exclaimed, invigorated, laughing heartily. Since they are merely occupying their positions without contributing, we need not hold back. Guei's eyes sparkled, probing. Do you, my friend, have a strategy for returning to the capital? This time, he poured wine for Zhang Kong. Zhang Tsung chuckled softly. Why do you think His Majesty is often restrained? Guei paused, hesitating to speak directly, and replied indirectly. His Majesty is young, and the inexperienced are easily manipulated. Zhang Tsung, unencumbered by reservations, candidly asserted, ultimately, it is merely due to the succession of Emperor Xuan. Guei, momentarily taken aback, soon responded with surprise. Are you implying what I think you are? Zhang Tsung drained his cup, toying with the glass, and coolly remarked, this grand ceremony warrants reconsideration. Chapter 58. What is the purpose of education? Reassessing the grand ceremony. Guei echoed the sentiment, suddenly sobering from the effects of the wine, and exclaimed, Lord Zhang, please exercise caution in your words. Presently, Zhang Tsung could hardly tolerate the notion of caution. Emboldened by the wine, he retorted, should it not be so? Our Ming dynasty governs through filial piety. The emperor has his own parents. Is it justifiable to compel him to appoint Emperor Xuan? Is it right for Empress Zhang to act on behalf of the late emperor and empress? Guei furrowed his brow, replying, this matter already has public consensus. Such a rash statement is ill-advised. After a pause, he added, this is a matter recognized by the emperor himself. Should it be stirred up again, dear brother Bingyong, you might find yourself unable to even retain your position as Deputy Minister of Personnel in southern Jili, or worse, face imprisonment. Zhang Tsung merely chuckled. Do you think I am gambling recklessly? Isn't that the case? Gui sighed ruefully. One cannot deny that the emperor would be pleased to see such a memorial. But joy aside, he cannot act solely on whims. Otherwise, how would you have found your way to southern Jili? My presence in southern Jili serves two purposes: to ensure Tinghe's departure and to lull the 6 ministries and 9 ministers into complacency as preparation for a full assault. Zhang Tsong asserted with seriousness. This matter is unlike any before. The emperor has no avenue for retreat. Should he falter again, he will find himself irretrievably ensnared, regardless of what may transpire with Empress Zhang in the future. Gui did not counter this. Though he resided far from the capital, he remained well informed, albeit with a slight delay. How can you be so certain, Brother Bingyong, that when the emperor can no longer bear the pressure, you will not be sacrificed once more? Zhang Tsong sighed softly, shaking his head. Well, I cannot guarantee that the reality you speak of will not come to pass. Yet I am far more unwilling to spend my entire life as merely a deputy minister in southern Jili. Tinghe is a successful scholar, and I too am a successful scholar. If he can ascend to the position of Grand Secretary, why cannot I? Zhang Tsong lifted the wine jug and drank deeply, his eyes reddening as he declared, I, Zhang Tsong, have toiled diligently since childhood. My beginnings were relatively fortunate. I achieved the status of a scholar and subsequently a candidate. I remember achieving that milestone at the age of 24, yet I endured over 2 decades of arduous preparations for the imperial examinations, traveling to the capital to take the exams, only to face failure for over 20 years. I transformed from a promising youth to a man with graying hair, and it was only when nearing the age of knowing one's destiny that I finally succeeded. Do you comprehend the bitterness behind this journey? Gui was astonished and felt an empathetic pang. Having traversed the same path of examinations, he understood all too well the hardships involved. The phrase 10 years of cold windows was but a saying. In truth, if one were to count from childhood, even the prodigious Yang Shen spent more than a mere decade in study. Yet Zhang Tsong's 40 years of relentless toil were indeed a tale of great suffering. How could one encapsulate such sorrow? Zhang Tsong, panting for breath, declared, Now that I know my destiny, time waits for no one. After taking several more hearty gulps, he banged the cup down and exclaimed, Brother Zisher, I ask you, what is the purpose of education? Inspired by Zhang Tsong's fervor, Gui dispensed with any circumlocution. After a brief hesitation, he replied candidly, Of course, it is to attain officialdom. Well said. Zhang Tsong pressed further, And what is the purpose of holding an official position? To leave a name in the annals of history. The voice of Gui grew slightly louder, her eyes shimmering with a vibrant brilliance. I ask you again, can our names be immortalized in history through such endeavors? Although Zhang Tsong's voice was not particularly loud, it resonated in Gui's ears like a thunderclap, awakening her senses. Indeed, in her youth, she toiled diligently in her studies, and as she embarked on her official career, she reflected on the past, filled with hardships and setbacks. Now, Gui sadly realized that she was even outshone by Zhang Kong. Despite the obstacles Zhang Tsong faced on his path to the imperial examinations, his ascent in the officialdom resembled a blossoming flower, flourishing with each passing year. In just a few years, he had already attained the rank of deputy minister. In contrast, she had merely passed the imperial examinations in the 6th year of Zhengde, serving as a county magistrate, earnest and ambitious, yet often clashing with superiors in her unwavering commitment to her principles, ultimately relegating her to the position of a mere official in the Ministry of Justice. There was no time to pity Zhang Tsong. She herself was the more pitiable one. Gui reached for the wine jug and poured herself a drink. Zhang Tsong, perhaps overwhelmed by the drink or his emotions, exclaimed tearfully, I have spent my entire life striving for the imperial examinations, enduring countless days and nights of hard study. With my family's hopes and disappointments weighing heavily on me, I did not strive to come to southern Jili to enjoy a life of ease. Let those who desire such comforts indulge in them. Though I am not yet old, my youth has already slipped away. I can wait no longer. Nor can I afford to waste time. I, Zhang Tsong, will either enter the cabinet or perish. This was the culmination of Zhang Tsong's decades of pent-up frustration, igniting the once cold heart of Gui, making her blood boil with fervor, her eyes reddening. If a deputy minister could be so audacious, what was there for her? A mere official to hesitate about? Speak plainly, Brother Bingyong. Gui said solemnly, How shall we proceed? Zhang Tsong raised his gaze to her, stating with gravity, Brother Zisher, Though I have indulged in drink today, my words are heartfelt and sincere, not mere drunken ramblings. This is not a fleeting impulse of Gui, with a serious demeanor. She replied, my tolerance for alcohol is commendable. I can maintain clarity even after 2 more jugs. Excellent. Zhang Tsung's spirits lifted, but he did not immediately divulge his plan. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, calming the lingering excitement. Gui did not rush him. She patiently awaited the revelation of his strategy while regaining her composure. After a considerable pause, Zhang Tsung exhaled a breath of wine-laden air and slowly articulated, my previous statements were not deceitful, devoid of any embellishment. The Emperor has indeed not abandoned me, and he is gathering strength. However, our role here is merely a prologue. The true determinants of success lie in the capital. I am unaware of the Emperor's specific preparations and must first submit a memorial to inquire about his intentions, lest we disrupt his plans. Gui nodded, then hesitated. The issue is that the cabinet and the 6 ministries hold a strong wariness towards Brother Bingyong. Your memorial may struggle to reach the Emperor's desk. I could submit a memorial myself, but as a mere official in the Ministry of Justice, specifically in southern Jili. Zhang Tsung leaned forward from the back of his chair, drawing closer to Gui, and chuckled softly. The Emperor is indeed wise and formidable. What Brother Zisher has contemplated, the Emperor has already anticipated. To be candid, my recent appointment to Nanjizi is not only accompanied by the Jinyui, but also by those from the Dongchang. I can communicate directly with the heavens. Really? Gui exclaimed, her heart racing. Her joy stemmed not merely from the prospect of direct communication with the Emperor, but from her unwavering belief in Zhang Tsung's closeness to him. Zhang Tsung chuckled. Do you think I have had too much to drink, Brother Zisher? Oh, ha. Gui shook her head, laughing joyously. This is splendid, truly splendid. After a while, she composed herself and asked, Brother Bingyong, who else knows of such a confidential matter? Only you. Zhang Tsung sighed, his expression turning bittersweet. Aside from Brother Zisher, others either regard me with disdain or avoid me altogether. Even the few who have been won over are merely superficial friends. It is better left unsaid. He continued, you, Brother Zisher, are the first to treat me with genuine sincerity. I assure you, I will not let you suffer any loss. Your name will be included in this memorial. Thank you, Lord Zhang, for your support. This is not an official court. There is no need for such formalities. Zhang Tsung smiled lightly before adding, however, while we may serve as the catalyst, without a catalyst, the firecrackers cannot sound. Brother Zisher, having been in Nanjizi for some time, possesses an extensive network and good reputation. You can work to your advantage. As he spoke, he retrieved a silver note of 1,000 taels from his robe and gently pushed it towards Gui. This is the Emperor's personally sanctioned fund. Feel free to use it. Gui hesitated briefly before accepting it with both hands and inquiring, our conversation today must remain confidential. Correct? Until we receive clear orders from the Emperor, do not speak of it, Zhang Tsung replied, nonchalantly pouring himself a cup of wine and taking a sip. As the saying goes, secrets kept lead to success, while loose tongues lead to failure. One must be astute in action and cautious in speech. Frankly, if not for the difficulties I face in maneuvering, I would not have revealed this secret so soon. However, choosing you, Brother Zisher, is from the heart. Gui felt deeply grateful for the favor shown to her. She clasped her hands in thanks, but soon furrowed her brow slightly. I understand your predicament, Brother Bingyong. Your prominence makes it challenging to navigate relationships, while I am less likely to attract attention. Yet, I am merely a facilitator, and under the circumstances, I can only maintain superficial connections without revealing our true intentions. That is sufficient, Zhang Tsung replied cheerfully. Once familiarity is established, revealing our true intentions will naturally follow. As for holding a high office, it may complicate matters for the Emperor. Focus on the role of a facilitator. We only need to amplify our influence. Remember, the main battlefield is not here, but in the capital. Indeed, that makes sense. Gui nodded. Then it is settled? Zhang Tsung smiled and nodded. Tonight, we shall return here to finalize the memorial. I believe you wish to enter the capital soon, do you not? Very much so. I dream of it, Gui replied, smiling demurely. Very well. On the 5th day of the 5th month, Zhu Hozhong received Zhang Tsung's encrypted memorial. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. The urgency was palpable, as the writer was eager to know when the war would commence. More enthusiastic than himself. However, Zhu Hozhong remained composed, having learned from past experiences. He could not afford to act impulsively again. In recent days, he has managed to win over some supporters. However, the penetration rate among the mid to senior ranks remains insufficient, and his hold over Empress Zhang's faction has yet to be solidified, necessitating more time. Thus, he responded with a similarly encrypted missive, instructing the Jinyue to deliver it to Zhang Kong concurrently. Zhu Hozong resolved to expedite the progress, hastening the discourse on the grand ceremony. This arduous battle has been in preparation for years, brewing since his forced acknowledgement of his lineage shortly after entering the capital. Now, as the moment of confrontation draws near, Zhu Hozong cannot suppress his excitement. This is not merely a defense of his parents, but also pivotal for his reign as emperor, determining whether he can fully command the court's affairs. Chapter 59, A New Beginning. In Jiaoji, under the blazing summer sun, Zhu Hozhao felt utterly drained, spending his days languishing in an air-conditioned room, struggling to muster even a modicum of spirit. Li Qing, disapproving of his youthful despondency, remarked curtly, "Even Zhu Qijin does not wallow in such despair. You ought to return promptly." "It's not the heat," Zhu Hozhao replied listlessly. "In this weather, not just people, even the finest steeds in the manor have all but collapsed. Do you think everyone is like you?" Pausing, he added, "Has Prince Han taken his afternoon nap again?" "Yes. He has just dozed off," Li Qing replied, sitting at the table and pouring himself a glass of cool tea to soothe his throat. "Prince Han is doing well, and Xiao Hao and the others should be returning soon. If not, you might as well head back with him. It suffices that your goodwill is conveyed. No need to force it. We can discuss this upon their return," Zhu Hozhao said, rising from the bamboo mat to sit across from him. "What do you think we can annex this time?" Li Qing shook his head slightly. "Although I am a Taoist, I do not possess the ability to predict." Zhu Hozhao muttered, "You calculate as if you have already gone, so surely there will be considerable annexation. This time, the focus will be on finding agents to manage the annexed territories," Li Qing replied, pondering thoughtfully. "As for the annexation itself, it will undoubtedly be less smooth and efficient than last time. This is merely the beginning. Small gatherings will eventually lead to greater assemblies." Zhu Hozhao smiled and probed, "Is my old aunt like you, having learned the true essence as well? If she can learn, then you wish to learn?" "Yes, I have said it before. I do not advise it." Li Qing shook his head. "At your age, it is rather late, and you have a wife, children, and a career. Living a good life is what truly matters. This pursuit is not of significant utility, especially since you are not going to battle." He paused, adding, "It is often said, acquire the arts of literature and martial skills to sell to the royal family. You could forsake the throne, so why pursue this?" Zhu Hozhao was at a loss for words, feeling somewhat disgruntled. "For the sake of prestige, you lack the talent, and it is impossible for you to reach my level." Li Qing chuckled. "Even if you achieve a modicum of success, it would merely be an anomaly. It is not as if it would be extraordinary. And the difficulty of attaining even modest success is not much easier than that of a scholar achieving recognition." "Well, fine." Zhu Hozhao's spirit waned once more, and he slumped against the chair, gradually sliding down. Just as he was about to tumble, he abruptly sat back up, repeating the cycle. Observing his boredom, Li Qing felt both exasperated and amused. "What on earth are you here for, having traveled such a distance? Who would have thought old Zhu would be so resilient?" Zhu Hozhao retorted silently. "I merely thought he might be nearing the end, wishing to see him one last time. But who would have expected?" Smack. Li Qing raised his hand and struck him, rebuking, "A pig cannot produce ivory." Zhu Hozhao was momentarily taken aback, pondering the wordplay. "Go take your afternoon nap." Li Qing shot him a glare and stepped out into the courtyard. As usual, Li Qing transferred his vital energy to Li Shuer and engaged in a brief discussion about steam engines before inquiring. "Have you attended to the matter I previously tasked you with?" Li Shuer paused. "Are you referring to Yangshin?" "Yes. What is his current condition since your arrival?" Li Qing asked. Li Shuer chuckled. "With a father as the prime minister, who would dare to undermine him, even if Yang Tinghe were to resign? The warmth of his influence remains palpable, and life continues to flourish." At this point, Li Shuer hesitated before adding, "However, prior to Yang Tinghe's retirement to his hometown, a grand scholar named Zhang Tsong also arrived in the southern provinces. The two are not on good terms. They clashed on their very first day of acquaintance. A genuine altercation, mind you," Li Shuer elaborated. "I heard it took several ministers to intervene and separate them." Li Qing laughed. "Ah, the old tradition. The civil officials of the Ming dynasty have a penchant for brawling, even more so than the military commanders, who emerged victorious. That goes without saying. It was undoubtedly Yang Shun, Li Shuer replied. Firstly, he is younger, and secondly, those ministers were biased in his favor. It is said that scholar Zhang did not even attend the court for several days afterward. And what happened next? I then departed for Jiaoji. Do you have any understanding of this Zhang? Li Qing inquired further. None at all. When I arrived in Jiaoji, he had only recently come to the southern provinces. Were it not for the altercation between Zhang and Yang, I would have remained unaware of a grand scholar's appointment as a deputy in the southern provinces, Li Shuer replied, her brow furrowing. Is there something amiss with this Zhang? Not particularly. I do not know him personally. I only heard Yang Tinghe mention that he rose swiftly through the ranks owing to the emperor's favor, Li Qing said, shaking his head slightly. Nevertheless, I cannot shake the feeling that his arrival in the southern provinces may harbor ulterior motives, or perhaps the young emperor has his own designs. Ulterior motives? Li Shuer asked, perplexed. Most likely, he intends to seek external support, Li Qing sighed. As Yang Tinghe has stated, the young emperor appears poised to instigate trouble. Li Shuer, intrigued, asked, what did Yang Tinghe say? Revisiting the grand ceremonies. Li Qing queried, little Shuer, if you were to judge without any external influences, do you believe the young emperor should acknowledge Emperor Xiaozong as his father, or should he recognize his biological father? Let me ponder that for a moment, Li Shuer said. Deep in thought, grappling with the complexity of the question. After a while, she concluded, I still feel he ought to recognize Emperor Xiaozong as his father, for his rule is not a legacy bestowed by his biological father, but rather stems from Emperor Xiaozong and the father-son duo of Wuzong. Yet, Emperor Xianzong is indeed his biological grandfather, Li Qing noted. What of this logic? Li Shuer frowned in contemplation for a moment before shaking her head. By that logic, Emperor Xiaozong would have no heirs. Not to mention that the ministers already revere Hongji, even if they do not favor him. It is against propriety to disregard the line of succession. Furthermore, Emperor Xianzong has many sons. If one were to insist on severing the line from Emperor Xiaozong, they would have to select from among his brothers. Xing Wang is indeed the first heir, but he has already passed. Li Shuer took a breath and said, the young emperor was chosen precisely because he could inherit from Xiaozong. Otherwise, he would not have been the emperor at all. If he refuses to acknowledge this, then... Li Shuer huffed lightly. To put it bluntly, he would be both a usurper and anointed. Li Qing nodded slowly. Do you think this is unfair to him? Li Shuer inquired. Not at all, Li Qing replied with a slight shake of his head. I am merely assessing the intensity of this conflict. He offered a wry smile, adding, if even you, an outsider, hold such a view, one can only imagine how the courtiers will react. Li Shuer pondered for a moment, saying, I believe you need not involve yourself in this matter. There is no absolute right or wrong. From the perspective of the young emperor, he has his own parents. And being a member of the Zhu family, he is indeed the legitimate grandson of Emperor Xianzong, entitled to inherit the throne. Conversely, from the courtier's viewpoint, there are others besides him who are eligible to inherit. His selection as emperor was primarily to continue the legacy of Emperor Xiaozong, a fact he has already acknowledged. To contradict himself now would be utterly disgraceful. Of course, this is merely the public discourse. There are also matters that cannot be openly discussed. Li Shuer sighed. Each side believes it possesses its own rationale, resulting in a convoluted situation. Unless both parties engage in a struggle to the death, there will be no resolution. My mother has also stated that this is a matter you cannot resolve perfectly. After a pause, she added, moreover, you have yet to attain a legitimate position in court. Unless you reveal your true identity. Li Qing nodded gently, expressing his concern. I merely worry that the situation may spiral out of control. The young emperor is undoubtedly intelligent, yet youthful exuberance often leads to impulsiveness and arrogance. If both sides escalate their positions to the point of no return, it could truly result in disaster. Li Shuer offered a rueful smile. There is little that can be done. The root of the issue lies in both parties perceiving themselves as victims, steadfast in their belief that they embody justice. As you put it, this is a clash of values. Li Qing elaborated. It is not solely a matter of differing values. Fundamentally, both sides prioritize their own interests, indifferent to the other's plight. Ultimately, it is simply selfishness. Her words struck a chord with Li Shuer, who nodded in agreement, reassuring him, the conflict may erupt at any moment. Perhaps by the time you return to Jinling, both sides will still be in preparation. That is quite likely. Li Qing replied with a bitter smile. With Yang Tinghe already out of office, and then issues arising with the Zhang family, coupled with trusted aides being reassigned to southern Jili, The young emperor's maneuvers are both swift and tightly coordinated. I fear I may not keep pace. When the sky falls, there will be someone tall to catch it, Li Shuai began, then realized that Li Qing was indeed tall, abruptly falling silent. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing declared, "Do not wait for your brother any longer. Tomorrow, you and your nephew should return and closely monitor the court's developments. If there are indications that the situation is veering towards chaos, inform me immediately. That is feasible, but what identity will you use to enter the court?" Li Shuai asked. Li Qing paused, responding, "I will know the details so that I can devise a strategy. It is not imperative that I enter the court." Li Shuai nodded thoughtfully. Very well. Upon returning to the residence at the Wangfu, Zhu Hozhao had already awakened, listlessly flipping through an illustrated book, boredom etched across his face. "Let us return tomorrow," Li Qing stated as he entered. "What?" Zhu Hozhao sat up abruptly. "Are you referring to me?" "Yes, along with your aunt," Li Qing replied. "Since staying here is painful, it is better to return and enjoy life. Your sentiments have been conveyed to Zhu Qijin, and that is sufficient. There is no need for formalities." "All right then," Zhu Hozhao replied sheepishly. "In that case, I shall go chat with him." Li Qing nodded. "Go ahead." The following day, Zhu Hozhao and Li Shuai embarked on their return journey aboard the Li family's merchant ship. Li Qing stood in contemplation for a long while, sighing softly. This time, the discord between the sovereign and his ministers is likely to be more tumultuous than ever before. Alas, this is not a matter of black and white. Aiding anyone is not a viable option. Li Qing could only hope that the situation would not spiral out of control. Otherwise, he might have to reveal an escape route prematurely. However, if that were to happen, he would truly find himself devoid of freedom. To enter the court as an immortal and then seek to retreat? How utterly difficult. Chapter 60. The malevolent capitalist in the pavilion of the Wang residence. The doctor and patients enjoyed the cool breeze while engaging in idle conversation. Zhu Qijin inquired, "That little fellow Zhu Shou must have an extraordinary background. Am I right?" "Why do you say that?" Li Qing replied, "I am not foolish." Zhu Qijin murmured, "You are no benevolent soul. He has no ties to you. So why this undue concern? You're far too busy to meddle in trivial matters." Li Qing chuckled softly and responded, "Indeed." Zhu Qijin pressed further, "Is it him?" "Yes." Li Qing nodded, reflecting, "Every individual possesses their own peculiarities. Some become infatuated to the extent of forsaking everything, while others remain indifferent." Zhu Qijin smiled wryly. "Are you implying my grandfather?" "That is not my intention," Li Qing sighed. "What is unattainable is deemed the most desirable. In truth, obtaining it often leads to mere disillusionment. Such is the nature of humanity. Take your great-grandfather, for instance. When Taizong was the Prince of Yan, he indulged freely in wine and horseback riding, and when boredom struck, he would rally his subordinates and ride out beyond the borders for a taste of unrestrained freedom." Li Qing took a sip of tea, filled with nostalgia. Later, when Crown Prince Yiwing passed away and the emperor established the Crown Prince, the new emperor, eager to diminish the feudal lords, left Taizong with no choice. Leading to the Jingnan campaign, Li Qing murmured, "Afterward, as emperor for over 20 years, he never dared to relax, ultimately never dismounting his horse." Zhu Qijin fell silent. "In truth, my grandfather may feign anger, but he holds the utmost admiration for Taizong. Eventually, he ceased to harbor resentment." Li Qing smiled knowingly. "I am aware of this. Otherwise, how could he return to his roots?" After a pause, he inquired, "You do not share your grandfather's sentiments, do you?" "Not at all." Zhu Qijin shook his head. "I was born in Jiaoji, raised in Jiaoji, and my descendants will also dwell upon this land. This is my true heritage." Zhu Qijin softly added, "My mother is a pure Jiaoji native. From a bloodline perspective, I am not entirely Han. As time progresses, the lineage of the Han will increasingly adopt Jiaoji traits. So I hope you will not treat me differently." Li Qing gently nodded, responding warmly, "The Central Plains dynasties have never placed great emphasis on bloodlines. Not all Ming people are Han." "That is reassuring." Zhu Qijin relaxed, recalling, "You once promised I would live to 80. Now, having reached this age, you have fulfilled your promise. Even if I were to pass tomorrow, you need not bear any psychological burden. Every day lived is a day gained. Do not speak of morose matters. Indeed, you have always been extremely busy. This time marks the longest you have stayed. Does it not affect you?" Li Qing set down his teacup, plucked a grape, and tossed it into his mouth, saying, "There will undoubtedly be repercussions. However, having done so much for me, I cannot let you down." There have been quite troubling matters over there, yet I currently lack a proper identity to enter the court, rendering my return of little use. Indeed, Zhu Qijin pondered, you could fully disclose your secret to the emperor. This would save you a great deal of trouble and afford you considerable ease. I have revealed my secret before, Li Qing sighed, but it ultimately depends on the person. At least for the present emperor, I am reluctant to disclose anything. Why is that? Because I simply do not wish to. Zhu Qijin, understanding Li Qing's reluctance to delve deeper into the topic, shifted the conversation to other matters. In July, Li Hao, Tang Bohu, and Zhu Yukai returned. This expedition not only adeptly resolved the issue of the agent, but also amalgamated nearly 300 acres of farmland. Of course, the price was above market rates, at 15 taels of silver per mu. Nevertheless, if the timeline is sufficiently extended, it still amounts to a considerable profit. In the courtyard, Li Hao animatedly reported his gains from Malacca, his excitement rendering his face a deep shade of red. Master Qing, today I finally experienced the joy of a wealthy landlord. Is that so? Have you indulged? Li Hao's expression darkened. What I mean is, I no longer need to constantly consider the perspectives of ordinary citizens, small gentry, or minor enterprises. I can simply act, and that feeling is truly exhilarating. Li Qing regarded him intently and sighed. Without me, you would undoubtedly become a most nefarious capitalist. Am I really that bad? Li Hao mumbled. Enough. You have been away long enough. If there is nothing else, let us return. When will you head back, Master Qing? I cannot say for certain. Uncertain, I understand. Li Hao replied, his delight waning out of respect. What about Tang Bohu? Should we bring him along? Yes, bring him, Li Qing stated. He is older than you and not in as good health. It is better for him to return to Jinling. I will speak to him shortly. Li Hao nodded and inquired, Master Qing, may I act without restraint in Malacca? You may, but now is not the right time. We cannot rely solely on the king of Jiaoji for everything. Li Qing retorted. Moreover, we must provide them with some breathing room. If we force them into a corner, we risk a futile endeavor. I understand that. Li Hao chuckled awkwardly. I am only after profits, not seeking to harm anyone. Once capital turns to malevolence, it can be far more grievous than murder or arson, Li Qing exhaled. Earning money is acceptable, and consolidating is fine, but we must ensure they have enough to eat. Otherwise, the farming tools may become instruments of violence. Never underestimate the destructive power of the common people. Indeed, I am well aware of that. Our great Ming Taizu is a prime example, Li Hao laughed. Rest assured, I will ensure those tenants do not starve. Li Qing nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, the endeavor was one of resource plunder. Mercy was not an option. Tang Bohu, in his 50s and having experienced numerous ups and downs, cherished his love for adventure, yet his physical condition was notably inferior to that of Li Hao. Fortunately, he possessed self-awareness and readily accepted Li Qing's counsel. Having completed the tasks at hand, I yearn to return early, as I find myself rather bored in solitude, remarked Tang Bohu. Indeed, upon your return, it would be wise to refrain from frequenting the brothels. Engaging in Tai Chi for health benefits could be a better pursuit, suggested Li Qing. Such mundane talk could lead one to seek out that young lad for amusement. Your flamboyant nature and his unconventional spirit will surely provide common ground. Let us not. After all, he is still someone I must consider. Tang Bohu chuckled, shaking his head. I shall find solace in the tea house for storytelling and the pear garden for operatic performances. That works, Li Qing acquiesced, not pressing further. Safe travels, my friend. Indeed. Let us depart, replied Li Qing, nodding as he watched them step onto the small boat, subsequently transferring to the Li family's merchant vessel. Once the grand ship set sail and distanced itself, Li Qing let out a slight sigh and turned back to walk alongside Zhu Yukai. Zhu Yukai hesitated to speak several times before finally saying, You long to return, don't you? At present, my thoughts are occupied with the affairs of the Ming. But fear not. Regardless of my character, my medical skills remain steadfast, and I shall not neglect your grandfather's health in my eagerness to return to the Ming. I appreciate your diligence, Zhu Yukai replied, his initial awkwardness having dissipated, now bearing a demeanor of composed confidence. As for the Li family's consolidation, we cannot advance further at this juncture. Zhu Yukai explained, It is not that I am unwilling to assist, but to act under the banner of the Han King may raise suspicions with the Malacca King. Li Qing smiled. That is quite acceptable. The rest can be entrusted to the Li family. However, I can provide backing for them. Zhu Yukai added, In terms of national strength, Malacca cannot compare to Jiaoji. which has greatly benefited from years of maritime trade with the Ming. Both the textile and shipbuilding industries have made significant progress. Malacca fears our influence. But as long as the Li family does not infringe upon the royal interests of Malacca and its elite, my words will carry weight. Li Qing nodded slightly, saying, "To speak candidly, your grandfather does not have much time left. Do you possess the confidence to govern?" Zhu Yukai scratched his head. "I shall follow my grandfather's methods. He has always adhered to the practices of his forebear. Throughout the years, there have been no major disturbances." Li Qing suddenly recalled that he had seemingly once instructed the simpleton on governance. Had the simpleton's lineage clung to those principles after all these years? "Have you considered what to do if the old ways no longer suffice?" Li Qing inquired. "How could they not suffice?" Zhu Yukai replied, puzzled. "It has always been done this way. My grandfather is meticulous, and there have been no significant mishaps. Is it not a case of implementing a stagnant policy?" Li Qing proposed, the term emerging unexpectedly. However, upon reflection, he found no fault in this notion. Jiaoji is not the Ming. It lacks the vast territory and population of the Ming. With a pleasant climate and bountiful harvests, it serves as a crucial hub for maritime trade with the Ming. It indeed seems suitable for a static governance approach. Sticking to what is known may yield better results than attempting reforms. Moreover, the intellect of the simpleton's lineage is not to be deemed foolish, yet they certainly lack sophisticated political acumen. Considering this, Li Qing adjusted his tone, smiling. As the saying goes, sometimes stillness is preferable to action. Adhering to established principles can be quite effective. As long as it works well, it constitutes sound governance. Upon hearing this, the already self-assured Zhu Yukai felt a renewed sense of certainty within himself. Upon returning to the royal residence, Li Qing inquired about Zhu Qijin's governance philosophy. And, as expected, it was precisely the same rhetoric he had previously articulated. Li Qing found himself at a loss for words. However, Zhu Qijin remarked, "My grandfather once said that the officials of the Ming dynasty are all exceptionally shrewd, even extraordinary. In contrast, here in Jiaoji, they possess an endearing kind of naivety. Overly sophisticated tactics may backfire. These few strategies will suffice for my lifetime." Pausing briefly, he added, "In retrospect, even in my grandson's era, these approaches remain relevant. I shall employ them for now, and should the need arise for further assistance, I hope you will lend your expertise." "Very well," Li Qing acquiesced. Perhaps due to the favorable climate of Jiaoji, Zhu Qijin's condition had not deteriorated drastically with the onset of winter. It had merely stabilized at a declining rate, reaching the point of requiring a wheelchair. Nonetheless, his appetite remained robust, and his spirits were high, which in turn alleviated some of Li Qing's burdens. In the 12th lunar month, Li Shuer arrived once more in Jiaoji, reporting a burgeoning conflict between the emperor and his ministers, leading to a significant upheaval within the Li family.